Years ago, when the world was still at peace, mysterious dungeons suddenly appeared all over the globe, plunging humanity and monsters into a brutal and bloody war. Our protagonist was initially just an ordinary, unremarkable office worker, daily enduring the harsh scoldings of his demanding boss. But fate intervened when he accidentally activated a mysterious monster farming game system. From then on, he transformed into an awakened, possessing a unique divine curse, completely different from ordinary mages. His skills had no casting delay, striking with lightning speed. His agile and versatile movements resembled a professional assassin, dominating the battlefield. Not only that, but the damage he inflicted was incredibly terrifying, boasting 7,749 layers of armor, tougher than a true tanker. Moreover, he was a master support, constantly buffing his allies and relentlessly tormenting his opponents. Nothing could challenge him, an all-rounder in every field. He was the divine curse user, Park Du-hyen, a living legend amidst everyday life. It all began at a bustling bus stop in Seoul. Park Du-hyen was leisurely waiting for the bus, talking on his phone and watching the passing crowd. Suddenly, a terrifying tremor struck right where Du-hyen was standing. Panic erupted, with people screaming in terror. In midair, a strange gate suddenly appeared, radiating a blinding light. A horde of grotesque monsters poured out from the dimensional gate, each one with a ferocious expression, chasing after panicked citizens. People around him scattered in terror, running and screaming warnings to each other. Outbreak! Outbreak! Run! Hide! The cries echoed everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Yu Hyuk stood frozen, his face blank with shock. Only when he heard the word outbreak did his face turn pale with horror. Outbreak, a phenomenon where dimensional gates suddenly appear, connecting the real world with another dimension, opening a path for ferocious monsters to invade the human world. Those present at the scene ran for their lives, trying to escape the pursuit of the terrifying monsters. Run! Hide! Desperate cries for help rang out endlessly. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a child who had fallen across the street, in too much pain to get up. The child's screams pierced through the chaos. Without hesitation, Yu Hyuk rushed to help. "It's okay, little one, don't cry. Take my hand." Just as he lifted the child, monsters with ferocious faces were right in front of him. Yu Hyuk squeezed his eyes shut in terror. It's too late, he thought. This is it. I'm done for. The chaotic sounds of fighting filled the air. Yu Hyuk squeezed his eyes shut, questioning himself. What's happening? There was no pain. A gentle voice called out, "Are you two all right? It's all over now." The voice belonged to someone who dealt with the monsters pouring out of the gate. "That dimensional gate," she clarified. "We call them the Chosen, or the Awakened." The girl smiled reassuringly at the two of them. "We're here now. You can relax." The scene transitioned to after everything had been resolved. Yu Hyuk was being fiercely scolded by his superior. "Yu Hyuk, I told you this was an important mission, didn't I? And yet you missed the meeting. Where were you? If an outbreak occurs, you're supposed to immediately seek shelter and head to the rendezvous point." Yu Hyuk could only meekly stammer, Yes, sir, right." Witnessing their colleague's reprimand, the onlookers began to whisper amongst themselves. They gossiped about Du-hyu, the young man. What happened? Apparently, there was a sudden disease outbreak on the way to the meeting point. The director threw the documents right in Du-hyu's face. His voice boomed. "This is your last chance. If this time you fail again, be prepared to be fired. Sign the contract and report the results tonight." After work, Du-hyu sat with his friend, venting his frustrations. The young man complained. "That old man is so unreasonable. How can he blame me? How could I have known about and avoided that outbreak?" His friend smiled and replied, "That's why they say, no matter how well you do, one mistake can turn everything upside down." Du-hyu frowned and sighed deeply. "I wish I could also become an Awakened. Earn a little extra cash." His friend bursts out laughing. "There you go again. Forget it." Yu Hyuk says, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "That would be amazing, especially since I really like the Awakened players in that popular game. DGF, I'm pretty confident about that." His friend says softly, "Come on, stop with the wishful thinking. Do you really think you can do that?" Yu Hyuk mumbles, I think that was after my boss yelled at me. I spoke out of turn." His friend urgently reminds him, "That's not a bus. How are you planning to get on?" Hearing this, Yu Hyuk frantically runs to catch up. "Gotta go. See you tomorrow." His friend smiles. "All right, you have to succeed this time." At 6 p.m., Yu Hyuk stand in the parking lot, exhausted. He looked up at the vast sky and questioned himself. Just how long have I been toiling and wandering to secure this contract? That director certainly won't let me off the hook twice. I have to sign this contract, no matter the cost. At that crucial moment, the ground violently shook. Du Hui Oot cried out in panic. An earthquake. Another earthquake. This can't be happening. Twice in one day. Isn't that too cruel? The outbreak. Gates swung wide open once more. A voice called out from the distance. Hey, mister. Get over here, quickly. Du Hui Oot jolted awake and reacted instantly. He ran for his life from the ferocious monsters. But the goblins moved with terrifying speed, quickly closing in on him. One goblin in the horde snatched Du Hui Oot's important briefcase containing the contract. Du Hui Oot saw this and immediately lunged for the briefcase. He punched the goblin hard in the face. Those documents, they're as important as my life. As soon as one goblin fell, another lunged forward to attack. Du Hui Oot couldn't dodge in time and cried out in terror. Luckily, the man from before rushed in to save him. What are you doing? Hurry up, the man urged. The man pulled Du Hui Oot out of the goblin horde and quickly slammed the door shut, trapping the monsters. Then he used an electrical device to attack them. He reassured Du Hui Oot. This should hold them off for a while. The awakened will be here soon. Just as he said. Minutes later, a convoy of vehicles rushed to the scene. They were the awakened. Seeing the scene before them, one exclaimed, Wow, that's a lot of goblins. A lot of them, but just common goblins. We're sure to make a decent haul here. Kim Chun-young, the leader of the awakened, spoke up. You goblins, you foul demons, face us now. The brave team charged in a battle. In the blink of an eye, all the goblins were completely annihilated. Du Hui Oot watched from afar, his heart filled with admiration. Truly, the awakened ones are extraordinary, incredible. He stood up, looked around, and thought to himself, Where's my briefcase? Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, old man. We're still cleaning up the battlefield. Don't come out yet. Du Hui Oot scratched his head apologetically. I'm sorry. I have something urgent to do. Kim Chun-young asked him. Are you looking for this, Mr. Du? Hui Oot saw his briefcase in his hand and quickly replied, Yes, that's my briefcase. Thank you so much. Kim Chun-young smiled generously. Don't mention it, my friend. It's nothing. It's the responsibility of the awakened. Like us. To protect the weak. It's only natural. Because if one isn't the chosen one destined to enforce righteousness, then the power bestowed by God cannot be effectively utilized. Listening to his boastful rambling, those around him simply chuckled. Our leaders started his narcissistic monologue again. Teacher, how long will he go on for this time? Suddenly, the man beside him was pulled backwards by a mysterious force. A blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Du Hui Oot and Kim Chun-young were in the middle of a conversation. When they heard the scream and instinctively turned to look, before them stood a ferocious monster, massive and imposing. It let out a terrifying roar. Kim Chun-young urgently shouted, Quickly, get away from it. Du Hui Oot responded, trembling. I want to, but the moment I heard that scream, my whole body froze. I can't move. Kim Chun-young yelled in a panic. If you can move, run. Save yourself. Anyone who can move, help the others. The other awakened, were baffled and couldn't understand his actions. The leader, Kim Chun-young, finished speaking and immediately charged towards the monster. I'll buy you all time to escape. But things didn't go as planned. In the blink of an eye, the monster sent him flying. Witnessing this, the others panicked and fled. The leader is down. This monster is too strong. We can't beat it. Retreat. Only Du Hui Oot was left, frozen in place, his limbs trembling and unable to move. Du Hui Oot watched in terror as the monster slowly approached. He still had so many unfulfilled ambitions. Was he going to die? Such a senseless death. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Just as the monster raised its sharp claws, a cold, mechanical voice echoed. You have been awakened. The monster trembled. Du Hui was just spotted, but in a blink, he vanished without a trace. He was just sitting motionless here a moment ago. Now he suddenly appeared right behind me. Du Hui is completely bewildered, having no idea what's happening or how he got here. Just then, the mysterious mechanical voice speaks again. Awaken one. Du Hui, you can now utilize the abilities and rules of DGF to quickly adapt and integrate with the system. We will transmit all useful experience, providing maximum support to the awakened one. Du Hui's mind is reeling, completely lost and confused. When the world is going on, what does it mean to be awakened? But there's no time to think. The ferocious goblin continues its relentless attack. Outside, a loud voice urges him, hurry up and run. At the same time, the system's voice issues a warning, danger approaching, and temporarily alter their body's control. Just as the goblin swung its club, Du-Hu instantly retaliated with a magic missile. Those who witnessed this scene were astonished. What's going on? That person isn't ordinary, is he? He just dodged that attack. He must have awakened his abilities, right? What level of awakening could unleash such terrifying power? How would I know? Inside the barrier, Du-Hu quickly darted behind the goblin, unleashing a Burning Hands attack. The goblin dodged the attack and charged straight towards him. Du-Hu used a shield to block the blow and spotted a sword behind him. He quickly ran to pick up the sword. Du-Hu channeled energy into the sword, transforming it into an ultimate weapon. Then, with lightning speed, he slashed the goblin into dust. Everyone stared at him in stunned silence and asked, "Who is that? Could there be another awakened? Impossible. This is unbelievable." The system's voice resonated once more, signaling the end of the tutorial. From this moment on, Yu-Hi-Yu-K is officially an awakened. Rewinding time 25 years, back to the year 2000, gigantic spires abruptly materialized in capital cities across the globe. No one knew where they came from, only that these spires were composed of materials unknown on Earth, materials never before seen on this planet. And rumors began to spread that within these towers existed a transcendent life form known as Du. Currently, however, these towers are under strict government control worldwide. Amidst the countless rumors and whispers surrounding these mysterious towers, a pandemic erupted on a global scale. To combat this catastrophe, many awakened with special abilities were chosen to fight. 25 years later, in the year 2025, the world entered the golden age of the awakened. This was recognized as the most prosperous era for those possessing extraordinary abilities. At 6:12 p.m. on March 27th, you have officially awakened. Yu-Hi-Yu-K, have been granted a new life, a miraculous rebirth. Yu-Hi-Yu-K awoke from a deep sleep that felt like an eternity. His eyes landed on a tattered and torn suit, hanging haphazardly on a corner of the wall. Memories flooded back. Seeing this, he was certain that yesterday's events were not a dream. Yesterday, after defeating a ferocious monster, the system's voice announced the elimination of the threat, rebooting his body's control and skills. Yu-Hi-Yu-K jolted awake, looking around in bewilderment, completely lost as to what was happening. What's going on? Yu-Hi-Yu-K stared at the unfamiliar iron sword in his hand, furrowing his brow in confusion. Why am I holding this? I almost died at the hands of that brutal goblin warrior. The image of the ferocious goblin flashed in his mind, making him fearfully scan his surroundings. Is it still alive? Impossible. There's no way I could have come back. Suddenly, Yu-Hi-Yu-K noticed a stone club lying nearby. The cause of the goblin warrior's death remained a mystery. Beside its body, a low-grade space stone lay on the ground. Yu-Hi-Yu-K seemed unable to believe what he was seeing. He looked at the sword in his hand, his face dazed as he wondered, could it be? Did I really awaken my ability and defeat it? Just then, a voice rang out, "Excuse me, sir." Other awakened ones rushed over to talk to him. "We witnessed the incredible magic you used to destroy that goblin." Faced with the crowd's adoration, Yu-Hi-Yu-K looked confused, unsure of what was happening. What do you mean?" The awakened ones continued, their voices full of admiration. "You displayed extraordinary skill, surpassing any other mage. Yet you're so humble. Please, just tell me directly." Yu-Hi-Yu-K furrowed his brow, asking in confusion, "This isn't the time for this. We need to deal with the scene first. There are people who have died here," they replied with a gentle smile. Actually, when summoned to the scene of an outbreak, incidents like this happen quite often. Moreover, our leader has perished. If you had witnessed it, would you consider joining us? If it were you, we believe you would guide those of us who are weak and ignorant in the right direction. Du-Hui-Uk frowned, thinking to himself, death is a common occurrence. Just now, these people didn't seem to care about their leader's death, only concerned with escaping. Now, they speak of death so casually. Something isn't right. Du-Hui-Uk waved his hand, backing away from the group. "Give me some time to think." They smiled again and said, "Please come with us. We really need you." Just then, a clear female voice rang out. "Stop. Reflexively, all eyes turned towards the source of the sound. Li Yun-su, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, slowly approached. She announced, "From now on, please follow the instructions of the KBI." The awakened ones gasped in astonishment. So fast? They're already here. It's impossible to handle the situation this quickly. 25 years ago, to deal with the emergence of the awakened system across the globe, shadowy guilds were established for profit, and a special organization was formed to protect national security, protect the people, and maintain order within the awakened community. That organization is the KBI, the Awakened Bureau. Li Yun-su lowered her voice and continued. This outbreak involves the appearance of a high-level monster, so we arrived earlier than expected. The 2 awakened individuals here, please step forward and identify yourselves. The 2 were stunned, then suddenly realized that Du Huiyuke had already slipped away. Sir, what should we do now? A bodyguard anxiously asked Li Yun-su. Should we pursue him? What should we do, sir? Li Yun-su smirked and replied with a question of his own. What do you mean? What should we do? Restrain them. Immediately. The 2 awakened individuals were quickly subdued by Li Yun-su's guards. Watching Yu Huiyuti escape, one guard turned back and asked, should we apprehend the other one, sir? Li Yun-su picked up Yu Huiyuti's briefcase and casually replied, no need, it's not necessary. Perhaps we will meet her again. Back in the present. Yu Huiyuti's alarm clock rang at 7 a.m. Suddenly remembering yesterday's events, she held her head in her hands, worriedly wondering, what am I going to do now? If I say the contract was canceled because of a sudden disease outbreak, will the director believe me? It's no use crying over spilled milk. Yu Huiyuti slapped herself on both cheeks, trying to stay alert. She recalled yesterday's bulletin board and pondered deeply. It clearly stated that the abilities came from a game. He immediately commanded, status window, without another word. Instantly, a holographic window appeared before him, displaying all of his personal information. Yu Huiyuke quickly glanced over it and exclaimed, excellent. Let's check the details. All stats, 5 charm points, 3 physical defense points, and magic defense. I feel like I've seen these somewhere before, he thought to himself. He looked at the occupation box. It read, sorcerer, machinist, alchemist. Then he suddenly realized something. This job structure, this is the exact game I used to play. This is my first character from DEF. These 3 jobs, they're exactly the same as in DEF. Yu Huiyuke was overjoyed, thinking, am I a dual awakener? Even having 2 jobs is incredibly rare. I heard that all the guilds are fighting over signing contracts with massive down payments for dual awakeners. He shouted in delight, amazing, this is incredible. Immediately, his neighbor's voice rang out. Could you please keep it down? Du Huiyut hastily apologized. He walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, grabbed a glass of water, and fell into deep thought. I hear many awakened ones die in the early stages. Since I've awakened, I need to elevate my power to new heights. How can I increase my income without exhausting myself? Is there a way to make money without fighting? Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right. Apparently, in a special incantation for mechanics, there's a max-level replication skill. I should try it out. Du Huiyut looked at the glass of water in his hand. First, let's test it with this glass. By the power of the sacred and noble, I command thee, replicate this item. The moment he finished speaking, a cube-shaped cage suddenly appeared, quickly replicating the glass. Du Huiyut, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be astonished. It actually worked. The system immediately announced that the cloning process was complete. Yu Huiyut, holding 2 glasses of water, said cheerfully, the replica is a perfect copy of the original, in both appearance and weight. The target's judgment level will affect the restoration ability. The failure rate is 7% and will increase sharply with mass. The higher the level, the lower the failure rate. Yu Huiyut smiled and said, this skill is even more amazing than in the game. The restoration experiment was successful, so next we'll try it with a treasure, or rather, try to find a relic. Relics are ancient artifacts or old objects imbued with spatial energy after the large-scale outbreak in 2000. They absorb cosmic energy and are classified into various ranks based on their power index, from rank R and above. Onward, their value is immense, with a minimum price of 10 billion. If an antique suddenly becomes a relic and is granted special abilities or options, the owner's life will completely change. they will instantly become a true tycoon. The problem is, out of all the countless objects on Earth, it's not uncommon for old items to transform into ancient relics. However, no awakened could say for sure how to appraise them. Do YUK, riding in a taxi, pondered this with a cryptic smile. After all, recently, he'd been repeatedly using the Identify Item spell to test his appraisal abilities. The driver turned around and announced, "We've arrived, sir." Du YUK stepped out of the car. He was standing in front of the nearest antique shop. Might as well try my luck looking for relics, he thought. A moment later, Du YUK trembled, holding a ring in his hand, astonished. What is this insane treasure? He immediately used his appraisal skill to examine the ring. The ring's name was Ossing's ring. 100% accuracy, rarity, rare. Option 1, increase magic power by 100 points. Option 2, increase intelligence by 10%. A third option, regardless of which spell is used, it will instantly restore 1 magic point. After reading the information, Du YUK was beyond ecstatic. This is an incredibly valuable treasure. Besides this special ring, I was also lucky enough to find many other antiques. It's time to head back now, isn't it? Please take these precious items and have them appraised. The shop owner said to Du YUC with a friendly smile. You've been diligently searching for antiques since early this morning, haven't you? Du YUC smiled in response to the compliment. It's been a while since I've had a day off, so I wanted to come here to indulge my passion for antique collecting. The owner nodded, as if understanding the young man's sentiment. After completing the transaction, Du YUC leisurely strolled out of the shop. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than his demanding boss. Seeing the caller's name, Du YUC groaned inwardly. Oh no, not him. Well, no use worrying about it now. He pressed the answer button, and his boss's booming voice filled the air. What time do you call this? Why aren't you at work yet? Du YUC calmly replied. Time sure flies, doesn't it? Moreover, I'm sure you know I would never step foot in this company without considering the safety of all the employees. The old director roared furiously. What the hell are you talking about? Are you tired of living? Don't you want to get paid anymore? You think there's a better place in this world that treats its employees better than our company? Du YUK finally couldn't take it anymore. He angrily retorted. Treats us better? Treats us better, my foot. We're piled with mountains of work every single day. We're forced to work like oxen, even on weekends. No rest. Even a dog running by would laugh at us. That's it. You've had your warning. I won't be coming to work anymore. He immediately hung up, striding leisurely through the bustling crowd. Company business done. Now it was time to go home and deal with his things. Coincidentally, right where he was standing, a heated argument was taking place. What the hell are you babbling about? Come again? I told you, with that little bit of courage you have, don't try to act tough and rush others. Making a mountain out of a molehill. It was just a minor bump. Why are you making such a fuss? If you bump into someone, you should apologize. Apologize for what? It was just a graze. The surrounding people started to notice the commotion. What are they gossiping about? What's going on? It looks like those awakened across the street are fighting. Maybe we should get out of here. It's best to get away from here immediately. Yeah, let's do that, just to be safe. Just as the two were about to use their powers and start fighting. Looks like words alone aren't enough of a deterrent. Talking like you're so tough sounds like empty boasting. Suddenly, Li Yuncio appeared between the two. She used both hands to knock them both away. Then, with a stern expression, she said, "For the awakened to fight amongst themselves is a violation of the rules. Please carefully read the awakened user manual that was distributed. I'll let you off the hook this time, but if you do this again, you'll go to jail." Passers-by who witnessed the scene were full of praise. Wow, she's so cool. That girl is gorgeous. Who is that? I think that's Lee Eun-seol, a senior agent from the Korean Bureau of Intelligence, KBI. She's even more beautiful in person than in photos. Lee Eun-seol glanced across the street and quickly spotted Yu Hyuk in the crowd. She called out loudly, "Hey you." The man with the heavy black bag. Yu Hyuk was startled by the call and thought to himself, "Is she calling me? No way." Lee Eun-seol called again. Yu Hyuk. Yu Hyuk smiled, realizing it was indeed him. The men around him all looked at him with envious eyes. Lee Eun-seol reminded him to hurry up and find the missing item. Yu Hyuk followed her, a little flustered. Lee Eun-seol led him to her workspace. She brought out 2 cups of coffee and said, "We only have instant coffee and tea here. No fresh brewed coffee." "Oh, I'm sorry," Yu Hyuk responded sheepishly. No, it's fine. No need to apologize. It seems you dropped something, didn't you?" Lee Eun-seol held up a forgotten bag. "Is this yours?" This is the bag you left behind at the outbreak scene yesterday. Yu Hyuk quickly thanked her. Lee Yun-so smiled and replied, I apologize for having to look through your belongings to find the owner. Yu Hyuk brushed it off. It's all right. I didn't have a choice. After the pleasantries, she got down to business. So, enough with the small talk. Let's get to the main topic. Yesterday, I heard from those at the scene that the monster that appeared there was too powerful for the other two to handle. Therefore, I'm certain that Yu Hyuk are the one who caught. The witnesses have also confirmed this. Yu Hyuk then asked, so, why are you looking for me? Lee Yun-so smiled gently and continued, our purpose isn't to recruit you. However, if you possess the powerful abilities of an awakened, then registering as an awakened is mandatory. Now, I will guide you through the testing procedure. Hearing this, Yu Hyuk nodded in agreement. All right. After completing the test, the staff member kindly reminded him, okay, the testing process is complete. Please gather your personal belongings and return to the information desk from earlier. Yu Hyuk politely replied, thank you for your hard work. Seeing he had finished the test, Lee Yun-so spoke up, please have a seat here. In her hand was Yu Hyuk's test result sheet. Slightly anxious, Yu Hyuk asked, are the results out already? Lee Yun-so stared intently at the paper and softly replied, please wait a moment. I'll explain it clearly to you. Yu Hyuk thought to himself, why am I so nervous? Seeing Lee Yun-so's slight frown, he couldn't help but worry. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Can't you meet the requirements? Lee Yun-so furrowed her brow in thought. Don't worry, there's nothing to be anxious about. Father, look at this. Do you see the words, subject approved? I've been accepted, my dear father. I hope that the life of the awakened one will always be peaceful and free from misfortune. Take care. Do-hyu furrowed his brows in confusion upon hearing this. The last words kept bothering him. Lai Vanta showed him the back exit. After he left, the examiner from earlier approached Lai Vanta. Lai Vanta nodded slightly and replied, yes, go ahead. He frowned and asked, why did you treat someone with such low potential so kindly? Lai Vanta smiled, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Curiosity, she answered. It's simply my curiosity. Do-hyu left Q headquarters just as he stepped out the door. Outside, several organizations are currently recruiting awakened individuals. Our Black Panther Society is ready to support and assist new members of our society. Please follow this way. Our True Saint Society is recruiting awakened individuals with exceptional potential for growth. Please take a moment to listen to our consultation. Do-hyu thought to himself, causing such a commotion just to recruit awakened individuals? They're making a fuss over a little bit of power. Good thing I'm not interested. From the very beginning, instead of outright rejecting the invitations from these groups, he chose to ignore them. It was the better option, because his goal was simple, to make money. Returning home, Do-hyu focused all his attention on replicating the bearing bronze ring. Divine and noble energy. Replicate this item. The max-level cloning system suddenly announced, cloning failed. The current cloning target is incompatible with the level. The current success rate is 0%. Yu Hyuk frowned and muttered, with my current level, I'm still not capable of cloning the artifact. So then, these 3 remaining treasures, the items that I've collected, are Mrs. Kim's 67-year-old teapot. Okay, Bun. Discrimination rate, 100%. Level, no am. Choice 1. When drinking tea with this teapot, you will gain 0.01 magic power per 100 milliliters. Choice 2. Has a self-sterilizing function. Bacteria absolutely cannot multiply. Next is the fountain pen of the writer, Du Tan. Discrimination rate, 100%. Level, no am. Choice 1. Increase magic power by 20 points. Choice 2. Increase intelligence by 20 points. Choice 3. Decrease strength by 3 points. Finally, the championship belt of General Baekdu, Choi Jiang-sung. Magic discrimination rate is an absolute 100% with magic level. First choice, increase stamina by 50 points. Second choice, improve by 50% the effectiveness of potions related to physical energy recovery. Yu Hyuk put the ring on his finger and said, first, I'll wear this Aussie ring, an item I can't currently duplicate, and because I've already registered as an awakened, after I check the prices on Donut to get a sense of the market, I'll duplicate the other item and list it on the Donut Auction House. For the past 25 years, up until now, across the globe, many individuals with special abilities, known as the Awakened, have emerged, and Donut is a trading space, a community specifically for the awakened, where they can exchange a vast array of information, including current events, motivational messages, and can conduct transactions of artifacts through Donald's auction house. In a house somewhere in the Nagoya area, Japan, a young woman, also an awakened, stumbled upon the post-advertising dues pen. Hi UK. It's rare for an ordinary item to become an artifact, and the benefits it offers to intelligence are immense. Raising one's intelligence stat is incredibly difficult. I must have this item. So persistent, it seems many are determined to win it at this price. But no matter what, this item will be mine. The Japanese awakened finally succeeded in acquiring the fountain pen. At the same time, at the White Lotus Guild's headquarters in Gangseo District, Seoul, in the top floor office, Master, Vice Guild Master of the White Lotus Guild, Min Sung-un, was relaxing in a bath while chatting. Honey, do you know I was looking at the recent transaction list on Donald? Outside the White Lotus Guild Master's bathroom, the head of Korea's leading guild, Kang In-han, asked, do you know something? Min Sung-un didn't hesitate and immediately recounted. Although one item was auctioned off for 7 billion won, there's someone that awakened who simultaneously listed 2 artifacts, one rare and one common, on the exchange. Kang In-han frowned. Isn't that person a corporation? Min Sung-un replied. No, it's a completely new ID. There's no prior transaction history. Each awakened license only generates a single, unique ID, and this definitely isn't a second registration. Kang In-han asked directly, what are you trying to say? Min Sung-un furrowed her brow. I feel like something's fishy, even after scouring all 30 Danjian dungeons. We haven't even seen a trace of this type of artifact. Kang In-han wondered, could this person possess a special hidden ability, allowing them to acquire more artifacts than normal? Min Sung-un nodded in response. High-value artifacts usually appear from dungeons, will be taken to the black market in Gangnam and offered online. There are also many royal-grade artifacts being sold, but trading rare and common artifacts isn't something just any punk can do. Kang In-han nodded in agreement. Right? Treasures of that caliber aren't something just any AI can possess. I understand. Then I'll contact the planning, strategy, and investigation team now. That individual is an AI. It's an AI. Min Sung-un rose from the bath, quickly wrapping a robe around herself, and thanked him. The scene shifts to a bright morning in the park. Yu Hyuk is diligently performing push-ups as instructed by the system. Challenge mission, 50 push-ups. As he finishes the difficult 50 push-ups, the system immediately announces, challenge mission, 50 push-ups completed. Experience points awarded toward level up objective. Awakened Yu Hyuk's current level is 11. Finally, I've reached wizard level 2. Yu Hyuk exclaimed excitedly, wiping the sweat from his brow. I can't believe I actually did it, he thought to himself. This experimental playstyle really suits me. All my stats are allocated exactly as planned. My ideal wizard build is finally starting to take shape. Next step is to master focus and teleport. Yu Hyuk thought happily about his upcoming goals. The reason I'm determined to learn these 2 skills is to be able to dodge attacks from all sorts of ferocious monsters. No monster's gonna just stand still and let a wizard cast spells, right? But to master a skill, there's no other way than diligent, repetitive practice. Yu Hyuk jogged around the park, muttering incantations under his breath. The unwavering strength. Empower. Focus failed. Empower has been canceled. Yu Hyuk gritted his teeth, disappointment flooding him. It's impossible to succeed on the first try, but I won't give up. I will persevere until I succeed. Excellent. Let's try it one more time. Your persistence is truly extraordinary, Eo-hyo. Just like last time, focus on casting the failure spell. Eo-hyo's spell has been broken. Du-hui furrowed his brow in confusion. It's been over 20 times now. Where could the problem be? A group of children were playing soccer in the park. They looked astonished at the sight. Whoa, he's still running. How can he not be tired? A boy in the group called out. Hey, what are you looking at? Keep your eye on the ball. Hurry up and get it before it's lost. Seeing the ball roll away, the boy chased after it. Sorry, I gotta go. The ball rolled across the street. The boy ran straight across without looking. Luckily, it didn't roll too far. His friend yelled in panic, watch out, look at the road. Just then, Yu Hyuk happened to be passing by. Seeing the little boy dash into the street, he rushed forward, thinking, that's dangerous. The moment the boy was about to reach the ball, a huge truck was speeding towards him. Like a flash of lightning, Yu Hayuke darted forward, shielding the boy while muttering an incantation. A strong, unwavering force emanated from him. Immediately after, a deafening explosion roared. A bus continued to rush forward at terrifying speed, heading straight for the boy who was stumbling to pick up the ball. Without hesitation, he charged forward and used his extraordinary strength to stop the bus. After preventing the accident, he turned and kindly asked the boy, "Hey, little guy, are you all right?" The boy froze, his eyes wide with wonder as he looked at him. Mister, are you a superhero?" Yu Hayuke remained silent, not answering. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his head. Skill, teleportation incantation activated. Skill level 1. In just 10 short seconds, regardless of how you're moving, without needing to stop in any particular pose, using only 1 unit of magic power, you can activate the skill Focus Chant. Skill level 1. If your strength doesn't decrease by more than 5 points while maintaining Focus Chant, you can cast spells normally. However, if your stamina drops by more than 5 points, the spell will be immediately broken. The consumed magic power will not be restored. The boy said I was okay, but how about you? Du Hayuke was engrossed in the words appearing on the screen, only turning to answer after a moment. "I'm all right. It's a good thing nothing happened." The boy giggled. People moving around on the street cried out in alarm. "Look, an accident. What was that sound? What happened? Hurry, call an ambulance. Call 119, 119. Just as he was about to get up, the little boy suddenly grabbed his coat. "Wait, could you tell me your name?" Thinking, should I really reveal my identity now? Will it cause rumors? What should I do? All right, my name is Du Hugh. As you can see, I'm acting like a superhero, but you absolutely cannot tell anyone about this, okay? It's our secret. The boy's eyes lit up with excitement. I promise I won't tell anyone. Du Hugh flew away. Next time, be careful of cars. The surrounding people were astonished. What? Where did he go? I don't think so. There's no reason for him to run away. Someone turned to the boy and asked, "Hey kid, do you know who he is?" The boy calmly replied, "I don't know. I didn't hear his name." Scene changes. Du Hyun was currently negotiating with a man in a sharp suit, dark sunglasses concealing his eyes. "The sample product has been successfully received," the man reported. "Excluding additional costs, the fountain pen is priced at 1.8 billion won, and the belt is 450 million won. She has transferred 1.53 billion won. Please inform us after you confirm receipt of the funds." Du Hyun glanced at his phone and replied, "Correct. Yes, please wait a moment." He pressed the send button and exclaimed, "I've never had an account balance exceeding 10 million won, and now I have 1.5 billion. His face beamed with joy. Turning back to the suited man, Du Hyun confirmed, "I've received the money. Thank you for the transaction of these 2 artifacts," the other man said. "We will ensure their safe transport." Then, if you'll excuse me, Du Hyun said goodbye. Walking away, he muttered to himself, "Today was hectic. I think I'll grab some fried chicken on the way home as a reward." The next day, Yu Hayuke was waiting for the bus at the bus stop. "What number is the bus that goes to the Awakened District again?" "Number 30. It should be here in about 15 minutes. Hopefully it comes soon." Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Could this be an outbreak? Where did that gate open? Everyone around him pointed toward the sky and yelled, "Above! Up there!" It opened in the sky. Yu Hayuke looked up to witness a massive gate tearing open directly overhead. Immediately after, tens of thousands of arrows rained down from the gate, aimed directly at him. Destructive power leveled the ground with the torrent of arrows. This is definitely no ordinary monster. He dodged expertly and glanced to the side. A figure with an aged face and goggles appeared. Contrasting with the old face were strangely short arms and legs. Suddenly, Min Seoeun, wielding a longsword, appeared. "Wait!" She's charging straight towards that terrifying monster. The monster roared terrifyingly, ordering its minions behind it. "Fire arrows at Min Seoeun. Don't let her survive." As the volley of arrows was about to claim Min Seoeun's life, an unexpected energy shield appeared, shielding her from harm. The shield came from Yuhiwu. Min Seoeun gasped in astonishment. "What is this?" Yuhiwu pointed at her, his voice filled with worry. "You almost died." Min Seoeun turned to look at Yuhiwu, her eyes filled with questions. "Who created this shield for me?" Yuhiwu yelled, making Min Seoeun jump and turn back to the front. "Don't be distracted. Watch out." One of Number's disciples lunged at Min Seoyeon. She tried to fight back, but struggled greatly. Yu Hiwoo immediately intervened, using his masterful magic. Each attack was precise and deadly. The monster was struck by a fatal blow from Yu Hiwoo and collapsed, instantly killed. Yu Hiwoo turned to Min Seoyeon, his voice serious. "It's too dangerous. You should stay back." Min Seoyeon shook her head resolutely. "No, I'm gonna awaken too. I have to fight." Do Hyuk suddenly spoke with a hint of mystery. "If you had witnessed this yourself, perhaps your perspective would have completely changed." The girl looked up in terror at a colossal monster, its entire body clad in jet black armor, charging aggressively towards her. She was consumed by absolute fear. What is that thing?" Seeing her panic, Do Hyuk quickly explained, "That's a special skill called Beast Dominion. Only top-tier masters can use it. Once hit by this technique, the body becomes completely paralyzed, just like you are now." Min Seoyeon asked, confused, "But why aren't you affected?" Do Hyuk lifted her into his arms and replied, "I've experienced it before." Min Seoyeon was still curious. "How?" He carried her, moving with incredible speed to a safe location. His face remained calm and unchanged. Setting her down, he continued, "Although I used a shield to block the attack, you must still be shaken from that blow. Rest here for a moment." Min Seoyeon shyly replied to his thanks. "Yes, thank you." Yu Ji-hyuk, noticing the sword in Seoyeon's hand, spoke up. "Let me borrow your sword for a moment." Min Seoyeon agreed immediately, but didn't forget to remind him, "Please be careful when using this sword and arrow. Their functionality doesn't seem very good." He looked at the text displayed on the screen. "Normal grade motif sword, option 1, plus 10 strength." After reading, he casually replied, "This is passable." He then charged straight towards the monsters rampaging outside. 10 number hammer soldiers, 1 number crossbow soldier, and 1 number general. With equipment like this, the magic missile can't take them all out in one shot. Let's deal with the underlings first. His eyes focused on the suspicious shield below. Absolute magic precision adjustment, magic missile. His magic missile launched downwards. Numerous number soldiers were eliminated instantly. He landed safely and gave a confident smile. The magic missile's power has been significantly increased in this new version. He decides to eliminate the remaining number in front of him. "You foolish creatures, face the radiant aura of the new version." As soon as he finished speaking, what Do Huiwook called the new version appeared. A gigantic monster majestically advanced towards the number. The number panicked and shot arrows at the monster, but they were quickly countered. Do Huiwook slowly walked forward. The new version displayed an illusion created from the influence of intellectual data. Its effect was terrifying, surpassing even other magic. Luckily, I brought the replication pen artifact. The new version's effect doesn't last long, so I need to take down the boss first. Do Huiwook charged forward, unleashing the extreme precision magic control, magic missile. However, the number boss's shield blocked the attack. He said, "This shield can resist all magic, but there has to be another way. Principle of creation, grant me extraordinary power to break this balance." The ultimate secret technique. He channeled magic into his sword, lunging forward to strike boss number's shield. "You've grown too confident in your shield's power." Boss number's face was a mask of shock as he stammered, "Impossible. It's heavily fortified from within." Yu Hyuk quickly stepped back. A commander seized the opportunity, swinging his axe down, but he swiftly dodged the attack. Yu Hyuk chanted, controlling his magic with absolute precision. Magic missile. The blow shattered a large chunk of the commander's armor, revealing the true form of number within. Yu Hyuk thought to himself, so his true body lies within that heavy armor. That's the true form of Commander Number, the master of machines. The shield is destroyed. My spell is finally taking effect, but it won't last much longer. This has to end. It has to end now. Yu Hyuk launched his attack, aiming directly for the center of the formation where the leader stood. A magic sphere erupted in a fiery blaze. The leader braced himself, using his shield to block the full force of the attack. Yu Hyuk seized the opportunity, darting behind him. He targeted the vulnerable spot on the leader's back. With incredible speed, he unleashed a lightning-fast attack from behind, leaving his opponent no time to react or defend. Yu Hyuk smirked, a confident thought crossing his mind. "If you thought I was just another ordinary awakened in this world of magic, you were dead wrong. Let's finish this here and now." He soared into the air, aiming directly for the energy core within the leader's body. He struck at his magic regulation point. A magic sphere, launched with pinpoint accuracy, found its mark. After taking down the leader, Yu Hyuke turned his attention to the remaining soldiers. Is this all that's left? In the blink of an eye, he wiped out the remaining number monsters. Not a single one survived. Yu Ji-hyuk walked over to an empty row of seats and sat down, a pensive expression on his face. Luckily this time, only the chieftain had that magic-resistant shield, but it's hard to say what the next battles will bring. I need to find a second-level spell quickly. Just then, Lee Yun-seo's voice rang out. Hello, Yu Ji-hyuk. Hearing the familiar voice, Yu Ji-hyuk recognized Lee Yun-seo. It's you, Lee Yun-seo. He smiled back. Yes, it seems we run into each other quite often. But Yu Ji-hyuk handled this entire situation alone. Yu Ji-hyuk answered honestly, ah yes. Lee Yun-seo continued to ask, what about the other person, Kim Mina? Yu Ji-hyuk immediately replied. She was badly injured from the start, so I took her somewhere safe. Also, I'd like to know about the reward for this outbreak mission. When you all awakened, intervened in the outbreak, and resolved the issue, there will be a generous reward for the spoils obtained. Lee Yun-seo offered a graceful smile at his words. You don't need to worry about the reward. 19 number soldiers and 1 dangerous leader. If you eliminate them all, you can receive around 500 million won. Yu Hyuke, having heard the information he needed, immediately stood up to leave. Now that we've discussed the reward, I'll be going. Lee Yun-seo, seeing this, asked in surprise, wait, where are you going? Where are you going? Aren't you going to participate in the televised interview? Yu Hyuke chuckled in response. I don't like flashy things. So, please take care of this for me. Lee Yun-seo, not wanting to push him, nodded in agreement. All right then, we'll handle the rest ourselves. You've done enough, Yu Hyuke. Seeing that everything was settled, Yu Hyuke quickly left. You've worked hard too, Shinku. You had a tough time. Please give this sword to him for me. As soon as he was gone, reporters swarmed Lee Yun-seo. Excuse me, miss, wait a moment. The awakened who fought the number monsters here. Do you know where he went? We need information about him. Please, can you tell us? Please tell us something. How did that awakened fight them? Scene changes to the Pear Blossom Guild. Jiang Zihua, the vice chairman of the Pear Blossom Guild, entered the chairman's room. Chairman, Gigi spoke up as he entered. John Hoa, you should not before enter my office. John Hoa scratched his head sheepishly. I apologize, master. I'll go back out and enter again. Gigi waved her hand dismissively. It's all right, what is it? John Hoa's expression turned serious, reporting, there's been a monster outbreak near the Rookie District. However, initial reports indicate no casualties, only a few minor injuries, including 1 supervisor. Gigi sighed exasperatedly. John Hoa, get to the point. You're wasting time. John Hoa cut to the chase. The main issue is the rookie codenamed Def allegedly eliminated the E-rank fiends swiftly using swordsmanship and magic. However, during the encounter, this rookie seemed to only use incantations. Gigi wondered aloud. Aren't incantations a form of magic? Jiang Zihua nodded slightly in response. Yes. I mean, moving while forming hand seals and chanting incantations at the same time. Didi said in a low voice, I've heard that such a thing is only theoretical. That kind of method, is it part of the specialized skill set of the awakened? Jiang Zihua replied, I've never witnessed anyone use incantations that weren't standard skills used in such a systematic way. This is the first time I've seen it. That person also used incantations, like some kind of crowd control magic. Gigi looked surprised. Such a talented person, and yet they're an F-rank awakened before they join another guild. We need to act quickly. Gigi asked Jiang Zihua quietly, but Jiang, you heard such important news, so why did you come back here? Jiang Zhonghua had a bewildered expression, completely clueless about the implication in her words. Of course, I have to report back to Master. What? The girl exclaimed angrily. Then you should immediately rush to the scene to investigate. You should be thinking about recruiting that potential warrior from the start. Yes, Jiang Zhonghua was still dazed. From the start? What do you mean? Go. The girl said exasperatedly. That's an ability that both you and I have witnessed for the first time, isn't it? They call that a rare commodity. Do you know how rare it is? We have to bring that person to our guild at all costs. What else is there to say? Jiang Zhonghua suddenly came to his senses. I apologize. I'll leave right now. Go. The girl kicked him out and yelled, "I wasted too much time talking to you. Hurry up and go." At the same time, the vice president of the White Lotus Guild, Min Seon-ju, was also watching the news today. Breaking news. Another outbreak has occurred near the Tanbin district. Hero-do Hu-si, a recently awakened individual, single-handedly eliminated the number monsters, becoming the center of public attention and discussion. According to an interview with awakened Kim Mina, who was also present at the scene at that moment, Kang In-han, the guild leader of the White Lotus Guild, the #1 guild in Korea, called. Min Seon-ju was a little surprised. "Honey, what's up?" Kang In-han asked her in a slightly reproachful tone. "Leaving all the work to your darling and going out to relax. Must be pretty comfortable, huh? Must be quite enjoyable, isn't it?" Min Seon-ju immediately retorted. "You told me before to handle all the external affairs, didn't you? Well, compared to that, how much is the down payment?" Kang In-han shifted his attention to her question. "The down payment? Why don't you try offering 3 billion? Min Seon-ju quickly urged. "Try to recruit that awakened one. Someone as special as him. That's not enough. Offer a bit more." Kang In-han paused thoughtfully before speaking. 10 billion, but on the condition that he passes the guild's test. Min Seon-ju smiled confidently. "Is that absolutely necessary? Fine, let's do that for now. I'll personally handle this. I'll definitely bring him back." Kang In-han sternly warned. "Don't try any funny business with him. Treat him with respect." In front of Du Huiyuke's house, a curious crowd had gathered, passing around and reading the paper posted on the door. 100 billion won. Anything less will be refused. If you wish to negotiate, please come back later. After reading, they chattered amongst themselves. 100 billion won? Unbelievable. That's insane. I heard he has no intention of signing any contracts. Is he out his mind? At this very moment, Min Seon-ju arrived at Du Huiyuke's residence. Her appearance surprised everyone present. How powerful is she to get here so fast? That's the vice president of the White Lotus Guild, the top guild in South Korea. Even Min Seon-ju came here personally to recruit him. Vice President Kim Hoon of the Black Soul Guild spoke sarcastically. "Why are so many people swarming around this kid like flies? The rest of you should know better than to waste your time. It doesn't seem like he intends to join any guild anyway. Or did he already make a secret deal with the White Lotus Guild? Is there some kind of under-the-table agreement?" Min Seon-ju immediately noticed Kim Hoon's words. Without hesitation, she retorted, "Your guild can barely keep itself afloat, and yet you have the audacity to show up here?" As soon as she finished speaking, Min Seon-ju noticed the paper on the door. After reading its contents, she was completely shocked by the number 100 billion. Min Seon-ju turned to Kim Hyun and asked, "What do you think about this amount of money?" "Hyun Appa." Kim Hyun angrily shouted, "Don't call me that. It's disgusting. With a deal like this, is there any guild in the world that would dare invest in an F-rank awakened? 100 billion won. On Monday, Min Seon-ju frowned slightly and shook his head. "No, this isn't an ordinary order, but an incredibly rare mission. Have you ever witnessed an awakened using a spell?" Kim Hyun grumbled as he walked away without looking back. "Never. However, this is a huge sum of money. That guy will never be able to lay his hands on that money." Min Seon-ju just smiled faintly and said loudly, "Let's see. Mr. Du Hyuke is probably eager to find a place to prove himself. Mr. Du Hyuke will be returning today, but surely we will meet again in the near future with more attractive terms." Then she drove away. Du Hyuke stood inside the house, hearing every word they said. "Finally gone, huh? It's a strange feeling to have so many people trying to recruit me. Am I really that valuable? But right now, I have no reason to join a guild. It's all about the money. There have been too many cases of people sacrificing themselves for the guild's benefit, and my own freedom will be bound. What I need most right now is power and rapid advancement." Yu Hyuke looked down at the 2 miniature maps he had meticulously marked. Then he said pensively, "Based on the data collected just now, my abilities can be further enhanced. Why should I limit myself to the plan?" 5 days later, Yu Hyuke arrived at a secret base near the anomalous magnetic field zone, a place rumored to be a potential monster spawning ground. He looked at the fortified base and thought, "Finally, I'm here. The relics. These artifacts have been discovered across the globe over the past 5 days. During the past 5 days, UK has collected 10 bracelets made from N0M grade pebbles. A bracelet called Yearning Crane with maximum magic level university points. An N0M grade Johanna bracelet. A Eugenia bracelet. N0M grade. A pair of binoculars called Longevity of magic level. And finally, Kim Iangwang's belt of magic level. UK bent down to carefully examine the equipment he was wearing. The most advanced defensive armor is equipped on the vehicle. Rookie. This armored vehicle alone cost me 500 million won, my entire investment. My stats are now far superior to what they were 5 days ago. This level of preparation is more than enough. An outside inspector announces to him, "Your identity has been verified. You may enter now." Go Hyo-UK looks at the slowly opening door, his heart filled with hope. He gives a confident smile. Let's give it a shot. In Danzig and the magnetic field zone, along with several major cities in Korea, awakened individuals have been appearing for 25 years. During that time, numerous Danzigs have appeared throughout the country. However, the majority of Danzigs are under the control of guilds. The map displays red dots indicating the guilds and their locations. Because if you want to use those areas, you have to go through countless cumbersome procedures. So for an independent awakened like him, travel is very inconvenient. Unlike a typical dungeon, this magnetic field zone harbors countless terrifying and grotesque creatures with elongated noses, spindly limbs, and sharp spears clutched tightly in their grasp. After the monsters poured out of the dungeon through the dimensional gate, a completely new ecosystem formed, known as the Monster Lands. This area is enclosed by a massive wall, towering 10 meters high. Inside, monsters breed and thrive, their numbers ever increasing. Hunting them is an effective way to gather valuable experience points, along with space stones and other spoils of war. This is the ideal training ground for those who have awakened their abilities but lack resources. They often venture here alone, seeking to hone their skills. Within a monster-infested zone, towering walls, many times the height of a man, stand tall. Lush, green trees cast long shadows over the land. A pack of monsters stares at a juicy piece of meat on the ground. Their eyes gleam with hunger as they chuckle with excitement. 3 monsters eye the meat as if it's beckoning them to feast. They pounce on the meat and begin to devour it with satisfied grunts. From above, Huyik perched on a tree branch, observing everything. Diving into their meat, they begin to devour it with satisfaction, adjusting the harmonious magic, fine-tuning the intensity of the magic missiles. The 3 monsters, now full, their bellies round, are suddenly ambushed by Hyuk, lying sprawled on the ground. My stats have increased significantly, so there's no need to hunt monsters so laboriously anymore, huh? Looking at the monsters scattered on the ground, this is the first time I've witnessed a scene this pathetic, but I feel quite calm, don't I? Completely different from before awakening. I seem to be gradually adapting to all of this, including the experiences after awakening. Having a system receiver at times like these is truly wonderful. Hyuk is lost in thought when the box he wears on his hip suddenly vibrates. He opens it. Inside are pieces of meat he had prepared earlier. The monsters suddenly look at each other with sly glances. Suddenly, 2 ferocious white wolves with pristine fur and piercing eyes emerge from the shadows. The colossal monster and the 2 white wolves faced each other. They stared at the young man with a look of ravenous hunger, as if ready to tear apart their prey. A chilling, killing intent filled the air. Hui UK sensed the danger lurking behind him. Looks like I have to deal with them all at once, Hui UK thought to himself. The scene shifted to a monster corpse purchasing shop. The shopkeeper, his face drenched in sweat, meticulously counted each corpse laid out on the table. 47, 48, 49, 50, he muttered. The shopkeeper stroked the fur of one monster, his face showing astonishment. It's been a long time since I've seen monster corpses so well preserved. Even in death, they're still intact. The other bodies are in similar condition, he added. Thank you for bringing us such high-quality goods. Nearly perfect, the buyer chimed in. Hui UK paid no attention to the shopkeeper's praise. He coldly asked, "What's the total?" The shopkeeper quickly opened his calculator and tapped furiously on the keys. "That'll be 300 million, he announced. When the number 300 million was announced, the entire room erupted in astonishment. Whoa, 300 million won. That's the first time I've ever seen someone get that much in a single transaction. Even after 5 years in this business, I've never witnessed anything like it." The seller quickly ducked down behind the counter, a hurried look on his face. "We'll process the payment immediately," Part Du Hyok still had one more package left to be processed. Sir, we apologize for the inconvenience, but this could be a dangerous item, so we need to inspect it. There's nothing unusual inside. Thank you for holding on to it for me. The item the seller was referring to was a book. It's no problem at all, sir. It's our responsibility, the seller replied politely. We're so grateful that someone as talented as you has come to our shop. It's nothing. I just got lucky, Du Hyok humbly replied. Sharp glances, like daggers, were directed at Du Hyok. He wanted to keep things quiet to avoid envy and gossip. His unusual actions caught the attention of a thug in the group. Hey, look at that punk kid. Look, I heard that brat has a 300 million won bounty on his head. A real monster. We've been working our butts off for days and only managed to scrape together 3 million won. After expenses, it'll barely be enough for instant ramen. Pathetic. The staff here clearly doesn't favor us like that. 3 men with bright blonde, green, and fiery red hair each wore envious expressions. That kid probably thinks he can get rich quick with a little magic. Why else would he be so smug and arrogant? Like he's so pleased with himself. The green-haired man spoke in a sinister tone, as if plotting a dark scheme against Hyuk. The red and blonde-haired men whipped around in surprise. A menacing aura emanated from the green-haired man. If he makes that much money today, shouldn't it have appeared in this magnetic field by now? We've been in and out of here for 2 years, and yet today's the first time we've encountered it. This proves he's definitely a newcomer, with such terrifying power. When the carcasses in that truck reach a certain weight, if we launch a surprise attack from behind, won't he be finished? Let's get this guy out of this magnetic field for good. And no matter what happens in this area, he's already signed the waiver. The next day, Hyuk continued his monster hunting journey. Assuming Hyuk is in Hyuk, he carefully loaded each monster carcass onto the truck. Cleaning up the battlefield seems more tiring than hunting monsters. Hidden in the bushes, the 3 of them were waiting for the chance to ambush him. I'll go and cover your back. Got it. A sudden rustling sound came from behind the bushes. He reacted in time and quickly turned around. Suddenly noticed the blonde-haired man about to attack him from behind. But he didn't know that he was a master with incredible dodging skills, easily neutralizing all of his attacks. He moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in a flash. To put it simply, awesome. He did it. Such impressive skill. Finish him off. The blonde-haired man raised his sword high, preparing to strike him down, but he was stopped by a powerful block. With such meager strength, you dare to challenge me? Hyuk threw a punch straight into his face. Fighting back against someone who intends to kill you is called self-defense. Burning. Hyuk unleashed a devastating punch to his face, leaving him choking to death. The remaining 2, one with blue hair and one with red, witnessed the horrifying scene, their faces pale with fear. The blonde-haired man, knocked out by Hyuk, lay motionless on the ground. His 2 accomplices, refusing to give up, were determined to eliminate him. They launched another attack from behind. Hugh turned, his eyes sharp as he glared behind him. He spotted the 2 lurking behind dense bushes. Pinned by his dagger-like stare, the thugs panicked. Fear was etched on their faces. The blue-haired one was pale as a ghost, utterly terrified. The failed attack filled him with anxiety. The red-haired one turned to his companion in confusion. Why didn't we hit him? He demanded. But Kang Yonghyung, I clearly hit him. That kid is a newbie like we thought. Let's get out of here. The blue-haired thug ran off as fast as his legs could carry him, leaving the red-haired one behind, screaming in despair. Li Gangyang. Seeing them flee, Hyuk quickly channeled his magic. Powerful surges of magical energy erupted. Magical forces combined. Everything descended into chaos. How dare he lay a hand on me? Magic conditioning, absolute accuracy. Kang Ian was hit and sent crashing to the ground. Kang Ian's face was pale as a sheet. Magic missile, Kang Ian. He clenched his sword and shield, rage and killing intent blazing. I can't attack with this level of killing intent, even if his power surpasses expectations. He can't keep using large-scale magic like this, not without rest. I'll block with his shield once, then finish him. Seeing him prepare to attack high, UK unleashed his ultimate technique, Death of 1,000 Colors. Myriad hues, color spray. He's trying to obstruct my vision with color spray. Color spray is an illusion spell that disrupts vision and has the side effect of causing internal damage. But thanks to my high intelligence, I can amplify the range and power of the spell, creating a massive energy surge far beyond a normal energy wave. It wasn't just a tremor. Gang Jang, struck by color spray, felt his vision completely overwhelmed. His eyes turned bloodshot, blood trickling down before he collapsed. I didn't feel any attack. But why am I like this? Hyuk strode towards him. This is absurd. You don't fight like a rookie. He swung his sword, aiming directly at Gang Jang. You dared to attempt to take my life. Pay the price for your foolish actions. Only one left. Gang Jang fell dead beneath the sharp blade. Gang Jang stubbornly tried to escape, but he couldn't outrun his pursuer. He gasped in terror as Hyuk appeared right behind him. Please spare me. I swear I'll never appear before you again. I'm no saint. I can't forgive someone who tried to kill me. Magic missile. The magic missile hurtled towards him with terrifying speed. Excruciating pain brought him crashing to the ground, writhing in agony. Just then, a man, sword in hand, face contorted in rage, strode forward. His magic power seemed completely depleted, unable to withstand another spell. What a truly terrible experience. Footsteps echoed in the silent air, growing closer. Hyuk suddenly turned around. What happened? Both of them stared at the pile of bodies. Hyuk's eyes filled with questions. Can you explain the situation to us? One of them asked. Yes, of course, Hyuk replied. Hyuk recounted the entire incident to the guards in detail. We understand the situation, the guards said. We also have video evidence of the entire event. According to special law, your actions are considered self-defense. However, we ask for your cooperation first. Yes, I understand, Hyuk answered. Let's collect these 10 bodies and get out of here. Everyone, let's move. We suffered heavy losses because of those people. Hyuk, I think I've spotted something over there. Do you all sense that malevolent energy? What is it? A dark power is emanating from over there. Hidden in the bushes, a pair of eerie emerald green eyes flash menacingly. Maybe you're just on edge after that last fight. It's nothing. I'll go check it out. A sense of impending danger washes over Hui. He quickly stops the guard. Get out of here. Now, what is it? What's out there? Suddenly, an enormous white wolf appears, blocking the guard's path. The beast emerges from the undergrowth, letting out a terrifying growl, a ferocious snarl, like a starving wolf on the hunt. This must be the alpha wolf from the D and F magnetic fields that I've been tracking. There's no mistaking it. The white wolf snarls viciously at the guard, saliva dripping from its jaws as if ready to tear its prey apart. It looks like it wants to devour the small guard before it. Hi. Hui quickly uses his shield to block the attack aimed at the guard. Quick, dodge this way. Dazzling fireworks erupt from Byeongyang's fingertips. Han unleashes a brilliant golden beam of light, striking the white wolf. The attack creates an earth-shattering explosion, sending the white wolf hurtling backward. It snarls menacingly, with terrifying speed. At this speed, it's impossible to attack, he thought to himself. That roar just now was a signal to summon its pack. From within the dense forest, wolves emerge at breakneck speed. The guards stand frozen in terror before the horrifying sight. What the? Where do they come from? One stammers. This magnetic field zone is wild wolf territory, another explains. This is bad, really bad. After a moment of observation, Hui realizes the wolves are about to attack. Everyone, he shouts. Quickly, get to the vehicle I prepared. We need to leave immediately. I've fully upgraded this vehicle. It's capable of getting us out of here. What are you talking about? You almost died just now. How can you say that? You're barely equipped. How can you possibly help me? Senior, please reconsider. This is frustrating, but it seems we have no other choice. Better to risk escaping than to wait for rescue, which might never come. Understood. The white wolf howled, a long, echoing sound that summoned its pack. Ferocious gray wolves surrounded the guards. I'll hold them off. The rest of you, get in the vehicle and leave. A wolf snarled ferociously and lunged at a guard. The guard landed a powerful blow to the wolf's jaw, sending it flying. The pack surged forward, surrounding the guard, snarling and baring their fangs menacingly. Magic missile. He unleashed magic, incinerating the wolves surrounding the guard. The remaining guards quickly jumped into the vehicle, then yelled in panic, Senior, is everything ready? Yes, I understand. Let's go. I'll quickly bring the other awakened ones for backup. Watching the guards leave, he cracked a satisfied smile. Excellent. The obstacles have been removed. Now no one will notice what's happening right under his nose. The white wolf lunged forward with terrifying speed, desperately trying to evade the pursuing magic missiles. It leaped high into the air, using its sharp claws to shatter the massive falling boulder. Immediately after, it swung its tail with tremendous force. Just as predicted, this attack pattern is identical to the one in documents D and F. If I dodge this attack, the entire wolf pack will immediately charge. The wolves. The ash-gray wolves in the pack are just waiting for the chance to pounce and tear him apart. With a thunderous boom, Hyuk landed gracefully on the ground. Next, bolts of lightning crashed down upon the white wolf's body. It howled in agony as the lightning scorched its flesh. A blinding light erupted in the heart of the dense forest. The ferocious white wolf continued its relentless assault, consumed by rage. The sky plunged into an oppressive darkness, as black as ink. The pack of gray wolves grew increasingly ferocious, determined to bring down their prey. The proud white wolf, undeterred, fought back with unwavering strength. Its relentless attack continued without pause, like an indomitable warrior in the night. Its constant pressure prevented the gray wolves from using their skills. Delay. Let's end with this scene. Brilliant fireworks erupted from fingertips, along with burning hands and magical missiles, creating a raging inferno. Intense flames engulfed the enormous white wolf, which roared in fury. After an earth-shattering battle, the white wolf was finally defeated and collapsed. After the main force arrived and confirmed the death of the alpha wolf, I began investigating the other 3 people. Thanks to the black box video footage from the vehicle, all suspicions about the 3 were quickly cleared. This trio wasn't just your average sneak attack thieves. They didn't just ambush Awakened from behind to steal their items. They were meticulous and well prepared. It would be too risky for just 3 of them to act alone. They definitely had accomplices. At my current level, a mini drone would be enough for surveillance. Inside the special magnetic field zone, Hyuk was perched atop a car. The level 5 mechanic was intently observing the valuable items. I could craft this back at my place, but I want to experiment here. The materials I ordered from Dermakit have arrived. I wonder if the results will be comparable to item duplication. He summoned a sphere of compressed space stone. With this, I can create the perfect drone. Begin crafting mini drone. The crafting process of a mechanic, something he'd only seen in games before. Crafting mini drone 10%. Crafting mini drone 25%. It's incredible to witness this firsthand. Mini drone fabrication is at 50% completion. Correct. However, we can't forget this crucial step. It's the Inbenland one. A discrimination spell with 100% accuracy, reaching the level of magic. Optional edition. Increase magic power by 20 points. Activation incantation. Utilize Inbenland level magic missile. 1. Designated for the mini drone. Mini drone fabrication progress at 75%. Mini drone fabrication complete. Mini drone successfully crafted. A series of notifications chime from the magic sphere. This is it. He continues working diligently on the vehicle's roof, focused on completing the mini drone. On the computer screen, countless news updates are constantly streaming about the Covenant and the dramatic attacks. Inside a building, harsh criticisms echo. Impossible. What the hell is going on? Gigi grips her colleague's shoulder, anxiously asking, "What is it? What's happening?" "I just found a video. Take a look." "What's going on?" "Oh, isn't that Yuhai UK?" "Yes, it is. I thought this was just a regular hunting video of Yuhai UK, but the scene recorded on the computer is incredibly brutal and terrifying." It left Gigi completely stunned and speechless in the meeting room. "Anyway, this time, I have to personally recruit him myself." "Understood. Master, you're going yourself? You're not feeling anything after watching this video?" "Extraordinarily powerful and overwhelming." "Exactly. With that overwhelming power, what if we could recruit the top player into the 3-man team?" "Even so, for an E-rank rookie, isn't 100 billion excessive? When you were E-rank, did you ever catch a monster that size?" "No, that's completely beyond my capabilities." Gigi slammed the table and stood up in frustration. "I've never seen anything like that. But Yuhai UK is only E-rank now. That's all it takes. If he develops a little more, his power could increase exponentially. The video you just saw, by that time, even 100 billion won't matter. Hurry, there's no time. We have to move immediately." Didi grabs Zhonghua by the collar and drags him away. "Come on, hurry up. We're running out of time." Rank 54 guild, big picture. A member urges, hurry up. If we can just recruit him, we can aim for even higher ranking guilds. Rank 101 guild, Black Comet. At any cost, our guild must recruit him. Rank 70 guild, freedom. He steps out of the building, looking at the 700 million won balance in his bank account with mild surprise. But then he thinks to himself, this amount isn't really that surprising anymore, is it? Suddenly, a call interrupted his train of thought. Seeing the name Kang Jonghwa on the screen, he immediately thought of Vice President Ryo, who had previously tried to recruit him. He remembered saving the number from the man's business card. After answering, he slowly spoke. Yes, this is Du Hu you see. But instead of the deep voice of a man, he heard a clear, youthful female voice. Mr. Du Hu you see, you finally answered, the girl said. I'm Gigi, the guild master of the Ryo Guild. He couldn't help but be surprised by the introduction. He asked, excuse me, isn't this Mr. Kang Jonghwa's number? Hearing his question, the girl cheerfully replied, Mr. Kang Jonghwa is currently driving. I want to meet and talk to you in person. Where are you right now? Hearing this, he coldly refused. I'm busy. I'm currently in an area with a strong magnetic field. So if there's nothing urgent, I'll hang up now. Hearing this, she quickly spoke with an eager tone. Wait, Mr. Du Hui UK, please don't hang up yet. If you're busy, I have no choice. But to get straight to the point, I want to invite you to join our guild. The 100 billion you posted on your front door. If your abilities are truly as impressive as you demonstrated in the video on YouTube, then our Ryo Guild is willing to fully invest in you. Gang Jonghwa, hearing this, expressed his disapproval and softly tried to dissuade the girl named Matu. That's a rather large sum of money, after all. Seeing him speak up, the girl suddenly became irritated and yelled, be quiet and focus on driving. Just then, Du Hui UK's voice came from the phone. Ms. Didi, realizing he had spoken, immediately changed her tone 180 degrees, becoming soft and respectful. Yes, sir. What do you think? You think that's a very generous offer, don't you? However, he completely ignored her question, instead shifting the focus to a completely different topic. What did you mean just now about the YouTube video? Hearing his question, she answered honestly. Well, someone named CO Hyrie uploaded a video there. Don't you know about it? He responded frankly to her question. This is the first time I've heard of this. Let me look into the situation. I'm going to hang up now. Noticing that he seemed to have no intention of accepting her proposal, she panicked and blurted out, wait, don't hang up. She called out after him, but he didn't respond, coldly hanging up. Without any hesitation, Jiang Zhonghua, witnessing the girl's miserable failure, gently advised, I don't think you two are meant to be together. Master, you should just let it go. But he didn't expect his advice to trigger her into a fit of rage. She yelled, what the hell are you talking about? Seeing her lose control, he hurriedly comforted her. Master, please calm down. Up ahead, just ahead. After browsing online for a bit, he saw the video. Surprised, he thought to himself, someone actually posted this? The video of the fight with those three is spreading online. Who on earth uploaded it? Unable to contain his anger, he slammed his fist on the steering wheel, causing a muffled thud. He pondered. They probably uploaded it for views and subscribers. This is the second time a video of me hunting monsters has been posted. But randomly uploading videos like this could cause a huge misunderstanding. It could make people think I'm a murderer. After all, my spellcasting ability is already public knowledge. I'll use this. He told himself he hadn't intended to join a guild, but now, it seemed he had no other choice. Because to obtain high-level spells or crafting materials, he could only get them from dangerous dungeons. Falls under the jurisdiction of the Management Association. He quickly typed out a message and sent it. The message was short and to the point. I am Du Hyo. This is a message he sent to everyone who had ever tried to recruit him. The recently uploaded video was not posted by me. However, my current abilities are no longer at a 100 billion won value. Tonight, I will let everyone witness the reason why at the black market. Gangnam District, if you're curious, come see for yourself. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of heavy vehicle conglomerate, a man stared ahead with a sharp gaze. Honestly, Du-hee, how many times have I told you? Please don't dress like that anymore. We're something a little more modest and presentable. This man was none other than Chairman Lee Un-ho of Heavy Vehicle Conglomerate. The woman, Baek Du-hee, also a master of the association, stood before him, clad in a combat outfit, short yet incredibly practical. She exclaimed in admiration, Dad, you really know what I need. If it weren't for this outfit, moving around in Dongdan would be a real hassle. Just then, Her father opened his iPad, displaying a new design from his company, and asked for her opinion. "So, what do you think of the guild's new windbreaker design? Do you think it's alright? If it's that revealing, how are you supposed to defend yourself?" She carefully examined the design and commented, "Compared to the Seiko suit I'm wearing, that windbreaker is far inferior in terms of defense." Hearing his beloved daughter criticize his product, her father felt a bit hurt and asked, "What do you mean?" She didn't answer his question, but continued frankly, "Besides, I plan on going there myself this time to see what's going on." Hearing this, her father looked surprised. "You're interested in this matter this time?" he asked, and she replied resolutely, "Yes, after watching your Hayuke's video, I'm completely convinced." Hearing this, her father looked surprised and asked, "During his ability assessment at the guild, he was just an average magic user, wasn't he?" Seeing her father's concern, she changed the subject. "Do you know of any reason why a magic user would experience a decline in their abilities? Because constantly honing skills and developing a diverse skill set is incredibly difficult. But after watching Hayuke's YouTube video this time, I feel he's definitely not someone with just ordinary awakened magic abilities." Seeing his daughter's conviction, he asked, "Is he worth such a large investment?" She replied confidently, "Although I can't be completely certain, my intuition has never been wrong." She then gave a bright smile. Her father, seeing his daughter's radiant smile, a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. He thought to himself, "It's been so long since I've seen her smile so brightly." Although in his eyes, the young man was nothing but a nobody relying on fleeting fame. It had been a long time since he'd witnessed such a genuine smile grace his daughter's face. For that reason alone, he decided to give his consent. He voiced his agreement. "Very well. You came to me because of funding, didn't you? How much do you need?" 10 billion. 10 billion won. Upon hearing the figure, the girl immediately spoke up. 200 billion. "I need a little extra spending money," she added casually. Hearing the girl demand such an exorbitant price, the man was utterly astonished. But instead of protesting, he simply smiled and replied, "I understand. I'll prepare it for you. But remember, don't spend it recklessly," he cautioned. Seeing him agree so readily, the girl rushed to hug him tightly, nuzzling her head against his shoulder and cooing, "Thank you, Daddy. You're the best." The scene shifts to a fateful evening in the bustling Gangnam district. An MC takes the stage and announces, "Good evening, everyone. I am Yunseo from the Devil Corporation, and I will be conducting this special event. Tonight, we will be participating in a truly unique auction, one that doesn't involve ordinary artifacts, although I know our esteemed guests have been informed. Allow me to introduce the individual who has recently captivated the online community. The internet is currently buzzing. The awakened with a legendary spell appears before the public, cheerfully takes the microphone, and says, "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Du Hui UK, as you saw in the video clip. Unlike other awakened individuals, I am a special case in the world of magic. My skills have no delay or lag whatsoever." Suddenly, as he was speaking eloquently, someone in the audience abruptly interrupted him. "Don't brag, you little punk. Never before have I ever witnessed a mage without skill delay whatsoever. If you're trying to lure people here just to listen to your empty boasts, then I'll teach you a lesson. You clearly edited the video." At this moment, the young man on stage calmly chanted a spell. Immediately after, a layer of amber shield quickly enveloped him, forming a solid protective barrier. A notification, "Shield spell has been materialized," appeared almost instantly, leaving the other man utterly astonished. Those witnessing the scene couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so fast. There seems to be absolutely no delay at all." From above, he smirked provocatively and said, "This speed surely satisfies you, right? Now he has nothing to complain about, does he?" The other man, upon hearing him ask, appeared extremely irritated. At this moment, a few people below started to ask, "A skill like shield seems too simple, doesn't it? Is that all there is to it? If it were an offensive skill, could it be this fast?" Hearing these questions, he immediately responded, "I knew you would ask that, so I came prepared." Just then, a pillar appeared in the distance. He looked towards the pillar and said, "I will show you the power of other spells, using this training dummy." Suddenly, a hand shot up from below. "Excuse me." It was none other than Bai Yuhi. She paused for a moment, then said, "If you don't mind, I'd like to help you with your combat practice." He was a bit surprised. "Combat practice? What do you mean?" She replied honestly, "Yes. I'm a professionally trained tanker from a guild. Compared to using a dummy, I think I could be of more assistance. What do you think?" As she finished speaking, a burly tanker stood up behind her. 4 skills and a spell are the key elements for an awakened in a magical world. To utilize their abilities and to use them, role-playing is required. However, for basic magic, role-playing is very time-consuming. Moreover, while role-playing, the user cannot move, making them vulnerable to monster attacks. Therefore, the support of a tanker is necessary to protect them. But in your case, while role-playing, he can cast spells instantaneously and isn't restricted to a fixed role. Therefore, he can move flexibly and take on various roles. Compared to conventional skills, his combined strength is not inferior, but rather significantly superior. This is his unique characteristic. When she stepped forward, the crowd below buzzed with chatter. Isn't that Ma Songmi? If she's planning to accompany Daniel, isn't that too risky? At that moment, Ma Songmi, the resilient tanker, stepped forward to greet him, hoping for his guidance. Seeing her approach, he was a bit worried, but still kindly asked, "Will you really be all right?" Hearing that, she replied resolutely, "Yes, please don't worry. I'll definitely be better than that dummy, right? And I want to experience the power of the spell myself, with my own body. I'm Ma Songmi, a member of the Heavy Motorcycle Guild, because in this demonstration, she will only reveal data about her defense capabilities. Everyone can take a look." Seeing the GG numbers, someone in the back row started chatting with Gang Jaehwa. If it's Ma Songmi, she should be able to grasp the details of Du Huiyu's true strength. She can't possibly enhance her defense just with electronic numbers. It can only rely on the power of skills or artifacts. Her physical defense is 101, and her magic defense is 155. If these are just the numbers in a normal state, then they will gradually increase during combat. Furthermore, the young man on this side recalled the scene of his fight with those people, thinking to himself, except for that useless trio, this is a chance to test my strength against a dedicated defense tanker, a true defensive specialist. Thinking that, he spoke up to Ma Songmi. "I plan to use my full strength." Instantly, the girl erected a sturdy shield in response. Everything was ready. At that moment, the announcer's voice boomed from the stage. "To ensure the safety of our audience, we will now activate the stage protection system." As soon as the words were spoken, an energy net materialized above the stage, separating the audience from the performance area. The boy calmly chanted, his deep voice resonating. Precise magical control, magic missile. The incantation finished, and a torrent of water slammed against the girl's shield. She thought to herself, each attack is already so powerful, but how can I withstand 5 at once? The boy continued chanting without pause. "Magic fireworks ignite from my fingertips," he finished, and a blinding light shot towards her. The crowd below, witnessing the breathtaking spectacle, erupted in a cacophony of gasps and murmurs. Yet, it didn't even flinch from the spell. Such power, but why isn't it working? On the other side, cracks began to appear in the girl's protective barrier before shattering completely. Witnessing this, Du Hui, sitting below, couldn't help but exclaim internally. This is the first time Ma Songmi's defenses have been broken. She's an awakened too, ranked among the highest in the leaderboard. I can't believe her shield was so easily destroyed. Thinking this, she couldn't help but smile with amusement. Above, although her shield was destroyed, the girl persevered and spoke. "Du Hui, I don't think you've shown your full power yet. This model isn't experiencing any problems. I feel like you're not really serious yet. Let me witness your true strength." As soon as she finished speaking, she shifted into a defensive stance, her face filled with fighting spirit. Below, Du Hui witnessed this and smiled with satisfaction. He silently praised the girl who had once refused his offer of cooperation because she hadn't found any magic that satisfied her. Now, she had finally found something exciting for herself. If we could get him on our side, it would truly be a feast. A magnificent feast, wouldn't you agree? The man on stage, after hearing these words, responded with a bright, beaming smile. "Yes, I understand. I'll show you my kindness." Finishing his words, he shouted, "Burning hands!" This time it wasn't just a single spark, but a countless barrage of sparks attacking the girl. Suddenly, he did something that left the girl utterly astonished. In the next moment, the entire stage exploded. Even the protective barrier was pierced with a gaping hole. This scene left everyone in the hall completely stunned and horrified. When the smoke and dust cleared, Ma Songmi appeared seemingly unharmed, but her face was covered in grime. Her expression clearly showed her shock at what had just transpired. Seeing this, he scratched his head apologetically and said, "Sorry, I didn't expect things to go this far." Hearing this, the girl replied, "It's nothing to worry about. This is simply a badge of honor etched onto my body, a memento of countless battles." As she finished speaking, she stumbled, her leg wound causing her intense pain. Witnessing this, he extended his hand and said, "Thank you for your assistance." Taking his hand, she replied, "I hope to see you again." Just then, a voice boomed over the loudspeaker. "We must pause the performance due to a stage malfunction." After the announcement ended, he looked down at the crowd below and spoke. "Let me make my conditions clear. I will not join any guild. This isn't a contract for official membership. As a full member, I will operate as a mercenary, prioritizing strategy and working alongside you." A man, looking pleased, spoke up. "If it doesn't involve joining a guild, then the enormous sum they offered you would be meaningless." Hearing that, he responded without hesitation. "Then mediocre people like that should just stop there." Hearing those words, the man immediately stood up. Before leaving, he didn't forget to sneer. "With such meager abilities, you dare to boast? Sianju, let's go." Immediately after, many people also got up and left. As they walked, they chattered amongst themselves. A mercenary with spellcasting abilities is indeed very good, but we don't need to spend 100 billion to invest in someone like that. How can raising a mercenary make our guild prosper? There's no benefit at all. He looked at the two remaining people and asked, "So, it's just the two of you left?" The two remaining people were none other than Gigi and Duhui. Gigi was the first to speak. "What's the reason for investing 100 billion in a mercenary contract instead of directly joining the guild?" Hearing that, he replied with a calculating expression, "To become a contractor and receive a down payment is not simple at all, without any coordination whatsoever. Regarding this matter, do you have any plans to sell this semi-finished blueprint?" Just as he finished speaking, a floating object resembling a drone suddenly appeared beside him. Jiang Zhihua was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "You're saying you can even create S-rank products?" Gigi, equally stunned, spoke up, "This is unbelievable. Not only do you possess spell-casting abilities, could you also be an S-rank dual awakener?" Seeing their astonishment, he remained calm, gesturing for them to be quiet before replying. "That's a secret," Gigi resolutely responded. "I accept your terms. The contract duration is 5 years. Our Huali Guild must have you." Dewey, who had been silent until now, spoke up. 150 billion, and we'll offer 1.5 times any other conditions, compared to the conditions offered by the Huali Guild. Immediately after the news of the 150 billion contract between the two parties was publicly announced, the internet exploded with countless negative and malicious comments. Scrolling through the news, Ian couldn't help but marvel at the dizzying speed of information spreading online. Everything had just concluded. The official contract signed less than a day ago. Yet the news had spread with such terrifying speed. Fearing his parents' worry, he decided not to tell them. Fortunately, his parents seemed unaware and didn't object. He recalled the messages his parents and younger sister had sent him. His father had caringly advised, "No matter what, remember that your life comes first." Absolutely. Don't go to dangerous places on your own, okay? His mother also reminded him, "Safety is always the most important thing. You must be careful not to let anything happen." His younger sister echoed the sentiment. All of them worried for him and sending loving messages. He looked at the messages, smiled happily, and thought to himself, time for a short break before getting back to item identification. Today's treasures include Grandma Kim Akbun's bracelet, famous marathon runner Kim Yangzhou's shoes, a time-worn prayer book, and a happy old couple's wedding rings. Looking at these mementos, a sudden thought struck him. I need to check the data again. Looking at the figures, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Intellect and magic power. Over 300 points initially, now only close to 100. With this much, I can reach the level of a C-rank awakened. Not bad at all. Now, I should probably focus on collecting incantations, instead of searching for more relics. Let's go check it out. He soon arrived at the Guildhall's main hall on his usual motorbike taxi. People passing by saw him and started whispering, "Isn't that the rookie who lucked out? What is the master thinking? A newbie like him dares to set foot in the Guildhall?" Overhearing the whispers, he thought to himself, "It seems they really don't like me. There's no other way. After all, on the surface, I'm just a new recruit." Ignoring the pressure, He walked straight to the reception desk and said, "Excuse me, I'm here to see the master." The receptionist gave him a bright smile and said, "Please wait a moment." Just then, a voice called out from behind him, "Who is this guy? Isn't that the new recruit, UK, who just signed the SAO contract?" The group standing in the distance saw him approaching and began whispering amongst themselves. "John Minchion is up to something again. I wonder how UK will pass this initiation ceremony." Hearing the whispers, he couldn't help but feel puzzled and thought, "What is the SAO initiation ceremony?" At that moment, the man extended his hand in greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm John Minchion." Hearing that, the young man cheerfully introduced himself as Du Hugh. Seeing him shake hands, the other man's face twisted into a cunning expression. A sly smile crept across his lips. Feigning innocence, he gripped Hugh's hand with unusual force. The unexpected pain made Hugh wince. He thought to himself, "This greeting ritual is exactly like in those movies I've seen. Dominate your opponent with a powerful handshake, but I can't let him get the upper hand like this." With that thought, he chanted the incantation Amber. As soon as the incantation was uttered, his body was enveloped in an invisible energy field. After exerting all his strength, the other man was astonished to see no reaction from Hugh. He wondered, with that force, he should have reacted. "Who is this guy?" Hugh leaned in close to the swordsman's ear and taunted, "Is that all it takes to surprise you? I can show you a little more if you'd like." Hearing Hugh's provocation, in a fit of rage, he unleashed a devastating attack with all his might. The crowd watching the fight gasped in awe at the terrifying display of power. "Isn't he overdoing it? Look, that guy seems calm. He's completely unfazed." Seeing his opponent's composure only fueled his rage. He frantically gathered his strength, unleashing an even more powerful attack. The other guy just scoffed and asked, "Is that all? Passing this ritual is nothing special." The other man gritted his teeth and growled in response, "Very well, rookie. Don't regret this." The other guy observed his opponent and calmly remarked, "Your spirit is too weak." Both simultaneously unleashed their power, sending debris flying and dust billowing everywhere. Seeing the imminent danger, the crowd panicked and shouted, "It's dangerous. The ritual is out of control. Go alert the supervisor." The atmosphere became incredibly tense. The other man roared in fury. But suddenly, he went silent and collapsed onto the floor. Behind him, a girl appeared, her face filled with rage. Raising the weapon that had knocked the man unconscious, she spoke, "I just got back from the dungeon, and this is what I find. Please, teach instructor Min Cheon-gun another lesson. Teach him one he won't forget." A man appeared behind her and replied, "It seems his teaching methods are still lacking. This time, he'll be properly re-educated." Witnessing this, he thought to himself, "This isn't an army that needs educating. Every awakened one is a member of SAO. The girl then turned to him and said, "Du UK, I heard you were looking for me. Let's go." Looking at her, he thought, "Her appearance at this moment is incredibly convenient. It allows me to indirectly display my power in front of the SAO guild members. But perhaps I'm overthinking it." After a moment of pensive thought, suspicious of her suspiciously coincidental appearance, he finally answered her question. "Yes, I understand." He followed her up to the top floor room, the meeting room in SAOM. He looked around the room and asked, "What is this place?" She quickly replied, "Yes, this is the guild's top floor room. It's also the office of the SAOM director." He looked dubious. "Is it okay to use the same room as the director?" She responded with a firm yes. "It's like home here. Besides, actually," she hesitated, "normally after signing the contract, you should be busy on your first day, spending money, for example." Hearing that, he explained, "Spending money isn't urgent, so, moreover, the reason you sought out Master was to find a dungeon suitable for your abilities, correct?" Hearing this, she looked surprised. "Danyong," he replied frankly, "That's right. Danyong even has mechanized yokai. I wonder if you've ever encountered them." She cheerfully answered his question. "It just so happens I have a dungeon list right here. The Machinist Yokai Dungeon, abbreviated as Syndrome D731. It's an AF ranked dungeon. The final boss is the Yokai Chief Engineer. Take a look. This is a list of dungeon quests commissioned by the guild. Consider it a small gift for you." She tossed the list towards him. Seeing his surprised and questioning expression, she quickly explained, "Since you signed a mercenary contract, we will support you fully. Because the stronger you are, the more our guild benefits. After listening to the girl's explanation, they finally understood the situation and replied. "I see," the man said, looking thoughtfully at the object she had thrown to him. "I initially came here for the golem blueprint, but I didn't expect to stumble upon such a fortunate discovery. What a delightful coincidence. The reward lies in the fact that this dungeon shares similarities with dungeons D and F. I'm certain the golem blueprint will be found here," he affirmed. Seeing his bright smile, she spoke up. "Mr. UK, the dungeons you mentioned are currently under the jurisdiction of our guild. I have a condition for allowing you entry into the dungeon. I want to accompany you." In the basement of the Hugging in a Car Guild's training hall, Sung Mina was breathing heavily, almost out of breath. Her hands tightly gripped a shield and a staff. She gazed at the pile of robots she had just defeated. Suddenly, a light pink towel gently floated towards her. "You've been training since morning. Aren't you tired yet?" Seeing him carrying a man on his shoulder, she asked curiously. "Instructor Park Tae-dae. Who is that?" "Ah, this." He glanced at the man slumped over his shoulder before tossing him to the ground. "Seems he started a fight with Du Waiwook in the main hall, and Master caught him. So Master handed him over to me to straighten him out." "Wipe it off," she said curtly, swiping sweat from her brow. "Du Waiwook? The one who signed that massive 150 billion won contract." Park Kyung-dae nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. He set a new record for the highest down payment ever. So me, didn't you once block one of Du Waiwook's attacks?" She glanced down at the large bruise still visible on her left arm. "That injury was a while ago." She then gave an excited smile. "And for the first time, I feel this excited. This time I want a real fight." He chuckled in response. "Glad you found a worthy opponent, then." Baek Gi-dae nodded in agreement, bringing a hand to his chin in thought. It seems Sung-mi still hasn't changed her way of speaking. "Huh? What do you mean, sir?" "Just adjust your tone a little, and you'll exude the aura of a girl brimming with energy." Gazing at her toned and defined abs, she replied, "My family comes from a military background, so this has become a hard habit to break. Please forgive me, sir. I'll definitely arrange a suitable position for you soon. If you work on the same team as me, it will certainly be very beneficial. Also, you shouldn't be too hard on yourself. Torturing your body like this isn't good." "Yes, I understand, sir." Elsewhere, at 6 a.m. near Syndrome Station, "Hyuk, please come in." The main character spoke to the woman standing before him. "Master, your efficiency is truly remarkable. I never thought my first dungeon run would be so early in the morning." Hearing this, she simply replied, "This compensation is perfectly reasonable by our guild standards. Furthermore, I've already instructed the transport team to be ready. As soon as Ms. Baek Du-hui is prepared, we can depart." Looking at the transport workers, he thought to himself, they're nothing more than battlefield cleanup crew, handling monster corpses. Most of them are called awakened, since ordinary people don't have the ability to awaken powers. But this is indeed South Korea's 7th-ranked guild. Even the porters are awakened. It must be to show newcomers the harsh realities of the dungeons. Outside the outbreak and magnetic field zones, there's no chance to witness monsters like this firsthand. He snapped out his thoughts, turning to Baek Du-hui and spoke. "So, we can enter now, correct? Although it's quite late. Are you sure you'll be all right on your own?" He smiled confidently. "Yes, I'm sure I won't die." Such extraordinary confidence. Witnessing a mysterious green light appear, he calmly said, "Of course, this confidence comes from careful calculations." Immediately after, the green light began to spread, forming a gateway to another dimension. Park Du-hui's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the magical scene before her. "Daniel, my first awakener. Let's go." Finishing his words, they both stepped into the dimensional gate. A gloomy and silent landscape unfolded before their eyes. The main character stepped out, cautiously observing his surroundings. Park Du-hui followed closely behind, her eyes constantly assessing the unfamiliar scenery. Daniel's structure and form are usually random, but this time it's a dense forest. At first glance, there's nothing special or strange about it. "Well then, as you said yesterday, Park Du-hui, I'll observe you from behind. Show me your true abilities." Stepping away a bit, the main character pondered thoughtfully. "So, where should I go now?" On one side is a dense forest with towering trees. On the other, a vast and expansive prairie. One glance is all it takes to know this place has been cleared out. Normally, I'd choose that wide open meadow, but Unleashing my hidden power, he declared, I'll head into the dense forest on the left. Amber's unwavering strength manifested as a solid shield materializing around the protagonist. The shield gradually turned invisible, blending into the surroundings. They assumed he'd choose the vast meadow. Easy prey waiting on the right. But if the opponents are intelligent monsters, they'll have countless treacherous traps laid out. He stepped into the gloomy forest, shrouded in thick fog. Each step carefully placed, he followed the ancient trees. Suddenly, projectiles hurtled towards him. They exploded on impact with his protective shield. Fortunately, thanks to the miraculous shield, he was unharmed. Amidst the hazy fog, a shadowy figure moved towards the monsters. He was a mastermind behind the recent attack. Sensing someone approaching, the monsters immediately went on high alert. Hiyuke charged into the horde of monsters like a bolt of lightning. A hail of projectiles rained down on him, but he dodged them with effortless ease. Too easy. In the blink of an eye, he took down all the monsters on the perimeter. He then pressed deeper inside. I found their location. Assessing the situation, he swiftly eliminated the remaining monsters. Where are the rest? Suddenly, a swarm of monsters ambushed him from the trees above, attempting a sneak attack from behind. They carried a device capable of creating explosions. He drew lines in the air, creating a shield. A solid barrier enveloped him, protecting him from the devastating blast caused by the monsters. He smirked at them. Fools! Did you think such meager power could pierce through? Brilliant sparks erupted from his fingertips, burning hands. His hands turned as black as burning coal. The monsters didn't even have time to react. Were completely incinerated by the main character's wide-scale attack. Horrifying screams and the sounds of explosions filled the air as ash began to fall. The forest fell silent, returning to its initial tranquility. Nothing out of the ordinary. He continued walking, leaving behind a trail of monster corpses. With nothing left to obstruct him, he pressed onward. He followed the path. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks, stunned by the sight before him. Rumor had it this place was riddled with intricate traps, a labyrinth of cunning and deceit. What could they be? He cautiously approached. Suddenly, arms morphed into razor-sharp blades and lunged at him. Undeterred, he charged towards the colossal robot. His hand made contact. He muttered, "Magic missile." A blinding blue explosion erupted, successfully destroying one. Looking at the remaining enemies, he said calmly, "This should be enough." Suddenly, the eyes of the robot beside him glowed a menacing crimson red. It lunged at him with lightning speed, but with swift reflexes, he managed to block the attack. The cunning goblin rot immediately commanded another ferocious robot to attack Du Hyuk. A deafening explosion rocked the ground, but unfortunately, the powerful blow was stopped by a sturdy shield. Goblin Rot furiously unleashed a barrage of punches against the shield. He yelled, "Precision magic control." Drones hovering in the air suddenly emitted blinding beams of light. Magic missiles. They zipped towards Goblin Rot. He prepared to launch his next attack, when another robot suddenly charged, striking the hero. The forceful impact sent him flying. Goblin Rot clutched his bleeding eye, glaring at Du Hyuk with seething rage. He furiously commanded the robot to launch relentless attacks. Realizing he couldn't dodge forever, he decided to counterattack with a volley of magic missiles. The robot's head detached from its body, rolling across the ground. A triumphant smile spread across his face, but the rage inside him, far from fading, only intensified. The boss suddenly conjured a massive fireball, taking him completely by surprise. The fireball hurtled towards him. Luckily, he managed to erect a protective shield just in time. The shield shattered, sending him stumbling backward. The shield was destroyed. That was close. If it wasn't for that shield, I would have been in serious trouble. Suddenly, something behind him caught his attention. A massive cannon was almost fully charged. Time was running out. Without hesitation, he charged towards the Goblin Rot, but other colossal mechanical beings blocked his path. He smirked as a wisp of smoke appeared. Phantom illusion. The illusory reflection successfully tricked the mechanical beings. However, the Goblin Rot's attack was ready. It had finished preparing just as he got close. He immediately stopped and retreated. It was completely stunned as it witnessed Yu Hyuke unleash a dazzling display of fireworks, created from her very fingertips. Burning Hands, a wide-range attack, engulfed the boss in a sea of flames. Witnessing its effectiveness, he couldn't hide his elation. Suddenly, a ghostly hand emerged from the thick smoke, tightly gripping the protagonist's throat. The situation became even more critical as cannons, loaded and ready, aimed to fire. Everything was spiraling out of control. Yu Duhui was consumed by panic, witnessing the goblin, Rozu, still alive. Baekdu, he, observing from afar, couldn't hide her astonishment. Fear washed over Baek Du-hee as she saw the goblin. Rozu, not only alive, but also strangling the protagonist. I can't just stand here and watch Yu Du-hee die, she thought to herself. She drew her sword, ready to join the battle. Direct intervention was the only option left. Just as she was about to strike, she abruptly stopped, because the protagonist was drawing a heart in the air. A voice whispered, sweet and enchanting. In the blink of an eye, the goblin. Rosa looked at him with eyes filled with affection. A triumphant smile spread across his lips as he saw it release its grip. Good, you fell for it. Suddenly, the cannons roared in unison. Countless emerald green rays targeted Yu Hyuk. He quickly jumped down. Still stunned and disoriented, Goblin's robot suddenly collapsed, shielding him from the intense attack. From afar, Baek Du-hee silently observed this strange action, wondering if the boss's action, just now, was meant to protect Yu Hyuk. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the severely damaged robot. It burned fiercely, then collapsed, shattering into pieces. Witnessing this, Baek Du-hee rushed forward in panic, shouting, Yu Hyuk, are you okay? Pushing aside the debris on top of him, he replied with a still, frightened expression. That was close. I almost died. That was a really close call. Dusting off his clothes, he said to her, I'm quite surprised by that robot's resilience. It exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect that I couldn't finish him off with burning hands. But with this situation, I think everything has ended as predicted. Cannons still belched thick smoke. The rotting corpses of goblins lay scattered across the ground. The system's voice announced, level up, level up, level up. Congratulations, you've reached level 20 as a sorcerer. Feeling the power surging through his body, he grinned and muttered to himself, wow, the amount of experience points gained is enormous. Not to mention the loot that the boss just dropped. 3 ancient books, 2 made of yellowed parchment, and a mysterious blue gem the size of ball. Suddenly, Baek Du-hee called out to him, wait, although I'm very curious about the spell you just used to defeat the boss, along with a few other things, but I know you still have to check the loot, so I'll go ahead. See you at the next match. I have a feeling you're an awakened one, dude, possessing a latent energy potential equivalent to 150 billion units. I hope you can teach me more in the future. After saying that, Master disappeared. Then, I started to examine the items he left behind. First, there was a rank 1 intermediate mana stone. Next, a rank 2 rune, strength plus 50, significantly increasing strength. Following that was a rank 2 rune, spider silk. When these threads hit a target, the opponent will be completely immobilized. The next rune was rank 2, illusion summoning, allowing the creation of a clone that can mimic all my actions. And finally, what I've always longed for, the Golem Blueprint. Along with the Golem Blueprint were intermediate space stones. Using all these intermediate space stones, I can create a powerful golem. There is also a 5-page Goblin Mechanical Engineering Blueprint. This is the cannonball blueprint commonly used by the Goblin tribe. With it, I can create 3 different types of cannonballs. I'm extremely satisfied with the rewards that Danjun bestowed upon me. And now it's time to leave this place. Reading the blueprint, the young man was incredibly excited. A tier 2 divine beast and a stone crafting manual. Should I try crafting it right now? 3 days later, in the basement training area of the guild, inside the simulation pod, a voice boomed from the speaker. Will this really be all right? Yes. Now set the mannequin's strength and AI to maximum. The protagonist replied. Meanwhile, Baek Du-hee said while operating the control panel, since the mannequin's level is set to the highest, it will launch an attack the moment it identifies a target. Be prepared. At the same time, Baek Du-hee entered, having just returned from a dungeon. Back from the dungeon already? What's going on this time? He turned to her and said, I have a business proposition I'd like to discuss with Master. Is it about the drone you showed me the other day? Just observe for now. Suddenly, Packy let out a loud yell. The training dummies are set up. They'll attack immediately. It's dangerous. As expected, the dummies started to move. Witnessing this, the protagonist muttered, Appear, Aaron. From within the wall, a dimensional rift suddenly opened. Something heavy crashed onto the floor with a loud thud. It was a colossal battle machine. With glowing red eyes, it stood imposingly beside Yuhai and Baekyu. It turned its gaze towards the training dummies, unleashing powerful punches. With just 2 blows, the dummies shattered into pieces. The colossal battle machine exuded an overwhelming aura. Yuhai looked incredibly pleased, while Baekyu was utterly astonished. "Are you planning to sell that golem?" she wondered. "Haha, too bad. It's exclusively for me. I brought it here for a performance test before entering the dungeon." "I see. So you call it Aaron?" "Aaron, respond." The machine obeyed the command. He continued speaking. "The master awaits. Quickly purify the remaining dolls with the incantation, Aaron." "Understood." It extended its hand towards the doll in front of it. Burning Hansen. Its hand radiated an incredibly high amount of heat, forming a fierce pillar of fire that shot straight towards the doll, reducing it to ashes. Due to the intense heat of the flames, the surrounding dolls also caught fire. Witnessing this scene, Baek Duhui's expression changed from surprise to astonishment. The young woman feigning a cough. Ahem, this is the first time I've witnessed a golem possess such astonishing artificial intelligence. To be honest, I'm quite surprised as well. The male protagonist smiled in response. "My apologies. Since this is your first time meeting Aaron, you might be a little surprised." She asked curiously, "So, if it wasn't the golem, what was the item you intended to sell?" "I mean this thing." He placed a spherical object resembling a skull on the table. "Allow me to introduce the King Cannonball. From a separate dimension." He skillfully pulled out a mysterious sphere. Next, a freezing cannonball suddenly appeared, followed by a terrifying, sight-depriving cannonball. The protagonist presented before Baek Dahi, a mysterious black sphere adorned with 2 brightly glowing circles. Witnessing this, she exclaimed, "Wait, this is baffling. The space you're pulling these cannonballs from, where is it?" Turning to look at the space before him, he calmly replied, "Oh, this? It just appeared." Hearing this, she became even more astonished, exclaiming, "External spatial abilities aren't random occurrences. Among all awakened individuals, only one person on record can use this power." The protagonist smiled gently. "Perhaps I'm just incredibly lucky." Contrary to his calmness, Baek Dahi was skeptical of his words. "Lucky? Right now? Aren't you showing off just how superior you are?" "That's precisely why I'm a rarity." "Well then, would you mind opening the training room for me?" "Yes, opening the training room." He pulled out the King Cannonball and said, "I'll show you the effectiveness of this cannonball more vividly," then explaining it with words. Then he threw the cannonball inside. The first one, King Cannonball. It glowed crimson red and shot straight towards the mannequin. A earth-shattering explosion erupted, incinerating everything. Book Gi Day was overwhelmed. "Incredible power, master. The wall coated with space stone is starting to melt. Perhaps we should reduce this high temperature a bit." Yu held out the freeze cannonball. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this immediately with this." The second one, surprise freeze cannonball. Just as he threw it in, a giant block of ice instantly appeared. The entire training room was encased in a thick layer of ice. But this ice was only temporary, a flash freeze, and would melt away after just 10 minutes. Master Go observed Baek Hui's curious expression. "Why do you seem so excited?" "Excellent. Show me the last one." He tossed her a pair of protective goggles with a suggestion. "You should probably put these on first." She smiled. "How thoughtful." He threw the final grenade, the Sight Stealer Cannonball. A blinding flash of light exploded, engulfing the vision of everyone around them. Awestruck by the power of all 3 grenades, she exclaimed, "All 3 are incredibly useful." "So, how much do they cost to make?" "The price? That's a secret. I plan to sell them for 6 million. One if I supply them to the Ward Association, and 10 million one if I sell them on the outside market." She chuckled softly. "Haha, unfortunately, I couldn't have guessed that price." He said thoughtfully, "A Pandora's box is most beautiful when it remains unopened. This price has been predetermined, regardless of my crafting efforts." "That sounds quite reasonable. This item isn't just useful in combat, or for escaping dangerous dungeons, but it also has applications in various other fields." He simply smiled gently at that. "This price is too low compared to the value of a life, isn't it?" "Brother, I have a proposition." "What do you think?" "What proposition?" "If you sign an exclusive contract with our guild, we'll pay 10 million won for each item." And just like that, the contract with the master was signed. The next day, at a different location, a man was frantically running towards GG. He called out loudly, "Master, something terrible has happened." Gigi was confused. What is it? What's got you in such a panic? The man hurriedly showed her the stock market prices. Master, look at this. She stared intently at the chart, muttering to herself nonstop. That in-vehicle embrace, corporation dares to open a branch selling artillery shells, the kind that can even be used inside a dungeon. And they even signed an exclusive contract with Yu-Hyo. She slammed her hand on the table, her face flushed with anger. I should have recognized his extraordinary crafting abilities back then. Now, no matter the cost, I must recruit Yu-Hyo. But his contract has 3 more years until it expires. I must act quickly when the time comes. Seeing this, the person beside her quickly tried to comfort her. She suddenly stood up and shouted, "Tranhoa, can you think before you speak?" She let out a piercing scream. Those around her found the scene all too familiar. Here we go again. Sigh. This time, her rage seems more intense than usual. I bet it's because of the news about that in-vehicle embrace guild. Exactly. About them signing a contract with Yu-Hyo. I heard the down payment Yu-Hyo received from Danny P was 150 billion. She unleashed a furious punch, sending him reeling. 3 years, and you're still stuck at F rank. He stammered, trembling, "Why yes, master." He knelt, pleading, "Master, where are you going?" She snapped, "Where else?" "To the Heavy Vehicle Guild, to investigate, of course. Get ready quickly." He hastily replied, "Yes, I understand." They immediately headed to the Heavy Vehicle Guild headquarters. Inside the office, the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. What about the artillery shell contract? How will we handle it? What situations will the supply volume be allocated for? I heard that Mr. Dew's latest product is for the Heavy Vehicle Guild's mercenary unit. Is that true? Is that information accurate? The young man confirmed, "Yes, absolutely accurate. The product is currently being distributed through an exclusive contract with our guild. The buyers erupted in excited cheers. "Have you officially signed a contract under Director Yuhiyuke yet?" The man immediately replied, "That's under the master's jurisdiction, so I don't have the specific details." From above, she looked down, a slight smile playing on her lips. Just then, someone approached. "If you're not the master, why are you even here?" Hearing this, she responded, "Well, today's the first day of the artillery shell sale." She beamed a bright, excited smile. "Besides, something interesting might happen. That's why I'm here." The girl beside her, intrigued, folded her arms and asked, "What is it then?" The girl answered without hesitation, "Remember the incident 2 years ago? 2 years ago. Because of prioritizing permission for the long-term offensive campaign, we were forced to abandon the Aeon Arbor throughout the southern area of Line 1. And the Pear Blossom Guild and the Heavy Vehicle Guild had a fierce encounter. At the same time, Richie wasn't just spreading nasty rumors about the bikers gang. He was also sowing discord about Baek Duhui, an 18-year-old boy. Eventually, Baek Duhui earned the priority right to explore the dungeon. Ever since, the relationship between him and the bikers gang had been strained and tense. During the dispute between the gangs, he understood the power of rumors, but they looked down disdainfully, never expecting she would be there this time. Today, I can't miss that woman's expression. The female lead smiled, and the girl beside her asked, "Should we go down and have a look?" Below, the grumpy old woman exclaimed, "Round flower, aren't you girls cold? Why is it so cold here?" She couldn't help but shiver. The boy beside her asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm not sure." Just then, a voice called out, "Oh, my sister Dee. It's been a long time since we've seen each other." Witnessing this scene, she forced a smile. The female lead maintained her innocent expression and said, "If you had contacted me beforehand, I would have come down to greet you." She smiled awkwardly, unsure how to respond, then said, "May I ask what important matter brings the gang leader here personally? What brings the esteemed guild leader to this place?" The female lead replied, "Today is the grand opening of Du Hugh's Cannonball Shop. Moreover, the guild has an important event today, so I couldn't miss it." Richie chuckled awkwardly. "What a coincidence. I also just came here to find Du Hugh." Hearing that, the female lead couldn't help but smile and ask, "Is that so? Then allow me to escort you to the VIP room." Meanwhile, the two women continuously exchanged subtle glares. Elsewhere, the young man looked at the scene below and gave a bitter smile. "I really don't want to set foot in that place." Just then, a voice rang out. "Excuse me, where should I put this new space?" the polite customer asked. "Thank you," the craftsman replied. "Just beside me is fine." The customer placed the new space next to the craftsman. The craftsman smiled and continued, "I can't move while I'm working, so I really appreciate you bringing it to me." It was no trouble at all, the customer humbly replied. Suddenly, the craftsman froze, recognizing the familiar customer. It was none other than Ma Songmi. Seeing him, she spoke up. I don't think we've seen each other since that auction. Yu Hai-uk asked in surprise. How did you know I was here? Ma Songmi calmly replied. I was looking for you, and Master said you were here. Yu Hai-uk immediately asked, were you looking for me for something? Is there anything I can help you with? The young woman replied. Yes, Mr. Yu Hai-uk, I would like a rematch with you. Her face was filled with determination and resolve. Looking into her determined eyes, he felt a bit confused, thinking to himself, why is this? Ma Sungmi immediately replied, yes. Last time, I could only withstand Du Hu's attack. So this time, I want to directly confront Du Hyuk. Please accept my challenge. Witnessing her resolute expression, he was momentarily speechless. He let go of her hands, smiled, and said, all right, I'd like that too. A gentle, relaxed smile appeared on his lips. Seeing this, she became even more excited. Then I'll go prepare right now. Her voice was filled with determination. Seeing her eagerness, he could only sigh helplessly. Could you wait for me a moment? I'm still in the middle of crafting something. It might take a while. Hearing that, Sungmi pulled out a chair and cheerfully sat down. Faced with her enthusiasm, he could only feel helpless. You could come later. But she was too excited and quickly said, no way, I'll wait for you here. If you need anything, just let me know. Faced with Du Hu's enthusiasm, he could only smile silently. I've finished registering our party with the guild. Now we just need to focus on the mission. Let's go. Hearing this, she happily stood up. Okay, I understand. He had already donned his combat gear. Together, they prepared for the confrontation. Have you equipped all the gear they provided? He replied, yes, but what is this equipment? Masumi explained. This is protective armor that can be customized for durability, and it converts into our stamina points. Based on our stamina, the armor's color will change in order, from green to yellow, and then to red. It has defensive capabilities that can block any attack. And if the durability reaches 0, the armor will automatically shut down and the match will end. He looked surprised at this. This equipment is worth 25 billion won. Dongmi exclaimed with determination. What an extraordinary item. Master spoke up. That's still cheaper than having our guild members injured. Hearing this, he smiled in agreement. We'll compete using this high-level equipment. But just fighting would be a waste, wouldn't it? He proposed a wager to make the fight more interesting. Ma Somi asked, confused, a wager? What do you mean? He began to explain the rules. If I defeat you, Ma Songmi, within the set time, you'll become my exclusive tanker. On the other hand, if you defeat me, I'll become your exclusive mage. She immediately asked, and what is this set time? He replied, the time limit is 3 months. Completely free of charge, of course. What do you think? Isn't it interesting? She paused in thought for a moment. Suddenly, someone approached. That looked intriguing. Both of them were startled. Master, I thought you were talking to Didi. She smiled. Ah, you saw that. Thanks to your cannonball, I got to see Didi again after so long. In such an unexpected way. I was just about to thank you. She then asked, my master is rank D, and he seems to be rank E. Should I give him a handicap? He replied, for a match like this, I'll have to decline. You don't need to. Master then said, your confidence is admirable. What do you think? Ma Songmi resolutely replied, then I won't give a handicap. All right, then let's prepare. The master stepped aside, signaling with a slight nod. Both immediately took their fighting stances. This time, I'm going all out, the girl declared. So am I, the boy replied curtly. I'll show you a different side of me than what you saw in the previous fight, the girl said confidently. The master smiled gently and said, begin. Immediately, the two lunged at each other with blinding speed. I need to buy myself some time before casting the spell, the girl thought to herself. She began channeling her energy, awakening the dormant power within. She quickly launched a direct attack at the boy, rendering him immobile. My legs, they're moving on their own, the boy said in astonishment. I can't control them. Is this the provocation skill? He exclaimed. With a look of surprise, the boy suddenly lunged forward. Resilience emanated from his strength, coupled with his absolute precision in controlling magic. Magic fire, he shouted. The girl saw the boy preparing to unleash his attack. He lunged forward with blinding speed, quickly erecting a formidable defense to block and counter the incoming attack. As his defensive skill activated, his defense power surged by 50%, allowing him to counterattack automatically without moving. His eyes narrowed, focused intently on his opponent, a serious expression ready for battle. She tried to provoke him, lure him into her trap, while reinforcing her defenses, increasing her resistance. She planned to counterattack by utilizing her solid defense, a classic but effective tactic. He extended his hand forward. His fingertips began to gather a mysterious energy. Although he could overwhelm his opponent with superior firepower, he didn't want to end the fight in such a simple way. He continuously used his incredible speed, unleashing a barrage of attacks towards her. Just when she thought she had successfully dodged the fatal blow, Ma Sung-mi looked around in panic, engulfed by a thick cloud of smoke. She immediately activated her magic detection ability, trying to pinpoint her opponent's location in the dense fog, detect magic power in a 3-minute radius, and display it in her vision. Right now, observe the surroundings. She continuously sees the green, glowing dots of magic power. Has she memorized so many spells in such a short time? She can't help but be astonished. Suddenly, a blinding light shines directly onto her face. Ma Dong-mi quickly raises her hand to shield herself from the overwhelming power. This intensity must have consumed a lot of magic power, and he will approach her for the finishing blow. Instantly, countless clones of Du Huiyuke appear before her eyes. All the clones were different expressions, manipulating magic with absolute precision. She is completely caught off guard, and he lunges at her to attack. But then suddenly, another figure dashes from behind her. His attack begins to gather energy in his palm. Magic fireball. She takes the full force of the attack on her back. However, suddenly he realized Ma Seung-mi was a highly trained assassin from the Motorcycle Assassin Guild. She was no easy opponent to defeat. He immediately sensed the danger. A murderous aura emanated from her eyes. She spun around, launching an attack in his direction. Fear gripped him. He froze for a split second. In a flash, Ma Sung-mi whirled around and unleashed an attack on Du Hyu. Her sharp blade tore through his shirt. Her relentless attacks targeted his weak points. Caught off guard, he was sent flying backward. Stalwart defense, gale force. Gale force increased her movement speed by 40%. For 5 seconds. Instantly, she shot towards Du Hyu. The sword in her hand rose high. The young man's jaw dropped in astonishment. He was relentlessly bombarded with attacks from the girl, unable to react. Then, just as she unleashed a fatal blow, he was sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater amidst the shattered debris. Amidst the thick dust cloud, Ma Sung-mi gasped, surveying the chaotic scene before her. The beautiful eyes of the girl on the other side curved into a smug smile. That's Sung-mi, all right. Her strength has grown tremendously in such a short time. Suddenly, the girl realized something was amiss. Without warning, Ma Sung-mi had been restrained. A look of shock spread across her face. What is this? This shimmering substance clinging to me. Could it be spider silk? She reached out to touch the strange material. Master looked up, scanning her surroundings. All this shimmering. Is it all spider silk? Ma Sung-mi couldn't move. She gritted her teeth, struggling to break free. What's going on? He smiled, slowly rising to his feet. Right after releasing a thick smoke screen, I secretly placed those devices all over the arena. Although she claimed that this armor could protect her from any attack, I didn't want to use powerful attacks that would exceed the armor's capacity to strike her. Yes, the reason I approached her wasn't to deliver a finishing blow, not because I lacked energy or wanted to attack in close combat, but because she had also realized the critical weakness. He replied, "That's right." She led the attack and broke through the solid defense. However, in the end, that solid defense was broken, and she was nearly in danger. Witnessing that scene, she couldn't help but be astonished. Then she smiled and said, "I lost this match, but next time, I will definitely win." He replied, "Certainly, we will have a rematch." She immediately said, "Well then, can you help me take this off now?" At this moment, her whole body was a little tired, frozen in an awkward position. He responded with a flustered expression. "I apologize. I was so engrossed in conversation that I forgot myself." He immediately retracted the controlling threads. Just then a clap rang out unexpectedly, causing both of them to turn around. Master was clapping with a warm smile. "You both have worked very hard. The winner of this match is Du Huiyuke." The girl took his hand and said, I have complete faith in your abilities, Hui. He smiled back. Thank you. You can entrust everything to me. Meanwhile, at the White Lotus Guild's office, a young woman gazed out the window at the setting sun, lost in thought. The assassin group's vice leader has just arrived in the territory, a voice announced. Someone entered the room. Is the security plan still on schedule? The woman asked. Of course, the other person replied. As per the original agreement, a secret, untraceable battle with the ant demons. Absolutely no trace will be left, ma'am. Good. You've done well. You're dismissed. The man then quietly left the room. The woman turned, gazing silently into the distance. Her eyes fell upon the photograph in her hand. A news alert flashed across the bulletin board. Du Huiyuke. His abilities are like a golden goose, but he joined the Chongryong Society instead of coming to me. If I can't have him, no one can. Spiderweb cracks instantly spread across the phone screen. Meanwhile, at another location, a group of men stepped out of a vehicle. They carried suitcases that exuded an air of mystery. All right, I'm here. Give me some information on the kid, so I could start looking. Two underlings in front of him spoke respectfully. Boss, Seoul is a great place. It's a paradise for handsome guys. The one with glasses replied. This idiot, why isn't he hurrying up and solving the problem? And getting back to the SAO outskirts already? Time is slipping away. The time is ripe. It's time to strike. We need to take advantage of this moment and make a fortune. Quickly grab that brat and get out of here, understand? The other man hastily replied, Yes, sir. Understood. The two men continued their discussion, their eyes fixed on the man wearing glasses. I heard that yesterday morning, that Aussie punk caused a ruckus in Big Bro's territory. He's quite famous, you know. We should be able to find him within a day. So what? Then let's just take a stroll around here, wait for the right opportunity, and then make our move. The other man continued. No matter how famous he is, with our reputation, this job, this payout is too good to pass up. Just follow the instructions. A murderous aura emanated from the two men. Let's go take care of that pesky fly. In another underground lair, a horde of ferocious monsters charged forward, but were instantly torn to shreds by a powerful gust of wind. The one responsible was Ma So-mi. One by one, each grotesque monster fell mercilessly beneath her relentless assault. She lunged forward, agile and swift as a panther. Ma Sung-mi gazed into the distance, a blinding surge of energy erupting from her, striking the screaming monsters. In a flash, they all collapsed, motionless on the ground. Although it felt like sparring, this power was overwhelmingly superior, the speed terrifyingly faster. Confused, she turned to look behind her. Sung-mi, hurry up. These guys are seriously bored. The boy sighed, his face etched with boredom. If you were granted such a powerful spell, a tanker like me would be useless, just standing around watching. I'd be nothing more than a glorified pack mule. I can't be a useless tanker, unable to help my teammates. Frustration and helplessness washed over her. I have to quickly find a task that a tanker can actually perform. Lost in thought, she was startled by Du Huiyuke's voice. Sung-mi, what are you thinking about? She quickly replied, Oh, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought for a moment. Actually, I'm quite surprised. Mr. Yuji Hyok's drone. When I saw it, I thought it was a device built for dungeon use. He responded, Today, while exploring the dungeon, I'll show you things even more interesting than that. And hey, Sung-mi na, I told you that you can talk comfortably with me from now on. So why are you still so hesitant? She fell silent, lost in thought, without saying a word. He gently continued. Many people have difficulty opening up to others. It's okay to be comfortable with people. So just take your time, and you'll get used to it. Sung-mi softly replied, Yes, I understand. He continued, Today is also the first day, and I'll be constantly moving around. So you should stay active as well, even if you're taking on the role of a tanker. But you don't have to blindly follow my orders. We need to work together in sync. She responded with a simple yes. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as if a colossal beast was approaching. Both of them instantly raised their guard, ready for battle. Right before their eyes, a horde of hulking, humanoid monsters with bulging muscles materialized. The young man spoke up. Looks like Danjiro's monstrous minions have arrived. The young woman's expression turned serious. Though the Trons are massive, slow-moving, and highly regenerative, they're not difficult to defeat. However, there are always exceptions. The young man turned to Sung-mi. I need you to distract John and those goblins. Up ahead. Understood, she replied, turning back to him. But holding them off for long will be difficult. His face hardened as he nodded. I understand. First, I'll take care of these lesser goblins. Then I'll deal with those behind them. The goblin shamans. It seems they're the masterminds behind all this. The trolls and lesser goblins are attacking together, using some kind of magic. The goblins and trolls can be resurrected as ferocious warriors. A blinding light flashed. Immediately, they all charged forward to attack. The monsters roared savagely, rushing in like demons. The two of them took up fighting stances, ready to face the onslaught. A valiant warrior suddenly charged forward, unleashing a powerful punch that sent a monster sprawling backward. It was sent flying. At the same time, Ma Sung-mi stared at the robot in disbelief. What is that?" she gasped. He replied, "Don't worry, that's Volunteer. I built it myself." Thanks to her and Aaron's coordinated distraction, the plan wasn't going smoothly. He instantly activated his cloaking ability, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, she couldn't help but be astonished. I was already completely surprised by the appearance of the drone and Golden, and now I'm witnessing this incredible cloaking ability too. What other amazing things does Do Hui have in store for me? I can't even imagine. Just then, the colossal monster charged straight towards them. Although my abilities are currently limited and I can't effectively support Do Hui, I will definitely complete the mission entrusted to me, she told herself, filled with determination. Meanwhile, at another location, a figure suddenly appeared. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" The man scoffed in response. "Just removing a few obstacles in the way. There's no need for a reason. Consider it bad luck." As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately attacked. He then hastily reported, "It's done on this side. Anything else we need to investigate?" "We got a response from the other side. We're good. Look around a bit. I found traces of Do Hui. Didn't think it'd be this easy. But that South Korean kid, if he's protecting the gate like this, won't he get punished? Way too easy, isn't it?" One of them spoke up. "With such a small area, how can the Korean Awakened Being Management Bureau even have enough manpower? Anyone can put up a D-rank gate. Right, boss? You know about that too, boss? So insightful. Cut the chatter. The porters will be here soon. Before that, we need to make sure we take care of Do Hui and get out of here." "Got it." The three of them headed towards the gate. "Let's squash this bug and get out of here." Meanwhile, on the other side, Do's group, Yu Hai was still fiercely battling the ferocious horde of monsters. The battle raged on, brutal and intense. Yu Hai bravely fought his way through a wave of terrifying creatures. How could he have made it to the gate of Hammond so easily? He couldn't hide his own astonishment. Suddenly, the monstrous figures began to vanish into thin air. Another fighting machine abruptly appeared. Wasn't that Yu Hai's golem? Aaron was carrying out his master's orders. "Well done, Aaron," he exclaimed in surprise. A shout echoed from the other side. "Over here!" He immediately rushed towards Hammond with lightning speed. Lightning energy began to gather in his hands. A ball of lightning formed. In an instant, the lightning ball was launched directly at the horde. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. She instinctively raised her arms to shield herself. All the monsters were knocked to the ground. The surrounding area was left in ruins. Ma Sung-mi stood frozen, horrified by the scene before her. He gave a subtle, knowing smile. "The real challenge starts now," he said softly. She looked confused and bewildered by his words. "When you spar with me, it's like you become a completely different person," she exclaimed. "I have to meet with Master Jima after this training session," he explained. "Does that have something to do with it?" she asked curiously. "It's just a private meeting, something we need to discuss," he replied. After the training session ended, thanks to Master Jima's help, I was granted special access to the Jung-Sungwoo Library and was fortunate enough to acquire 3 precious books. From the outside, they looked like ordinary books written in the common language of this world and seemed to hold no value whatsoever. But to me, they contain the secrets of Chanya. Every object holds a unique incantation, and I could find the incantations I needed within these books. Invisibility, allowing the user to become invisible to others. However, this ability is nullified upon attack. Acid Arrow fires an arrow filled with acid straight ahead. Lightning Orb launches a sphere of electrical energy forward. Anything it touches will be paralyzed by the high voltage current. He suggests, "So, shall we try this again from the beginning?" He immediately lunges forward to attack, but she can't dodge all the falling debris around her. Now, only the colossal silhouette of Golden stands tall. Ma Dongmi turns to Do Hui and says, "We're running out of time." He replies, "Just rest easy." However, She doesn't feel tired enough. He says, "All right, then I'll take a short break." Suddenly, he feels a strange tremor. Both of them simultaneously turn their attention forward. If only this was just my imagination. He feels a vague fear rising within him and quickly retracts his weapon. An invisible entity with cloaking abilities appears. He immediately launches an attack forward. What are your thoughts on this? I sense 3 assassins moving in, deeper into the cave. They're definitely not with us. The KB Legion is supposed to be guarding the dungeon entrance. Who are these strangers? His voice dropped, his expression hardening as he spoke to Sumi. She asked worriedly, "What is it?" He continued, "In the event we discover unauthorized entry into the dungeon, what are our protocols?" She replied, "First, we confirm if they have clearance to be here. Then, we force them to turn back. But if they're hostile, we're authorized to eliminate them. Fire." Me blocked the fierce attack, creating an opening for Yuhoiak to strike the monster. Magical attacks bombarded its body, but the monster remained relentless, unfazed. Behind the main character's back, a few figures lurked in the shadows, silently watching him. The beast ability boss doesn't seem as terrifying as the rumors say, does he? They whispered to each other, hidden behind a large boulder. No wonder, in a D-rank dungeon. He's as clumsy as a chicken with its head cut off. The boss, leaning against the cliff face, replied casually, "If we're getting paid, we need to be a little more discreet. I'm just saying, the target is just a kid with no special abilities whatsoever." The boss ordered his underlings. "Hey, newbie, you go first. See those minotaurs over there? Lure them over here." The youngest underling replied, "So our boss can make a safe retreat, right? You mean hide behind us and make the kid and the girl run for their lives from those raging bulls?" "Yes, I understand. We're just pretending, right, boss? Hurry up and finish the job so we can go home." His companion whispered instructions to him. The youngest one quickly put on a mask and respectfully replied, "Yes, I'll go right away and be back soon." He dashed outside, moving as fast as a whirlwind. The leader turned and ordered the remaining one, "Keep a close eye on them and see what they're up to." "Yes, I understand, boss," the other one hastily replied. With Du Huiyuke, he and Song-mi were still struggling to take down the ferocious bull. The main character grimaced and said to Song-mi with a headache, "Let's take a break. It seems tougher than I thought." Song-mi said to him breathlessly, "This bull's regenerative ability seems beyond expectations. This firepower doesn't seem to be enough." The one who was watching suddenly exclaimed to the boss, "Boss, you can't fully trust someone for 150 billion. He replied with a hint of annoyance in his voice, "Cut it out. It looks like the monster that guy brought is coming." 6 demonic bulls and 9 ferocious goblins, filled with murderous intent, made me gasp in horror as she witnessed the horde of monsters charging towards them. Taking advantage of the chaos, a group of assassins suddenly appeared from behind. The leader drew his weapon and said coldly, "Our boss can take care of this right now." Without lifting a finger, the boss scoffed mockingly. "Oh, really? And how's that?" The underling remained confident. "It's as easy as pie. Child's play. Assassinating them is easier than eating candy. Then we'll definitely have to eliminate the target and his daughter." He licked his lips disgustingly and suddenly launched sharp darts. The blades flew straight towards Du Huiyuke, assuming Du Haiyusi is Du Huiyuke, but he suddenly gave a mysterious smile. The darts pierced his body, but his form flickered and vanished like an illusion. The assassin's eyes widened in shock as they stared. "Now's your chance, Aaron." The protagonist's deep voice resonated as a gigantic, ferocious creature suddenly materialized behind the assassins. They slowly turned around, and upon seeing the monster, Aaron, they all cried out in terror. What in the world is that? A reckless assassin charged towards Aaron, but he was instantly snatched up by the monster. The assassin's face was crushed in Aaron's massive hand. The protagonist coldly commanded. Aaron immediately swung his arm, flinging both assassins away. They flew straight towards Du Huiyuke and his monsters. Everyone looked at each other in panic after the sudden shock. What the hell is going on? How would I know? Du Huiyuke calmly walked towards his subordinates, trying to backstab someone and having the tables turned. How does it feel? An enraged subordinate drew his knife and lunged at the protagonist. "You bastard!" Du Huiyuke needed only a single finger to touch him. A spark ignited from his fingertip, The man, Buren Hansen, instantly incinerated in a terrifying explosion. The crime boss watched his men burn in the inferno, frozen in terror as he looked toward the protagonist. The power emanating from the young man was completely different from when he'd faced him before. It wasn't that he couldn't use spells, but that he was intentionally holding back. Realizing this, his eyes widened in stunned disbelief. He knew from a moment we tried to ambush him from behind. This kid knew and deliberately set a counter trap. He stared at Du Hyun-woo with a look of utter astonishment. So dandy, Du Hyun-woo spocky. What good is just standing there dumbfounded? The boss snapped out of his trance and spun around. A ferocious bull stood right behind him, impossibly close. The bull stared at him, drool dripping from its mouth, filling him with absolute terror. The terrified boss screamed, "Help! Someone help me!" The youngest henchman, who had been hiding until now, suddenly appeared and attempted a sneak attack on Du Hyun-woo. He charged forward with blinding speed, like an arrow loose from a bow. But his punch passed right through Du Hyun-woo. He stared in astonishment at the dust particles scattering in the air. He quickly landed on the ground. The youngest brother immediately looked up. Yu Hyuk stood imposingly before him, his hands condensed into blinding orbs of light. Before he could react, the energy spheres hurtled towards him. The youngest brother was severely injured by the surprise attack. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes warily fixed on Yu Hyuk. Unbelievable. Even his speed technique was detected. How'd he figure it out? A small drone hovered above Yu Hyuk's head. His gaze was drawn to the strange object. What is that thing? Could it be with that device? That he's been tracking our every move? Yu Hyuk spoke coldly, his voice sharp as a knife. You've grown too confident in your own power. Dark shadows emerged behind the youngest brother, encircling him. His vision slowly faded into darkness. His consciousness faded under Yu Hyuk's icy gaze. In the end, we're all just pawns in that kid's game. Yu Hyuk said to him casually. Later, loser. À la d'explosion échouée. At the Beck's Motorcycle Association headquarters, Yu Hyuk and the protagonist were sitting in the office. Beck Doohee placed a file on the table. She took a sip of water and said, "This is Guy's investigative report on yesterday's incident. First of all three of them came from the outskirts, and from what I've gathered, they could be assassins sent by Gwijin." Yu Hyuk looked dubious. Gwijin? Who is that? Beck Doohee's face turned serious. She cautiously explained, "It's an organization that operates secretly in a remote area of China. And because his true identity remains unknown, he's been given the moniker Ant Devil. Furthermore, no AI system has ever been able to identify Ant Devil's true face." Nam Jong-do asked, puzzled. "I've never heard of this name. Not in the news or any media." Park Doohee responded with a sigh. "There's no other way to put it. Ant Devil is a brutal and deranged killer. He specifically targets renowned, awakened individuals around the world and eliminates them without mercy." Park Doohee scrolled through the profiles, a question forming in her mind. Someone like that. Why send such low-level thugs after me? Park Doohee answered her own question. He commands a vast network of assassins across the globe. They take contracts for assassinations. Perhaps this incident was just a regular assassination job, and you were simply the target. Dewey turned to Nam Jong-do and asked, "Can you investigate who's behind this assassination request?" Park Dewey, he suddenly fell silent. She slammed her glass down on the table with a sharp clink. "This is just my personal speculation, but it seems that due to the resounding success of the fireworks sale, the stock prices have been continuously rising, leading some to want to sabotage Mr. Yuhee, UK, and our guild. Yuhee and UK have both carefully considered this matter. He's even compiled a list of suspicious names. If that's the case, it could be a large-scale guild, like the Pear Blossoms or the White Lotus." Beck Yuhee nodded slightly. "Indeed, among them are those with extremist ideologies, believing that if they can't possess something, it's better to destroy it. Furthermore, they would have to be capable of acting swiftly in such a short time frame. Like this." Her eyes narrowed, lost in thought. I know who it is." Beck Yui's cryptic words placed a heavy weight on the protagonist's shoulders. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Who is it?" Beck Yui didn't answer immediately, remaining silent for a moment. Then she slowly spoke. "Revealing the mastermind without concrete evidence wouldn't be wise. There might be some complications that are better left unsaid." "That's enough," the protagonist replied. Beck Yui offered the protagonist a card. "Take this, Mr. Yui. Mr. Yui, please accept this." What is this? Becky Wee leaned back, her voice filled with concern. An assassination attempt like this. I'm afraid it won't simply end here. So it's best you accept the guild's protection, or higher personal security. The protagonist gratefully accepted the offer. Thank you for your concern. I have to go now. Excuse me. He stood up to leave. Becky Hui immediately asked, where are you going? Yu Hui smiled, anticipation in his eyes. My promotion mission has arrived. At the entrance of the Dew Tower near Peace Square, Wu Hyuk, changed and confident, strode across the polished marble floor of the grand building. The heavy doors slowly swung open as he boldly stepped inside. A large sign stood prominently displayed, attended by several staff members. The bright and magnificent interior was far beyond anything he had imagined. Numerous employees busily worked around him. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from nearby. Excuse me, sir, could you come over here for a moment? The rank promotion task is about to begin. Everyone, please gather in front of the dimensional gate. Others had already arrived and stood waiting before the mysterious gate. However, Do-hyuk Woo had a different question on his mind. May I ask, what is that large screen in front? A staff member quickly explained. That screen displays records related to rank promotions, and the profiles of participants are also stored in the GUID database. It seems there's someone you're interested in, isn't there? You'd recognize them at a glance, wouldn't you? The shorter the mission completion time, the more exceptional the ability. Now that we've talked, the protagonist politely bid the man farewell and stepped before the imposing gate. He waited in silence, lost in thought. Although before, he had worked tirelessly and dedicated himself to building his reputation. Reaching rank 6 and gaining the special attention of the Bai Kingdom would grant him access to the invaluable treasures within the royal library. If all went well, he would have a chance to grasp mystical spell secrets beyond all imagination. The protagonist lifted his chin, brimming with confidence amidst his wandering thoughts. Suddenly, an unfamiliar face approached him and spoke. Hey friend, it seems like this is the first time I've seen you here, right? If it weren't our first meeting, then surely you wouldn't dare participate in the promotion challenge looking so pathetic. The protagonist calmly replied. I'm alone, so I don't pay attention to my surroundings. The other man was fully equipped with incredibly valuable weapons, radiating a brilliant aura. He sneered, his tone full of mockery. Don't tell me you can't afford it. Looking like a ragged mess, and you want to accept a mission? I doubt you could even complete it. Yu Hyuk calmly replied. Let's see. I don't think it's that serious. Besides, I don't see any reason to pointlessly waste money and do this mission. He instantly flew into a rage at his words. Pointlessly waste money? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Do you know who I am to speak to me with such insolence? Are you blind? Can't you see this insignia? He proudly displayed the symbol on his armor and roared. I am a member of the White Lotus Guild. You're not afraid of the White Lotus Guild? Yu Hyuk remained indifferent, his expression unchanged. He said, less boasting. Let your strength do the talking. He continued to pressure him. A vagrant not accepted by any decent guild, equipped with nothing but trash like a beggar. Yu Hyuk calmly retorted, advising the man to take a good look at himself. If I were to judge by appearances alone, maybe you'd be right, the man scoffed. Yu Hyuk confidently replied, wait for the results, then you'll see. Just then, an announcement suddenly rang out. The gate is opening. Initialization in progress. Initialization complete. Awaken ones who meet the requirements. Please prepare yourselves. The man glanced at Yu Hyuk with a sinister look, a sly smirk playing on his lips, until the final announcement came. His eyes never left Yu Hyuk. Komos. Yu Hyuk also started warming up his body before entering. Moments later, a heavy sword slammed into the ground. The man stretched, muttering to himself, feeling light. I'm a 5-star rookie of the White Lotus Guild, the one entrusted with the task of supervision. There's only one. With equipment and provisions like these, how can that guy compete with me? Clearly, the record for stage 64 has been broken for the first time. I'm sure I'll at least be ranked 3rd this time. This E-rank, he thought to himself smugly. Outside, the others were also anxiously running to the notice board to see the results. Wow, amazing. The record for stage 64 was broken? That's incredible. They continuously exclaimed in admiration and astonishment as they looked at the rankings. Kim Guk-jeon was still lost in the illusion of his victory. Yeah, be as jealous as you want. Kim Guk-jeon's stage 64 record. But that thought quickly vanished when a clear voice rang out from the crowd. As expected of Yu He-wook, the 150 billion contract is no joke. The number one spot belongs to the main character again. Kim Guk-jeon stared in astonishment. Yu He-wook? The 150 billion contract of Keanu Guild? Not long ago. The creator of the dungeon-compatible artillery shells. Yu He-wook was visibly panicked. He stammered, each word a struggle to force out. His body collapsed, crumbling to the ground. A figure with silent footsteps approached him. Witnessing his opponent's pathetic, beggar-like pleas for mercy after his defeat, Yu He-wook spoke. Rewinding back to the moment he first stepped into the gate, the system continuously issued guidance notifications, leading the awakened. The E-rank promotion mission officially commenced. Eliminate all surrounding monsters, then proceed to the designated location. A horde of monstrous creatures suddenly emerged. Current monster elimination count, over 100. The massive monsters, armed with sharp weapons, stood ready for battle. The protagonist, Eren, immediately launched a preemptive strike. The surrounding space was instantly painted crimson. The burning hand's skill erupted in a furious torrent of flames. The monsters were engulfed in flames, their bodies burning red-hot, but they seemed unfazed, becoming even more ferocious. After the fiery attack, the monster swung its giant axe towards Eren. The earth-shattering blow sent Eren crashing to the ground with a loud thud. On the other side, Yu He-wook had successfully eliminated another monster. He glanced back at Eren, worry etched on his face. Could Eren withstand the terrifying power of that attack? He wondered, but miraculously, the axe only grazed Eren's head, without causing any injury. Seizing the opportunity, Eren immediately channeled his magic into the ground. A cataclysmic explosion instantly engulfed the entire monster and sent it plummeting into the abyss. I thought it was impossible to kill them. Is it really over? Yu He-wook exclaimed in astonishment. He saw a small passage appear after. The system confirmed that the required number of monsters had been eliminated. Yu He-wook stepped into the magic circle. The system immediately emitted a notification sound. Congratulations! You have completed the E-rank promotion quest. Completion time, 59 minutes and 35 seconds. After completing the mission and achieving a new record, our hero returned to the familiar comfort of his home. He leisurely brewed tea, lost in deep thought. Although this level-up mission hadn't been too challenging for him, Eren's destructive power and the might of his flycam were still insufficient to face Zhou and the Goblin. Besides training himself to upgrade his golem and flycam to new heights, he calmly poured a cup of fragrant tea and opened his system panel for a thorough review. In that case, he mused, a class change is in order. A new profession was immediately added, alchemist. All accumulated time data has been fully recorded. Suddenly, a notification from a main system appeared on the screen. Synthesis level not yet announced. You need to refresh to rank up. Agree? He replied, agree, and clicked the confirm button. Immediately after, the system notified him. Player Yu He-wook has been promoted to rank E. Player Yu He-wook has been granted the opportunity to choose a special spell. He stared in amazement at the system panel displaying the list of special spells. A special spell is a permanent passive effect, granted exclusively to each character. The alchemist's special spell is the extraordinary alchemy skill. The sorcerer's is the ability to enhance intellect, and the machinist's is the power of duplication. In DBF, these are special effects that, if not obtained during character creation, can never be acquired. At the dedicated building of the White Lotus Guild, Min Seoun's room was located deep inside. She sat up in bed and said, "This is quite unexpected. Since the wedding, we haven't been in touch. And yet, here you are, so early in the morning." She stroked her hair and said with a smile, "It's so good to see you again, Yu He-wook." Yu He-wook responded coldly. "Is that so?" She continued, "Of course. A rising star, capturing the world's attention." Yu He-wook sternly interrupted her. "I'm not here for small talk. Get to the point." Min Seoyun got out of bed and replied, "Fine. I also enjoy intense games of passion." "So what happened?" Yu He-wook asked, leaning forward. "Why did you try to kill me?" Min Seoyun feigned surprise. "What are you talking about?" However, Yu He-wook frowned. He seemed uncomfortable saying those words. "I know you hired Gwijin and then an assassin to eliminate me." Min Seoun's expression remained unchanged. She tilted her head and replied, "I really don't understand what you're talking about. What's Gwijin AI? And what assassin? And what do you mean, trying to kill you?" She stepped forward and grabbed his hand, asking frantically, What happened to you?" Looking at her expression, Yu Hyuk felt a flicker of uncertainty within him. How could she put on such a worried face? But he immediately pulled his hand back, reminding himself once again, hasn't the White Lotus Society always been known as a corrupt organization? I absolutely cannot be fooled, especially not by Min So, someone notorious for doing anything for money, regardless of the means, completely different from those with true ability. I already expected this kind of answer from you. He pulled out the adjacent chair and said firmly, I'll give you two choices. Min So Yoon sat on the bed, maintaining an innocent expression, and replied, I don't understand what you're talking about. The male lead sat down, casually crossing his legs, and slowly said, First, if you compensate me adequately, I'll consider this matter never happened, and I won't hold a grudge. Second, Min So Yoon exclaimed in surprise that the male lead cut her off. Let me finish. Second, if I return empty-handed like this, I will publicly reveal the identity of a mastermind behind this assassination attempt. Min So Yoon dropped the worried act and retorted, What you're saying right now has nothing to do with the White Lotus Society. Yu Hyuk abruptly stood up from his chair and said, You have the right to your opinion, but when everything is brought to light, you know very well who will suffer the most. Then I suppose there's nothing left to negotiate. He immediately pushed the door open and was about to leave, but his hand gripped the doorknob tightly. Min So Yoon hurriedly spoke up. Wait, how much do you want? She quickly offered increasing amounts. 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. Just name your price. Yu Hyuk coldly replied, 10 billion. Min So Yoon gasped in astonishment. 10 billion? You're demanding that much money for such a trivial matter? Yu Hyuk looked at her coldly and said, Don't you realize that your analysis of the situation, your actions, and everything you said so far are all confessions? Min So Yoon's true colors were immediately revealed. She gritted her teeth and bit her nails, saying, Fine, I'll give it to you. But if this gets out, she slowly stepped forward, releasing a massive surge of magic that enveloped her body. This time, I will truly finish you. Her eyes glowed crimson, burning with rage. Yu Hyuk calmly walked towards his car. On his phone, the transaction history from moments ago was still displayed. Suddenly, a notification popped up, catching his attention. It was an instruction manual for upgrading the security system of Yu Hyuk's house. He suddenly recalled Min So Yoon's face, an intense killing intent from earlier. The approval rating wasn't much different from the rumors, and this couldn't resolve those potential dangers. He unlocked the car. If the king ant knew he had failed 7 times, it would definitely send more assassins to salvage the situation. As a precaution, he carefully locked the doors, a determined thought forming in his mind. I need to become stronger too. His phone vibrated again, displaying a new notification. Mysterious messages from a stranger suddenly popped up. Finally, the Information Guild has decided to contact me. He thought to himself, Ga Isu, should I go to ISU to pick up the book I pre-ordered? His face lit up at the thought. It's been a while since I went searching for an item. Moments later, at the park near ISU, Shin Tae-yoon was sitting on a bench, sighing deeply. What could be troubling the young man? In his hand was a business card. Angrily, he crumpled it up. A financial planner. Should have been able to handle this properly. If this is the end result, then... He stammered, about to say something, when suddenly his phone vibrated in his pocket. 2 of his friends were texting, chatting about mysterious stories in the dungeon. AI, it's really tough. With just 1 trip into the dark dungeon, he reaped 10 times the spoils I did. This is truly nothing to be proud of. Jealousy welled up inside Shin Tae-yoon. He thought to himself. He put his phone back in his pocket and continued walking along the park trail. Not being able to awaken a special ability in this era must be my own fault. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook violently. Shin Tae-yoon looked around in astonishment. What has happened? Behind him, a crack appeared and spread with alarming speed. A blinding light emanated from the fissure, making him dizzy. In an instant, it sucked everyone around, including Shin Tae-yoon. Inside, screams of panic rang out. Du Hui-okay, who happened to be nearby, witnessed the entire terrifying event. Explosion. When I awakened my ability, there wasn't any phenomenon like sucking people in. Besides, he wasn't an awakened one. If an ordinary person gets sucked in there, if he doesn't hurry, the ferocious monsters will tear him apart. Thinking that, Yu Hyuk sped up, his steps quicker than ever. But suddenly, he froze, a look of astonishment on his face. A man was walking into the middle of the street. holding a stop sign, signaling for everyone to halt. Two others stood beside him, each raising their identification cards and loudly announcing to the surrounding crowd, "I am Kim Ji-jun, an awakened. This is to inform you all, I am Un-mi-ju, an awakened. Monsters may attack at any moment. Everyone, please evacuate this dangerous area immediately." Yu Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness, there are other awakened besides me." He immediately approached them. "I am Yu Hyuk, rank E awakened, here to assist." Kim Ji-jun politely replied, "Hello, Yu Hyuk. Please use this to direct traffic." Yu Hyuk, surprised, quickly asked, "Excuse me? Did you say? What are you talking about? We have to go save them now." Kim Jae-jun and Yun Min-si suddenly burst into laughter. "Did you hear that? Min-si, in E rank, is telling us to hurry up and save people. Seriously? I thought I misheard." Kim Jae-jun patted the protagonist on the shoulder and said in a condescending tone, "Hey, you E rank. Someone like you shouldn't even be near the dungeon. You don't even know your own rank yet, and you're trying to play hero? You'd be better off directing traffic." But the protagonist coldly replied, "Since when did Awaken become traffic coordinators?" He sternly said to them, "According to Article 1, Section 1 of the Awakened Charter, awakened in the Republic of Korea are individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. When dangerous situations arise, awakened have a responsibility to protect ordinary citizens." This clause isn't just for show, is it? Kim Ji-jun scoffed at the protagonist's advice, retorting, "Another wannabe hero. And what makes you think you can solve this?" Yu Hyuk responded without hesitation, "That's right. Then I suggest you stay out of my business." Infuriated by his arrogance, Kim Ji-jun yelled, You dare." But Yu Hyuk instantly activated his skill, Divine Speed Enhancement, boosting the power in his legs. In a flash, he zipped past them, heading straight for the gaping entrance of the cave. Inside the cave, a scene of desolation and ruin unfolded, with only a lone figure present. Shin Tae-pung suddenly found himself in a strange land. "Where am I?" He looked around in confusion. He had clearly been at Aisuma Station just moments ago. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body. As he tried to stand, he realized he had a serious wound on his leg that prevented him from moving. "Damn it, I can't get up like this." Shin Tae-pung struggled to move, but it was no use. Suddenly, a series of small sounds echoed around him. They were coming from the dense forest surrounding him. A monster, its mouth full of dry twigs, had spotted Shin. Tae-pung's eyes widened in terror as he stared at the horrifying creature. The monstrous creature slowly crawled towards Shin Tae-pung, its fierce eyes studying him like prey. Panicked, Shin Tae-pung tried to sit up and yell, "Help me! Someone, please help me!" His hands frantically clawed at the ground, his body dragging across the dirt. "No, I can't die here." The monster continued to crawl, drool dripping from its grotesque mouth. Shin Tae-pung's vision blurred as darkness began to close in. "I haven't repaid my parents yet," he thought desperately. With a single hand, the monster easily grabbed Shin Tae-pung. It opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth ready to devour him. Shin Tae-pung was completely helpless, unable to resist. All that remained was a desperate scream echoing in his mind. "No, God, no way." Horror washed over him, his face darkening. He prayed silently, "If you really exist, please save me. Just save me, and I will dedicate my life and my fate to you." He squeezed his eyes shut, praying with all his heart. In that moment, a surge of powerful magic shot towards the monster. The potent spell struck the arm that held Shin Tae-pung, sending him plummeting into the monster's abyss. A blurry figure darted forward, catching Shin Tae-pung. The monster's arm was severed. Shin Tae-pung was saved, landing safely on the ground. The main character spoke, his voice gentle as a breeze. "Are you all right?" Shin Tae-pung looked at the main character's face, still dazed. "Who are you?" Du Huiek replied instantly, "I am Du Huiek the Awakened. I came to save you." Hugh Duk rushed over, worriedly asking, "Are you all right?" But Shin Tae-pung's condition didn't look good. His left thigh was swollen and crimson red from the recent attack, causing Tae-pung to wince in pain. The intense pain made Hugh Duk exclaim, "Oh my God, the wound looks quite serious." He then extended his hand forward. Immediately, a mystical emerald green light radiated from his palm. "Blessings of heaven, please descend upon this place." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space was immersed in an emerald green mist. Two angels emerged from the smoke, each holding a holy lantern, radiating healing light. Miraculously, as the hymn resounded, the wound on Shin Taepeng's thigh vanished without a trace. His skin became flawless, without a single blemish. Hu Duk continued, "Can you move now?" Taepeng gently moved his leg, utterly astonished by the rapid recovery. "Great, I can move my legs again. Thank you so much." Hearing the reply, Hyaku breathed a sigh of relief. He extended his hand and offered, "If you follow me, we can reach ISU station." Suddenly, Shin Taepeng seemed to sense something unusual. His eyes widened, filled with terror. He yelled towards the back, "Impossible! That monster from before. It regenerated." Taking advantage of their lapse in attention, the monster attempted a sneak attack from behind. It opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, its eyes glowing red with fury. But before it could act, something unexpected happened. Aaron appeared like a god, heroically grabbing the monster's tail. The decisive action completely restrained it, rendering it immobile. The monster could only glare at its prey, Hyaku and Shin Taepeng, right in front of it. Shin Taepeng. The monster turned its head to look at Aaron, who was firmly holding its tail. It felt helpless and frustrated, but no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break free. At this moment, Hyaku coldly turned to face the monster and commanded, "Disappear." Aaron received the signal and gave a slight nod of understanding. Immediately, he grabbed the monster's massive tail with both hands, lifting the colossal creature into the air. Simultaneously, Aaron replied, "All right, I understand." The enormous, obese monster was thrown high into the air by the robot. It roared in terror. The horrifying scream was answered by a slam straight into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Shin Taebyong witnessed the entire event, his body frozen stiff. He was completely paralyzed, unable to move. It seemed he was petrified by the terrifying scene. Hyuk extended his hand, reminding him, "We still need to rescue the others. So let's hurry." In another part of the city, after the chaos unfolded, the area was completely locked down by security forces. Simultaneously, an announcement was made. "Attention citizens, this is a dangerous area. Please do not approach." However, two daring individuals, ignoring the warning, laughed as they broke through the barricade and entered. Witnessing the scene before him, Yoon Min-soo exclaimed in alarm, "This area is currently under lockdown for investigation. We ask that everyone refrain from entering without authorization." A man in a sharp suit approached and introduced himself. "I am Choi Dae-ho from a Baisul branch, and I'm the lead investigator on this case." Observing the surroundings, he sensed a lurking danger and furrowed his brow in worry. "Have you identified the object inside yet?" Recognizing the newcomer's important position, Yoon Min-soo immediately bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Oh, it's an honor to meet you." Confused by this gesture, Dae-ho asked, "What are you doing?" Yoon Min-soo replied with a fawning expression, "I just wanted to show my respect, sir." Kim Ji-joon appeared from behind and spoke up, "We're securing the scene. I just saw an awaken go out of control. Someone rushed in." Hearing this, Choi Dae-ho clutched his head in utter frustration. He was speechless. Then, he turned to question the other two. "What were you two doing when he rushed into the gate?" The two soldiers stammered a reply. "We were waiting for backup. What if we died? What if the monsters from the gate got out?" Dae-ho continued to press them. "Did any monsters come out?" Yoon Min-soo scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, "Well, not yet, but..." This made Dae-ho even more furious at their indifferent and irresponsible attitude. He couldn't believe they didn't immediately rush into support the awakened and the innocent civilians. "Have you two forgotten the responsibility of an awakened? To protect the people when an unexpected incident occurs. Those who have awakened carry an immense responsibility. Have you forgotten that?" The weight of these words silenced the two men, rendering them speechless, unable to offer any rebuttal or excuse. Lee Yun-soo stepped closer. She didn't want to waste any more time arguing. "Captain, I'm afraid we don't have time to get tangled up with them." Dae-ho agreed. There was really nothing more to say. She tossed her coat back. Dae-ho quickly caught it. They both prepared to enter. "Let's go inside." Back inside the dense forest, a drone was activated and launched into the air. Its purpose, to scout the surrounding terrain. Through the control screen, they could observe everything happening within a wide radius. The image on the screen showed a young man trapped by a monstrous creature, the three-eyed monster, and the young man seemed to be the last survivor. As soon as the survivor's location was confirmed, a blinding light suddenly appeared. Hyuk burst from the bushes, leaping high and unleashing a deadly attack. A blinding light flashed from his hand. "Hyuk," he whispered, a word filled with pain and desperation. A sharp, acidic bolt of energy shot out, aimed directly at the monster. Enraged, the monster roared and lunged forward. Hyuk swiftly moved in front of the survivor, shielding her from the imminent danger. A searing pain suddenly ripped through him, making him clench his teeth. But Hyuk didn't falter or give in. This was the unavoidable side effect of using the spell repeatedly, a splitting headache. He had to grit his teeth and endure. Strange sounds suddenly echoed from behind the dense bushes. Another monster appeared unexpectedly, making the situation even more perilous. The situation became extremely dire. The monster clenched its fist, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. But Hyuk anticipated the danger. He pulled the girl close and quickly jumped away. Luckily, they both narrowly escaped the monster's claws. But this swamp was like a giant trap, not easy to escape. The monster's clawed hand emerged again from the thick fog. Everywhere its hand touched, the terrain instantly crumbled, forming a deep abyss. "Hyuk, hurry! Retreat is the best option. Just hold on a little longer." The girl stumbled backward, watching the monster's gigantic hand closing in. "Seongjin, behind you!" she screamed. Hyuk instantly activated his enhancement skill, then suddenly dropped to his knees. Just as the monster's sharp claws were about to graze him, Hyuk leaped high into the air. The jump was so powerful that the ground beneath him cracked. Hyuk didn't stop his assault mid-air. He unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast attacks. This swamp, there's no escape, he thought grimly. The monster was completely oblivious to Hyuk, rapidly firing specialized net arrows. In an instant, the monster was entangled in countless net threads. Hyuk gracefully landed and walked toward the restrained beast. He slowly raised his hand. Instantly, his hand erupted in a brilliant golden light, transforming into the embodiment of a raging inferno. He roared as a massive fireball violently erupted, hurtling towards Choi Diho and Lee Yunsu. Meanwhile, Yunsu had reached the shadowy forest. Both cautiously searched for survivors around the area. Choi Diho and Lee Yunsu finally made it through the mystical gate. Upon stepping through, a dense forest unfolded before them. In the distance, they spotted a flickering flame in the darkness. Suddenly, strange noises emanated from the surrounding bushes, putting them instantly on high alert. "Who's there?" Akron suddenly emerged from the undergrowth. Choi Diho stepped back, his face filled with suspicion. Just then, a young man appeared from behind Akron, his demeanor anxious and uneasy. You two are here." The young man looked at Choi Diho and Lee Yunsu, as if seeing a last glimmer of hope, his eyes lighting up with joy. He exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my God, look, it's Special Agent Bai." The surviving witnesses rushed towards the scene. Some of them, overjoyed, fell to their knees, sobbing uncontrollably. "We're saved. We're finally safe." Choi Diho observed them, lost in thought. It seems they were trapped in Albrecht. But what astonished them even more was the massive robot standing before them. And that golem, what in the world is that thing? It's definitely not an awakened. How could an awakened create a golem? Suddenly, Aaron spoke, breaking the tense silence. "Through a wide-range scan, I confirmed his identity. He's an agent of Organization Q. Mission accomplished. Let's return and report to the boss." Lee Yunsu asked, puzzled. "That robot just mentioned a boss. I don't understand. Which boss?" Aaron raised his hand respectfully. "My boss is Park Do-hyuk." Choi Diho immediately recognized the familiar name. He turned to Yunsu, suspicion etched on his face. "Park Do-hyuk, isn't he the magic user? The star system magic user?" Yunsu turned her head and replied, "He's an awakened, proficient in both magic and bomb-making." Diho's answer made one of the agents exclaim in alarm. "Information on this dangerous individual is far scarcer than I anticipated. An individual possessing such extraordinary abilities is not even in our records." He immediately ordered Yunsu, "First, get everyone out of here." Hearing this, she responded, "Understood." With that said, he quickly ran off. "I'll see you later." He ventured alone deep into the dense forest to search. But when he arrived, Diho froze at the horrifying sight before him. A massive crater appeared in the path ahead, and the remains of two monsters were scattered around. Diho was utterly bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. But whoever created this is definitely no amateur. He cautiously approached and examined the monsters' remains. These are hell devils. They're level 3 monsters with incredibly high endurance. For such a powerful creature to be incinerated to this degree. And that's not all. When I touched the monster's body, there was a strange, transparent liquid. It seems like it was caused by something being shot around here. Hyuk suddenly appeared and asked, "Who's there?" Ryoko politely replied, "Are you Park Hyuk, the last survivor?" The girl behind him was about to speak, but Hyuk quickly interrupted. "He's not. The survivor already left." Hyuk deliberately lied to conceal his true identity. Ryoko introduced himself. "I am Choi Ryoko, Special Branch, Soul Branch, on behalf of all members of the organization. A heartfelt thank you to Hero Park Do-hyuk for his extraordinary efforts during the Georgia outbreak. Thanks to him, the ISU has officially closed the case, without any recorded casualties or losses. However, on that fateful night, the outbreak dominated the headlines of the next news channel, especially the exclusive interview with Choi Di-ho, a level 55 hunter who instantly became a viral sensation, spreading like wildfire. Before the media, Di-ho expressed his deep gratitude, praising Park Do-hyuk as a shining example, and embodying the noble sense of responsibility that every awakened hunter should strive for. Do-hyuk rushed into the gate immediately when the Albright incident occurred without any hesitation or delay. His sole objective, his only driving force, was to rescue everyone. Meanwhile, someone was intently watching Choi Di-ho's interview, the level 55 hunter, about the terrifying outbreak. All 10 civilians caught in the gate returned safely. All were filled with gratitude for the heroic actions of Park Do-hyuk. Sumi looked at the screen, understanding some of the unfolding story. Glancing over, she saw Hyuk cloaked, about to enter the dimensional gate. He's been missing for days. Was it because of this? Hyuk had a bad feeling about the recent disease outbreak. It was a complete coincidence. Besides that, there were a few other issues. Before the outbreak, I successfully mastered a 3rd level spell. It's the 3rd level fireball spell. I can create 4 types of fireballs, each with its own destructive power, capable of inflicting significant damage. This 3rd level spell can drastically increase the opponent's movement speed, but at the same time, their intelligence will decrease. In the end, the hellish demon was completely annihilated, reduced to ashes. You also obtain many valuable treasures, such as the magic level Truth Discernment Horn. It can distinguish whether a person's words are true or false, accurately determining right from wrong. It has 2 uses per day, allowing for judgment and truth discernment. There's also the magic level Unity Perfume. Increases attractiveness to the opposite sex by 5 times. During intimate moments, it can amplify feelings of ecstasy by 5 times. And this special light ring also has the ability to increase IQ by 100 points, increase luck by 50%, and magic resistance by 50%. It can also absorb and store 50 units of magical energy from surrounding light, ready to be used when needed. He thought to himself, I've collected so many precious treasures and even reached the 9th level of alchemist. Moreover, Aaron's power is increasing every day. Hyuk proceeded to examine Aaron and began upgrading the robot using alchemy enhancement. Level 1. All skills used will consume 20 units of magic power and have the ability to fuse with a low-level atomic stone. Combining with a fused atomic stone subordinate will increase the hardness of the subordinate's outer shell and enhance its ability to accumulate magical energy. However, this affected its movement speed. Akron was granted a new rune combination slot. Moments later, the system sent a notification. Attack power significantly increased from 100% to 112%. Magical energy storage capacity was also greatly enhanced from 1,000 to 1,500. Furthermore, Akron's outer shell was reinforced, but in exchange, its movement speed decreased from 100% to 92%. Fortunately, Golem Akron possessed another rune combination slot. A notification appeared, requesting the desired rune incantation. Hyuk quickly extended his hand and recited the enhancement command, Haste. Instantly, a brilliant sphere of light erupted, enveloping Akron. The combination process is underway. After a short time, the combination process was complete. Hyuk observed Akron's completely transformed appearance. After being upgraded to a new level, he patted Akron's armor approvingly. Your power has been significantly increased. He looked into the distance, thinking, all thanks to Akron. Akron solemnly swore an ironclad oath. I swear absolute loyalty to my master until my soul departs from this world. The scene shifts to Songmi and Hyuk traveling through space. Suddenly, Songmi cries out in alarm. Damn it! Another monster has appeared. Hyuk coldly replies, his voice devoid of emotion. I know. Before them stands a gigantic monster, its massive body and fiery red eyes burning intensely. Seeing the delicious prey before it, the monster roars in delight, its face filled with utter joy. Behind it follows a large pack of equally ferocious goblins. Songmi, clad in sturdy iron armor, charged forward, brandishing a sharp weapon. A monstrous creature led the charge, lunging forward. From behind, Hyuk provided support, assisting Songmi's attack. Let's stick to the same tactic, he said. Songmi swiftly raised her shield and met the charge. Seeing this, two monsters instantly raised their massive hammers. Hyuk raised his hand, creating a protective barrier around Songmi and shouted, Phantom Swamp. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless spiderweb-like threads instantly ensnared the hands of the ferocious goblins. Seizing the opportunity while they were bound, Songmi drew her brightly glowing sword. Then, with graceful movements, she swiftly slashed at the monsters, leaving sharp cuts on their bodies. However, the attacks seemed to inflict no real damage. One monster turned, its eyes locked onto Songmi with murderous intent. A mysterious purple light suddenly appeared. The monster shifted its gaze to Hyuk, but in his eyes, there was only a chilling coldness. A scream echoed, Die! Attracting the attention of the monsters. A zombie appeared. Hyuk praised her, because both of them were in extreme danger. Since directly attacking the Iron Demon head-on was impossible, doing so would be nothing short of a disastrous defeat. Because of this, they shouldn't waste their energy on the low-level monsters. A clever provocation tactic. Songmi, he shouted. Songmi, and the girl received the signal, ready to respond. Hyuk launched his first attack, Inferno Manifestation. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless fireballs fiercely hurtled from behind him, catching the monsters completely off guard. The result was an earth-shattering explosion, engulfing the monsters in a raging inferno. But Hyuk couldn't see through the thick smoke. Worry was evident on his face. Is Songmi all right? He wondered. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the dense fog. Songmi had managed to erect a sturdy shield in front of her. He rushed straight outside. Seeing that she was unharmed, Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But just then, he noticed something amiss and urgently warned, Songmi, watch out behind you. A dark shadow silently crept up right behind Songmi. Before Songmi could understand what was happening, the monster suddenly attacked. Luckily, she managed to raise her shield in time to block. However, the monster's power was too great, she could barely withstand the powerful blow and was sent flying. Songmi, Hyuk cried out in alarm. Songmi lay amidst the fallen rubble, struggling to report the situation. I'm okay, but it seems like it's about to break the spell. Be careful. Flames blazed fiercely around the monster's body. It dragged its massive axe across the ground, step by step, advancing towards Hyuk. After a short distance, it suddenly leaped forward. Everywhere the colossal monster stepped turned into a desolate wasteland of rubble. Amidst the chaos, Hyuk remained remarkably calm, searching for a solution. He realized there was no way to destroy the monster's fortified trachea with a conventional attack. Hyuk reached back, gathering energy and forming a blazing fireball. He silently waited for the monster to approach. You can use fire to attack, fine, but if there's another monster, just like that one, your attack will be useless. Looking at the fireball in Hyuk's hand, an idea sparked. He thought that if he compressed the fireball, its energy would be powerful enough to pierce the seemingly impenetrable armor. Without further hesitation, Hyuk acted. He simultaneously used his enhanced speed technique, making his body vanish in a flash. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyuk sprouted wings and flew straight towards the monster. Songmi, witnessing this, reached out in terror, trying to stop him. But Hyuk remained resolute. Trust in my strength. The moment the fireball made contact with the monster's iron armor, it instantly pierced its formidable defenses, reducing the monster to dust. Outside the cave, Hyuk was controlling a drone to observe the surrounding situation. Inside the cave, Hyuk and Songmi were still enveloped in silence. Songmi suddenly spoke. What you did just now was really dangerous. Hyuk agreed with her thought. I know, but I was worried you'd get hurt. Sami was still frustrated. She could totally protect herself. I'm a tank. A small wound like that is nothing. Sami's voice suddenly softened as she spoke. But you could have been in real danger acting like that. An awkward silence fell between them. Hyuk gently reached out and patted her head. Thank you for worrying about me, but I never act without thinking. I calculated everything carefully before I made my move. Actually, Sami was terrified when she recalled that moment. In just a split second, I'm really worried we're going to lose a valuable teammate. I'm sorry. I completely understand your concern. Hyuk tried to soothe the anxious girl's heart. I understand. From now on, I'll be more careful to ensure everyone's safety. He looked up at the drone hovering in the clear blue sky for a moment, then walked over to Somi and said softly, You should rest here for a bit. Somi asked curiously, Where are you going? Hyuk didn't answer immediately. He didn't want Somi to face any danger. Let me handle this. To avoid a repeat of the last incident, I prepared a drone. If it detects anything suspicious, it will immediately sound the alarm. But the young woman was adamant. I want to go with you. However, he firmly refused. If you're worried about my safety, I'll come back right away. From now until we resume fighting the boss, we won't have any time to rest. Yes, I understand. She instructed him. I'll use a drone to scout the surrounding area. You just rest and don't worry about a thing. Somi had no choice but to listen to him. Yes, please be careful. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, he started venturing deeper into the dark cave. He followed the narrow path ahead until he reached a large gate. What is this place? He walked while cautiously observing his surroundings. I've never seen architecture like this in any document I know. No light penetrated the cave. It was completely pitch black. He could only feel his way along the rock wall to find a path. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. To create such a complex artificial structure underground, there must be a special reason, right? Suddenly, a strange, icy chill emanated from behind him, making Hyuk jump in fright. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding landscape completely transformed. Hyuk found himself standing on a deserted road, not a soul in sight. Before him stood a magnificent, imposing castle. The entire road was shrouded in a thick, ethereal fog. Below flowed a crimson river, its color resembling that of blood. Hyuk scanned his surroundings, trying to get his bearings. Where is this? He wondered to himself. Suddenly, a hazy figure emerged from the dense fog. What is that? Impossible! Hyuk exclaimed in astonishment. He stared at the old man before him, with long, white hair that reached his shoulders. He wore a crimson cloak and carried a maroon staff, which emitted a mysterious green light. He immediately recognized him. VH stroked his long beard, feigning surprise at Hyuk's words. You are the first to dare speak my name so boldly. The old man asked, How do you know my name? Still in shock, Hyuk stammered, Why, you're so huge. How can you look exactly like the NPC that used to be here? After a moment, Hyuk collected himself and quickly replied, Because in a game that existed in my world, there was a character who also appeared in an amusement park, just like you. This is unbelievable. Hearing this, the Singing King showed a hint of belief for the first time. Really? There's someone like me there too? Truly amazing. Hyuk continued. I also feel like everything is just a dream. The Singing King suddenly interrupted him. A dream? Many outsiders who come here say the same thing. Hyuk didn't understand what the old man was implying. Outsiders? What do you mean? The Singing King slowly explained. Those who are trapped in the spatial rift and managed to get here just like you. People who don't belong to our world. He then described the place where they were standing. And this place is the trial. It's designed specifically for outsiders. This land will unlock hidden potential, awaken the dormant power within you, and reveal your true capabilities. Hyuk wondered, if this is a test, then haven't the outsiders who came before also undergone this trial? The old man hummed a tune as he revealed a piece of information. Indeed, and not a single one has succeeded. Many have fallen at the final stage. He made an offer. So, do you want to test your mettle? This is a trial for the exceptional. The reward for the victor is invaluable, and it will teach the defeated a lesson in humility, giving them a clear understanding of their own abilities. In other words, where this is doesn't matter. If you pass this test, you will reach a higher plane of existence. Hyuk, of course, didn't didn't hesitate to agree immediately. Yes, I'm incredibly grateful for your guidance. I'm eager to learn. The content of this test is quite simple. You simply need to reach that towering structure and survive. If you do, you pass. Of course, the path there is fraught with countless perilous traps. Everything will be in constant motion, shifting and changing without pause. Strange and unknown monsters will appear. And finally, the most terrifying obstacle is a ferocious, gigantic black lion. It guards the tower vigilantly. Whether you defeat it or not, or simply escape its claws and enter the tower, it will count as completing the challenge. You have a total of 5 chances to pass this arduous test. Currently, the remaining attempts are 5. The protagonist, with all his might, continuously attacks and seeks a way to overcome the challenge. He pushes himself to the limit to conquer this perilous trial. But unfortunately, he failed. Attempts remaining, 4. He falls once more. Only 3 chances left. Defeated again and again, his attempts quickly dwindle to 2. Each time Go Huiyuke tries, he's stopped by that massive black lion. Now, only 1 chance remains. His final opportunity. He gasps for breath, trying to regain his composure after the repeated failures. He shuddered, recalling the image of the terrifying monster. He never imagined it could be so real, that he could actually feel the agonizing pain of being torn apart. Du Hu was still in shock and terrified. Could he overcome this difficult obstacle? His face turned pale and lifeless. Although I know the method to eliminate the traps and monsters that lie ahead, that black lion is truly too powerful, too difficult to deal with. Currently, my abilities are not enough to defeat it alone. Suddenly, the man singing beside him spoke up. "Hey, stranger." Du Hu quickly replied, "Yes, sir." The man continued, "Don't worry about the new trial." Du Hu looked confused. "What do you mean? I don't understand." He replied, "I can't reveal what it is to you." He couldn't help but ponder. A new trial? The old man's words sent Du Hu into deep thought. Could there be another trial on this path? But this road looks exactly the same as before. He looked towards the long road ahead. Both paths ahead lead to the abyss of death. But what about behind me? Yu Haiyuke couldn't help but glance back, his gaze shifting to what lay behind him. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Why is there a wall there? Yu Haiyuke stared intently at the blank wall. Outside the magic tower, there's only a deadly chasm. Yu Haiyuke began to ponder. Yet behind the starting line is a solid wall, not a bottomless abyss. A slight smile formed on Yu Haiyuke's lips as he understood the deeper meaning. He suddenly remembered the protagonist of a film that had deeply impressed him, a film that had left him with much to contemplate. Someone who could make the impossible possible. Yu Haiyuke turned and walked back. "I want to do that too," he thought to himself. Yu Haiyuke smiled and said, "I'm going." He remained silent, not responding. Yu Haiyuke immediately charged towards the wall. "Don't fear new challenges." The old man's words echoed in Yu Haiyuke's mind. Yu Haiyuke gritted his teeth and yelled, "Flash step!" Instantly, Yu Haiyuke shot towards the imposing wall, shattering the barrier and bursting through. Before him stood a towering structure, the legendary VH. He saw his own reflection, just like on the other side of the wall. But strangely, the old man couldn't see him. So this is the gateway to another dimension? Yu Haiyuke wondered. He continued running forward at breakneck speed. The old man remained mysteriously silent. Easy now on this side. The lion seemed to sense his presence. It suddenly rose. Yu Haiyuke rushed forward, anxiety filling him. Can I overcome this beast? But then, the lion roared ferociously and lunged at Yu Haiyuke. Suddenly, Yu Haiyuke, "Hi!" sensed an energy surge heading his way. He felt the presence of some creature. Immediately, Yu Haiyuke utilized his special ability. A deadly aura filled the space. Yu Haiyuke launched a direct attack towards the source of the menacing presence. A shattering sound echoed. Yu Haiyuke continued his assault, unleashing a shadowy technique that began to spread. The invisible monster, unseen by the naked eye, was suddenly disoriented and slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Haiyuke quickly leaped forward. He shot forward with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have passed VH's test." Immediately after, within the hazy mist of unconsciousness, Yu Haiyuke slowly opened his eyes to a clear blue sky. He sat up abruptly and asked anxiously, "How did the test go?" The man beside Yu Haiyuke spoke softly. "You passed. Don't worry," he continued. "Young man, You're the first to successfully pass my test. You broke free from conventional thinking and completed the challenge brilliantly. Truly commendable. I'm very pleased. Du Huiyik smiled brightly, extending his hand to shake the old man's. It's all thanks to you. Thanks to your invaluable guidance, I was able to broaden my knowledge and see things from a different perspective. The old man smiled kindly. That was just some common advice that I often share with other travelers from afar. Regardless, you passed the test with flying colors, so I must congratulate you. The old man asked, Now, which item do you wish to take? Du Huiyik pointed without hesitation. This ring, sir. This ring is a symbol of faith and hope, of a special rank. It can increase intelligence by 100 points, luck by 50 points, and magic resistance by 50 points. The ring will emit a light to protect Du Huiyik and can integrate up to 50 spells that can be used at will. The old man continued, I will use a divine blessing to elevate this ring to new heights. If any special attributes appear, they will all belong to you. Well, if it belongs to you, it will benefit you. Think of it as a lucky charm, a blessing. Yu Haiyuke was curious about the function of this blessing. He replied, This blessing will allow you to cast spells without chanting incantations. Do you wish to receive it? Overjoyed, the young man immediately replied, Of course, this is the greatest reward for me. He smiled in satisfaction. I understand. He began to chant an incantation over the ring. A mystical magic circle appeared, and Yu Haiyuke realized it was Vera's magic. Yu Haiyuke suddenly felt a warm light envelop him. Then the ring began to transform miraculously. Ancient and mysterious characters appeared around it. From a brilliant gold, it shifted to a mystical purple. The ring was upgraded to new heights, its power multiplied. At this moment, information about the ring appeared comprehensively and meticulously. The ring of faith and hope. Level, special, intelligence plus 250, magic plus 500, luck plus 125, magic resistance plus 125. Every second, magic power will be regenerated doubly. Absorbs ambient light. Capable of integrating up to 50 types of magic. Can be used whenever needed as long as the creator's blessing remains in effect. The wearer is exempt from incantations when casting spells. The young man took the ring, cherishing it in his palm. A feeling of excitement welled up within him. This is the first legendary treasure I possess, he thought to himself. At this moment, the VA asked Du Huiyik, What do you think? Are you satisfied with this reward? Hearing this, the young man smiled radiantly and replied, Not just satisfied, but absolutely ecstatic. This reward is truly special. Witnessing this, the old man smiled kindly, encouraging the young man. Well done, the old man continued affectionately. It's time for you to return. Yu Haiyuke asked with a hint of reluctance. Will we part ways here? The deity replied in a deep voice. I can't say for sure. Perhaps one day, our worlds will be connected. If that happens, we will surely meet again. Yu Haiyuke smiled in response. Yes, the young man thought to himself. I've been so focused on training that I haven't had a chance to talk to him much. Suddenly, the deity remembered something he had forgotten to ask. He turned to Yu Haiyuke and asked, I almost forgot. I still don't know your name. What is your name? Hearing that, the young man smiled and replied, I am Yu Haiyuke. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished into thin air. The teleportation matrix had transported Yu Haiyuke away, leaving only Waha alone in this place. Recalling their chance encounter, the old man couldn't help but sigh. Yu Haiyuke, I will definitely remember this kindness. I wish you a safe journey. It's been a long time since I've felt this happy. Yu Haiyuke asked suspiciously, So you were only gone for about 30 minutes? I thought you would be gone for a very long time. That's why I searched for you and saw you emerge from that distorted space. Song-mi was battling the monsters, while also replying, Yes, fortunately you're all right. Suddenly, a monster from behind silently tried to sneak attack her, but Song-mi reacted incredibly quickly, neutralizing its attack in the blink of an eye, and launched a lightning-fast counterattack against the ferocious monsters. Yu Haiyuke's golem then majestically appeared, undergoing a visible transformation. The golem immediately unleashed a powerful attack, creating a massive wall of earth and rock that blocked everyone's view. Witnessing this terrifying power, Sumi thought to herself, Yu Haiyuke's golem looks different than before. Could it be that it's become even stronger? Suddenly, Yu shouted a warning. Look out! He furrowed his brow and yelled, Fireball! Immediately, in Yu palm, a blazing fireball radiating intense heat materialized. Yu continued, shouting, Acid Arrow! A stream of green liquid with terrifying corrosive power appeared in his hand. Yu roared one last time. Magic Missile! Mystical blue magic circles instantly surrounded him. 3 earth-shattering forces simultaneously hurtled towards the giant monster. An unprecedentedly powerful explosion erupted, shaking the very ground. Songmi was forced to use her shield, raising it defensively. She gritted her teeth, her hands gripping the shield tightly as she braced against the tremendous force of the explosion. The thick smoke and dust slowly began to clear. The monster before Songmi was now severely wounded, its body battered and torn. It collapsed to the ground in front of her. Witnessing this scene, Songmi couldn't help but feel a surge of shock and confusion. She thought to herself, my strength remains the same, but the power of his spells has grown significantly stronger. He doesn't even need to chant anymore. Just then, Wu Yuhui, having defeated his own monster, approached. Seeing Songmi staring at him, he was a bit surprised. Meanwhile, Songmi's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. She wondered what happened to him in the last 30 minutes. Wu Yuhui finally spoke. Good, then let's continue. The next day, at the magnificent Central Tower building, Yuhui held a notepad in his hands, his face deep in thought. Reflecting on the recent events, he couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. Yuhui thought to himself, to think I'd meet that sorcerer and even obtain the legendary ring. What a brilliant strategy. I even received the rocket arrow spell. The rocket arrow shoots forward with such immense power. Just then, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared before him. She gracefully sat down on the opposite chair and asked, How are you and Deng Mai doing lately? Reports say you two successfully conquered the C+ rank dungeon. Yuhui replied with a bright smile. I'm very satisfied with the results. We're focusing on tracking the Dark Mage and strengthening our power, and everyone still has faith in us. Hearing that, Baekhyun also expressed her joy and continued. It's fortunate that Deng Mai also seems to be motivated and very enthusiastic. Even on her days off, she tirelessly trains without rest. It would be good if she could get some rest. Bitch Doohy also gently advised him. In any case, please keep an eye on Sungmi for me. Recalling Sungmi's image in his mind, she continued to talk about her sister. Due to some family matters, she could be a bit blunt, but she's actually a very kind person. Hearing that, Yuk Doohy politely replied, I'm the one who should thank you for giving Sungmi and me a chance to be together, for setting us up. Bitch Doohy smiled and continued, Well, let's save that for later. What did you contact me for today? Yuk Doohy frowned and replied, I want the Neutral Association to help me sell this. Hearing that, Bitch Doohy curiously asked, What is it? Yuk Doohy directly took out a scroll he was carrying and said, It's this. Seeing the object in his hand, Bitch Doohy seemed a bit surprised. She carefully observed it. This is the identification enchantment. She asked again in astonishment, hoping for confirmation from him. Identification? What does that mean? Yuk Doohy quickly explained. It has the ability to discern the true nature of all things, meaning it can identify the hidden potential within every object. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuk Doohy turned to look in a direction, using an example to illustrate. But Baek Doohy quickly raised her hand to interrupt him. Wait, feeling the item was incredibly valuable, Baek Doohy gave a bright smile. Then this is truly useful. I have a very sharp sword on my table. The Silverlight Sword is one of my favorite treasures. Immediately afterward, to verify the sword's information, all the parameters appeared completely and in detail. Silverlight Sword, special grade. Strength increased by 150%, agility increased by 150%, movement speed increased by 10%. Effect: the Silverlight Sword's latent ability will make it lighter. Yu Hui Oot asked curiously, Do you know all of its attributes? She replied softly, This is a sword I used a long time ago, so I understand it very well. Yu Hui Oot unfurled the scroll and chuckled. Then let me show you the power of this enchanted scroll. He ripped it in half. A blinding light emanated from the scroll. Yu Hui Oot gripped the sword tightly. The light from the sword began to identify the weapon. Yu Hui Oot held the sword, observing it for a moment before breaking into a satisfied smile. All right, take a look. Bai Yuhi accepted the sword. She slowly drew the sword from its scabbard. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Yu Hui continued, "This seems like an excellent choice, doesn't it?" A detailed information panel about the white silver sword appeared. White silver sword, special grade. Strength increased by 150%, agility increased by 150%, movement speed increased by 10%, stamina increased by 55 points. Effect: the hidden ability of the bacon sword will significantly reduce its weight. Hyukiopi said with a calm smile. It's the identify skill. The ability to discover the hidden potential within every object. Identify, because back when I played Dungeon Fighter Online, DFO, all equipment existed in an undefined state. Almost every gamer used an AI command to check item information. It was the first incantation when starting an appraisal. But now, here on planet Earth, there are still countless unclassified, unidentified objects. There's no method to accurately determine the hidden information within these unappraised items. Before I became someone who could use that incantation, I awakened 15 years ago, and now I'm a guild leader. I've met many awakened people with various special abilities. Bayok Duhui gripped the sword in her hand, her gaze fixed on Yu Hyukiopi. His calm and confident demeanor sent her into a deep train of thought. Bayok Duhui took to herself. But I can assure you, I've never seen an AI with capabilities quite like his. Baek Du-hui flashed a bright smile and said, Yuhai UK looked surprised. Baek Du-hui cleared her throat and spoke seriously. Hold on a moment. Let me think this through. Baek Du-hui brought a hand to her forehead, gently massaging it as she pondered. This is an incredibly valuable and irreplaceable item, a one-of-a-kind treasure that only Yuhai UK can create. After a moment of consideration, Baek Du-hui picked up the scroll and asked directly, So, how many of these scrolls can you make per day? Yuhai UK immediately answered, 120 scrolls. That's the maximum I can produce. He continued, and I propose that Chairman Zhang have exclusive distribution rights for this product. The starting price will be 20 million won. Then we'll monitor the market's reaction and adjust the price accordingly. Baek Du-hui hesitated slightly before replying, Yes, just give me 10% of the profit. I'll handle all the sales, transportation, and distribution. Yuhai UK agreed without hesitation. Deal. That sounds reasonable. Let's do it that way. Baidu Qi seemed to still have something to say, but the appraisal in this scroll will create massive ripples throughout society. UK Du Qi replied with an excited smile. I'm expecting that too. I'm eager to see just how big of an impact it will make. 5 days after the appraisal scroll appeared, it revolutionized the Awakened's understanding of item values. The Awakened Association. Association of the Awakened. Breaking news. The Central Pulse Association has just released its latest exclusive product. Following the resounding success of their 3 bombs, they introduce a breakthrough item capable of upgrading items from pure to rare grade. This item doesn't just upgrade, it can transform an item's abilities. A new wave of thinking is rapidly spreading, reaching the pinnacle of power. Market prices for these items are skyrocketing exponentially. Therefore, the press and media are focusing their attention on the creator of this appraisal scroll. Du Hyok's fame is skyrocketing. Countless prestigious TV stations are lining up to have him on their shows. He even has a fan cafe dedicated to him. Inside the office, Du Kongmi is meticulously monitoring the situation. Yes, Chief, she commands her subordinate. Choi Dae-ho, it's been 5 days since we launched the identification scroll. She asks. Yes, that's correct, he quickly replies. Dae-ho, holding a coffee cup, continues his report. The trading price on the first day was 20 million won, and now it has soared to 33 million won. Baek Du-hui speaks softly. Thank you. Choi Dae-ho looks at her thoughtfully and says, Perhaps even I didn't anticipate this. It's hard to believe that in just a few short days, an Awakened could achieve such a high standing. Du Jamie agreed. I think so too. Choi do fronat ading. Moreover, if information about the creator of this identification scroll is leaked overseas, they'll definitely make a move. We need to act as well. Before that happens, Du Jiangmi said sternly, I hear Li Yun SEO is acquainted with Yu Hiwook. She turned to Choi Dae-ho, reminding him. Contact Li Yun SEO and arrange a meeting with Yu Hiwook. Choi do immediately raplia. Yes, I'll do it right away. Yu Hiwook pondered, just as he predicted. Staring at his phone screen, he thought to himself, my influence over the Awakened has increased significantly. My development is progressing steadily and firmly. However, I yearn to accelerate this process even further. I need to expand my operations into a much wider and vaster world. Therefore, my purpose in creating this special scroll is to establish contact with national-level organizations. Meanwhile, at the Seoul branch of the Korean Bureau of Intelligence, KBI, Do Hui-UK is waiting. Have you been waiting long? Lee Yun SEO, impeccably dressed, approaches him with a bright smile. Recognizing that his greeter is the artificial intelligence, AI, Do Hui-UK, he beams. He sets his phone aside and politely replies, "No, I just arrived." Do Hui-UK thinks to himself, "Could the KBI be the first organization to contact me?" Lee Yun SEO, unable to contain her curiosity, asks Do Hui-UK, "Is this your first time at the KBI's Seoul branch?" Do Hui-UK steps inside. Observing the AI staff diligently working, he nods in agreement. "Yes, indeed. Everyone here seems very busy." Lee Yun-soo immediately replied, "Because we have to manage and oversee all the dungeons for awakened guild members. The work is incredibly busy with almost no time to rest." Hearing that, Do Hyuk simply nodded in response. Lee Yun-soo stepped forward, opened the door and said, "Mr. Do Hyuk, please come in." After Do Hyuk sat down, Lee Yun-soo carefully knocked on the inner door and announced, "Branch Chief, it's Lee Yun-soo. I've brought Mr. Do Hyuk." From inside, a woman's voice replied, "All right, come in." Looking at the person before him, Do Hyuk began to observe her carefully. This was the KBI Seoul branch chief. She smiled warmly as she greeted him. "I apologize for the inconvenience of summoning you here," she said. "But if I want to find you myself, it would have drawn unwanted attention." Jo Jang-mi then introduced herself to Do Hyuk. "I am Jo Jang-mi, the KBI Seoul branch chief." Jo Jang-mi looked at the two people in front of her. A fleeting thought crossed Yoo Hee-yoon's mind. These were South Korea's S-rank awakened, individuals possessing extraordinary power. It was an invisible pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders. Do Kami broke the silence, speaking first. She addressed Yoo Hee-woo directly, asking, "Let's get straight to the point." Yoo Hee-woo didn't hesitate. He calmly replied, "Yes. Getting straight to the point will be more efficient." Do Kami smiled approvingly. "Good. Then, we've noticed that you, Mr. Yoo Hee-woo, possess immense potential. You could become South Korea's next representative." Do Kami's words surprised Yoo Hee-woo. He asked, a bit flustered, "Someone with potential?" Do Kami immediately explained, "You have the ability to create powerful offensive and defensive spells. You can even create golems from scrolls. You're completely different from other awakened, but excels in absolutely everything." He possesses every type of ability. Kami concludes, "For the KBI, there's only one thing to say to an awakened like that." Do Hyuk pondered. "Are they trying to pressure me? I want to approach the KBI, but the more pressure they apply, the harder it will be to cooperate." Kangmi continued with a proposition. "Start by attacking KBI dungeons. We will provide comprehensive support in many aspects." Do Hyuk replied, "Yes." Do Hyuk thought to himself, "They don't want to pressure me, they want to help me?" Utterly surprised, Do Hyuk curiously asked, "Is there a reason why you've made this decision?" Choi Deho calmly replied, "The KBI often supporting promising individuals from the very beginning to prevent the nation's talents from falling into the hands of other superpowers. Furthermore, the KBI is an organization established to ensure the safety and security of all citizens and the territorial integrity of the nation, as well as maintaining order within the awakened community." Choi Deho added, "We have no ulterior motives in offering this support." Do Hee-woo paused in thought for a moment. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I understand." Do Hee-wook declared firmly, "I will accept the KBI's support." Do Hee-wook replied cheerfully, "Yes, I understand." Do Hee-wook said solemnly, "I will accept the KBI's assistance." He replied with a smile, "Thanks to every." But his words were cut short. A sudden tremor interrupted Do Hee-wook mid-sentence. The tremors continued, growing stronger, startling both Kang-mi and Choi Deho. Do Hee-wook asked in a panicked voice, what was that?" Suddenly, Do Hee-wook seemed to realize something. He suddenly glanced in one direction. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared, immediately catching the attention of Jo Jong-mi and Choi Daho. Yu Hui-wook pointed towards the light and exclaimed, "Look!" Zhou Zhongmi immediately followed his gaze. A dazzling pillar of light from the sky suddenly descended, engulfing a vast area in light. This unusual sight stood out amidst the dense buildings. Du Kongmi gasped in astonishment. Could that be? Noticing her strange reaction, Yu Hui-wook curiously asked, "Do you know what that is?" A sudden silence fell over the area. Du Kongmi frowned and replied, "It's a large-scale explosion." Just then, an emergency announcement blared from a loudspeaker. A safety guideline broadcast for emergencies began playing. A total of 78 large explosions have occurred across Seoul. Citizens are urged to evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately. Those who are still able, please gather at nearby residential centers. The car sped down the highway like an arrow piercing through the wind. Lee Yun-seo, with a tense expression, recounted the events. 5 years ago, a massive explosion of terrifying scale occurred in Gangwon province. At that time, only about 30 to 40 people were infected, so the casualties were minimal. But this time, there have been incidents in 78 locations, so I'm a little worried. Yu Hayek hesitantly spoke up, inquiring, "Could I go with the Special Forces team?" Choi Deo-hyuk immediately turned around and replied, "Since we can prioritize selecting those who haven't been affected, as requested." "Yes," Lee Yun-seo quickly reported. "Outbreak zone detected ahead." Choi Deo-hyuk urgently ordered, "You Hayek, and I'll go first. You follow behind and contact the chief immediately." Lee Yun-seo immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." At that moment, a man gasped for air, each breath heavy and ragged as if tearing at his chest. Clutching his bleeding arm, each razor-sharp blade of the monstrous horde glinted with deadly light. Their grotesque feet closed in on him step by agonizing step, like death knocking at his door. A swarm of monstrous locusts, their mandibles like sharpened razors, surrounded him in a deadly embrace. The lead monster's crimson eyes seemed to burn into him, its pincers poised at his throat, ready to end his life. One swift pinch, one fatal slice from those sharpened blades, and his life would be extinguished. Terror consumed the man. The monster seemed to sense its prey's despair. Suddenly, a massive stone hand appeared, forcefully knocking the deadly pincers away from the man's throat. The golem, a colossal stone being, had arrived. It stood before the man like an impenetrable wall against the ferocious monster. The monster recoiled in surprise at this unexpected arrival. The golem's eyes suddenly flashed. Its hand radiated a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire area. At that moment, the golem carefully shielded the injured man behind it. Its hand blazed with fire. A brilliant, golden energy erupted from Golem's hand. The rescued man weakly whispered his thanks. A blue lightning bolt suddenly flashed before Golem, piercing and striking down the monster in a blink of an eye. Golem also fired energy blasts towards the horrifying creature. The monster became enraged. It frantically attacked Golem with razor-sharp claws. At the same time, a man was rushing forward with incredible speed. He roared, confirming his position to his teammate. Instantly, a blinding light shot up from the top of the building. The monster didn't even have time to realize what was happening. A devastating beam of light slammed down directly onto its head. The monster was obliterated into tiny pieces. The surrounding ground collapsed. The terrifying power of the attack was truly frightening. A brilliant light still lingered on the man's fist. He withdrew his energy. He adjusted his attire and the weapon in his hand. Golem spoke, confirming the victim's condition, and ordered the injured to be moved to safety. Choi Daho couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the scene before him. Every time I witnessed the power of the golem summoned by Yu Hayuk, I'm left completely speechless. Suddenly, Yu Hayuk's voice crackled in Choi Daho's ear. Daho. Elsewhere, Yu Hayuk was intensely focused on the battle. "Yes," Yu Hayuk responded through his headset. Communicating with his teammate on the other side, he asked sternly, "There are no more signs of life detected over there, correct? Just follow the drone's guidance now." The voice on the other end immediately replied, "Understood." Du Jiangmi cautiously added, "Daho, you weren't the one who destroyed that building, were you?" "I'll review Hayuk's video footage later to confirm." Caught off guard by Du Jiangmi's direct question, Choi Daho stammered, No." By now, Du Jiangmi had eliminated all the monsters. She vigilantly scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, Du Jiangmi noticed something unusual. The spider monsters, Just then, strange tendrils began to spread, and a sudden announcement rang in Du Kongmi's ears. Du Kongmi, do you copy? Multiple survivor signals detected inside the building. Du Kongmi calmly replied, understood. She shed her fur coat, her voice resolute. We have to move quickly. Immediately, the giant spiders swarmed, ferociously attacking her. They emitted piercing screeches, eerie and frantic. Du Kongmi stood firm, seemingly unfazed. Then, her eyes turned a terrifying blood red. Her jet-black hair transformed into a stark white. Du Kongmi's body began to mutate. Ghastly tentacles erupted from her back. A cluster of spider monsters were instantly sent flying. Du Kongmi moved with terrifying speed. One by one, the spider monsters fell before her. Golden streaks of light flashed, connecting to form a brilliant web. Du Kongmi fought on, her face devoid of fear, annihilating the entire horde of loathsome demons. Countless shimmering golden threads, like spider silk, swiftly ensnared the demons, binding them tightly. Instantly, a colossal surge of energy erupted from the center of the encirclement, incinerating the spider demons to ashes. An earth-shattering explosion wiped out all traces of the spider demons. Gangmi, maintaining her composure, calmly walked out of the battle zone. She spoke coldly to the person on the other end of the line. Lead the way for me. From a row of dilapidated, crumbling buildings, thick black smoke billowed relentlessly. Two sisters from the Tewa group, Kong Seojeon and Julia, were sitting close together, observing everything with amusement. Kong Seojeon smiled and said, "What a rare and exciting spectacle." Julia chuckled in response. Indeed, it's quite lively. It seems many names are being called. Even our uncle Diakho isn't an exception. At that moment, Choi Diakho was fighting a colossal monster alone. He focused his psychic energy into his palm. A blinding energy surged through the monster's body. Yuria, with a calm expression, remarked, "He's as captivating as ever." Kong Seojeon spoke up with amusement. "Darling, look over there. Isn't that girl Baek Do-hee?" Yuria glanced at the two people below and replied, "Exactly. It's hard to see clearly, but it looks like Ryu Mina is injured." The wound on Ryu Mina's stomach had turned a dark black. Seeing this, Kong Seojeon burst out laughing. "If she dies like that, it will be fantastic for us." Yuria then shifted her attention elsewhere. Do Hee-wook is also heading towards our group. Yuria wondered, "Isn't that person Do Hee-wook?" Hearing this, Kong Seojeon also looked over. "What? Do Hee-wook is here too?" A thought flashed through his mind. "We must recruit Do Hee-wook," Kong Seojeon said excitedly. "That's why we're here. So let's see what he's capable of." On the other side, the group was gathering, focusing their spiritual energy to heal the injured. A mystical, pure azure energy enveloped the injured Ryumina, healing him. The wounds on Ryumina's body, surrounded by the pure energy, slowly began to show signs of recovery. Witnessing this, Baek Do-hee couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Such extraordinary healing abilities. I had no idea you possessed such amazing healing powers." Do-hee smiled in response. "This skill consumes a lot of magical power, so I can't use it frequently." Baek Do-hee continued seriously. "However, this is a rank B healer's recovery skill. It's ranked on the skill charts." The surrounding people began to murmur and whisper in admiration. "It's truly effective. Absolutely incredible. I'm only a rank C healer and can only perform simple spells. I could never do something like that." After being healed, Ryumina was able to sit up on her own. She expressed her deep gratitude. "Thank you, Du Hyok. I owe you a great debt." Du Hyok turned to Baek, his voice filled with concern. "Baek, her external wounds have been treated, but the toxins still linger in her body. Get her out of here quickly, Baek." Baek nodded in agreement. "I think so too." "All right," she smiled. "Then I'll leave the rest to you." With those words, she vanished like the wind, leaving Du Hyok standing alone in the silence. Just then, Kongmi's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Du Hyok, my team and I are on this side." She cautiously surveyed her surroundings and reported through the earpiece, "We just found a group of people hiding. One of them said they saw a giant monster inside the shopping mall." Kongmi added, "But I haven't seen it yet." Kongmi reaffirmed, "I still haven't seen any sign of it." Du Hyok's expression turned serious at her words. He thought to himself, could that be the monstrous insect? Kongmi continued to give Hiyuke necessary instructions through the earpiece. "It's possibly moving towards you. Be extremely cautious." Hearing this, he immediately scanned his surroundings carefully. Suddenly, a gigantic monster, burst through the stone wall behind Yuhiyuke. Each movement of the creature sent powerful tremors through the ground. The massive monster charged forward, sending rocks and debris raining down. The form of a gigantic spider gradually emerged from the thick dust cloud. Witnessing this scene from above, Kang Seojon looked doubtful and asked, "Is that a venomous arachnid?" Julia quickly replied, "Yes. It seems to be a B to A rank monster." Observing the confrontation between the monster and Yuhiyuke, Julia exclaimed with a haughty air, "How surprising that he could dodge that surprise attack." Kang Seojon also frowned and added, "That kid Yuhiyuke, perhaps because he became a leader so young, his skills in managing team members are still quite lacking." Julia continued, seeing the colossal monster below. She gasped in astonishment. Those guys down there could never have anticipated the power of such a terrifying monster. "I'm afraid this is going to be very difficult." A sea of fire erupted, engulfing the entire monster in a raging inferno. The other team members, thinking they had destroyed it, said smugly, "See, with this devastating firepower, even the most stubborn insect will be reduced to ashes instantly." Never underestimate the power of Seom. However, Yuhiyuke had a bad feeling. He worried himself, "This is bad. Venomous. Arak has magic resistance on the first attack. Furthermore, it possesses the common fire attribute." The monster stood defiantly unharmed amidst the intense flames. It brandished its terrifyingly sharp claws. Only then did the other team members truly begin to panic. It didn't react at all. Could it be some kind of insect that's immune to magic? Without further hesitation, they both launched their attack. "All right, let's go hunting. Come out, mages, and face us." Immediately after, the remaining team members put up their full defenses. However, countless venomous spider threads were hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. Shields. Now, a solid defensive barrier was erected, blocking the colossal monster's attack. The problem was those spider threads possessed incredibly strong corrosive properties. In the blink of an eye, the defensive barrier vanished like an illusion. One unlucky team member was struck, his entire body instantly paralyzed. He was flung back pathetically. Yuke also swiftly dodged the dangerous attack. Witnessing this scene, Kang Seojon let out a mocking laugh. "Just a single defender in the middle? How can you possibly catch it? How ridiculous." She turned to Julia and said, "If it weren't for the exceptionally talented Guk squad, like us, catching it would just be a pipe dream." Julia added, her voice full of conviction, "Those spider webs, with terrifying speed, quickly took down our entire formation." Looking at the situation before him, Yuhiyuke pondered deeply. If we can dodge those long-range attacks and get close enough, subduing it with physical attacks is entirely within our grasp. Just then, a pair of high heels approached as their owner spoke. "You mean its weakness lies in its defense against physical attacks?" Yuhiyuke slowly turned around and replied, "I can provide defensive support, mitigating damage for everyone to a certain extent. So, your task is to just focus on approaching the monster." However, before he could finish his sentence, a female figure with hair as red as a blazing fire swiftly brushed past him. She looked at Yuhiyuke with a serious gaze, entrusting him with the responsibility. "All right then, Yuhiyuke, I'm leaving it to you." The monster, after capturing a member of the squad, was preparing to enjoy its grand feast. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, she quickly turned her head in a different direction. Shin Yuhi gripped her weapon tightly, ready for battle, and charged straight towards the ferocious monster, unleashing an attack. Thick, steel-like spider webs simultaneously shot out, attempting to bind her. Shin Yuhi's eyes flashed with unwavering determination. She wielded her weapon with skill and precision, unleashing sharp slashes that countered the terrifying monster's web attacks. Shin Yuhi carefully observed and assessed the giant monster's strength. Du-yun, while witnessing the one-on-one battle between Shin Yuhi and the horrifying monster, couldn't help but feel impressed. He thought to himself, if that attack could sever the monster's leg, this battle would probably be over already. But that was just wishful thinking. At that moment, Shin Yuhi unleashed a swift, sharp sword strike, slicing the oncoming swarm of baby spiders into pieces. Du-hyun had to admit that no matter what. However, with his mission still unfinished, Park Du-sik immediately focused mana into his palm, activating the shield armor summoning spell to increase his strength and speed. A massive surge of mana suddenly enveloped Shin Yuhi, and in the next instant, three Brilliant fire streaks launched simultaneously toward the monster. As the missile left his hand, Park Du-sik gave a confident smile. I have to provide support accurately, don't I? Shin Yu-hui was not idle either. She utilized all her body's energy, summoning a blazing red light that swept away the swarming spiderlings. Facing the final boss spider, both mage and warrior had prepared their ultimate moves. Two powerful energy streams were unleashed, intersecting in midair. Shin Yu-hui truly lived up to her reputation as a skilled warrior. That blazing red energy gradually converged, condensing into a terrifying source of demonic power. Shin Yu-hui's eyes turned cold and sharp. She unleashed her final attack without hesitation. The final boss, Spider Demon, was instantly sliced in half by Shin Yu-hui. Witnessing this, Du-hyuk cracked a bright smile. Shin Yu-hui turned around to face Du-hyuk. She feigned a playful pout and asked, Du-hyuk, don't you recognize me? The gas mask came off, revealing Shin Yu-hui's beautiful face. She beamed radiantly and said, It's me, Shin Yu-hui. Shin Yu-hui stepped closer to him and said, Du-hyuk, it's been a while. Du-hyuk replied to you, You've awakened too? Shin Yu-hui cheerfully replied, Yes, I was working with the Awakened Association in Britain before, but recently, my contract expired, so I came back to Korea. A loud explosion erupted from behind them. Looks like we don't have time for a reunion, she said. Du-hyuk quickly assessed the situation and replied, Let's deal with this outbreak first. Choi Do-ho quickly joined Du-hyuk and you. I plan to join Branch B, since Jang Mi has already made her move. Yes, I plan to join immediately. We should move to a different area now. The protagonist and Shin Yu-hui replied in unison, Yes, we'll join right away. I received support from this area. After the outbreak ends, I'll head to the guild. She put on her mask, nodded to Yu Hee-wook, and said, All right. See you then. Julia tilted her head curiously and asked Kang Seo-jeon, What do you think? She replied, Although I don't know the exact power of that spell, but that attack speed and muscle strength are definitely not like those of ordinary Awakened. Not to mention the incredible recovery ability. Kang Seo-jeon stood up and focused on observing the protagonist. Let's keep observing for a bit longer. 3 days later, the large-scale outbreak was completely suppressed. The data on Yu Hee-wook also had many significant changes. He sat in the meeting room, carefully reviewing them. My level has increased significantly after that last battle. The sorcerer's level has also reached 31, and he finally broke through to level 4. Besides that, the spell obtained from the dark market made him immediately open its details. However, it seems these spells can't be found online. They don't belong to any domestic server. A hesitant voice called out from the doorway as he entered. Excuse me, are you Mr. Du Hee-wook? The main character looked up and replied, Yes, that's me. Vim Tae exclaimed excitedly. I'm Shin Tae, the one you, Mr. Du Hee-wook, rescued from the outbreak epidemic. Thank you for summoning me. Du Hee-wook calmly replied. All right, first have a seat, and then we can talk. Shin Tae hurriedly sat down, but couldn't hide his nervousness. I'm sorry. I'm so glad. I never expected you to contact me like this. Du-hyo-uk replied gently. It's nothing. I'm also looking for a long-term asset manager. More than that, feel free to talk casually. We're the same age, the male lead said with a smile, but Shin Jae-dong looked at him awkwardly. I wouldn't dare to be called you Du-hyo-uk. Du-hyo-uk maintained his friendly smile and replied, Just be yourself. Shin Jae-dong reluctantly said, All right, I understand. Yes, I understand. Then I, Du-hyo-uk, will speak casually. Thank you. That makes me feel more comfortable. The male lead replied. Shin Jae-dong noticed the stack of books beside Du-hyo-uk. So, besides financial planning, is there anything else? Look at that stack of books. They seem to be about LGBT, right? Du-hyo-uk quickly explained. Yes, lately I've been very interested in these books. The language between two worlds. So, I'm hoping you can help me manage my assets and assist me in finding specific books or any tools I might need from bookstores. I will cover all office expenses, monthly rent, and provide a fair salary for this position. He slides the contract towards Synthapung. This is the contract. Please read it carefully. Synthapung seriously picks up the contract and examines it thoroughly. So, I will be taking on a managerial role? Precisely. The man confirms. The priority now is gathering books on the languages of both worlds. I need you to collect all the books on languages from all over the world. What do you say? He asks Synthapung, whose hand trembles slightly with anticipation. Synthapung immediately jumps to his feet, his face filled with excitement. Absolutely. I'm very interested. When can I start? Yu Hyuk smiled brightly, pulling something out from under the table as he spoke. Thank you for accepting. This is an unlimited credit card with a 1 billion won limit. Use it to make the payment. I'll send you the details of the job via text. The main character calmly pulled out a sleek, jet black card. Shin Tae-beom accepted it with a stunned expression. This is a card with a limit of 1 billion won. Yu Hyuk quickly stood up. Then I'll leave everything to you. He put on a coat. Seeing him getting ready to leave, Shin Tae-beom curiously asked, Are you going somewhere? Yu Hyuk tilted his head in response. I have another appointment, so I have to go. Please take care of this for me. Shin Tae-beom patted his chest with a confident tone. Don't worry, leave it to me. The young CEO looked at him with trusting eyes before leaving. If only I had such a useful spell. Elsewhere, a fierce battle was taking place. It was a fight between Shin Yu-hee and Sung-mi. Seizing the upper hand, Shin Yu-hee unleashed a preemptive strike. Wielding her weapon with grace, she spoke. Your abilities have improved greatly, Sung-mi. Sung-mi blocked the attack with her shield and retorted. That's quite a remarkable strength. Shin Yu-hee swung her sword, striking Sung-mi's shield with a powerful blow. Do-hyuk arrived just in time to witness their training session. He seemed a bit surprised. Yu-hee, Sung-mi, you're both here early. Both girls immediately ceased their sparring. Shin Yu-hee turned around cheerfully and replied, Yeah, that's right. I live nearby, and I haven't been back in Korea for long, so I came early to enjoy the scenery. But I only saw Sung-mi here, so I wanted to spar a little. Do-hyuk approached them. He asked so. After sparring, what do you think of Sung-mi? Shin Yu-hee gave her honest assessment. I've never seen an awakened fulfill the role of a tanker as well as Sung-mi does. The male lead turned to Sung-mi and asked, So, Sung-mi, what do you think? What are your thoughts? She immediately replied, If we wait any longer, I'm afraid there won't be any armor left intact. It's as if I'm witnessing the terrifying physical attack power of Yu Hyuk firsthand. Shin Yu-hee seemed quite pleased with the compliment. Thank you for the kind words. Sung-mi and Yu Hyuk both seemed satisfied with each other's reactions. Sung-mi smiled with satisfaction. It's wonderful that you both have such a good first impression of each other. The reason I called you both here is until Yu-hee finds a new guild. I want you two to temporarily join my team. What do you think about that? Sung-mi immediately answered, I agree. I can take on the role of a physical damage dealer. A much-needed position for forming a group. Shin Yu-hee gave a bright smile and said, Just call me Yu-hee. With Yu Hyuk and an excellent tanker like Sung-mi on the team, I think I can rest a little easier and really let loose. She leaned in towards him, her eyes sparkling with interest as she spoke. I'm sure of it. Yu Hyuk calmly replied. I remember when I first saw Yu-hee in her powerful fighting state. That's when I realized it. Just trust me and freely show your abilities. I will definitely be your strong supporter. Shin Yu-hee frowned, stepped closer, and said, I don't want to hear those empty words from you. Yu Hyuk chuckled in response. I'm just telling the truth. Stop teasing me, will you? The two bickered back and forth in front of Sung-mi. Her mood suddenly dampened with jealousy. She spoke up. You two seem pretty close. Yu Hyuk feigned surprise and replied, Oh, I haven't officially introduced Yu-hee to you yet. Have I, Sung-mi? This is my classmate from middle school. Shin Yu-hee gave a bright smile and greeted her, and suddenly grabbed onto Do Hui-Yu-tee's arm. She giggled softly and said, And I'm Do Hui-Yu-tee's girlfriend too. Sung-mi gasped in surprise. What? A small horn suddenly sprouted from Shin Yu-hee's head, as if to emphasize her teasing. Amused, du gently pushed Shin Yu-hee away. It's not like we didn't date, but that was 15 years ago. Shin Yu-hee persistently held onto his arm. But you were my first love. Isn't that a bit harsh? She pouted. She continued to tease. I bet we did a lot of embarrassing things, didn't we? Seeing Sung-mi's surprised expression, Do Hui-Yu felt compelled to speak up. Stop teasing, he said. Come on, let's stop reminiscing. First, let's connect our links to the dungeon. Both girls quickly replied, Okay. Suddenly, the system interface appeared before Do Hui-Yu. An announcement rings out, signaling the activation of the promotion question. The D-rank promotion question officially begins. Yu Hyuk steps inside. Before him lies a desolate and crumbling ancient ruin. The sight before him makes his eyes widen in utter astonishment. This is the Nightmare Temple, the dwelling place of the one who harbors ambitions to rule the intermediate world, the mighty demon King Vanderox. He seeks an absolutely loyal human subordinate, believing that once trust is betrayed, destructive power will be unleashed. The impact of that betrayal will be immense and terrifying. Vanderox chose the high priests, officials and priests of the temple, as targets for his venomous curse. Soon, Vanderox's curse enveloped the entire temple. The sacred temple, the most sacred space, was defiled and became enslaved by the demon. It transformed into the temple of depravity, a symbol of corruption and sin. Why are the worldviews of D and F relevant to this promotion question? The protagonist descends the ancient steps. Last time, he met Beatrice, and all my efforts, from leveling up, practicing spells to crafting items, are all governed by D and F. At first, I thought it was just a minor arrangement, a challenge from the system for an awaken. Like me, he glanced towards the crumbling old walls. If within the system for the awakened, integrating into the world of D and F, and the worldview of D and F holding a DT significance in this system actually exists, perhaps I need to delve deeper into the information about D and F, but I'll worry about that later. Right in front of him, the horde of monsters had appeared and spotted their target. They charged ferociously, obeying the commands of their leader. Their blood-red eyes locked onto Yu Hayuke. He raised his hand towards the sky and began to chant. All right, time to test out this new spell. Above Yu Hayuke, ominous gray clouds began to gather, signaling the imminent arrival of an ice storm. He immediately signaled the monster. A terrifying whirlwind suddenly appeared, sweeping the monsters into the air. The monsters were caught in the violent vortex, spinning endlessly. Suddenly, a strange object shot out from the eye of the storm, hurtling towards Yu Hayuke at breakneck speed. Yu Hayuke's body instantly turned to stone. He used his arms to block the attack, activating the skill Stone Skin. The range of Ice Storm isn't that wide, is it? His hands glowed from the residual energy of the attack. Then haste and fly. A powerful gust of wind enveloped his body. Park Junhyun immediately shot forward. Though his speed hadn't reached its maximum, it was likely enough to gain the upper hand in this confrontation. This much is enough. He hovered in midair, looking down at the monster now fully revealed below. The protagonist chanted a spell, creating a gigantic fireball with a magic fireball. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blinding light engulfing the entire arena. After the fireball dissipated, thick smoke and dust spread everywhere. A massive hole suddenly appeared in the floor, plummeting down into the basement below. Without hesitation, Du Huiyak jumped into the gaping chasm. His feet hit the ground, and instantly the torches surrounding him flared to life. No one is allowed to disturb the master's slumber. A stone statue suddenly awoke and roared furiously. The intruder will pay with his life. Its eyes glowed with a terrifying red light, and it emitted a dry, mechanical sound. The stone statue, Likado, immediately caught Du Huiyak's attention. The sword in its hand emanated a strange magical aura, signaling a potential danger if struck by it. The stone statue suddenly slammed its sword into the ground, displaying the terrifying power of the blade. Du Huiyak quickly retreated to a safe distance. I don't know this thing's attack patterns yet, he thought to himself, but that corrosive attack alone is enough to cause serious damage. Thinking this, he used arrow acid, launching it directly at the stone statue, corroding half of its face. Immediately after, Du Huiyak swiftly retreated, flickering in and out of sight. He intentionally lured the stone statue into chasing him. Standing in this position, he paused, a cunning smile playing on his lips. I discovered this weakness around the 50th attack in the D and F sector, and now I'll exploit it to the fullest. The mighty Likado stone statue advanced towards him. This is the Likado stone statue's starting point. Its enormous foot stomped on the ground, its massive body suddenly freezing as a monotonous mechanical voice echoed. The Guardian has not completed the position clearing task. If this vulnerability exists, then this must be the world of D and F. Although somewhat dishonorable, I have no other choice. He looked at the stone statue with amusement in his eyes. I will exploit this to the very end. The Mikado stone statue roared in frustration. How infuriating. Its entire body collapsed, utterly defeated. The system immediately issued a notification. Congratulations. You have completed the D rank promotion task. Player Du Hu UC has been promoted to D rank. Player Du Hu UC has received the right to choose a special spell. He carefully examined the list displayed by the system, murmuring to himself, "Last time, due to the lack of a healing sorcerer, I chose the treatment spell. However, in the upcoming team battles, more skills will definitely be required compared to solo combat." Before his eyes appeared the Overlord spell, a spell with wide-range destructive power. Without hesitation, he immediately decided to choose it as he had previously declared. The system immediately issued a notification. Special spell, wide-range Overlord has been selected. The main character, Yuhai stepped outside. A crowd of fans had gathered and surrounded him, cheering endlessly. "I'm your biggest fan," one person yelled. "Can I have your autograph?" another pleaded. Yuhai, do you have any secrets for leveling up quickly? A curious person asked. "Are you planning to invite AI to your party?" Another question echoed. The main character was about to leave the crowd, when suddenly a luxurious car stopped right in front of everyone. The person inside the car stepped out, exuding an aura of authority. "Yuhai, hello. I am Gozuri, the head recruiter for the renowned Freedom Guild in the United States. Could you spare a few moments of your valuable time to speak with me?" Gozuri made his offer, but Yu Hiwook remained calm, responding, "Such a large guild seeking me out. I wonder what important matter this could be." Gozuri didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. "There's no need for secrecy. I've heard of your extraordinary abilities, Mr. Yu Hiwook, and I'm here to discuss some matters concerning dungeons." Yu Hiwook firmly replied, "I have no intention of joining any other guild." Gozuri smiled faintly. "I know. My purpose in seeking you out, Mr. Yuhiwook, isn't recruitment. What if it concerns an S-rank dungeon?" Hiwook immediately responded, "All right, but there are too many people here." Gozuri surveyed their surroundings. The young woman politely opened the car door and suggested, "Perhaps it would be more convenient if we spoke inside the car." Hiwook didn't hesitate. "All right, sure." Inside the luxurious car, Godfrey meticulously explained to Yuhai, "The Freedom Guild. We're about to launch an attack on an S-rank dungeon in America, and Master specifically requested to invite you to participate as a mercenary in this raid." Yuhai immediately replied, "Surely there are many awakened in America with abilities that surpass mine." Godfrey quickly responded, "It's true that there are many with powerful abilities, but there are few awakened as special as you, Mr. Yuhai. Yuhai, still resolute, replied, "Just for that reason, you would invite an awakened. Nobody like me?" Godfrey exclaimed, "Just for that reason? Absolutely not. Mr. Yuhai, you possess incredibly versatile abilities. Instead of bringing 3 support buffers and a mage, having you participate would be far more effective." It was an obvious decision. Yuhai remained silent, offering no reply. Gozuri continued, "There's one more thing. Master guarantees that if you agree to participate, you'll have the privilege of choosing a special grade ownership item." Hearing this, the main character finally showed interest. "A special grade ownership item?" Gozuri confirmed with a nod. "Exactly. You can consider it a generous reward. And of course, after the battle concludes, the spoils will be divided fairly and transparently. We are absolutely not lying to you. I swear to you on Brooke's honor, the master of our guild. She has made a firm commitment. So that's it." Yuhai carefully considered. "I have nothing left to lose anyway. They said they're inviting me to participate, so there will definitely be other awakened, at least A rank. The dungeon they're about to attack. This is the golden opportunity for me to experience the wider world." Gozuri, looking out the window, announces, "Sir, we're almost there." Yuhai, after a moment of thoughtful consideration, finally agrees to Gozuri's proposal. "I accept your offer. After I finalize my schedule, I'll contact you." Gozuri, overjoyed, replies with excitement in her voice, "Thank you, sir. Master will be very pleased. I'll report back to Master that you've decided to participate." The car stops at its destination, and the main character steps out. Godfrey speaks politely before leaving the car. "I'll await your news." The driver cautiously asks her, "Is it all right that you didn't disclose the matter of joining the guild, Miss Gozari?" Gozari replies, "Yes, it's no problem. Look at that Yuhai. He can't be persuaded with money anymore. But what he truly desires isn't money, but real combat experience. I'll give him a whole new stage to experience, an unforgettable memory," and made a request he could hardly refuse. She triumphantly watched the lollipop man in the hallway of the Du family's apartment. The two sisters were about to break down the door and barge into his home. Julia bent down and kindly inquired about Kong Seo-John's situation. Kong Seo-John replied, "Although I had anticipated it to some extent, the security system here is even more dense than I predicted. There's a lot of magical interference, so attempting to force entry would certainly be fatal." Julia thought to herself, just how many layers of security did he use? Kong Seo-John said sternly, "The amount spent on this system must be over 50 billion won. I can feel the energy emanating throughout the house. How can we break through this?" She concentrated in thought. Julia said to her cousin, "Wouldn't it be better if we just forgot about this?" But Kong Seo-John stood firm and replied, "Absolutely not. It would be a mistake to assume that Yu Hyuk is behind all of this, because Rakbai is already involved. Although the director has changed now, they initially promised to fully support me in every aspect, but in the end, they used and discarded me without mercy." Kong Seo-John felt a surge of anger whenever he recalled the past. Suddenly, the elevator stopped at their floor. The announcement startled them both. "The elevator has arrived on the 31st floor." Both of them cautiously looked towards the elevator doors. The elevator doors slowly opened. Julia and Kong Seo-John held their breath and watched intently. However, when the elevator doors fully opened, it was empty, not a single person inside. "What's going on? There's no one there," Julia muttered to herself. Behind them, a man had been standing there for some time without their knowledge. Yu Hyuk smiled slyly. He had appeared behind them silently and stealthily like a ghost. He looked at them and said, "Who are you two? You don't look like fans who came to see me." Both women turned to look at him, their gazes probing. He remained calm, politely asking, "Is there something else?" Kong Cheol's eyes were icy, radiating an air of authority. She answered while Julia seemed hesitant, unsure what to say. "Let's talk later." "This isn't a good place," Du Huioke interjected tactfully. "If you want me, I'm always available," Kong Cheol replied, his tone still indifferent. His expression grew colder as he turned and walked away. Julia hurried after him. Both stepped into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed. Du only breathed a sigh of relief once the doors fully shut. "Phew, lately, all I want is some peace and quiet. I finished all my domestic affairs in just 2 days. Made a delivery to the Dimensional Travel Guild. Explained the party situation to Seol Mi and Yu Hai, and reconfirmed the ancient book about the other world that I found a while ago. After preparing the necessary items for the journey, I'll be heading to the U.S. In the bustling city of New York, atop the towering Freedom Building, a hand adorned with glittering gold rings extended outward. "Welcome to the land of the free, the United States." Yu Hyuk immediately accepted the handshake, smiling back. "It's a pleasure to meet you." The man before him was the leader of the Freedom Guild, famous throughout America. He observed Yu Hyuk carefully, his sharp eyes full of scrutiny. Brooke, with a bright smile, enthusiastically introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Yu Hyuk. I'm Brooke, leader of the Freedom Guild." Yu Hyuk's eyes were drawn to Brooke's massive bookshelf. "There are so many ancient books from different worlds here," he exclaimed in amazement. Brooke nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, lately, I've been engrossed in studying the languages of those distant worlds. I wonder when I'll be able to communicate with them," he said with a hint of regret. Brooke muttered cryptic words to himself, piquing Yu Hyuk's curiosity. "What did you mean by them?" Brooke quickly replied, "Please have a seat first." Yu Hyuk accepted the invitation and settled onto the plush sofa. Brooke sat across from them and began his story. "Not long ago, we received some incredibly interesting information. We found someone fluent in the language of another world within a dungeon. However, this person mysteriously vanished after an encounter with the group. We suspect that searching for this individual cost us lives. After someone was assassinated, Yu Hyuk spoke up seriously. "Is the dungeon we're about to attack the same place?" "Exactly. Do you have any proof related to another world?" However, since this raid is limited to 6 participants, Yu Hyuk understood the implication in Brooke's words. "That's why we need someone as versatile as me," Brooke stated firmly, his expression turning serious. "All awakened individuals possess a unique ability. Having reached SSS rank, I obviously have one. However, besides that ability, I can't use magic or any other skills. If there's someone as versatile and well-rounded as Yu Hyuk, we could form an unstoppable team. That's why I chose Yu Hyuk, the most outstanding person here. Yu Hyuk is truly perceptive. although he spoke as if he needed me. His true intention was to draw my attention to freedom. Of course, I have no reason to refuse. Sharing the spoils, choosing a special grade item, or having questions answered. Brooke stood up and walked towards his bookshelf. Since I've finished my explanation, I'll keep my promise. He meticulously searched for something. Brooke's hand gently glided over each book. Suddenly, he stopped and looked towards the next room. Brooke spoke to the protagonist. "This way, please." Yuhayuke stood up and quietly followed him. Inside the room, precious artifacts were displayed and carefully preserved behind thick glass. These items here are all things I don't use or that overlap with my current abilities. Yu Hiwu carefully observed the armor sets. Just a glance was enough to tell that these were all supreme equipment, far surpassing special grade. Precious rings, placed side by side, glimmered with a brilliant aura. Group smiled warmly and said, "You can take whatever you want." After you fully grasped all of their capabilities, Yu Hiwu couldn't help but be astonished. Could it be that he intentionally arranged this for me to inspect them? He wondered. Without hesitation, Yu Hiwu immediately touched each item. The skill Identify activated, and countless information panels appeared before his eyes. Yu Hiwu quickly scanned through each item and finally found what he desired. "I'll choose this one," he declared. Brooke didn't object to Yu Hiwu's choice. He said, "Very well. Now, we'll move to another location to assess the situation in the dungeon." The protagonist was led by Goguryen, but Brooke didn't accompany them. "What happened?" He finished speaking, and Goguryo respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." He received another invitation and immediately departed for France. She opened the meeting room door wide and politely invited him in. "Please come in, sir." Yuhayuke followed her inside. Inside the room, several people were already present. S-rank tanker, La Song, looked bored, his chin resting on his hand. He was looking towards the entrance. S-rank close combat warrior, Sarah, seemed quite excited to see the main character enter. S-rank bruiser, Lincoln was still dozing, seemingly unaware of what was happening. S-rank sharpshooter, Rion, also directed his gaze towards Yuhayuke. The rain outside continued to pour. Yuhayuke and the others were still trapped in the dense forest. La Song chuckled and spoke. "I never thought we'd encounter such a terribly corrosive rain." Lincoln nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if it weren't for Yuhayuke, I'm afraid we would have been in serious trouble." Behind them, Sarah and Rion were whispering to each other. Not only that, but there were also countless other traps set by Jerry all around. He walked over to Yuhayuke and said, "This is the first time I've seen so many traps." Just then, Yuhayuke heard suspicious sounds coming from nearby. He yelled out a warning. "They're coming." Immediately, everyone went into defensive mode. A horde of ferocious goblins came swarming in. Each one was large and exceptionally ferocious. But Na-san's group didn't flinch. Na-san smiled confidently and said, "You want to destroy us? Not so easy." Without another word, Sarah charged forward, slicing 2 goblins in half in the blink of an eye. Another goblin tried to spit poison at her, but Sarah nimbly dodged. In a flash, she easily finished it off. Watching from the side, Yuhayuke thought to himself, as expected of an S-rank defensive warrior. Jerry, meanwhile, was like a butcher, effortlessly taking care of the gruesome goblins. An idea struck Yuhayuke. How about we try to find out who's behind controlling these little? Using his panoramic vision, Yuhayuke quickly spotted the zombies lurking in the trees, controlling the ferocious goblins. Found them. Doesn't look like there's any sign of the drone. Excellent. The others are also giving their all to eliminate those pesky goblins. After taking down a few goblins, Aaron immediately switched to destroying the drone. With ease, Jerry is fighting while quietly observing everything. Can he handle the goblins and that drone all by himself? I understand now why. Yuhayuke isn't interested in coordinated attacks. Yuhayuke bursts out the door and heads straight for the terrifying zombies, quickly finishing them off. Suddenly, Jerry heard a loud explosion from behind, making him jump. He had no idea what was going on. Yuhayuke, after swiftly eliminating 2 zombies, returned and tossed their bodies aside. Witnessing this, a stunned Jerry exclaimed, "What the hell? Why are dead zombies falling from the sky? Impossible." Using spatial magic with such skill is incredibly rare. Could this be Yuhayuke's ability? Noticing her distraction, and that she was only focused on him, Yuhayuke gently spoke. "Why are you looking at me? We need to incorporate Jerry's firepower as well." He then ran off to scout the surroundings. Hearing Du Huiyuke's words, Jerry thought to himself, can skills be continuously replenished like that? I really want to learn more about this Du Huiyuke. After dealing with the troublesome goblins, everyone continued their journey. The dungeon raid was in full swing. Yu Haiyuke's extraordinary abilities were on full display as he spearheaded the attack, swiftly eliminating the pesky monsters and skillfully navigating dangerous areas using his stealth. They reached the boss's chamber faster than anticipated. Everyone cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Yu Haiyuke furrowed his brow, lost in thought. I feel like I've been here before. No way. Could it be? If that kid is really here like I suspect, then this situation could get very difficult. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted. Over there! Enemies sighted. Following the pointed finger, they saw the Black King Acnes, the infamous S-rank boss, casually seated on his throne. In the next moment, he unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that overwhelmed the entire chamber. Sarah furrowed her delicate brows. Black King Acnes. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying monster, Jerry exclaimed. That's an incredible aura. That terrifying pressure. In a flash, with lightning-fast speed, it hurtled towards their position. The entire group was swept up in the terrifying movement of the Black King Acnes, facing imminent death. Dust and debris filled the air. Rocks flew everywhere. Amidst the chaos, everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. In the blink of an eye, the Black King Acnes swung his sharp sword, delivering a fatal blow to Aaron. Aaron's body was covered in wounds, not a single spot untouched. His sturdy armor was riddled with cracks. La Sun roared in fury. Damn it, I ordered a tactical retreat. Reed desperately tried to calm everyone down. Everyone, stay calm. First, we need to regroup into 5 rows. Begin the shift immediately. Sarah nodded. Yes, I understand. Jerry, seeing Yu Huiyuke still standing motionless, urgently warned him. Yu Huiyuke immediately moved from the dangerous position. Yu Huiyuke furrowed his brow in thought. Everyone's movement technique is so different, so we can't apprehend him. He spoke up, guiding and reminding everyone to be especially cautious. After Arceus's initial attack, during his teleportation window, he'll target the weakest link in our formation. I'll outline a specific strategy for everyone later. For now, just stick close to me. Immediately after, he unleashed his skill, Judgment's Gate. Sarah and Jerry simultaneously charged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks against him. The assault on Arknights has begun. A sudden numbness washes over them the moment they teleport. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Arknights remains unscathed, without a single scratch. Re grit their teeth, thinking this guy, his strength is absurd. Arknights slams his sword into the ground with a roar. Die, you pathetic insects! The ground cracks open, and a jet-black liquid erupts. Yu Hayek shouts, look out, blades underground. The moment he finishes speaking, countless sharp blades erupt from the black earth like spikes. Sarah, Jerry, and Yu Hayek narrowly dodge the deadly attack. But La Sun and Rain aren't so lucky. Both are critically hit. A system notification appears. Soul split. Activating in 90 seconds. Target will suffer soul fragmentation and death. Without hesitation, Yu Hayek shouts towards the two in danger. You've been hit with an effect. Follow me. Lincoln, get me out of Arknight's magic. Lincoln respectfully replied, yes, sir. He then stepped forward, ready to fight. Akane stared intently at Lincoln, his voice full of challenge. I'll fight you first. With those words, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on Lincoln. Lincoln desperately tried to block the onslaught with his shield, but Akane's power was immense. Alarming cracks quickly spiderwebbed across the shield surface. Lincoln shouted out in alarm, hurry, please. From afar, Du Huiyuke immediately cast Dispel Magic to aid the two combatants. The system promptly notified him. You have used the skill Dispel Magic. However, unable to dispel the Soul Split status. Dispel Magic, Level 3. Releases magical energy within a designated range. However, the success rate of Dispel Magic depends on a user's intelligence stat. Du Huiyuke gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, could it be that boss's intelligence stat is higher than mine? He decided to try again, continuing to cast Dispel Magic. The system immediately issued a notification. You have successfully cast the exorcism spell, lifting the soul split status. Yu Haiyuke breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it finally worked. On the other side of the battlefield, Lincoln took a critical blow to the shoulder from Acnes. He roared in fury, "You pathetic insects dare to trick me? Appear, my lowly minions." Instantly, countless grotesque monsters materialized. Yu Hayuke furrowed his brow in worry. He told the others, "I'll handle these demons. You two go help Lincoln." La Sun cautioned Yu Hayuke, "Be careful." Sarah unsheathed her sharp claws. Jerry also drew her gleaming, sharp sword. The two coordinated flawlessly, attacking Acnes together. Acnes was not only unharmed, but he also counterattacked the two girls. "You pesky insects are so annoying," he roared. Sarah and Jerry narrowly dodged the fatal attack. Acnes created an energy shield to protect himself. At that moment, Yu Hayuke commanded everyone, "Listen up, focus all your power, and attack Acnes now." After his words, he unleashed the skill's spectral intensity. A blinding light exploded, engulfing the entire surrounding space. Spectral intensity, rank, for a duration of spectral intensity. Increases combat power by 250% within its range. For 2 minutes, GIC power will not fall below 1 and grants immunity to pain. Linko stared in astonishment as the wound on his shoulder miraculously healed. "What is this? This skill? My wound is completely gone." The others experienced the same phenomenon. The wounds on their bodies were gradually recovering. Is this also one of you Hayuke's ultimate skills? I was about to use some of my own magic power, but amazing. Yu Hayuke furrowed his brow and spoke, reminding everyone, "This is our best chance to join forces and attack Acnes. Exploit Arcnes' weakness to magic attacks. That's his Achilles heel. Then, fire a frost arrow at Arcnes. La Cian is charging in, so I'll restrict Arcnes' movement." He slammed his sword into the ground, using gravity to immobilize Arcnes. At that moment, Lincoln charged from behind. "My turn." He swung his judgment hammer, landing a powerful blow on Arcnes, sending him staggering back several steps. Arcnes flew into a rage. He unleashed a volley of sharp arrows at them. "Die, you pathetic insects." La Cian and Lincoln quickly dodged. Meanwhile, Rion simultaneously used her 4 guns to destroy all the incoming arrows. She calmly urged everyone to stay calm. The moment she finished speaking, Arcnes seized the opportunity to slip behind her and attack. But Rion, with her quick reflexes, managed to block his attack. She continuously fired at Arcnes. Finally, cracks began to appear in his armor. Just when all hope seemed lost, Sarah's voice suddenly rang out. "Acnes, get down now." Sarah's sharp claws suddenly extended, landing a critical blow directly on Acnes. Before he could understand what was happening, Jerry appeared from another direction, swinging his sharp sword repeatedly at him. From the air, Yu Hayuke focused all his spiritual energy, unleashing his most powerful spell downwards. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Jerry quickly dodged to the side, thinking to himself, "Is this the end of him?" Acnes collapsed, gasping for breath. La Sun exclaimed in astonishment, "I can't believe he survived Yu Hayuke's devastating attack. This guy is incredibly resilient." Lincoln warned, "We need to finish him off quickly before he recovers." Acnes still refused to yield. A massive surge of energy erupted from his body. "I can't lose here." Suddenly, a terrifying power emanated outwards, leaving everyone around them stunned and terrified. A strange, indescribable atmosphere filled the air. Everyone collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Countless injured lay scattered everywhere. Amidst the chaos, the man spoke. "Why aren't you affected?" Yu Hayuke stood tall, his sharp gaze fixed on the man. I don't know. The man knelt on the ground, his voice weak. "Could the power I possess be related to that source?" Yu Hayuke frowned, confusion evident on his face. "Your power, that last attack burned away. The last remnants of my energy. You being unaffected must be due to some resonance between you and my energy. Some kind of special resonance." Yu Hayuke's expression turned to astonishment. "All my subordinates and my people have perished and vanished on this journey. Time and space have been twisted and turned. Akinos and I have something in common." He suddenly realized something was amiss. The other man continued, "Do you know who I am?" He replied, "I do. And if that's true, I have a favor to ask. If you ever encounter someone who carries the bloodline of Baek Song Ha Sin, my subordinate, show them this necklace and this ring." Aquinos then presented an ancient book, pleading, "Please, save them. Don't let them suffer the torments of hell." He instantly recognized the mysterious object. The other man began to lose consciousness, his voice fading. "I entrust everything to you." Immediately after, he collapsed, his body dissolving into nothingness. Only a pile of cold ash remained. A quiet sadness crept into his heart. "Rest in peace." The system suddenly announced, "Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have leveled up. Player Yuhai UK has reached level 41. You have reached the 5th realm of the wizard. Player's special space. The Australian tour has been transformed into a special A-rank dimension. This corresponding space can hold and preserve a large quantity of items with dimensions of 30 meters in width, length, and height. I've automatically acquired knowledge on how to utilize this special A-rank dimensional space. This is incredible." At that moment, he looked up at the clear blue sky and let out a long sigh of relief. A universal translation ship with 100% accuracy, regardless of rank. This is a book used for translating the language of this world, known as legal. By normal standards, it would take 2 to 3 days to translate this entire book. He stared at the book, his face filled with astonishment. "I've been trying to decipher the language of this world for 25 years without any progress, and yet," he couldn't help but sigh. "Not only that, but I also received 2 special pieces of jewelry. How extraordinary. The unique grade Deadman necklace increases intelligence by 100 points. Physical strength increased by 100%. Absolute immunity to all types of curse skills. The Infinity Ring, unique rank. No need to eat or drink to feel satiated. No need for sleep to feel energized. Liberated from the shackles of lust and greed. Master of impulsive desires and fleeting emotions." The young man was perplexed by these strange occurrences. This was the reward left by that senior. A gem of the rarest kind. He glanced at the items on the ground, then turned around. Next to that book. Could this be some kind of mysterious incantation? He cautiously placed his hand on the ancient book. "This is it. The 5th tier's half-sun incantation. Let's see," he muttered. A mysterious smile played on his lips as he thought about half-Sunday. Immediately, a powerful surge of magic erupted around him. It spread out, forming a magic circle with a radius of about 5 meters. At the same time, a blonde-haired man who was unconscious suddenly jolted awake. "What is this warm air?" he asked hurriedly. "Are you awake?" "Yes." "The Deontian attack operation has officially ended. When I returned to Freedom Power headquarters, I received offers to exchange contact information with the team members. Everyone seemed amazed by my spell control abilities. Gozi even invited me to join Freedom. However, after politely declining, I returned to Korea. At the KB Seoul branch, a young man was sound asleep in a chair, lost in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a strange object touched his cheek. He woke up with a start, letting out a small cry. He looked at the woman beside him and spoke. "Branch manager." No, that's a bit much, isn't it? Doing that to someone who had to pull an all-nighter?" "There's an urgent matter regarding Yuhai UK, so I'm intrigued," he asked. "Things have been unusually quiet lately. Has anything out of the ordinary happened?" She responded immediately. "I've heard rumors that this time, Freedom has invited Yuhoiik to collaborate in an attack on Jen." He quickly assessed the situation. "If it's Freedom, they would surely invite you to join as well." It's incredible that the AI was able to detect the branch manager's network data. Truly astonishing. She explained, "Because information is the lifeblood, after all. The important thing is the hacker group involved in this attack. Dan S. and he work incredibly well together. Freedom has also been persistently sending invitations to Yuhoiik, eager for him to join their ranks." He said pensively, "So, even a powerful force like that has made its move. Then we can't just sit idly by." She continued, "Exactly, with KPI's renowned reputation. Or, how about we try inviting him on a raid? What do you think?" He immediately replied, "That's a good idea, but I'm afraid his level isn't quite high enough yet. However, I can grant him exclusive rights to the experience points and rewards." "Yes, I'll contact Juncio right away to let him know." Just then, the system displayed his stats. His stats have increased significantly, haven't they? He glanced over them, then turned towards a spell on the other side. This spell was found after a violent storm in America. I had to painstakingly search through hundreds of ancient books all over the world to find it. But then he sighed. "Even though the storm brought me the spell, I should reward myself, shouldn't I? After all, I did obtain the spell. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. Yu Ji-hyuk has mastered a level 3 spell. The ability Infrared Vision Infrastructure Sight has been activated. Yu Hyuk had mastered the 4th level incantation, the polymorph spell, allowing him to transform into any object, especially useful in combat. Next, Yu Hyuk continued to conquer the 4th incantation, the 3rd eye, creating a mystical 3rd eye, granting the user a wider field of vision and greater flexibility in combat. The emergence of these new spells sparked a heated debate about the balance of power in the game. Furthermore, the duration of the spells was also a hotly discussed topic. The 5th level incantation, Eternal Maintenance, had the ability to maintain spell effects permanently, and could only be dispelled by the Dispel magic spell. Basic swordsmanship skills also received a boost in recovery speed and a 10% increase in potion effectiveness. Holding the sword in his hand, he muttered, "Let's test this out. First, weapon enchantment. Now, if I combine it with..." Instantly, the sword materialized before his eyes. Rank, normal. Strength enhancement, 10%. Health regeneration rate increased by 10%. Weapon enchantment, active. He couldn't hide his excitement. Amazing. The time limit on the weapon's enchantment effect has vanished. I can't believe it can be upgraded to be permanent like this, even though the weapon's limit is at the special level. Speaking of which, should I look for another close combat weapon? He lifted the sword, examining it closely. If using spells isn't affected, then wearing gloves to increase strength is also a good idea. I should try contacting Junseal. He sheathed the sword. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Coincidentally, the caller was Junseal. "Hello. I was just about to call you." Did she really say that? It's like you can read my mind. He asked directly, without preamble. "What is it you need?" She replied, "It's nothing urgent. I'll transfer you to Yu Hyuk. He'll fill you in." He responded quickly. "Well, I'm not entirely sure, but today there's a scheduled sale of gloves at Civilian Supermarket number 0. If I could secure exclusive rights, that would be amazing." She answered, "Gloves? Hold on a moment." After a brief pause, she replied, "Yes, there is. It's being auctioned off today." And he interjected, then continued, "I want to enhance my abilities in that auction. Is that possible?" She exclaimed in surprise. "It's not an item, it's an ability." Over here at the Gangnam-nig. Outside, the sky had fallen into darkness. Zhang Hua asked, "Master, didn't you say that you weren't interested in any of the items being auctioned off tonight?" Yu Ji-hyun replied, "Yes, I did say that." Zhang Hua curiously asked, "Then why are you here, master?" She explained, "Just a few hours ago, I received news that a special item will be put up for auction." The young man looked surprised. "A special item? What do you mean?" She continued, "Yes, they're calling it a special item. It's incredibly rare. It would be a shame not to see it." With a smile, she stepped inside. "I wonder what it could be," Zhang Hua thought to himself. On the other side, Yang Xiao spoke up. "So, all the ordinary items have already been presented," the woman began to announce. "We will now proceed with the auction. The special treasure that we previously hinted at. We now respectfully invite Mr. Du Huc, the generous benefactor of this special treasure, to grace the stage." His words ignited the auditorium, sparking excited chatter amongst the audience. What could this special treasure be? Truly, only an extraordinary figure could cause such a commotion in this hall. What precious item is about to be unveiled? Could it be some kind of advanced spaceship? A man whispered to those around him. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Du Hu. It's a pleasure to see you all again today. Today, I haven't brought an object, but rather my own abilities are up for auction." His declaration plunged the hall into stunned silence once more. "Master, can an awakened's powers even be auctioned?" A young woman exclaimed with a serious expression. "This place is only for items worth tens, even hundreds of billions. In a place like this, offering services at that price is perfectly reasonable. It's completely acceptable. All right, in order of priority, the first 10 customers will have the power of their current weapons amplified. I'll upgrade them a bit. At least one rank higher." This offer stunned the crowd. What do you mean by that?" The surrounding people began to murmur amongst themselves. A spell to enhance weapons? How can such a preposterous thing be possible? I don't quite understand. Is Yu Hyuk just a con artist? A phony sorcerer? Suddenly, a girl looked up and asked, "What you're saying, is it true?" He looked down. "So she's here as well? Why would I lie?" Beck Ryan's master, Min Song, June was also sitting below, looking up at him. The young man flashed a confident smile and said, "Even for legendary weapons that have surpassed the mythical level, I can elevate them to new heights. However, if someone considers me a rival in the future, or intentionally provokes or antagonizes me, the weapon's level will revert to its original state." The young woman felt as though his words were directed at her. She responded, "Everyone, you can also seek out master craftsmen to enhance your weapons by adding gems or precious stones." The young man spoke again. "If that were possible, I wouldn't be here trying to sell this." As if talking to himself, the atmosphere suddenly became stifling. The young man smiled again and raised his voice to the crowd. "Please consider carefully. The starting price is 5 billion won." Immediately, shouts and bids echoed throughout the hall. "The price is set at 20 billion won. Confirmed." 10 people have transferred a total of 200 billion won. "Next, Du Hyoyuke will proceed." He spoke up. "Allow me to begin." He placed his hand on the table and said, "Please, place your weapons on the table." An array of various weapons were laid out on the tabletop. He began to channel his power, softly saying, "All right." Immediately, a blinding light erupted, causing everyone around to widen their eyes in astonishment. Surprise was evident on every face. Suddenly, Du Weiqi's familiar blade appeared before her eyes. She grabbed the blade and exclaimed in awe, "Oh my God, I can't believe it. My blade, could it have reached the legendary rank?" The surrounding people couldn't help but cheer and applaud. "My weapon went from rare to unique. This feels like a dream." He continued, "Well then, I've completed my task. Farewell." Junseo respectfully replied, "Yes, you've worked hard, Du Hyoyuke." He immediately turned and walked away, his eyes unconsciously glancing towards a girl in the distance. She glanced back, her expression less than pleasant. He continued to stride forward. Besides Chairman Bakrian, there were 2 other people, Kim Hun and Kong Hong. The sharp gazes of the wise-nosed society members were fixed on him. They didn't seem to be in a hurry, as if they wanted him to die, just like Master Bakrian. Better safe than sorry. It's best to stay alert. Suddenly, a man appeared and spoke. "Yu Ji-hyok, over here." He looked at the man and replied, "Long time no see, since the seal outbreak incident." Choi Tae-ho smiled back. "Yes, it's been a while. How's work at the market?" Yu Ji-hyok answered, "Good. The auction went well. I found the item I needed." "That's good then. Now, I'll take you to the meeting point." Meanwhile, Chairman Bakrian was walking, lost in thought. "I'm afraid it's rather rude to follow a lady like this. What do you two think?" She turned around, facing them. The 2 men behind her remained silent. She called out, "Hongsu and Hunyopa." The 2 men spoke up. "You called us out here, and now you're talking about manners? This woman is the master of Mu Kan, Kong Hong Si." The man beside him added, "You called us here now because of that doki, right?" "Yes," she replied. "That's exactly right. Supplying bombs, psychic abilities, and now weapon enhancements. If this continues, we'll all be nothing but Doku's puppets. Nothing more. First, we have to find a way to make sure we can control him. So, can we call a temporary truce? I believe we share a common enemy." The person opposite immediately replied, "Let's confirm our target. Is it Du Hyuke or the Rebirth Society?" She bluntly stated both. But now they've merged into a single entity, like it was destined. Inseparable, impossible to oppose individually. If something can't be possessed, it must be eliminated, eradicated at the root, right? Just then, a portal suddenly opened. They immediately moved forward. One person glanced at their watch and spoke. 2 hours have passed. Another failure. That's the 7th time. She looked defeated and resigned. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared behind them. Even in this desolate wasteland, there's an underground bunker. The person landed on the ground. "This is a recently discovered secret base." Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise, "I see. That's exactly right. But this place has been abandoned for much longer than we thought. No one could have predicted when the outbreak would occur. It seems like Ms. Jiangmai has arrived as well." Jiangmai appears and speaks up. "Hello, Park Du-hyun. It's been a while. I'll explain everything. Because I know you don't like beating around the bush, Du-hyun. Initially, the location we intended to invite you to wasn't this place, but a secret Aeon underground bunker managed by KPI. I've already heard about it from Junsu," he replied with a smile. She continued, "But we discovered signs of Zhong. John here thanks to a tip from the real estate company. And to ensure the safety of the surrounding area, we quickly deployed an attack force inside Zhong. John, did any problems arise during the search?" His expression turned serious. The girl sighed, replying with a despondent tone, "Yes, the problem lies with the John dungeon. It has a limited number of attempts. Only one person. And if they fail 7 times, they're locked out. So far, around 50 elite agents, key members of KPI, have perished in that dungeon. Tejo and I are the only ones left, but we've also used up all 7 attempts due to carelessness. She clenched her fists, worry etched on her face. The man beside her spoke, his voice low. I've been doing some serious soul searching. He looked at both of them and replied, facing the monsters inside the SAO dungeon is incredibly challenging. If even the two of you, the best of the best, couldn't succeed, then who can possibly conquer SAO? She said, the problem isn't our attack power, but the invisible traps and the monster's unpredictable abilities. There are many complex variables at play. He listened silently. That's why we need someone with comprehensive abilities, someone as versatile as you, my friend. Initially, I was told I'd be invited to a secret underground vault, a secret John vault, which is why I came here. He continued, his voice serious. Hearing this, she looked visibly worried. We sincerely apologize about that, but we can't leave this place right now. He replied, I imagine if the price is one's life, then what you're asking must be quite significant. It's certainly not a small request. She looked up in astonishment. So you mean, he answered immediately, if you could transfer ownership of this prestigious secret location with exclusive mining rights solely to me. Stunned, I said, wait a minute, that's outrageous. But she stopped him and continued, let me handle this. You should step back. Once attacked, that area will automatically reboot. This means it's possible to continuously gain experience points and obtain the hidden treasures within. Someone with an awakened ability, yearning for a place like this. It's understandable they'd react so strongly. However, there's a corresponding price to pay, since we're gambling our lives on it. She told Du Huiyuke, Zhongzhon is a national asset. Transferring ownership is practically impossible. Therefore, ownership will belong to KPI and the nation. But usage rights will be granted to Du Huiyuke. You'll have free access. What do you say? He immediately agreed. All right, let's do it that way. In return, you'll have to cooperate with us on something. If you just ignore Zhongzhon and let the epidemic break out, then you'll have to bear all the consequences yourself. He gave a slight smile. Of course, I will definitely take responsibility for that. So, let's talk about the labyrinth now. Moments later, he stepped inside. The moment you set foot in here, you have to run immediately. Just a slight delay, and you'll be surrounded by that poisonous cloud. Beyond the thick poisonous fog ahead, a scorching lava lake appears. The solution presented is to risk jumping over it. Without hesitation, he bursts into speed, charging forward. His feet are almost touching the churning lava flow. Immediately after, countless sharp arrows are fired in succession. He quickly erects a defensive shield, dodging the vicious attacks. This cave is full of traps. One must be extremely cautious. Moments later, he lands on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. As for the next attack, the explanation is extremely vague. The structure inside this cave is incredibly simple. Just a straight tunnel shrouded in thick darkness. We need to go deeper inside to find a faint light source emanating from up ahead. Now, there's no other choice but to launch a direct attack. In an instant, he unleashes the Crimson Jade Shatter technique. In the blink of an eye, he senses countless colossal serpents surrounding him, charging straight towards him. Even the most renowned expert caught in this perilous situation would be utterly helpless, left with nothing to do but wait for death. Without hesitation, he immediately executes his ultimate technique, counterattacking the ferocious serpents. Lightning flashes. His moves are unpredictable and ever-changing. With this spectacular display, the experience points gained are surely substantial. A confident smile spreads across his lips. But I can't let my guard down, he tells himself. I need to be ready, Ron. Focus intensely for the attack. Meanwhile, outside, 2 figures stood observing the situation within, watching the scene unfold before them. They were about to enter the final exploration zone, the last leg of their journey. First, we need to double-check. She called out, her voice echoing inside. The girl in the jar responded. Is it all right to be summoned here without any equipment? She questioned. The girl replied, it's not a problem. My role isn't direct combat. Your task is simple. Since this is a solo dungeon, you can't enter. Right now, we need to confirm if Park Juhyan shows any signs of life. We don't have access to all the information. Hearing this, she looked perplexed. So that's all my mission is? The man replied, exact. Even a B-rank ID card was flatly rejected here. Guildmaster Park Du-Hyen. Could something have happened to her? We just said goodbye a few hours ago. She replied. It's clear that Park Du-Hyen possesses masterful control over a diverse range of skills. So, let's trust her and wait patiently. But suppose even Park Du-Hyen fails, then we have no choice but to request cooperation from a higher-level team. Quickly assess the situation. Junseo immediately stepped inside, sensing the surrounding atmosphere. By now, he had finished dealing with the men outside and reached the boss's final lair. This was dungeon level 1118. This time, if he hadn't used his ROM to attack and quickly escape, he probably would have died here. Well then, let's see who rules this place. He pushed open the massive door. Inside was a scene of devastation and ruin. Whereas a monster boss gone? He cautiously stepped inside, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed the girl over there, a question flashing through his mind. Who is she? He saw a young woman with jade green hair, tied tightly to the corner of the wall. Could she be human? He wondered silently when a roar suddenly echoed. Who are you? From the ground, a dark shadow gradually emerged. It looked up and growled. Why are you wearing Arcanes' jewelry? This was Jan, the dungeon's monster boss, the true leader. A monster he had never encountered before. How does he know about Arcanes? He thought to himself. He lifted his head and replied. Why should I answer you? Even though he was weaker than Arcanes. But this time he W. The monster roared. That arrogant attitude. I'll make you taste suffering. Without replying, he immediately took a fighting stance. Fortunately, it wasn't Arcanes, but just a minor magic-type monster. Back in the days of D and F, he used to be thrilled to test his skills against magic-type monsters. At that moment, countless magic orbs materialized around him, then shot towards him with terrifying speed. He nimbly dodged. The monster exclaimed, "Oh ho, your evasive maneuvers are quite impressive." He breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, but unlike what he expected, its magic seemed unable to be cast continuously. Could it be? He realized the monster was accumulating a massive amount of energy. Without hesitation, he quickly erected a shield. The monster howled, "Wall!" Will his defenses hold against Tao Sa's ferocious attack? In a flash, it launched something resembling a colossal arrow, aimed directly at him. Its speed was like lightning. A deafening explosion rocked the earth, shattering his defensive wall into pieces. He quickly dodged, activating his cloaking ability. The monster scoffed disdainfully. How boring. Another earth-shattering explosion followed. It looked down, but he was nowhere to be seen. Seizing the opportunity, Park Du-Hyen unleashed his illusion skill. Charging forward, it snorted in contempt. Such childish magic tricks. I will crush them all in an instant. It roared, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy, engulfing all the illusions and him. Instantly, all of his clones seemed to be completely subdued. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Are you an idiot? Did you think that we magic users would attack without any kind of plan? Then suddenly, he appeared right behind him, lunging forward with lightning speed and delivering a critical blow directly to his body. He couldn't utter a single word and was instantly sliced in two. He fell to the ground, fire and lightning crackling around him. He unleashed a barrage of skills, relentlessly attacking it, giving it no time to react. In an instant, it was struck head-on by his lightning bolt. The difference between him and it was that it couldn't use magic without chanting an incantation. If he wanted to attack it, he glanced back and saw that the other guy seemed to have just had his shield broken. He seemed truly enraged, roaring, You could dare do this? The young man was stunned to see a lock on the creature. It was that lock, outside the door. Yensio was still focused, sensing the energy within. She suddenly sensed something amiss and looked horrified. The other two also showed looks of confusion. Could it be that the seal will be broken? One of them spoke up anxiously. Li Yensio, what are you doing? Get back. She quickly replied, Yes. Immediately after, both of them swiftly activated their abilities. They took up fighting stances. The scene before them began to blur. They vaguely saw another figure appear behind the door. Their expressions turned grave. But at that moment, Park Ju-Hyun calmly walked out. His cloth. In his arms lay the girl with the green hair previously bound. She was still deep in slumber. He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, That was close. I almost lost my life. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers couldn't hide their astonishment. Meanwhile, After changing into fresh clothes, Du Haiyan was allowed to rest. He immediately gulped down a large mouthful of water, then let out a long, weary sigh. The girl gently asked, "Are you feeling any better?" He set the water down, replying, "Yes. My head is a bit clearer now." She continued to inquire, "So, can you tell me what happened? Who was that girl? And how did you manage to escape from that place?" He answered, "That place has been cleared out now. It's no longer dangerous, although there are still a few areas that pose a risk of injury. But I promise to share the attack method." Hearing this, the girl felt somewhat relieved and turned back to look at the object. "You've been through so much. Although we entrusted you with this mission, we never expected you to defeat Boss all by yourself. Your reputation truly precedes you. Your power is extraordinary." Yes, he even brought back a trophy that completely astonished her. He sighed, "Yes, it was a grueling battle. The entire fight lasted only about 5 minutes. But in those fleeting moments, I had to utilize every strategy and tactic I knew. It was a truly fierce battle. Both sides relentlessly exchanged blows. He mustered all his strength, charging forward with terrifying speed to attack his opponent. And finally, both unleashed their ultimate moves against each other. I want to ask you about anything that you obtained in there, because that's the unspoken rule." She continued, "The problem is that girl is really hard to please." She chuckled. "If you consider her a spoil of war, we won't have any authority to intervene. But if she's considered a person of interest, we'll have to handle things differently." He continued, "Until now, this is the first time an outsider has gotten inside." The other man replied, "That's right." He looked towards the unconscious girl and said, "Don't misunderstand. Hand her over to me. I'll take her. We escaped from that place, so this is my duty. I want to be responsible for her safety. If the KBI or anyone else takes custody of her, who knows what will happen? Furthermore, it seems this girl is connected to Aquinas." Hearing this, she replied, "I agree. If this girl's identity is exposed, would immediately become the center of attention and a prime research subject for countless organizations, related agencies. And the intensity of that research, I'm afraid, would exceed the endurance of an ordinary person. Therefore, we have implicitly reached a common agreement, which is to absolutely not disclose any information about the girl to the outside world. Currently, the girl is being meticulously cared for by Giant Cell. Any research or examination activities, if truly necessary, we will endeavor to carry out as discreetly and delicately as possible." He smiled, sincerely expressing his gratitude for everyone's concern and worry. The woman replied, "Don't mention it. This is what we should do to respect your decision. You risked your life fighting, attacking their lair on our behalf. That's right. You've endured so much already, Park Ju-Hyan." Park Ju-Hyan. That night, he and Taeho's group quietly left. Suddenly, Taeho spoke up. "Park Ju-Hyan, you have someone who needs your protection now, so know your place." Confused, he replied, "I'm not sure I understand. Could you elaborate?" The man continued to explain. At KPI, there's a department specifically responsible for managing subjects, running indirect surveillance programs, and they're monitoring you with a protection detail. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Because this place had promised to support him, there was bound to be some form of surveillance. I suspected the existence of this department. He thought to himself. The man continued, "According to the report, there seems to be a group secretly watching you, Park Du-Hyan. They've been tailing you, but they're operating much more discreetly than I anticipated. I tried to follow their trail, but I was detected and they quickly dispersed." He immediately recalled the mysterious individuals. "I see. So who are they? I think there were 2 of them. If it wasn't you, it would have to be the White Lotus Society's chairman. Therefore, please always prioritize your own safety. The encroaching darkness makes one feel uneasy and worried." He continued sincerely, "If you encounter any danger, contact us immediately, no matter the time." Hearing this, AI expressed his gratitude and added, "Whether it's a personal matter or anything else, feel free to call me anytime." Junseo then chimed in with an amused expression, causing Taeho to fall silent. "Hey, Junseo, we're having a serious conversation here." Tuji retorted, "Well, if we're done, what else is there? Then it's all good. Isn't that right?" Park Do-Hyan, his older brother, chuckled at their banter. "I don't see any problem." Hearing that, she cheerfully replied, "Well then, if you're still single, how about considering me? Her eyes sparkled like stars, gazing at Park Ju-hyun. Suddenly, the speeding car slammed on its brakes, as if an unseen force had impacted it. The abrupt stop sent her sprawling backward. She scratched her head, looking at the deputy leader with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing? That was dangerous." He frowned, his tone slightly irritated. "Put on your seatbelt." She sighed, a sullen look on her face. "Honestly, such a smooth talker." He replied, "That's because there's someone very resilient here." Hearing that, she blushed slightly. "Oh, right, I understand." Night fell, and he returned to his room. After the attack on this place, his mechanic level had increased by 10. Let's check and confirm. His stats appeared on the screen. At this level, my magic power and intelligence are almost at the transcendent realm. All right, let's check the spoils of war. He smiled. On the other side, the blue-haired girl had woken up. She looked around, confused. "Where am I?" He turned, answering G. "Are you feeling any better?" She looked at him with a vacant stare, her face expressionless. A moment later, he led her to the living room to sit down. She sat down hesitantly, glancing around before gasping in astonishment. He poured 2 glasses of water and asked with a smile, "Notice anything different?" She quickly replied politely, "Yes, this place is completely different from my homeland." He said, "That's because you come from a completely different world." She accepted the glass of water and replied, "That's certainly true, but you speak our language so well. It's amazing." He also seemed surprised by this. She explained, "This device translates what you're saying." She took out a circular object. He looked at it, set down his glass, and exclaimed. He continued the story. "Do you remember what happened in Gyeongjin?" She replied, "No, it's all very hazy. I only vaguely remember being there as a sacrifice for some ritual. You came then, defeated the man, and saved me." "Yes," he replied, "and more than that. If I'm not mistaken, you're holding my brother's necklace." Park Du-hyun, surprised by her words, quickly took out the necklace. "You mean this?" She confirmed, "That's exactly it. You have it." The girl's face was momentarily filled with emotion. He was silent, a subtle sadness welling up inside him. Seeing his expression, she seemed to understand. "I see. Then, can you tell me about the moment my brother gave it to you? And did he have any last words?" Park Du-hyun began to answer. "If you happen to encounter an AI, determine whether it's a civilian or one of my subordinates. Whether or not it's truly an AI, they will recognize this necklace and ring. Do your utmost to prevent them from falling into the abyss. I implore you, you must save them." Hearing these words, tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out, "Brother!" She clutched the necklace tightly, sobs racking her body. The world as D and F knew it. From what I understand, powerful empires like Desmond and Aquino were merely the tip of the iceberg. Therefore, the fact that Aquino had a younger sister was completely unforeseen until now. That day was truly a scene of utter hell on earth. To experience moments of peace, as tranquil as this, feels like a blessing from the gods. She muttered to herself, "What in the world happened?" He then spoke up, asking about her well-being. "We are of the royal bloodline of the empire, who is now but a shadow of his former self. It all began on a fateful day, when an evil dark sorcerer suddenly appeared in our mighty empire. He used his dark magic to bewitch the emperor, driving him into madness. From that moment on, the emperor was consumed by rage, spreading death and brutality everywhere. Even the most talented and powerful ministers couldn't escape his cruel blade. Not long after that tragedy, the demonic empire of Athena, with its ambition for expansion, launched a brutal invasion. We lost our wisest scholars, our bravest warriors. The once mighty empire crumbled in the blink of an eye. In less than a year, all glory vanished into smoke, leaving only ruin. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, my brother realized that he couldn't stand idly by and watch our nation drown in misery. He made up his mind to overthrow the tyrannical emperor and lead a rebellion against the invaders' rule. But human strength has its limits. My courageous brother couldn't stop the advance of the mighty Athena emperor. In desperation, my brother turned to forbidden Buddhist arts, hoping for a slim chance to turn the tide, a power thought to be buried deep beneath the earth of the ancient empire. But then, he too began to lose control of that terrifying energy. However, the empire's forces were also affected by this power, repelled and scattered in all directions. My older brother absorbed the power through a process of dark transformation and successfully stopped the mighty Athena empire's legion. But not long after the dark power suddenly erupted. my brother, along with all the soldiers stationed in the Empire's capital, and even the civilians, became tomball and transformed into ferocious, uncontrollable demonic creatures. Faced with this tragedy, my brother seemed to have sensed the impending doom and risked his life to take me as far away as possible. But before I could escape, I was captured by D-Lax subordinates. And then I was taken to a mysterious sacrificial chamber. That's why you appeared at the dance shrine. He asked urgently, and she replied, yes. And right before I fell unconscious, he told me, because of his sins, both he and his followers were pulled into a multidimensional rift. But perhaps there's a chance of returning. To do that, he would kill me and told me to happily become a sacrifice. Perhaps that's why I believe this world is a completely different world beyond the influence of the rift. And then I met you. I was lucky to meet you. She then asked, what's your name? He replied, I am Park Do-sik. You can call me whatever you like. Just call me Do-sik. Hearing that, she introduced herself. I'm Harin. She continued, it's nice to meet you. You saved my life. But could I ask you for one more favor? Yes, I'll do my best to fit into this world. So, can you help me? Hearing this, he asked in confusion, fit in? She continued, yes, I want to understand why I ended up here, and the mysteries surrounding my brother. Amidst the desolate wasteland, a gigantic black bear with eyes glowing blood red charged ferociously like a hungry tiger, roaring menacingly. Its heavy footsteps crashed down, causing the ground to crack and trees to topple. The black bear, with overwhelming force, charged straight towards Songmi. But with a few swift slashes of her sword, Songmi struck the beast's belly, causing it to slowly collapse. Yuhi, in perfect coordination with Songmi, jumped up and delivered a fatal blow to the black bear. Songmi, let's go help Dojin now. She noticed that he was facing another black bear, while Songmi and I teamed up to hunt down one monster. He single-handedly took down an entire pack. Unbelievable. Scene changes to a different location. Julia is sitting on a bench, talking with you. Instead of feeling indebted, I will avenge Lao and repay your kindness. Let's worry about that later. Well then, I'll be counting on you from now on, UUK. Yes, ma'am, to blend in with our new life. Let's start by buying some new clothes and books, shall we? We can't keep wearing these clothes forever, UUK. Yes, ma'am. UUK. UUK. Yui's frantic calls snap UUK back to reality. From his deep thoughts. What's wrong? Snap out of it. We've reached the boss's territory. The three of them stand before a massive gate. What in the world have you been so lost and thought about? Don't worry about it. It's nothing important. Well, but what happened on your trip to America? How? Did you change so much? I completely agree with Yuhi. Yeah, even though these past few days, I've been working pretty well with her and Yuhi, but every time I see you Jihyok Appa, I feel like something's different. Really? That's true. Songmi has also been working really hard and reached rank C. Every time I see you, I wonder, what does this rank even mean? Songmi, you also reached rank C? Yes, while you Jihyok Appa was in America, I got promoted. Really? That's great. Well then, to celebrate Songmi's promotion, let's go out and celebrate. Good idea. You Jihyok, you should treat us. Let's catch the boss first, then we'll talk. Oh Songmi, this boss is resistant to flame attacks. We need to be careful and use basic strategy. Songmi and Yuhi, focus your attacks on its weak point from behind. This monster shares a body with the boss, and its critical weak point will be exposed at the front. Do Hui Appa. Will he be in danger? Don't worry too much. Its confirmed attribute is Sun type, right? Alright then, let's attack. The colossal boss, with its massive form, emits blinding rays of brilliant golden light right before our eyes. It roars ferociously and savagely, as if wanting to incinerate everything that stands beneath its feet. If we defeat Deluxe this time, I'll obtain 3 precious rewards. The Crystal Stone, Deluxe's Devil Bracelet, and Azami's Fox Missile. It's called the Fox Missile for short. Deluxe's Devil Bracelet has an absolute recognition rate of 100%, making it extremely rare and hard to find. Intelligence increased by 50 points. Physical strength also increased by 50 points. Reacts to negative emotions from creatures within a 50-meter radius. Absorbs negative energy from these creatures to increase the power of the Nightmare Bracelet. The power and energy contained within are far superior, and this is a spell with much greater control capabilities. Well then, let's test the power of this spell. Yuk, a small human, is facing a giant boss. Song-mi quickly steps forward, using her shield to block its fierce attack. The monster's attack crashes against Song-mi's shield with terrifying force. Witnessing this, Ayuhai immediately flies in to support Song-mi. A magnificent blow. They coordinate seamlessly, together defeating the ferocious monster, causing it to reveal a shimmering purple crystal. Sorry everyone, but that's not enough. It seems like it's still lacking a bit of power. I'll finish it. Yuk quickly uses Fox Rocket, aiming directly at the monster. The powerful attack made the creature roar in agony and despair. Rewinding time to a few days earlier, Song-mi stood by the roadside, listening intently to the AI's voice coming from her phone. The elaborate preparation phase was finally complete. Immediately after the attack on the boss, all three of them were completely exhausted. Yuhi turned and asked Song-mi, could you come over here for a second? Yes, Yuhi. What is it? Song-mi replied. The celebratory party for reaching rank C this time. I'm not going to attend. Oh, you're saying you won't go? I understand. It's been a while since I've had a chance to catch up and go out with Du Huiyik, so you two should feel free to go on a date. The word date made Zombie blush and stammer shyly. A date. Judging by your reaction, it seems like besides going in and out of the dungeon, you two haven't gone out on your own together, have you? Yes, that's right. So, let's talk openly about all the things we couldn't discuss back in the dungeon. Let's share everything freely. Okay, Song-mi nodded shyly, looking adorable. Next time, I won't go easy on you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. After leaving the gloomy cave, Song-mi returned home and prepared a stunning outfit for herself. She admired herself in the mirror, filled with determination. This was a precious opportunity that Yuhi had given her. I have to give it my all. In front of Yuhi's house, a sleek black car pulled up. Inside was a menacing thug covered in tattoos. This Yuhi guy, is he really a gold mine, Alex? Peter asked nervously. The notorious mercenary, Alex, sat in the car with an arrogant expression. Of course, Peter. I heard that the master is very interested in this Yuhi. So if we can grab Yuhi and deliver him to the master, we'll be handsomely rewarded. I can't be a C-rank mercenary forever, can I? Guardians, huh? That's it. That has to be it. BA Guardians, a transnational organization, also known as the World Multinational Management Bureau, completely different from Ruby's multinational organizations. This is an organization that operates absolutely on the principle of acting only for their own benefit. In other words, they don't distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil. If asked to carry out shady jobs and receive appropriate compensation, no matter how cruel, they won't hesitate. Of course, if the task assigned doesn't violate morality, they will carry out seriously. For the members of this organization, money is paramount. Dusik was just a mediocre D rank. Didn't even need to team up to take him down. Peter, the one in the driver's seat, suddenly realized the car he was driving belonged to Dusik. Alex turned his head, his eyes cold and sharp. Go after him. His house is fortified like an impenetrable fortress, so we have to catch him when he's out in the open. Then take him to the dungeon or any building secure enough to hold him. Alex's arrogant words would soon cost him dearly. At the bustling city center mall, Hyuk, in a stylish suit, with a perfectly tailored vest and slacks, exuded an alluring charm. Casually leaned against a wall, scrolling through his phone with a relaxed air. However, his eyes remained vigilant, scanning for those with malicious intent. The assassins who were stalking him. Second floor, 2 of them. On the escalator, 1. First floor, another 1. Ever since he left his house, a suspicious black car had been tailing him relentlessly. Song-mi was close behind. Could these be the people Choi Tae-ho mentioned? Hopefully not. Yu Huiyuke felt guilty towards Song-mi. It was rare for them to go out, and yet he was glued to his phone. Just then, in the distance, Song-mi gracefully approached. Yu Huiyuke Appa. I'm here. Hurry up, Song-mi. Song-mi drew closer, as beautiful as a blossoming velvet rose. Yu Huiyuke Appa. I'm sorry I'm late. I try my best to get here earlier. Song-mi's elegant beauty captivated Yu Huiyuke, leaving him speechless and dazed. Even in casual clothes, you look stunning. Complimented, Song-mi blushed shyly. That's a relief. I was a little worried about wearing casual clothes for our first meeting, so I was a bit nervous. Well then, shall we go? Yes. Hand in hand, they romantically entered the bustling shopping mall. 2 thugs, Alex and Peter, chased him into a dead end, trapping him in a dark corner. Aren't we here to watch the lovey-dovey display of these 2 lovebirds? Before they kick the bucket, let them enjoy their last moments of happiness. All right. We have to seize the opportunity and strike first before they can react. Hyuk pulled Songmi close and whispered, Hyuk Appa. I read the message. What are you going to do now? First, we need to find a secluded place, somewhere with fewer people. Only then will we have a chance to escape these guys. That's like leading a wolf into its den. This way, hurry. That guy's running straight for the fire escape. Hyuk pushed Songmi against the wall, making her blush as red as a ripe tomato. I'm sorry, he whispered before planting a kiss on her lips. Suddenly, the thugs appeared out of nowhere. In that very moment, the ruthless thugs charged towards the emergency exit with ferocious expressions. Damn it, that punk doesn't know his place. One of them roared, he dares to fight us. But within a few moves, he was down on the ground. Nothing more than ordinary. The two fallen thugs suddenly became blurry and vanished into thin air. What the hell? Decoys, one exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, a scream startled Alex. What was that? He asked, trembling. Damn it, he's definitely still around here. Everyone be careful. Keep your eyes peeled. But it was too late. Two menacing figures, Hoyik, appeared. The skill lightning pillar was unleashed. Blinding lightning bolts flashed, threatening to incinerate them to ashes. In the enveloping darkness, a flash of pink light appeared and vanished, aimed directly at Hoyik. The attack failed, and the mysterious assailant quickly escaped. Someone got away. It's all right. Alex fled, consumed by a burning rage. A plan, seemingly perfect down to the last detail. Yet, how could things have gone so wrong? This is unbelievable. Suddenly, a massive steel wall named Irun materialized, blocking his path. What kind of terrifying being have I angered? Alex wondered in despair. A deafening explosion rocked the ground, and he collapsed, unconscious. You did well, Irun. Yes, sir. Police quickly arrived at the scene and cordoned off the area. Yensu, along with a group of officers, approached to question the two. Mr. Yu Huiyuke, do you know if these mutants are mercenaries from the Guardians organization? Guardians? What organization is that? It's an organization known for doing anything for the right price. Yes, they are members of the Guardians. Not high-ranking, but official mercenaries listed in the organization's blacklist. Their names are on the organization's member list. They are Alex and Peter, and their objective, could this be the power of the scroll that Yu Huiyuke possesses? Because the price to pay for such extraordinary power is that this scroll becomes increasingly stronger and harder to control. Huiyuke stood frozen, lost in thought. Guardians, why are they being targeted by these deviants? What's going on? Well, I'm sure everything's been taken care of now. But you two, are you on a date? Songmi blushed, waving her hands in denial. A date? No way. Songmi's expression was innocent, as if she had no idea how to lie. What about you, Yu Huiyuke? What do you think? We're just grabbing a bite to celebrate Songmi's excellent achievement. His words unintentionally stung Songmi. Oh, I see. Then I'm relieved. Songmi stood speechless, unsure of what to say. So, you haven't even started eating yet, and I've kept you both here. I'm so sorry. You two go enjoy your meal. Yes, thank you for your time. They turned and walked away. Songmi suddenly looked back, her glance full of hidden meaning. The look in Yoon-Soo's eyes just now, there was a hint of, could it be that Lee Yoon-Soo also? In the blink of an eye, night fell. He returned to his quiet villa. Just as he stepped inside, a small figure darted out like a whirlwind, leaping into his arms. It turned out to be a snow-white cat, nuzzling him affectionately. What's with this cat? Two of his friends poked their heads out. That little guy's name is Rucky. I told you not to run around, didn't I? This is my cat, Duhuiapa. His name is Rucky. You're back? Rucky, come here. Julia called the cat towards her. Oh, so his name is Rucky. I've raised him since he was a kitten. He has the ability to control time. Is that so? This is the first time I've witnessed such an amazing ability. I'm quite surprised. He can summon magic, even while resting. While I was away, did you get enough rest? Yes, I'm currently teaching myself everything through the internet, and also the books you bought me. This is the first time I've tried this dish. The taste is quite ordinary. Since she comes from a royal family, I'm a little worried that she might not be used to this kind of food yet. Well, he looks a bit shy. Do Hyuk Appa, am I bothering you too much? Don't be so formal with me. Just call me Hey. Hearing that, Do Hyuk smiles brightly. I understand. Then from now on, I'll speak more comfortably too. All right. Do Hyuk finishes speaking and walks up the stairs. I have some work to do, so I'll go to the workshop first. Good night. Good night. A strange blue light emanates from the room at the end of the hallway. It seems like there's a light coming from the workshop. What's that? What happened? A system interface suddenly appears on a package. The translation is complete. Confirm yes or no. The system announces the translation is complete. I've never even opened it before. His finger lightly touched the word yes. Could have already been in the book since I got it. Once activated, the book suddenly burst open and then quickly slammed shut. Immediately after, the system announced, "Congratulations, user. You have successfully learned the Acme gun crafting method. You have received the first reward, Acme's fighting spirit, the core element for crafting in Acme. You have received the second reward, Acme's conviction, the ability to craft grenades and various types of ammunition. You have received the third reward, Acme's prowess, experience in using the Acme gun." High and you stare at the book, lost in thought. What it had just deciphered was the secret to crafting the legendary Acme gun. The entire contents of the book had been translated, with such a useful item appearing. I have to make the most of it. So this is it, although I'm not sure about the other things. Increasing the number of craftable items is a worthy reward in itself. What a generous compensation. He stretched, relaxing his body, and thought, let's try crafting something. Requirement: magic power exceeding 25,000 points. Materials needed: more than 50 high-grade gems, retro leather, more than 2 Goblin King fangs, and more than 10 units of magic essence. After he gathered the last of the necessary materials, everything required for crafting was ready. Current magic power exceeds the required 25,000 points. High-grade gems, sufficient with 50. Retro leather, available. Goblin King fangs, 2 acquired. Magic essence, exceeding requirement, 10 units acquired. The construction of the armor gun is underway. The next step involves over 100 meticulous procedures. Elsewhere, the young woman Hay sits on her bed, diligently writing a letter amidst the biting winter cold. It's truly freezing. Words fill the page, brimming with emotion. The letter reads, "My only blood brother, the Black Prince, Hyptisa, is no more. I am trying to survive in a completely new world, striving to adapt to life here. My Petreki is Olvons by my Sida, helping to ease my loneliness. I have found a guardian, helping me forget the painful memories of my brother. I have made up my mind. The evil sorcerer who cast my brother into the spatial rift. He is my sworn enemy. I will definitely find him and punish him. Until that day, I will never shed another tear." Perhaps it's time to close the tragic chapter of Agnes. Though our hearts ache with sorrow, we must accept the harsh reality. Crown Prince Agnes is no more. Instead of dwelling on grief, let us turn to Hay, offering her strength and hope. New lines of text begin to appear on the letter. Could this be the answer to her fervent prayers? An unexpected event, beyond all our predictions, has occurred. It is closely connected to Hay's body. It's the mutant. All right, let's stop here. Someone? The system on this side is restarting. C-rank questions are appearing one after another. It turns out to be a giant stone monster. Its terrifying, glowing red eyes would strike fear into anyone. Boss Title D, Stone Golem Monster. Don't confront that violent and frenzied monster, but he doesn't show any fear. Hyuk urgently summons Irene. Irene faces the stone monster, her expression unwavering. A fierce battle begins. Razor-sharp leaves fly down like knives, blazed across the night sky in a brilliant display of crimson light. The mighty mechanic ship had been upgraded to level 21, significantly increasing the power of Aaron and Irene's attacks. However, its defensive capabilities had yet to reach the perfect B rank. Excellent. Now is the perfect time to test out this new power. The Acme gun, a legendary weapon of unparalleled power, fully compatible with all other weaponry, causing no conflicts whatsoever. It doesn't interfere with the selection or effectiveness of other combined weapons. Essentially, this gun can be powered by a variety of energy sources, but in emergencies, gems can be used. For rapid recharging, to reach maximum power, it requires 20 of the highest grade gems. Special abilities of the Acme gun: deals comprehensive damage, piercing armor with devastating magical force. Second special ability, ammo conversion, allowing for precise target location, capable of inflicting massive damage, connecting through pure physical attacks. Special ability, mixed magic, allows the user to fuse their own magic power into the output. Energy of the weapon firing it to achieve maximum power. He raised his Archmed gun, aimed it directly at the monster, and pulled the trigger. First, let's load the highest grade gem and see what happens. Using this gem, the energy is charged to its limit, combined with all of his own magic power. The stone monster, with eyes glowing blood red, was about to raise its fist to attack when Irene intercepted it. Immediately after, he aimed his Acme gun at its head and fired. The power generated by the gun was terrifying, strong enough to tear the sky apart in an instant. The power was so overwhelming that with a single shot, it took down the B-rank boss. The giant stone being was blasted, leaving only its lower body. Now, it had become a weapon possessing destructive power. It is one of the most valuable things I possess. Upon completing a mission in C-rank dungeon, I received a special spell, Undying Body. This is a passive skill exclusive to the Paladin class. In the event that health points fall below 1%, the user's stamina and mana will be fully restored. Simultaneously, a guardian angel will descend, healing all wounds instantaneously and removing all detrimental status effects affecting the user. After each activation of the spell, its name and effects will inevitably change. This special spell will automatically adjust its structure and capabilities to adapt to the current situation. Congratulations on receiving the special spell Undying Body. After reading the notification, the young man's face lit up with joy. With this skill, hunting monsters will be much safer. Thinking that, he immediately accessed the home pages of dungeons D and F, hoping to find some useful clues. However, he couldn't find any information related to hay, but it's better to hear the tales of D and F from the very people who created them. Let's ask Tipong to help gather information. 5 days later, at a mysterious house, subordinates are reporting to the AI. From my observations, it seems she was kidnapped recently. Who dare to make a move before us? It must be another faction. Someone else who wants to investigate discreetly, just like us. In that case, let's return and report the situation first. These hurried footsteps. Is this the place? Exactly. This is the home of Hengazam, the author of D and F. That's a screenwriter who's practically a recluse. I'll learn this information from someone who used to work on the D and F development team. Thank you for your diligent search. When I arrived, all the lights were off. The door was unlocked, but I didn't go inside. It's all right. Because no matter what, you'll be safe and sound. Hyuk is busy preparing to go inside. Inside, the thieves are rummaging for something important. Another one has appeared. It's best to hide for now. The thieves are gathering in one place. Hyuk throws open the door. Light spills into the dark room. I'll go in first. It could be dangerous inside. You should wait out here. Understood. He equips his armor and magic lamp. And then he discovers scattered papers on the floor. Could this be Hay's story? It's not on the main page. But why? This is the letter from the mysterious figure mentioned in the previous episode. The plot thickens. Everything happening before his eyes matched Hay's story. Could Hang Jiam's novel actually be true? What is Hang Jiam's true identity? Suddenly, a thief appeared from behind, brandishing a knife, attempting a sneak attack. But he was out of luck because he was wearing a sturdy armor, enchanted with a special spell, making it impenetrable even to his blade. He turned, facing the mysterious attacker, whose face was completely concealed. Who are you? You dare attack me with fire magic. Exposed, the black-clad figure quickly retreated, preparing to escape. I have to get out of here as soon as possible, he thought. Stop! What's that noise? Outside, the black-clad figure kicked down the door and fled. What's going on? Huyuk, after him. Huyuk, Tae Pyong. Don't chase him. Stay here. With incredible speed, he shot down the street. Stop! The attacker's eyes widened, radiating a murderous aura. Huyuk pursued the black-clad figure relentlessly. Stop! Suddenly, he noticed something unusual about him. Suddenly, surges of crimson killing intent erupted and billowed around him. A voice roared. In the blink of an eye, the men in black surrounded him in a fiery red smoke. This skill, what kind of power is this? He wondered. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Activating mental restriction. Explosion ring. Deadman has successfully activated mental restriction defense. Activating physical protection restriction. Deadman's necklace. Activating defense. Protection, preventing physical weakening successful. Beams of violet light radiated from him, brilliantly illuminating the surroundings. The men in black panicked, stammering, what is he doing? Not only could you not withstand my skill, but you're being countered as well. Forget him. We need to get out of here. Two of the men in black tried to flee when a sphere suddenly rolled out, crushing them into the ground. One of them got away. He's really strong. The man in black held a sharp throwing knife, radiating a chilling, killing intent, staring directly at Hyuk. Hyuk and his underling were knocked to the ground, powerless against his might. He slammed the throwing knife into the ground right at Hyuk's feet. Instantly, the ground cracked open to eliminate any trace. He didn't hesitate to even attack his own accomplice. After finishing the job, he vanished instantly. That damn scoundrel. Immediately after the brawl ended, Tipong had collected a total of 4 pages. Name also gave Tipong 3 more directives. First, search for any clues related to the author Hanganasm. Second, by any means necessary, try to contact him. Third, keep a close watch on the news about Fellow or individuals closely associated with Hangaza, except for 2 pages of notes about Hei. The rest of the document recounts the dark journey of the sorcerer Bandina. Bandina used dark magic to enthrall Emperor Ian Ivy of the mighty Deadman Empire, and for this achievement, he ascended to the position of Prime Minister of the renowned Athena Magic Empire. However, Bandina was not satisfied with his current power. To eliminate any potential threats to the throne of the Deadman Empire, he secretly set a trap for the Black Crown Prince, Acnes. In truth, Bandina orchestrated a sinister plot for Acnes to discover the forbidden secrets of the royal family. He used Ian Ivy, whose mind was under his control, to place a forbidden magic spell within the royal library. Acnes was completely unaware of this dark magic and diligently trained until he was consumed by the Shurda's spell. Demon Acnes, in his final moments before losing his mind completely, smuggled his only relative, Hei, out of TH. But the fate of the Deadman royal family was truly tragic. During their escape to a foreign land, the princess fell into the hands of the cruel Deluxe, who had made a pact with the dark sorcerer Bandana long ago and was captured by him. One page tells of the dark pact between the dark sorcerer Bandana and the wicked Deluxe. Another page tells the story of Barrett and Kane. The wise Archmage Barrett conducted 35 studies on natural spatial rifts. While researching ancient books, Barrett discovered a mystery he couldn't explain: the mysterious disappearance of Hei and Acnes, along with the remaining traces of the mighty Deadman Empire. Behind the Archmage pronouncements, countless secrets lie hidden. Doohy quietly picked up the paper, reading Hangaram's writing. Who wrote these mysterious novels and then vanished without a trace? Hei poured a glass of water, walked over Doohy, and softly said, "Appa, have some water." Doohy smiled. "Thank you." "Oh, I have something to tell you too, Dee." "What happened?" "A few hours ago, when you were on your flight back from Australia, a mysterious message was sent to users, specifically identified for a deviant, and you were the recipient. The message stated that, thanks to her earnest and heartfelt prayer, an unexpected transformation occurred, one we never imagined. It's closely related to both of your bodies. More accurately, it's related to the deviant. It's exactly like what was described in the novel. The deviant system suddenly appeared. However, it feels familiar, as if it existed. A long time ago, you were observing the system and exclaimed, even if this is a message from the system, shouldn't it be written in Deadman's language? What about the level and class? The class name displayed is Summoner and Ruji. The one I love dearly can always be by my side, and that proves the magic is still intact, completely undiminished. Unlike me, Hei seems very calm, not phased at all. I find that quite remarkable. Initially, I was a bit confused, but not as surprised as setting foot in a completely foreign world, a completely different world. Then, he placed the paper down on the table. The user, Yu Hui UK, currently possesses 4 fragments. These fragments emitted a distinctive resonant wave, simultaneously creating a spatial rift. The rift appeared right before the gate leading to the Deadman, a dungeon. The gate opened, allowing the chosen ones to enter, and only 2 people are permitted entry: the user Yu Hui UK and Hei Appa. Currently, we are all seeing the same message. That's right, the dungeon's name is Deadman A. It seems this story will be related to the Deadman Empire. I think so too. And hey, for someone who just awakened as a superhuman like you, this is very dangerous. This journey could be fraught with peril for you. Yes, I understand. However, despite the danger, I still want to go in. Even though we might face countless dangers, I must find information related to the Deadman Empire. If Hei is that determined, then I can't miss out on a special dungeon like this either. It's sure to give us a huge amount of experience. just like the dungeon we cleared together to rescue Hay before. So let's go. Yes, beyond that door, a thick fog awaits you both. Be very careful. The desolate scene before your eyes is the ruins of the Dead Man Empire, a place that has become a wasteland. This is where I escaped from, the last capital of the Dead Man Empire. Hey, can you land safely on your own? Yes, I can, Rucky. Hay quickly created a protective shield for herself. Hey, don't worry too much. This is just a... Be careful with every step. Yes, don't worry too much. Just then, the ground cracked open. A deep fissure appeared, and from within, grotesque, pale green arms, with a horrifying appearance, suddenly emerged. Immediately after, gigantic monsters with massive bodies slowly crawled out of the ground. Trapped in the dark dungeon, they relied on each other, fighting for survival. I know you're scared, but this is a dangerous dungeon. Be careful with every move. Don't worry about me. Suddenly, the monsters shifted their attention, gathering in a dark corner. From there, brilliant green lights emanated, fiercely attacking the monsters. It was Irene. Irene stood defiantly, shielding the girl, taking the full brunt of the monster's attack. However, for Irene, dealing with these monsters was like swatting flies at the market. Amazing. It took 10 powerful soldiers working together to barely hold off one vampire. It definitely possesses strength far surpassing ordinary monsters. When the world is going on, now I can take down monsters on my own, and I'm getting stronger every day. This was before. Hey, there's something I want to talk to you about. What is it? Do you feel anything special towards the mutated creatures you've defeated just now? No, nothing at all. Be honest. I don't think this strange space is the world we used to live in. Hyuk and Hyge silently looked at the desolate, ruined city, shrouded in a thick fog. This feeling, it's strange, eerily different. If it's this different, then this place could become a stepping stone for our growth. You must have felt it too, haven't you? Every time a vampire falls, we gain experience. Does that experience make you stronger? For me, it brings a certain power, an absolute strength. Hero Dracula, let them rest in peace. Yes, after some time in the dark dungeon, your nimble feet have slain countless vicious monsters. Your drone has tracked the monsters from afar, spotting a pack of vampires just ahead. Brother, this time, I want to fight alongside you. Can I? Yes, I think I'm strong enough now. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Good. Stay behind me, and we'll finish this together. All right, this is the first time I'm fighting alongside you to protect lives. Sugar, a magic formation to summon 2 wolves, a white wolf and a black wolf. The monstrous creatures lay defeated, scattered across the ground. The perfect synergy between summoner and mage unleashed devastating power. What do you think of this tactic? The system announced, ding. Congratulations, host. Your mage has reached level 47. You are the mages who burned our people alive? Blinding bolts of lightning relentlessly bombarded them. The courageous young man used his shield to protect everyone. Does he intend to stand in our way? He'll pay dearly for that. The monster in the middle seems to be the leader of those smaller creatures. It emits chilling sounds. That's Izalarank, the dreaded Zerg sorcerer. They gasp, their teeth grinding. What's happening? Why would a noble white horse mage of the Dead Man Empire commit such atrocities? Sister, how does he know your name? He has recognized her true identity. Princess Hede. How could she have survived the great sundering? Space torn apart like this. Answer me. Don't you know? I'm only helping the innocent, so they may receive his grace. You traitor, if you receive this blessing, you will be granted his favor. I'm more than happy to help you. I don't need your help. Without another word, he lunged forward to attack, but unexpectedly, he reached out and grabbed his hand. You think you can defeat me with such trivial magic? That magic? I'll show you what real magic is. Isaac grabbed Hayuke's hand and said, you think you could take me down with such weak magic? I'll show you what true magic really is. Hayuke was surprised, wondering why Firebolt could work. In an instant, he unleashed another attack, a blazing magic orb. However, the sharp energy arrows pierced through Jack's body, then vanished into thin air. He frowned, astonishment etched on his face. Impossible. A magic-repelling field. In that moment of distraction, Jack landed a critical blow to Hayuke's stomach, sending him flying. Do you recognize this difference? Then you should understand. You don't stand a chance. Hayuke crashed hard against the wall behind him. Pain shot through his body, but his mind remained sharp. He fell into deep thought. Magic resistance skills typically create a magical barrier, nullifying the effects of external magic. The anti-magic field he's using forms a thin membrane around his body, allowing him to manipulate the flow of external magic power. If I want to control that magic flow outside the barrier, the amount of magical power required is exponentially higher than normal. Just as expected, an A-rank boss, seeing it motionless without any reaction, Isaac prepared to launch another attack. But at that very moment, Hay's voice suddenly rang out. Transform now. A gigantic gray wolf appeared. The ferocious gray wolf lunged towards Isaac, but was stopped by a protective energy barrier surrounding it. Isaac smirked, effortlessly swatting the wolf away before coldly saying, "You think a measly wolf like you can stop me? How naive. I'll teach you a painful lesson, a lesson in comfort, specifically designed for fools like you. Before you die, use your remaining time to repent for your sins." Hay furrowed his brow, lost in thought. What should I do now? Isaac noticed movement from Du Hui Uk. Seeing him stand up, Isaac asked, "What? Want to continue?" As soon as he finished speaking, Du Hui Uk instantly used his cloning technique, creating countless illusions of himself, making him appear everywhere. Why? Jack sighed in exasperation. Ugh, again. You really enjoy playing this hide-and-seek game, don't you? The power you're so proud of. But without a solid foundation of physical strength, how can you possibly defeat me? I don't know what kind of ordeal you've been through. You should try your luck too. The words had barely left his mouth when he channeled his energy, creating countless clones identical to Yu Hyo Uk. Suddenly, the system announced, "Stone energy fully charged. Acme bullets have been converted to cold bullets. Target lock-on available for most Acme gun enemies and inflicts massive physical damage. Target lock acquired." Yu Hyo Uk raised his gun, aiming directly at Isaac's head. Target confirmed. Discerning the real one from the fakes, he pursued his target with incredible speed. A perfect shot. Jack was completely caught off guard, hastily raising a shield. But Yu Hyo Uk's bullet pierced through everything, burying itself deep within him. Jack collapsed to the ground, motionless. Yu Hyo Uk slowly approached. Jack mumbled, incessantly repeating, "What in the world did you do? I've never witnessed anything so horrific." Yu Hyo drew a gleaming sword, standing calmly above, his sharp gaze fixed on his enemy. "Go to hell and find out yourself." He turned, gently saying to Hay, "Come here. It's time for revenge." Yu Hyo handed her the sword. Hay took the sword, stepping towards the dying Jack. He desperately tried to crawl away, his mouth stammering please. "Wait, please wait. I haven't fully conveyed his will yet. I still have a crucial mission to complete. Just let me live, Princess Hay, and I'll reveal everything to you." Hay ignored his pleas, coldly swinging the sword down. "Die, traitor!" Jack struggled in despair, his last words escaping his lips. "No, impossible." The system promptly announced, "Congratulations, you have leveled up. Player Yu Hyo has reached level 51. You have reached level 6 as a sorcerer." Hay called out, "I'm truly grateful you gave me this chance for revenge." Suddenly, the surrounding space began to violently shake. The system blared a warning. The boss's death has caused a critical imbalance in the Dead Man dungeon. The exit gate from the dungeon has been opened. You have only 10 minutes until the main gate collapses completely. Escape quickly. If the main gate collapses, players will be trapped inside permanently. Just as Du Hui Uk prepared to leave, Hay suddenly spoke, "Please wait a moment. Before we leave this dungeon, there's one place I absolutely must go." Together, they entered room 6 of the library and began searching everywhere. The system issued another urgent announcement. Only 3 minutes remain until the main gate collapses. Debris from the ceiling rained down incessantly. Du Hui Uk anxiously urged Hay, "We're running out of time." Hay frantically searched for the book she needed. "It's definitely around here somewhere, but this is it." She accidentally triggered a hidden compartment by pressing a concealed button. An ancient book suddenly appeared. "Finally found it." Hay hurriedly informed Yu Hyo Uk. "Appa, I found the book." "Excellent. We need to leave here immediately." Yu Hyo Uk also urged, "Yes, let's go. Hurry up, Hay." Just then, a large section of the ceiling above Hei suddenly collapsed. She was completely taken by surprise, unable to react. In a split second, Yuhai rushed forward to shield Hei. Fortunately, they both managed to escape the dangerous area and return to their apartment through the main entrance. Yuhai breathed heavily. That was close. We almost didn't make it. He looked at the book in Hei's hands and asked, "Is this what you were looking for?" Hei replied honestly, "Yes. I want to bring this book with me. This book will be very useful for you, Yuhai." Just then, the system suddenly issued an announcement. Deadman Royal Family's Vision. Congratulations on successfully completing the A-Rank Deadman game. A well-deserved reward for A-Rank Deadman awaits. Yuhai turned to Hei, suggesting, "Shall we check the rewards together?" Hei shook her head slightly, her voice soft. "I don't need anything. Next time, if there's a useful item, I'll take it." "Is that so?" Yuhai replied with understanding. "Then I'll check the loot. You go rest." Hei nodded in agreement and turned to leave. "Okay, I'm tired today too." Yuhai's smile faded, his expression turning serious. His gaze focused on the two items he had just received. They were a 6-layer magic resistance armor and a 6-layer light armor. It seems there are also 2 priority items and 10 super stones. He thought to himself, the purpose of these stones, they seem to contain energy of the highest level and are also very mysterious. The moment he touched the 10 super stones, a system notification rang out for all players simultaneously. The first super stone fragment has been found. This first iconic item was acquired from a high-level dungeon, and you can use it through a special synthesis method. Yuhai raised an eyebrow and muttered, "It's like adding an item in a game. High-level dungeons even have rankings. It's transferred from the book. We could try attacking slowly. But there might be a boss even stronger than the last one. So, just the 3 of us might not be enough. It's best to recruit more members for this battle. We could just post a recruitment notice on the community forum. And I should get some rest today, too." Just as he left the living room, his phone rang. The next day, Yuhai entered Taehan's room. "I'm here." A man was sitting next to Taehan. Seeing him, the man jumped up in surprise. "What is Yuhai doing here?" Taehan smiled and said, "I told you. It really is Yuhai." Yuhai spoke up, directly asking Jihoon, "Is this the person you wanted to introduce?" Jihoon nodded in confirmation and introduced, "Exactly. This is screenwriter Ricardo, a very close friend of screenwriter Han Jiram. I found this information on his personal blog and immediately invited him here." Ricardo flashed a bright smile, greeting, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm photographer Ricardo. My real name is Lee Ing, but you can just call me Ricardo." Yuhai politely replied, "Yes, hello. I'm Yuhai. I have a few questions about Han Jiram." Both men sat down, starting their conversation. Ricardo spoke first. "I've heard about the situation. I haven't been able to reach Jiram myself either, so I'll relay what I've heard from him." Yuhai offered a sympathetic, "That's all right. Anything you can tell me would be greatly appreciated." Ricardo began his story. Initially, this event wasn't recorded in the game. However, a mysterious figure known as Dark Magic Protector Benila transformed Acnes, the noble prince, into the Dark Prince and then vanished. Yuhai was lost in thought. This was the story he had heard from Heirin. Ricardo continued the story. 55 years later, a talented sorcerer named Bernhardt began investigating this mysterious incident. The reason being that the mighty Ogreaser Legion, residing in the vast Idamasha continent, had suddenly vanished without a trace. A strange energy storm had wiped out the entire legion. The level of devastating destruction was similar to the incident that happened to Prince Acnes years ago. Yuhai immediately asked, "So, what force brought the Deadman Empire and the Ogreaser Legion to the Dimensional Rift? Was Pentella behind all of this?" Ricardo smiled and replied, "Exactly. But rumor has it that a super-intelligent AI is manipulating everything from behind the scenes, not relying solely on Pentella's power." Yuhai asked curiously, "So what happened after that?" Ricardo answered honestly, "I was about to hear the rest of that story myself, but all attempts were futile. He couldn't make contact." Yuhai expressed his gratitude. "I truly appreciate this invaluable conversation." Ricardo smiled sincerely. "The pleasure was all mine, Yuhai. I'll be sure to inform you if I learn anything about Garum that I can pry from him." Yuhai nodded, thanked him once more, and turned to leave. The young man lost himself in thought. Benzela and the Bowser Legion are not to be trifled with. Their scale is truly immense. To face the coming challenges, I must become even stronger. In the gloomy dungeon, beside Isaac's cold corpse, a strange energy suddenly manifested, then vanished without a trace. A group of cloaked figures gathered, their voices hushed but urgent. Someone was here. Could that energy signature have been a rift? The traitor has been dealt with. We shouldn't interfere further, lest we be tainted. Must we report this? There's not enough evidence yet. A rift of this magnitude is beyond his jurisdiction. Why would he intervene? It's just a minor disturbance caused by the traitor. That alien has left Earth, gone to some distant place in the vast cosmos. We need to continue monitoring and observing him closely. Time is running out. The scene shifts to Yu Hayuke's apartment. Yu Hayuke is deeply focused, meticulously replicating precious artifacts. A sparkling bracelet crafted from rare gemstones. Common choice. Choice 1. Increase intelligence by 10 points. Choice 2. Increase charm by 5 points. Just replicating this item will complete the task. Just then, Hei approaches and curiously asks, "What are you doing?" Yu Hayuke responds honestly, "I'm making some copies of a few things for you." She points to the stack of books beside him and asks suspiciously, "Then what are these books for?" Yu Hayuke replies, "These books are for a new order I received. I had to search through 20,000 books to find them, but it was worth the effort." Yu Hayuke slowly raises his head to look at Hei and asks, "By the way, did you get a haircut?" With a resolute and determined expression, Hei replies, "Yes, it's all thanks to my unwavering determination." Hearing this, Yu Hayuke asked back with a skeptical look, "Are you really that determined?" Hei immediately replied, his voice filled with conviction, "I want to master the power of the awakened and become stronger than ever before. If I can return to where I once lived, I will avenge Vendela with my own hands. As long as I can become stronger, I will endure any harsh training or trial." Yu Hayuke suddenly fell silent, speechless, just as he was about to say something. The entire electrical system in the house suddenly shut down. Poof! Hei asked him in a panic, "Mr. Yu Hayuke, what happened?" Yu Hayuke replied seriously, his face showing tension. "A short while ago, some strangers appeared in front of the house, intending to kidnap me. But it seems they couldn't find a way to break into the house, so they retreated. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged from behind, attacking Yu Hayuke. With lightning-fast reflexes, Yu Hayuke dodged the attack. He then retaliated with a powerful rocket launcher, sending the figure flying. From above, he looked down arrogantly and called down to the two sisters, Julia and Kong Seo-jon, "Trespassing on my territory without permission. What is your purpose?" Kong Seo-jon flashed a seductive smile, trying to persuade Yu Hayuke, "Join us. Why bury your talent in this insignificant place? You're wasting your potential, letting your extraordinary abilities wither away in this small country. Come with me, and I'll provide you with everything from the grandest arenas to the wealth and glory you desire." Yu Hayuke coldly replied, "Don't waste your breath. I will never join you." Kong Seo-jon, realizing she couldn't sway him, immediately gave the order. He commanded his puppets to attack him simultaneously. This is just a final warning. Yu Huiyuti, quick as a flash, dodged the lightning-fast attack. Then, with incredible speed, he closed in on Julia from behind. Witnessing this, Kong Seo-jon immediately jumped up to shield Julia. Without hesitation, Yu Huiyuti continued his assault, launching attacks towards her. Just then, the two remaining puppets suddenly lunged at Yu Huiyuti from behind. But it seemed he had anticipated this. He summoned Irene to deal with the puppets. Yu Huiyuti spoke to them coldly, his face expressionless. "Is controlling dolls all you can do?" Kong Seo-jon lay injured on the side. Hearing this, she switched to using her ice powers. "You can't kill me with that fire." She stomped her foot on the ground. A series of sharp ice pillars suddenly erupted. They hurtled towards Yu Huiyuti with breakneck speed. Everyone thought that Yu Huiyuti would be hit by Kong Seo-jon's sharp ice pillars. But surprisingly, he quickly erected a solid wall of ice, blocking everything. Not only that, but he simultaneously froze all the menacing mannequins. Yuria, with her agility, managed to dodge to the side, avoiding being frozen. Incredible! That overwhelming power again, she thought to herself. If I had been even a little slower, I would have been frozen solid. Yu Huiyui's power far surpassed anything she could have imagined. Impossible to survive a direct attack like that. Kang Seojun couldn't hide his astonishment either. She couldn't believe her eyes. Her attack had been so spectacularly countered. How did he do that? She wondered. Yu Huiyak stepped closer, his expression serious, and asked, "Do you want to try your luck as well?" Seeing his calm demeanor, Kang Seojun became even more enraged. She created a series of sharp ice shards, launching them directly at Yu Huiyak. Unbelievably, Yu Huiyak easily blocked them all. Gung! Seojun seized the opportunity, rushing forward and swinging her sword at him with full force. But Yu Huiyak remained unharmed. Witnessing this, Kang Seojun looked stunned and quickly retreated. Yu Huiyak summoned the power of flames, scorching the surrounding space. Kang Seojun immediately challenged him. "Do you think such ordinary fire can harm me?" Yu Huiyak gave a cryptic smile and replied, "Do you want me to target you right now?" The fireball blazed fiercely, and the dimensional door began to tremble. Yu Huiyak used the dimensional door, sending the fireball through it, then opened it right at Julia's location. Kang Seojun quickly realized Yu Huiyak's intention. She screamed in worry, "Julia, look out!" But it was too late. Julia was hit by the fireball and fainted. Kang Seojun rushed to Julia's side in a panic, shaking her. "Julia, wake up!" Yu Huiyak frowned and said coldly, "It's over." Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder. A voice echoed, "Not yet." Yu Huiyak spun around in surprise, wondering who it was, but behind him was completely empty. It turned out that the person had moved in front of him some time ago. Upon seeing him, Kang Seojun immediately dropped to his knees, trembling as he begged for forgiveness. "Master," he spoke coldly, his voice sharp as a knife. Jian prepared meticulously, even a decoy was ready, but everything failed miserably. Hearing Kang Seojun call him Master, Yu Huiyak began to speculate. Is he the master? Then isn't he the master of the flower organization, Wang Jihong? Yu Huiyak frowned, questioning him. "What's your true purpose in targeting me?" Wang Jihong unleashed a powerful surge of energy, overwhelming his surroundings. He scoffed, his tone mocking, "Your ability. Besides that, what else is valuable? I always get what I want." With that, he lunged at Yu Huiyak with lightning speed, just as Wang Jihong's sharp claws were mere inches from Yu Huiyak's eyes. Suddenly Jiang Mi appeared. She rushed in with incredible speed, swinging her sharp sword directly at Wang Jihong. Witnessing the scene before him, he involuntarily took a few steps back, murmuring, "Am I too early? You ask about my abilities?" Kang Mi gritted her teeth, her voice sharp as she replied, "Wang Jihong, I'm in no mood for games. Taewa Gil attacked someone else and is currently receiving special care. Are you aware of this?" Wang Jihong nonchalantly replied, "Let me see. There are only soulless corpses here, without any identity. This isn't something that can be easily resolved. But perhaps I should take my leave. Too many eyes are watching me. Let's go, you fools." Then he, Julia Kang, and Seojun vanished without a trace. Yu Huiyak's blood boiled. She gritted her teeth, glaring at their disappearing figures. After they left, only Yu Huiyak and Zhou Yungmi remained. Yu Huiyak spoke, breaking the silence. "I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." Zhou Yungmi stepped closer to Yu Huiyak and said, "Diho must have informed everyone, right? Yu Huiyak is currently being well cared for and protected. Honestly, before coming here, I thought it was already too late." Yu Huiyak gave a relieved smile just in time. "Although I was injured by Guang's light attack, and he was attacked by Hong unexpectedly," Du Jiangmi said, "but still he's very lucky." Yu Huiyak approached the mysterious figures, carefully examining them and curiously asking, "Those figures that Wang Jihong just mentioned, what are they exactly?" Du Jiangmi started to explain. "Those dolls are killer puppets created to kill and are being controlled by Gil Taewa. All information about their controller has been completely erased, so even if they're caught, no one can know who the mastermind is. Through that cruel, forbidden technique, they don't possess any personality or memories. These wooden puppets are the secret weapons that allow them to maintain their dominance in China." Yu Huiyak frowned, lost in thought. "If Wang Jihong is truly behind this, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to handle." Du Kami added, her voice filled with worry. "There's no guarantee that the plots against Yu Huiyak are only happening in China. In the recent incident at the shopping mall, Yu Hyuk became the target of countless enemies. For the safety of Yu Hyuk and Hei, we need to tighten security even further. The next day, at the secret underground training facility, Gil in the motorcycle sidecar, everyone was intensely training with the combat robots. One by one, they stepped into the arena. Anyone defeated would be eliminated. Yu Hyuk and Sung-mi stood on the sidelines, observing the matches. Yu Hyuk spoke, "If it weren't for Yuhi, we would have been in serious trouble." Sung-mi smiled in response. "Yes. Since we're both still young and lack real combat experience, finding a suitable teammate is crucial. Someone who can compensate for our weaknesses." Yuhi suggested asking Yuhi to join us, because she's highly experienced and can handle the test with various flexible approaches. Sung-mi seemed worried and asked, "But what about Appa's drone? We'll be okay." Yuhui smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, we'll find a better one later. It's just a drone." Just then, Yuhi's voice called out, "Yuhui, can you come here for a second?" Yuhui walked over. "What's up?" Yuhi said, "This person says they know you." Yuhui saw Lee Yunseo, a smile blossoming on his face. Could it be about strengthening process management? But I've never heard of this method before. Lee Yunseo softly spoke up. "Everyone, my goal is simple. I just want to pass the delayed rank B promotion test. That's why I signed up. If I had given notice, I could have taken the supplementary test without facing unfair treatment, without facing any discrimination." And Yuhui said, "So, if you're simply here to take the test, can you start right now?" Lee Yunseo immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, I can." Yuhui prompted, "Get ready then." Lee Yunseo then stepped into the arena with her gear. Sung-mi and Yuhui shared the same thought. She's a B rank awakened. What level are her skills? Then, the starting signal rang out. "Begin." As the drones approached, Lee Yunseo quickly drew her bow, firing a volley of arrows towards them. The initial physical attack was ineffective because each drone was protected by a shield. If IU was observant enough, she would have noticed the presence of a monster specifically designed to counter physical attacks in this match. In such a difficult situation, what can be done? Lee Yunseo remained remarkably calm, stating plainly, "It's not a problem. I can utilize both physical attacks and magic simultaneously." Yuhi quickly realized Lee Yunseo was focusing all her energy, channeling magical power into her arrow. Immediately after, she launched the arrow directly at the drone. This time, Lee Yunseo's arrow successfully destroyed the target. Sumi, who was observing from the sidelines, expressed her astonishment. "This is the first time I've seen a candidate destroy that drone." Yu Hayek agreed. "I wouldn't have guessed it either." But inwardly, he thought, "But it's not over yet." Electric arrows have considerable destructive power at long range. But within the arena, another drone suddenly appeared from behind, swiftly attacking Lee Yunseo. However, she reacted incredibly fast, successfully dodging the attack. With agility and skill, she narrowly escaped danger. Lee Yunseo spoke up. "But even without this bow and arrow at this level, it wouldn't be a problem." With lightning speed, Lee Yunseo delivers 2 fatal blows to the drone, shattering it into pieces. She smiles confidently, affirming she has her own methods. The official examination concludes. Finally, they reach a final decision. Lee Yunseo is officially selected for the team, not just because she could take down 2 drones, something no AI could accomplish, but also because the team desperately needs an awakened member, someone capable of using both physical attacks and magical abilities. Beaming after learning of her acceptance, Lee Yunseo says, "From now on, I hope everyone will help me." Everyone quickly reports this news to Baek Do-hee. "Captain, Lee Yunseo has joined the team. From now on, we will all work hard together." Baek Do. The recruitment of new members seems to be going quite smoothly. Just then, Ione knocked on the door and politely asked, "Master, may I come in?" Bitch put down the phone, smiled and nodded. "Yes, come in, Ione." Ione quickly reported. "Recently, Baek Ryan and Moo Kuan have been openly making things difficult for us." Baek Do-hyo raised an eyebrow, asking, "How so?" Ione immediately replied, "It seems both factions have obtained permits to access Danjia, the area near the East Myeong Station, and are deliberately prolonging their estimated attack time on Danjia, causing our attack team to arrive late. Because of this, we have failed 7 times in recent attacks." Baek Do-hyo sighed, expressing, "I suppose complaining won't do any good." Ione nodded in agreement. Indeed, They're acting while still adhering to legal procedures. If there's a problem, they just need to file an objection. Baek Do-hyo pondered, saying, our regulations have always had a consistent policy of passive intervention. Take the initiative. That way, they're sure to believe it and act accordingly. Baek Aeon anxiously asked, how should we handle this situation? The enemies we face are two ferocious beasts. We must avoid direct confrontation and focus on minimizing casualties. Bai Yuhi calmly stated, there's no need to rush. Whoever strikes first will invite defeat. Aeon replied, yes, ma'am. We'll follow your instructions. As Aeon was about to leave, Bai Yuhi suddenly added, don't mention this to Yu Ji-hyuk. I don't want him burdened with unnecessary worries. Aeon obeyed, understood. I'll keep it to myself. The scene shifted to the library tower, where Yu Ji-hyuk was sitting on the steps, holding a book. Yesterday, after I chose to become a level 11 alchemist, I learned a lot of new skills. Even the dead man Royal's vision. A system notification suddenly popped up. You have reached alchemist level 11. You can now transcribe rank 2 divine spell techniques. Alchemy skill. Reinforcement has reached level 11. An additional slot for goblin crafting spell has been added. Energy balance has been established. All stats increased by 7% for 2 hours. A legendary synthesis alchemist remains locked. Legendary dimensional stone acquired. Alchemist's activation skill unlocked. Transcendent Dimensional Stone, 0/10. S-Rank Ebona Blood Goblin Staff, 0 out of 50 ml. Alchemist Class Unlock Condition, Level November 21st. Extraordinary Alchemy Skill, Level 0/20. 6x Deadman Royal Family's Vision. Swordsman Rank Books acquired. Increased Magic Circulation Speed. Enhanced spell casting speed and aura blade speed. Cross-check skill has reached the limit for swordsman. All sword skills increased by 10 levels. Swordsman limit. Damage dealt by sword skills increased by 10%. 6 stacks. Luck stat activated. Deadman Royal Family's Curse sealed at level 5. After reading the description, Yu Hyuk thought to himself, I obtained this treasure today, thanks to He. If it weren't for the attack by those Chinese assassins yesterday, I wouldn't have this. Its effects seem incredibly powerful, unexpectedly valuable, so much so that even the Arceus Empire is desperately searching for it to bring someone back to life. The system suddenly announced. Notification to user Yu Hyuk. You have read the Deadman Royal Family's 1,000-Mile Eye. The blocked magical flow in your body has now been opened, increasing your magical power by 100%. The Deadman Royal Family's curse has awakened. Fortunately, the Deadman's necklace has sealed the curse in time. Cross-examination skill has been activated. Version 4.50 is now available for player Yu Hyuk. At this moment, someone approaches and reports to Yu Hyuk. Everything is ready. He nods slightly, storing the book in his personal space. I'll take some time to explore the mysteries, he thinks to himself, especially those related to this book. Or maybe I should tackle a rank B mission first? No sooner said than done. Yu Hyuk sets off with a rank B instance. He observes his surroundings, lost in thought. This rank B instance is in a dense jungle. Seems like there's a time limit to find the target. Which way should I go? The system suddenly announces. The dimensional gate will close in 59 minutes and 20 seconds. If player Yu Hyuk remains inside the dimensional space after that time, the player will be killed. Just then, a few drops of water unexpectedly fall from above him. Behind Yu Hyuk, a massive, powerful black lion with jet black fur stands majestically. Yu Hyuk sees it, his face filled with astonishment. Impossible, you're the black. The ferocious lion from their previous encounter gave Yu Hyuk no chance to recover. The black lion quickly unleashed a terrifying, overwhelmingly powerful energy. It let out an earth-shattering roar, forcing Yu Hyuk to instinctively step back. He felt an oppressive, terrifying force emanating from the mighty roar. But now, he was no longer the weak Yu Hyuk of the past. Yu Hyuk bravely unleashed a raging inferno, attacking the black lion head-on. Meanwhile, in the distance, the mage, upon witnessing the earth-shattering explosion and towering inferno, immediately flew towards the scene with the greatest speed possible. This is troubling. This magic is undoubtedly the work of the young Yu Hyuk. However, the Black Lion's power is truly terrifying, so overwhelming that even a 6th-level mage would struggle against it. How long can he possibly hold out? The mage looked towards the blazing inferno that engulfed the sky, and abruptly stopped there. The black lion frantically swung its sharp claws, relentlessly attacking Yu Hyuk. Yu Hyuk dodged and weaved, tried to escape the encirclement. He thought to himself, if this keeps up, I'll be at a disadvantage because of the time limit. I need to end this fight quickly. The mage hovered in the air, observing the intense battle. He wondered, why is he using such a weak spell? It's not nearly powerful enough against that ferocious black lion. If I don't intervene, he'll certainly be in danger. The mage cast a spell, freezing time, causing all activity around them to cease. Yu Hyuk suddenly realized he couldn't move. He was astonished, unsure of what was happening. Everything has stopped. The mage landed on the ground and said, enough, stop this. It's been a while, let's have a chat. A dimensional portal suddenly appeared. An old man with snow-white hair and deep blue eyes, holding a powerful staff, looked at Yu Hyuk and said, I never thought we'd meet again under these circumstances. Me neither, River. The silver-haired elder asked, how did you come to be in such a desolate place? I came here through a dimensional gate, the young man replied. A dimensional gate? I don't quite understand what you mean, the old man said, puzzled. Do you still call spatial rifts gates? The young man asked in return. Indeed, they are one and the same. Could you take me there? The protagonist placed his cup on the table and calmly explained the entire situation to the elder. After listening, the old man asked, so you're saying you only have 50 minutes left? The young man nodded in response. Exactly. The remaining time is displayed on my status board. If I stay here past the allotted time, I will die. A notification suddenly appeared before the young man. Spatial rift will open in 50 minutes and 11 seconds. If the player is still inside the rift when it closes, you will die. Hearing this, the elder exclaimed, what a dreadful fate. The rift you mentioned is created by a special entity. However, not long ago, a new rift appeared in this world. Our destination is the mysterious continent of Itamantia. The journey south by sea from here will take several months. This vast continent was once the domain of the mighty Kalong elves, but now they have completely vanished. The land is now overrun with demons and terrifying evil creatures, the young man exclaimed in astonishment. I can't believe it, an entire race of powerful elves. The old man continued. Everything I've said is just a theory, but I believe that some mysterious force used a spatial rift to transport all the elves to another dimension. Chow frowned. Didn't you say that rift opened randomly? If it was random, how do you explain it having the same wavelength as the rift that appeared at the royal palace 55 years ago during the Dead Man incident? Abina as well, the wise king of the Kalong elves. The great Abina surely wouldn't vanish into a rift without a fight. Suddenly, Du Hyuk interrupted. Wait, did you just say Abina? Exactly. Goblin Lord Ebenezer. A notification suddenly popped up on the screen. Legendary synthesis alchemy cannot be activated yet. Currently creating legendary spatial stone. Special alchemist activation skill. Transcendent spatial stone requires more than 10 stones. Goblin Lord Ebenezer's blood. At least 50 milliliters required. Job unlock requirements. Alchemist level 11, minimum level 21. Extraordinary alchemy level 0, minimum level 20. After reading the notification, he exclaimed in astonishment. That's the name mentioned in the system. This technique involves combining his blood with spatial stones, so it's linked to your world as a precaution. I will reveal Goblin Lord Ebenezer's critical weakness. Does he actually have a weakness? If you follow what's written in the ancient texts, like when Swordmaster Galen faced him, the only spot on his body that cannot harden is the nape of his neck. If you happen to encounter him, pay particular attention to this. He nodded in understanding, softly saying, all right, I understand. Setting that aside, the old man stood up and walked to the window. In the world we live in, spatial rifts, along with strange energy wavelengths, similar to what happened in Ebina and the Dead Man Kingdom, continue to appear. Therefore, I've developed a hypothesis. If there's an entity intentionally creating a large number of spatial rifts to cause an imbalance in the universe, then it's highly likely that to prevent a catastrophe arising from this imbalance, another entity has created a defense system, an awakening mechanism for Earth, to help humanity become stronger. Yu Hyuk seemed to begin to understand. Hyuk, assuming this is the intended romanization, he responded thoughtfully. But it seemed Dovahkian didn't pay attention to his answer. He continued, "The spatial rift connected our two worlds. There must be a reason why you came to this dimension. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." With that, he opened a small rift in space, reached inside, and pulled something out. "There's a book I've read but haven't fully grasped yet. Could you help me with it?" The notification board appeared once again. The spatial rift will close in 15 minutes and 30 seconds. If player Du Hugh remains inside the space, his body will begin to undergo a transformation. The old man stood outside, observing the protagonist's every move. Right, remember this. Normally, within the energy flow, there's only one core for casting spells. But perhaps because you've awakened and undergone a complete transformation, you possess two cores. Therefore, just like in the previous battle, you can cast two different spells simultaneously. However, the mana flow, which should be split into two separate streams, has become chaotic, preventing you from controlling your energy effectively. Suddenly, the main character exclaimed excitedly, "I've done it!" His hands glowed, one erupting in fiery flames, the other radiating a chilling frost. The system's voice resonated, announcing, "Cross-control skills successfully activated. Have you grasped the basics?" "Yes, sir, I understand." From the elder's hand, an ancient book materialized. "It's fortunate that I can assist you, and this is a gift for you. A book I wrote on magic circles as an introduction for you. I hope it will be helpful on your journey." The young man accepted the book, joy evident on his face. He then carefully stored it in his spatial storage. The elder turned, addressing the young man. "Let me accompany you for a bit. Shall we talk as we walk?" They both walked along the path. "Regarding the book, I have a question for you. If you were to meet the last king and queen of the Deadman dynasty 55 years ago, those who ruled 55 years prior, and received that book, would you be able to meet me again 55 years later? If the flow of time remains distorted as it is now, then I will continue the story you encountered. Perhaps you met me in another timeline, didn't you? Is that right?" Receiving confirmation from the young man, the old man slowly removed the necklace he was wearing. Inside the pendant was the image of a woman with snow-white hair. A powerful energy began to emanate from the old man, then converged, focusing all of it into the necklace as if to engrave something important. After finishing, the old man gave the necklace to the young man. "Take this necklace." The young man looked at the old man in astonishment. "This seems very precious to you. Are you sure I can have it?" "It's all right. This is my wife's keepsake. She passed away 15 years ago. This is the gift she gave me. I don't know why, but just keep it. If you meet me again in another timeline, I will definitely help you." Clutching the necklace in his hand, the young man was deeply grateful for the old man's kindness. "Old man, thank you for the music." Before their conversation could go further, they arrived at the dimensional gate. "We're here. I suppose this is where our conversation ends. It's time to say goodbye. If fate allows, we shall meet again." "Indeed. It was an honor seeing you again after all these years. Rank B mission complete. Congratulations on completing the Rank B mission. Your reward is a Peerless Incantation. Peerless Incantation. Mana Burn, Ultimate Level, Dark Sorcerer Activation Skill. Allows you to absorb mana from your opponent. Note, absorb mana cannot exceed your maximum limit. Success rate depends on your intelligence stat." Seeing Yu Hyuk return, the security guard said, "Well done. Let me escort you out." Yu Hyuk replied, "Please, allow me a moment to rest. I want to check my stats before I leave. Of course, I'll go down first. So rest easy." After the person left, he opened his status screen, lost in thought about himself. Should I allocate the stat points I gained from the screen beforehand? The screen displayed his information along with his special skills. Clutched in his hand, the necklace given to him by the old man was emitting a soft red glow. This was the necklace that the old man had given him. Replacing VH with the old man for clarity, avoiding potential French initials. The screen continued to display information about the old man's necklace. Level, unique. Magic power plus 500. Additional options, strength plus 200. Intelligence plus 200. This item can be combined with other items. Thanks to the blessing of harmony. When wearing this necklace, the number of items will be doubled. Besides the leveling up mission, what does Deo want from me? Assuming Do is a name and attempting phonetic translation. If only it had told me, things would have been so much easier. But now, I have no other choice. I must become stronger, ready for whatever comes next. Suddenly, a bright red screen appeared before his eyes. A system notification, an urgent message was broadcast, sent to all awakened individuals through the system. The Kalon Goblin tribe has decided to tear through space and attack Earth. The army of the Kalon Goblin Lord, Epina, is invading. Time remaining, 48 hours. Countdown begins. The protagonist was stunned, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this real?" Elsewhere, Gangmi was lost in thought, her gaze drifting out the window. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the silence. "Captain, have you seen the latest message?" She replied, her expression unchanged. "Yes, the news is spreading like wildfire, causing chaos everywhere because of this massive information burst." Beside her, the goat spoke up. "If the higher-ups are in disarray, then the lower ranks will be even more chaotic. So, act like a true vice-captain." "Yes, I will keep that in mind." John Mai continued, "Surely you're not here just to report this to me, are you?" "No, ma'am. Is there something else?" "I'm considering requesting assistance from Du Hui UK, similar to the previous intrusion at the lighthouse station. But he doesn't seem to be affiliated with any organization. Could that be a problem?" "Actually, I mentioned this because it could affect GWI's reputation. Moreover, do we really trust his abilities? How can we be certain?" She asked sternly, "Mr. Deo-ho, how is his rank and position relevant to the current national crisis? Isn't the real concern his ability to effectively handle the enemy?" "Yes, but..." Before he could finish, she spoke. "Interfere? Don't be foolish. Australia is no match for us. He's a promising talent, a rising star. Mokbai wants to recruit him, so you're mistaken in your thinking. Deho, I apologize." "No need to apologize. There's something I want to discuss with you." "About Beck Ryan under Mu Koan's command?" Deho replied. "Indeed. It seems they are about to clash with the young Chungate, since both sides are well aware of the unification trend of the One Unity. They won't miss a better opportunity than this." Hearing this, he sighed. What a pity. But then again, this crisis is bound to erupt, because a large-scale chaos also harbors certain benefits. She then ordered him, "Keep monitoring them. Our course of action remains unchanged. Passive intervention and thorough resolution. Let's see how the power and influence of the awakened on the international stage will shift." Elsewhere, Beck Du Hui, with dark circles under her eyes from exhaustion, continued to work diligently. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Master, you don't look well." She suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and yelled, "Hey!" Suddenly, the chair in front of her materialized, with tiny blue sparks gradually coalescing into a human form. "I apologize for startling you, Master. I came here secretly, because I have something very important to tell you." "Oh, it's Du Xiaowa. What is it?" "Did you come here after hearing about Bai Lian and Mu Koan? I think it's time to make the key move to secure victory." She looked surprised. "What exactly do you know? And what is this winning move you're talking about?" "I know everything, including the current unstable situation." Baidu, she continued, "because this is an internal matter between the guilds. I didn't tell you. I didn't think it was something you needed to be concerned about, but it's actually a relief that all the guilds are rushing to prepare emergency response systems for the impending invasion." Hearing this, the protagonist abruptly stood up. "Why do I feel a sense of relief? At least while they're preparing for the invasion. No, while the awakened are summoned to stop this invasion. The White Lotus and the Cunning Clan will surely use this opportunity when everyone's mobility is limited to make their move against us. Unexpected events keep unfolding one after another." She seemed unable to believe what she had just heard. "Impossible. You mean those two councils will mobilize their entire forces against us?" "Because the assassin hired to kill me was Min Su Yun, a member of the White Lotus. If she doesn't see this as a golden opportunity, then this simply can't be happening." Beck Du Hui was stunned, completely taken aback. The protagonist continued, "Then I'm afraid it's already too late, because a passive intervention method isn't a permanent solution to Gyu's problem." She pondered, posing a question to him. "So, how do we defend ourselves against the expansion of those two large guilds?" Beck Du Hui UK gave a knowing smile. "I have a plan. At an abandoned factory near Syndrome Station, countless cars began to appear, encircling the area. The woman speaking was the guild leader of the Layla's Flower Guild. They summoned us here at this hour. What could their intentions be?" She turned around, facing the 10 leaders of the nation's top guilds. The man beside her whispered, "It seems all the guilds including Bakrian and Mukon, are here. They're planning something. We'll find out soon enough. The resounding thud of leather shoes echoed, followed by the voice of a woman. Welcome, all masters. Thank you all for taking the time to come here today. The motorcycle gang is currently embroiled in a heated dispute, openly with the White Lotus gang and the Demon King Beck gang. He firmly declared the reason for summoning everyone here. It is to seek cooperation from all the gangs. One of the 10 gang leaders spoke up, saying they had heard rumors about this. But if they were to intervene in the conflict between those 3 gangs, would the situation actually change? Another leader echoed the sentiment. Right, we're not saints. So why should we get involved in this mess? A voice suddenly boomed from the doorway, interrupting the meeting. Of course there's a reason. Gigi instantly recognized the familiar voice. She was utterly astonished by Park Jo-hyok's sudden appearance. Jo-hyok continued, "This isn't just a problem for the motorcycle gang. It affects the future of all of us." Baek-doo felt everything was proceeding according to plan. At the same time, she knew that Woo-hee had anticipated this. This issue couldn't be resolved with mere words. Woo-hee felt that Master was always too lenient in these situations. He couldn't quite understand if it was a man's sense of justice or an excessive faith in others' conscience. Both were incredibly dangerous. The leaders seated below couldn't comprehend why Woo had suddenly appeared. Woo-hee declared he wouldn't beat around the bush. He posed a question to everyone. Among you here, can anyone confidently claim that their gang is stronger than the Joker's? If Bakrian and Muhian dare to touch the Joker's assets, can any of you guarantee they'll stop there? A leader spoke up, questioning with skepticism. Just because the Jokers are weakening, does he think other gangs will follow suit? Indeed, if the guilds could unite and cooperate, they wouldn't crumble so easily. But Yu Heewook's point was, if another guild became a victim, and everyone just stood by, indifferent and inactive, then they would all soon be destroyed. Gigi spoke up in objection. Our squad definitely won't stand idly by. Yu Heewook realized that finally, they wouldn't just be observers. If they could maintain world order, making the awakened ones place their trust in the 2 guilds once more, then they would resolve the issue in that direction. Yu Heewook asked them again, do you all think that the B Squad will obediently follow everything you want? But some still believe that there is still a way to cooperate with the remaining guilds, including the Cheok Ohyang Guild. Even if the Cheok Ohyang Guild disappeared, then everything would be all right. Yu Hyuk listened to the response, understanding that the explanation wasn't convincing enough. However, Yu Hyuk unexpectedly proposed a different approach. How about this plan? Meanwhile, at the imposing headquarters of the White Lotus Society, lights blazed brightly. Are the Mukon Society's preparations complete? The Mukon Society leader reports they are ready. He has deployed his low-ranking subordinates near the Deo Tower. In addition, he has the support of the Mukon Society vice leader. Another voice spoke up, inquiring about the Q faction status. Asked the Mukon Society leader if he's detected any activity from Q. It was the White Lotus Society vice leader who spoke. The Mukon Society leader replied, there's nothing unusual there. They're all focused on preparing for the upcoming attack. Hearing this report, the White Lotus Society vice leader looked extremely satisfied. The White Lotus Society leader was also certain that the motorcycle gang, is frantically preparing for the upcoming invasion. Chairman Mu Khan speaks up, proposing a crucial plan. They all engage in a heated discussion. The main topic is the fair and transparent distribution of the motorcycle gang's assets. Hearing this, Chairman Bakrian nods in agreement. All right, let's do it that way. Suddenly, a picture of a woman is placed on the table. With a single glance, one can easily recognize her as Park Do-hue. Without hesitation, Chairman Bakrian slices the picture with his knife. He grits his teeth, his face contorted with rage. Finally, the time has come to completely annihilate the motorcycle gang. That damn old man. Only 10 minutes and 25 seconds left. As 0 hour approaches, something unexpected happens. A spatial rift suddenly appears. It creates a massive black hole suspended in midair. From within the black hole, a horde of goblin minions pour out. Emerging from the void, they are immediately met with a devastating blow. The attacker is none other than Choi Diho. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, preventing the monsters from getting any closer to the populated area. As the horde of demons charged forward in unison, Choi Diho unleashed a powerful counterattack. Once again, His mighty punch sent the monsters flying off the planet. Everything in the path of his fist was reduced to ashes, obliterating the demons in the blink of an eye. Do Jangmi also appeared on the battlefield, seeing the goblin minions swooping down towards her. She didn't flinch or show any fear. She charged into the heart of the enemy ranks, surrounded by menacingly sharp thorns. Do Jangmi finally opened her eyes, her gaze as sharp as a blade. With precise strikes, she left no enemy standing. A dense web of sword slashes filled the air, leaving the goblins unable to react, their bodies frozen like stone statues. Do Jangmi swiftly eradicated the goblins. She emerged from the inferno unscathed. Upon seeing her, Choi Deho immediately reported the situation. "We have a problem, Captain. It looks like Choi Deho is in trouble." Choi Deho just received an emergency alert. An S-rank boss has appeared near ISU station. Du Kongmi tries to reassure Choi Deho. "Don't worry, Captain Du Hewook is there. It won't be a problem. Even if the situation becomes truly dangerous, they'll have a hard time reaching it." But at that very moment, at their location, the savage howls of goblin minions from within the spatial rift grow increasingly ferocious. Du Kongmi says gravely, "Moreover, the situation here is becoming critical. These aren't ordinary minions. A clear hierarchy of power among the goblins is unfolding before their eyes, and the vanguard of goblins can be easily seen, advancing menacingly toward ISU station." The goblins roar commands to each other. "Advance, my brethren!" They charge forward in unison with dizzying speed. From behind the thick dust, a strange blue light suddenly flashes. The goblins suddenly froze. A blinding light intensified, spreading rapidly and glowing fiercely. The light flashed and vanished in an instant, decapitating a goblin. It was none other than Du Hyoyuke. He questioned the demonic creatures. "Where's Abina?" The lead goblin roared furiously, bellowing at Du Hyoyuke. "You dare speak the great lord's name directly?" He threatened to crush the lowly human. Two blades swung down simultaneously, aiming straight for Du Hyoyuke. When the blades slammed into the ground, the goblins thought they had finished off Du Hyoyuke. The lead goblin hastily put on a triumphant air. A puny mage dares to act alone. They thought Du Hyoyuke was easy prey. However, Du Hyoyuke effortlessly caught the sharp blade with one hand. The goblin minion couldn't believe his eyes. How could he have expected a tiny little mage easily withstanding the force of two massive blades? Yu Hyoyuke questioned why he assumed he'd be acting alone. From the thick dust cloud, Song Bai and Shin Yu-hee appeared unexpectedly, backing him up. Shin Yu-hee urged Yu Hyoyuke to slow down. Sung Imo affirmed she would guard the front. All three launched their attack simultaneously. Upon landing, the goblins vanished into smoke, but both were stunned as massive boulders floated in midair, hurtling towards them. But just then, from the other side, a barrage of bullets came flying. The bullets exploded the boulders. It was none other than Li Yin-su. Li Yin-su would provide long-range support. She told them to act freely. Li Yin-su appeared atop a tall building. Shin Yu-hee thanked her as soon as she saw her. Both Shin Yu-hui and Sung Mi simultaneously stepped back behind Du Hyoyuke. Shin Yu-hui asked with a worried expression, "Are you planning to face this alone again?" Du Hyoyuke replied, his tone firm, "No, I have to catch that monster." Shin Yu-hui suddenly stopped, saying, "Wait." She decided to clear out the minions so Du Hyoyuke could focus on the main target. A large horde of goblins suddenly appeared, surrounding Du Hyoyuke. At the same time, at the Chongseong building headquarters, a report came in. The guild's main force in the limousine has departed. The leader is the White Lotus Guild Master. He appeared with a powerful group of mages from his guild. Another person reported, Jang Mi and Choi Deho of the Spectre Guild are approaching the Wumun Gate. The White Lotus Guild Master's team is at the main gate, and the Demon Fist Guild Master has ordered an attack from the rear gate. Advance, defeat the goblin minions, and attack Du Hyoyuke. Shin Yu-hui rushed forward, intercepting the ferocious aquatic goblins. For daring to interrupt her conversation with Du Hyoyuke, she sharpened her deadly scythe, ready to leap into battle and send those monsters straight to hell. Du Hyoyuke silently supported her from behind as the ferocious goblins charged in to attack. Shin Yuhui needed only a single move to pinpoint each one's location. She bravely charged into the enemy's encirclement. Realizing the goblins couldn't keep up with her incredible speed, Shin Yuhui swiftly seized the golden opportunity, swinging her sharp scythe and clearing a wide area, ensnaring all the enemies. The death scythe in her hands unleashed countless fatal blows, leaving the goblin minions no time to react. When Shin Yuhui landed back on the ground, the goblins vanished into thin air. But in that moment of victory, she inadvertently exposed a weakness. Shin Yuhui sensed a terrifying killing intent lurking behind her. It was the goblin leader, the commander of the recently slain minions. He raised his fist high, growling with utter rage. "You pathetic, insignificant underling. You dare to die in front of me." He let out a sinister laugh. When Shin Yuhui turned around, everything had changed. A scene of chaos unfolded before her eyes. The ferocious monster swung a fiery fist towards Shin Yuhui, carrying the force of destruction. She instantly summoned a protective net of sharp, acidic arrows, blocking the deadly attack. The monster suddenly realized it was trapped. It abruptly stopped, causing Shin Yuhui to gasp in worry. Perhaps she hadn't expected to reveal a weakness, giving the goblin an opening to strike. The goblin growled menacingly and snarled, "You think you can stop me with these petty tricks? You dare underestimate me?" The ropes binding the goblin that Shin Yuhui had conjured suddenly snapped. It had broken free. Shin Yuhui couldn't believe she had only managed to restrain it for such a short time. "Even with your spell, is that all you've got?" A voice called out. It was Du Huiyuke. Note, unable to properly Romanize this name. Please provide the Hanja or Hangul. If that goblin thinks Shin Yui's tricks in there, he's made a grave mistake. An immense surge of magical power erupted from Du Huiyuke. He charged straight into the horde of snarling goblins. His body ignited in a raging inferno, making the goblins freeze in terror. They were completely taken aback by his sudden appearance. Du Huiyuk unleashed a devastating punch to the lead goblin's face. Note, Du Huiyuk is likely Du Huiyuk. The force of the blow shattered the goblin's teeth, sending them flying. Its face was horribly contorted. Missiles and artillery fire screamed through the air. Frightening cracks began to appear on the monster's body. Then, suddenly, it exploded into thousands of pieces. An energy shield materialized, containing the devastating force of the blast. From behind the shield, Li Yunsu rushed forward. Note, Li Yunsu is likely into Li Yunsu. She wanted to reach Du Huiyuk. Sung Mai quickly intercepted Li Yunsu. "Stop!" Sung Mai sternly warned Li Yunsu. "It's too dangerous to approach him now." Li Yunsu questioned, "Aren't you worried?" Sung Mai calmly replied to Li Yunsu. Before Park Du Huiyuk arrived, note, Park Du Huiyuk is likely to think Park Du Huiyuk. I saw the incantations he used. His fire resistance has been amplified by 100%, so there won't be any losses. Besides, both of them are focused on observing Yu Huiyuk. The system suddenly announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the goblin sorcerer, Crudelease. You have received 2 space fragments. You have received bonus damage against Kalon goblins, corresponding to the number of space fragments you possess. Your current number of space fragments is 6. Bonus damage against Kalon goblins, 30%. Yu Huiyuk was astonished, never expecting that defeating these goblins could yield such valuable space fragments. Dan Zion was in a standby state, and with it, the system continued to issue new notifications. Player, Yu Huiyuk is absorbing energy from Credelis's heart. Stamina will be increased by 300 points. Player Yu Huiyuk is absorbing energy from Credelis's eyes. Intelligence increased by 200 points. Yu Huiyuk unexpectedly received a prestigious title, Blessing of Kalong Crudelease. The Blessing of Kalong Crudelease, a divine favor, would increase physical attack power by 150% and magical power by a staggering 300% when facing the goblin race. Yu Huiyuk was astonished. He had achieved a title never before seen in the Awakening system. Shinyu, with a worried tone, asked Yu Huiyuk if he was satisfied with the title, noticing his lack of joy. But Yu Huiyuk calmly replied that things weren't over yet. There was still an S-rank boss rampaging in Wangwonmun. Yu Hai urged everyone to quickly depart for Wangwanmo. In the main hall of the building, a colossal sword was plunged into the cold floor. The Lotus Guild leader turned to the Silent Guild leader, his voice filled with worry. "We're surrounded." The Silent Guild leader gritted his teeth, his face a mask of fury. His face darkened, rage erupting. This situation was completely unexpected. More accurately, they hadn't anticipated being put in such a disadvantageous position. The leader of the Cunning Planners Guild was still in a state of shock, unable to understand how all 10 top guilds, except for the Heavy Vehicle Guild, were present here. Baek Yui's voice broke the tense silence. "We know your plot. Those who betrayed us dare to abandon their sacred responsibility, forsaking the fundamental duty of an awakened towards this nation, will pay dearly for their actions." The Cunning Planners Guild leader questioned Baek Yui. "Are you the mastermind behind this trap?" Baek Yui naturally denied it, asserting she wasn't the one who set this trap. "This plan was orchestrated by someone who has always been a thorn in your side, a sworn enemy of the Cunning Planners Guild leader." The White Lotus Guild leader quickly guessed who it was. Park Du-hui, a despicable and cunning man, quickly signaled to Gi Ji-hun, who was standing opposite him. "Gi Ji-hun, follow me. If we join forces, we could take over the entire motorcycle club and everything else." Gi Ji-hun stared at him. "You think I'd trust a backstabbing scoundrel like you? Surrender now, because your men are surrounded, just like you are." Gigi and Park Du-hui said in unison. "You're finished." Just before the attack, Du-hui and his gang were hiding in an abandoned house. He made them an offer. "How about this? From this moment forward, I'll give the motorcycle club, that's your club, exclusive rights to all of my products, including all 3 existing bomb types and the identification papers. This time, I'm adding a special compound, something that brings glory, power, truly everything." He held up a vial of mysterious liquid, showing it to them. Gigi frowned, asking worriedly, "Are you implying this as a threat?" Yu Huiyuke's face turned serious as he replied, "No, this isn't a threat. It's a survival strategy. This is a great opportunity for all of us, a chance to take them by surprise." Yu Huiyuke gave a sinister smile. "A chance to eliminate the 2 gangs running rampant." The guild leaders present gasped in shock. "Eliminate the 2 gangs? Impossible." Gigi protested. "You mean form an alliance to wage war?" Yu Huiyuke replied firmly. "Exactly. Those 2 gangs will surely ambush us during the Baek invasion." During the Baek attack, Du-hee, standing beside him, added persuasively, "Defending against their attack is self-defense. Please understand." After the tense meeting, Baek Du-hee was left alone in silence. She tightened her grip on her sword. Thanks to Park Hyok's persuasive skills, the other guilds had agreed to cooperate, and they had resolved everything peacefully without any loss of manpower. Gigi approached her. "Most of them have been captured, not a single casualty." Baek Du-hee expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance," Gigi said gravely. "However, we have failed 7 times to apprehend Min Seon-yun and Kim Hee. Us too. Perhaps they used guild members as decoys to distract us and make a quick escape." Gig spoke up, addressing both girls. "Leave their capture to us." Both girls replied with trust. "All right, we'll leave it to you. We should go and assist with the attack now." Baek Du-hee looked outside. The danger remained. It hadn't ended. In the city's central square, Waman, a ferocious monster, was tearing through the streets. It was Kalong Ibina, the Goblin Lord. Countless awakened with special abilities were confronting it. Kong Mi and Choi Deo-hui, 2 of the awakened, exchanged words amidst the fierce battle. "At first, watching you fight," Kong Mi said, "I thought you were just a mere warrior. But surprisingly, you're also a skilled mage," she admired, "able to wield magic with extraordinary power." "The title of S-rank boss is well-deserved indeed," Choi Deo-hui replied. "Moreover, appearing alongside this boss is the Goblin Lord, Kalong himself." Kong Mi's eyes darted towards the gate, where an S-rank Abina had just appeared. Another S-rank Abina. Worry etched on her face, Kong Mi asked, "Can we request backup now?" Choi Deo-hui responded with a worried expression. "This invasion is happening worldwide, not just in Korea. So, requesting outside assistance right now would be very difficult." The mages chanted in unison, preparing to unleash their attack. "How can this be happening?" Fiery orbs hurtled towards Abina. He effortlessly raised a hand, masterfully manipulating the flow of magic. Ibina clenched his fist as if commanding an unseen force. In an instant, his magic erupted, completely neutralizing the magical attacks. Trample them. Castel Ibina. Jamie roared furiously, slamming his hand down. This time, he directly cast a spell on Du Jiangmi and Choi Deo. Both of them instantly felt their bodies weaken, collapsing to the ground. The strength of his army was waning. Du Jiangmi continued to scream, completely unaware of the colossal monster hovering above. The monster's massive, immense body slammed down, completely eclipsing the light around her. But at that very moment, Aaron suddenly appeared, intercepting the fatal blow meant for Du Jiangmi. A brilliant flash of green light filled the sky. The magic attacking the monster was completely neutralized by Aaron. It crashed to the ground right in front of Ibina. Ibina spun around, glaring at them with icy eyes. Seeing her opportunity, Du Jiangmi seized the moment. She lunged forward with blinding speed, a blur against the darkness. As she charged, she unleashed her latent power, unleashing a flurry of swift, powerful sword strikes against the monster. Countless slashes overlapped, raining down on the monster's body, leaving a crisscross network of wounds. At that moment, Ethan shifted his attention towards her. What do you think you're doing? Du Jiangmi barely landed before she was met with a surprise attack. He violently yanked her towards him. That despicable Ethan. He used a unique absorption magic, pulling Du Jiangmi into his grasp. Suddenly, he looked back. His free hand formed a terrifying sphere of dark energy. He grabbed Aaron's head, squeezing as if to crush the boy's skull. Instantly, another golem appeared and carried Du Jiangmi away. They soared into the sky with incredible speed, quickly disappearing from Ethan's sight. Beneath Ethan, a ferocious ice storm erupted. Sheets of ice spread, forming a massive vortex. The vortex, as tall as skyscrapers, trapped him within. Kami watched the furious assault with wide, surprised eyes. Impossible that magic could it be? A colossal glacier of pure ice encased the entire area, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Choi Deho was sweating profusely, tension etched on his face. The magic controlling that golem is monstrous. Yu Hayuke suddenly appeared, breaking the tense silence. Sorry I'm late. I'll back you up. Heal Choi Deho immediately. Moreover, if it's really that monster, it will shatter this ice in an instant. How long can you hold out? Yu Hayuke looked at Choi Deho, his gaze serious. Both simultaneously unleashed a surge of magic, their power overwhelming. I'll do my best, Choi Deho replied with firm determination. Within the thick ice, Ibina's eyes glowed fiercely, signaling its imminent awakening. All right, I trust you. Yu Hayuke acted immediately, without hesitation. Choi Deho breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't completely let his guard down. They both moved in opposite directions. Now, I'll be going. Choi Deho headed straight towards a gigantic iceberg. Inside the ice, cracks began to spread. Ibina, the ferocious monster, shattered the thick layer of ice, emerging with terrifying power. He gripped the hilt of his great sword and swung it with a sharp, deadly arc. Choi Deho quickly ducked, dodging the fatal blow. Incredible regenerative abilities and incredibly agile movements. Choi Deho's arm exploded with power. He gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful punch. The punch carried tremendous force, pushing Ibina back slightly. However, it didn't cause any injuries. Choi Deho realized the harsh truth. All his attacks were ineffective against Ibina. Ibina created another dark sphere. Choi Deho recognized the familiar attack. He was pulled towards the sphere uncontrollably, unable to resist. Yu Hayuke, witnessing everything, was ready to act. His eyes suddenly lit up, like a land resisting magical power. 5 minutes before reaching the warp gate leading to Wom, Hei was accompanying him on the way there, when she suddenly spoke. It might be a little late to tell you this now, but I really need to. What is it, Hei? Yu Hayuke asked seriously. If Epina really is from the system, and is the Goblin Lord Kalong that I know, Hei hesitated. Yu Hayuke immediately questioned. You know something about him? She replied. Actually, after the battle with Epina, Garen left a large scar on the back of his neck. That scar, and the fact that he can use strange, secret techniques to pull targets from a long distance to him instantly. I thought it would be better for you to know these two things beforehand. Yu Hayuke asked, that strange secret technique. Could it be magic? Yes, it's magic. Yu Hayuke immediately said, "It's fortunate you realized it was dark magic. Thank you so much." Jihai replied with a worried expression. "Du Haiyan, please be careful," the protagonist calmly said. "All right, back to the present. I'm deploying an anti-magic barrier around Epina. Its dark magic is immediately blocked." Choi Deo-ho exclaimed in astonishment. "The suction is gone." Epina also looked surprised, pausing momentarily. "Choi Deo-ho is falling, right below Epina's sharp blade. This is dangerous." The protagonist suddenly appeared behind Epina. "Don't worry, I've enchanted both my hands." A flash of lightning sparked. A powerful bolt of lightning struck Epina, creating a current that pierced through and violently paralyzed its body. Although affected by Du Haiyan's magic, the attack seemed useless, only enraging Epina further. "You pesky brat." He instantly swung his sword behind him, taking advantage of the moment Epina was distracted. Choi Deo immediately focused all his strength. His eyes locked onto the Demon King and unleashed his hidden power. His entire body was enhanced to an incredible degree. An intense aura erupted from Epina, blazing crimson light radiating from his head. Choi Deo slammed his foot into the ground, charging straight towards Epina and unleashing a devastating punch. Thanks to the support from Du Hui UK, the attacks were finally effective. Epina was being pushed back. Choi Deo unleashed a furious barrage of punches upon Epina. Epina was completely on the defensive, forced to endure the relentless onslaught. He roared in fury, unleashing a massive wave of dark magic. A cataclysmic surge of energy erupted, repelling everything around it. "What is this?" Choi Deho's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Epina. Epina was now many times stronger than before. He removed his protective armor, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. Ibina teleported, appearing right in front of Choi Deo. He reached out, grabbing Choi Deo's head in a tight grip. He'd even kill someone over a minor inconvenience. Without hesitation, Ibina slammed Choi Deo into the ground. Choi Deo screamed out in excruciating pain. Acid arrows and magic missiles hovered above Ibina's head. A blinding green light flashed. When the light vanished, he was gone, vanished with terrifying speed. "Did you really think you could escape me forever?" A sickening crack echoed through the air. Ibina's arm pierced through the air, impaling the protagonist, forcing him to reveal his true form. "Enough of this charade," Du Hui exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Choi Deo's arm moved with difficulty as he struggled to sit up. On his face, a look of pure horror reflected the gruesome scene before him. Kami was no exception. Hey Ryub, in the midst of healing, suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. The hero had fallen into the clutches of the brutal Demon King and been dealt a fatal blow. Yuhuiik, Haryub cried out in agony. Yuhuiik coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes crimson. Ibina looked at him coldly, his voice dripping with malice. "I will finish you." Ibina raised his massive sword, its sharp blade reflecting a deadly light. Yuhuiik, his eyes vacant, stared ahead, devoid of life. The deadly blade was at his throat, but he could no longer dodge. He swung the sword, a slash across his body, swift as lightning. Yuhuiik collapsed to the ground, his body lying in a pool of his own blood. Choi Deho, in a fit of rage, charged towards Ibina like a wounded beast. Ibina looked at him, sneering. "You're still alive?" But he easily dodged Choi Deho's attack. Choi Deho, propelled by momentum, stumbled forward. Ibina drew back his leg, aiming at Choi Deho, and unleashed a devastating kick, sending him flying. Ibina continued to use dark magic. Drawing. He squeezed Choi Deo's head tightly, pondering aloud. "Even with your miraculous regenerative abilities, if your head is crushed into fine powder, can you still miraculously survive?" His grip tightened, Choi Deo's head on the verge of shattering under the immense pressure. In a mere moment, he would surely be crushed into fragments. But just then, behind him, a brilliant light suddenly flashed, radiant as the sun. The intense light caught Ebima's attention, forcing him to turn around. The system immediately displayed a notification with a series of shocking news. "Your physical strength has reached the ultimate realm. The special incantation Immortality has been activated. The angel's blessing has been bestowed." An angel descended, landing beside Du Hui UK. The divine being began to heal him, holy light enveloping Du Hui Uk's body. Du Hui Uk's complexion gradually returned to normal. He slowly opened his eyes, his life force gradually recovered. All physical strength and magical power have been fully restored. All previous abnormal effects have been completely removed. The special incantation, Immortality, transforms into life and death, balancing life and death. The fatal wound on his chest quickly healed miraculously. The protagonist rises, brimming with vitality. The angel's blessing activates. Ibina furrows his brow, looking at him skeptically. Is this your true power? For 10 minutes, all your stats will be increased by 50%. Attack power increased by 100%. Physical and magical recovery enhanced by 50%. Du Hui Uk's body surges with energy, overflowing with power. Ibina instantly teleports right in front of him. Two earth-shattering forces collide. He exclaims, "Just now, I thought you were just a mere mortal who knew a few trivial magic spells. But now, you possess a terrifying energy, rivaling my own. This time, I will send you to hell." Ibina's eyes blaze with murderous intent. Du Hui Uk pulls out a pistol. Mana combustion. Magic power explodes around him, condensing into a colossal figure. The giant figure's massive hand slams down towards Ibina. The system immediately announces, Ibina's magic power has been completely neutralized. Magic power is being converted into the player's energy. Ibina, in a fit of rage, lunged forward with lightning speed. "You brat! How dare you steal my magic power?" He swung his sword down with terrifying force. But the hero quickly activated a spatial portal. A missile fortress materialized. The attack was redirected behind Ibina. As he turned around, the hero continued to summon countless other portals and attacked him from all directions. The more flustered Ibina became, the more spatial portals the hero opened. The surrounding space distorted. Ibina was continuously bombarded with relentless attacks. The hero stared at him, his eyes sharp as knives. He continuously moved between the portals, unleashing critical attacks. Ibina stopped chasing him. He focused all the energy in his body. A sly smile appeared on his lips. The hero, gliding through the air, sensed it. Ibina was motionless. This was his chance. He channeled magic power into Ibina roared, a sound that shook the very foundations of the earth, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The surrounding space was consumed by his ferocious magic, an oppressive force that dominated everything. The fierce shockwave slammed into UC Wu, sending tremors through the ground. The unexpected impact left him disoriented and momentarily unable to counterattack. In a flash, Ibina pinpointed UC Wu's location. He lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, landing directly in front of UC Wu. With his life hanging in the balance, UC Wu instantly summoned a robust armor to defend against the fatal blow. The earth trembled from the devastating impact as debris scattered in all directions. Ibina seized the opportunity, swiftly overpowering UC Wu and pinning him to the ground. He snatched UC Wu's gun and tossed it aside. He spoke, his voice dripping with arrogance and confidence. "You've missed your last chance. This time you will die. Are you sure?" UC Wu calmly replied. Suddenly, the gun vanished from Ibina's hand. Another UC Wu materialized in mid-air, gun in hand, aimed directly at Ibina. Ibina remained unfazed, continuing his taunts. "Even if you use a clone, you can't do anything to me." UC Wu smiled in response. "You don't need to worry about that." He opened a gate in the air. "Farewell." Before vanishing, he left one final parting gift. The gun wielded by his clone suddenly unleashed a furious barrage of fire upon the ground. A colossal pillar of fire, carrying terrifying power, crashed down on Ibina's position, intent on incinerating him to ashes. The fiery projectiles aimed straight for the gaping hole where Ibina stood. He frantically spun around, but all that remained was the blinding light of exploding sparks. The fiery bullets slammed into the earth, creating a brilliant flash, engulfing the surrounding space and light. Debris flew everywhere. Du Gangmi quickly shielded Hei, protecting her from the flying fragments. A deep chasm appeared in the middle of the road. Finally, it was over. Du Gangmi anxiously looked towards the chasm. A spatial gateway suddenly opened behind her. The protagonist's voice rang out. "Don't worry, Ibina has been destroyed." Yu Jihyok stepped out of the gateway and spoke to them, supporting Choi Daeho as he followed. "Moreover, Daeho is seriously injured. We need to find someone to treat him immediately. I'll leave the rest to you." Yu Haiyuke's vision blurred as he collapsed onto the cold ground. He and Do Jiangmi rushed to their sides. Diho, Yu Haiyuke. Suddenly, several system notifications popped up. Goblin Lord Kalong Ibana has been defeated. You have obtained 4 spatial fragments. You have received Ibana's heart. Goblin Lord Kalong. At the Mapo Gate. The atmosphere there is extremely tense. Following the commander's orders, everyone was urgently searching. Search quickly. They can't have gone far. Search thoroughly. Find them immediately. Atop a tall building, a figure silently observed everything. Min Xiaoyun anxiously asked Kong Yinan, What should we do now? Kong Yinan turned, his voice low. Hiding here isn't a long-term solution. We should ask for help from our associates in China. They'll help us escape from this place. Min Xiaoyun looked surprised. China? Do we really have to do that? Kong Yinhan affirmed, there's no other choice. If it's Guang Lihong of the MANHWA gang, he'll definitely keep us safe. The camera shifted to the male lead, his eyes fluttering open as if awakening from a deep sleep. Where's this? He sat up in a daze. This hospital looked completely different from any place he'd ever known. He looked around and realized it was Chongyeom's internal treatment center. This place operated secretly under the corporation's management. Suddenly, he saw Sung Mai lying next to him. She was sound asleep in the bed beside him. Baek Dui opened the door and entered the room. Let her sleep a little longer. She's been watching over you since yesterday, master. He asked in surprise. Baek Dui approached him, carrying a basket of fresh fruit. Baek Yui visited her friend Yu Hyuk after a long time apart, noticing his still dazed expression. Yeah, I just got back from Laos, she said, placing a gift bag on the table and gently asking him, This is a little something I brought for you. Are you feeling better? Yu Hyuk replied, Yes, much better, thanks to the excellent care at this high-end center. By the way, what happened after I lost consciousness? The main character seriously asked Baek Yui. Yu quickly answered, It seems you have a lot of questions. I'll tell you everything. First, Ebima was defeated. Currently, its body is being carefully preserved. And Choi Dae-ho, the one who fought alongside you, he's safe and recovering. And now, China and Japan are facing a similar situation. Both nations are currently in the midst of a large-scale war. The situation in China, due to suffering multiple simultaneous invasions across the country, the damage is quite severe. Compared to them, our country is fortunate to have no casualties. A surprise attack was launched. The White Lotus Society, with their cunning scheme, achieved a stunning victory thanks to his brilliant strategy. The remaining 2 societies are cornered, suffering continuous defeats. After the humiliating defeat, the masters and their henchmen hastily retreated. The Mukron Society is hiding in Mozambique, while the White Lotus Society is seeking escape to China. All these shocking events transpired in just 3 short days, since he fell into a deep coma. 3 days, Yu Haiyuke murmured, his voice filled with worry. It's a shame that the whole truth regarding the executives remains shrouded in mystery. Beside him, Somi is slowly regaining consciousness. Somi, you're awake. Somi rubbed her eyes, slowly lifting her head to look at Yu Haiyuke. Appa! She looked at the young man, sitting on the bed with a surprised expression, filled with unexpected joy. Tears of happiness streamed down her cheeks. Somi rushed forward, embracing Yu Haiyuke in a surge of overwhelming emotion. Yu Haiyuke looked at her with surprise. Somi pressed her face against his chest, her voice trembling. I was so worried about you. You were worried. You thought something bad happened to you, Yu Haiyuke. The male lead smiled gently, patting her head. Actually, thank you for taking such good care of me. Bitch Duhai softly replied with a gentle image. Sungmi blushed crimson, quickly letting go of Yu Haiyuke. When did you get here? The male lead replied. She's been here for a while. Bitch Duhai smiled brightly, saying to him, Yu Haiyuke buys colleagues are waiting here to meet you. What are you going to do now? If you're busy, should I tell everyone to disperse? Yu Haiyuke quickly replied. No, it's okay. I'll be ready soon. She replied, All right, then I'll take you there. Meanwhile, at a secret building located in a coastal province. All right, come in. Kong Yin-han and Min Xiaoun were bound tightly and thrown roughly onto the cold floor. Min Xiaoun struggled to lift her head, her eyes filled with fear. A pair of unfamiliar feet suddenly appeared before them. The owner of the feet slowly sat down, casually calling out each of their names. Kang Yin-han. Min Xiaoun, do you know that I am an AI? He probed, but was met with only silence. You're just an AI. How dare you treat us like this? Do you really think you could get away with torturing us like this? The person behind us is Guang Rihong. the leader of the Tihoa Guild, Guang Rihong. She snarled, as if to emphasize the power of the person she mentioned. The other person retorted, their tone dripping with sarcasm. How foolish. Don't you understand the situation you're in? You chose this place as your base. And the one who investigated everything about you was Guang Rihong. Min Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock. What? The other person laughed triumphantly, a smug look on their face. You're the ones who have been abandoned. Impossible. Min Xiaoyun furiously screamed at the ant demon. There's no way Guang Liang would abandon us. Hearing Li Yunsan's stubborn defiance, the ant demon smirked, telling her to believe whatever she wanted. He told Li Yunsan that he only needed to complete the mission he was given. Everything else was irrelevant. With that, he extended a hand towards Kong Yinhin. Kong Yinhin grimaced in utter terror. The ant demon placed his hand on Kong Yinhin's head, his fingers moving down towards his eyes. He used his power, his hand tightening around Kong Yinhin's head, making him scream in agony. The ant demon read Kong Yinhin's memories. There were many memories related to Min Xiaoyun, but Yu Hyut was nowhere to be found. The ant demon realized Kong Yinhin didn't have many memories of Yu Hyut. He brutally crushed Kong Yinhan in his grip. His face was cold, devoid of any emotion. Realizing Kong Yinhan had outlived his usefulness, he swiftly eliminated him. The Ant King scoffed. This fool really doesn't know his place. Witnessing the horrifying scene unfold before her, Min Xiaoyun's face paled, her eyes filled with terror as she stared at the Ant King's blood-stained hand. Min Xiaoyun screamed in anguish. No. After waking up in the hospital, many pressing issues had been resolved. Ibina's body had been properly taken care of, granting him access to it. He finally obtained Ibina's blood, something he had long desired, and he successfully crafted a legendary grade spatial stone. After recovering, Yu Hyuk began studying the spell Teppan had found for him. He summoned 12 shadow clones and examined the spoils obtained from Ibina. The system began listing the data on the spatial fragments. The number of fragments he possessed was 12. Additional damage inflicted upon the Kalong Goblin tribe. 60% of compatible cores are currently activated. Player Yu Hyuk is absorbing immense energy from the Ibina's heart. Physical defense increased by 200%. Magical defense increased by 200%. The system continues its announcements. Yu Hyuk has been bestowed the noble title, Guardian of Space. All spells, both normal and unparalleled, can be further enhanced. Yu Hyuk has learned the skill Ibina Absorption. The Kalong Goblin Lord, through accumulated experience, has mastered an unparalleled spell. Transcendence, Mage's passive empowerment. The power of his spells will be amplified based on Yu Hyuk's current intelligence level. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Yu Hyuk feels his power surge to unprecedented levels. In a mere instant, at the bustling auction center, the auctioneer's voice boomed, capturing everyone's attention. My apologies for the long wait. And finally, the keystone to tonight's grand finale. With a flourish, the auctioneer gently lifted the red cloth covering the mystery item. Revealed before everyone were 5 exquisite weapons, said to be crafted by the legendary blacksmith, Hui Uk, specifically for this auction. The audience erupted in gasps of awe and admiration at the weapon's magnificent beauty. The auctioneer, with an excited tone, announced the starting bid for the set of 5 divine weapons, 80 billion won. Yu Huiyun, one of the esteemed guests, was quietly observing from below. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out, Huiyun Appa. Li Yunsan, a breathtaking beauty, approached Yu Huiyun. She greeted him. It's been a while since you visited the market. Yu Huiyun replied with a polite smile. Indeed, I recently acquired some spoils from an expedition and need to liquidate a few things. Li Yunsan asked curiously. So, the item you want to sell is the 5 elements weapon set. Li Yunsun couldn't help but gasp at Yu Huiyun's extravagance. Du Huiwook's expectation soared. Normally, the starting price for a peerless grade weapon was at least 100 billion won. Therefore, Du Huiwook thought that what Li Yunxian said might be true. Although Li Yunxian had crafted them, thanks to the manual, the magic circle he obtained from VH, and the superlative grade space stone that Li Yunxian received from Ibina. Li Yunxian revealed that a prominent figure was present at the auction today, and this person expressed special interest in Du Huiwook's item. She asked him if he was curious to know who it was. Du Huiwook's curiosity was piqued. He asked excitedly, so who is it? Li Yunxian told him to observe the man sitting over there, at the corner of the second row on the left. While everyone was shouting, battling over bids of 85 billion, then 90 billion, the man in the corner remained mysteriously silent. Suddenly, an exorbitant price was called out. 110 billion. 110 billion. The auctioneer X. Do I hear a higher bid? A man raised his hand, somewhat hastily, and spoke calmly. How about 650 billion won for the entire lot? It was the man who had been sitting silently in the shadows. The one who wanted to buy all of Park Du-hyok's weapons. And Park Du-hyok recognized him. He asked Li Yunxian, that guy, what do you think? Li Yunxian felt that, at this auction, this man possessed a completely different class compared to the other awakened. He's Yuri N, an S-rank awakened from Germany. He suddenly smiled, a smug look on his face. Even the auctioneer started to tremble. 650 billion. For everything. Do I hear a higher bid? The hall fell silent. An astronomical price. Then, this concludes the auction. Li Yunxian asked Park Du-hyok, where are you going now? Let's talk later. Next time, I want to chat with you longer. She hesitantly asked him if they could grab a drink together sometime. Du-hyuk suggested she make some time for him before the Jeju Island incident began. They could find a cozy bar and enjoy a few drinks together. Li Yunxian smiled and agreed, promising to make time. Definitely, she said. She excused herself, saying she had a lot of cleaning up to do. From a distance, Li Yuri slowly approached Du-hyuk. He asked if they could talk for a bit. Just a short while, enough time for a cup of coffee. Yuri popped open a can of coffee, a soft click echoing in the air. Yuri looked directly into Du-hyuk's eyes and asked in a low voice, do you know how the world sees you? Du-hyuk thought for a moment and replied that he assumed people saw him as a promising awakened, someone with great potential. That's all I know. You've also gained some fame thanks to that manuscript. Yuri revealed that he came to Korea to warn Du-hyuk, a serious warning. As a high-ranking manager at Gubi, Du-hyuk asked in surprise, Gubi? What? Yuri showed Du-hyuk's phone. Du-hyuk, do you recognize the face in this photo? The man in the picture is Kong In-han, his body covered in wounds and soaked in blood. Kong In-han, the chairman of the White Lotus Society. That's right, his body was found a few days ago. Yuri says this is the Ant King's motive. And it seems the Ant King has put Du-hyuk's name on his hit list. So, Yuri came here to warn you, Du-hyuk. From now on, you are not allowed to go out alone. This device will allow you to contact Yuri at any time. He said if the Ant King comes for you, call Yuri immediately. Du-hyuk expressed his gratitude to Yuri. I'll be very careful. Yuri also thanked Du-hyuk for his time. The parking lot near Do Market. As Du-hyuk was fiddling with his car, a blinding light suddenly descended from the sky towards him. Countless tiny specks of light appeared, surrounding Du-hyuk. Before he could understand what was happening, a hail of bullets was aimed directly at him. Through the thick smoke, a figure darted towards Du-hyuk. Du-hyuk sensed something was wrong, and just as he turned to look, his eyes widened in shock. A cold, sharp blade was pressed against his face, but with lightning-fast reflexes, he dodged just in time. The masked assassin didn't give up, relentlessly attacking Du-hyuk. Punch after punch landed, each blow carrying bone-crushing force. But he had met his match. Du-hyuk evaded every attack. He leaped into the air, escaping the assassin's grasp. The masked figure muttered something. Target in position. Attack. The masked figure commanded. He focused all his power, launching a deadly strike at Du-hyuk. His ferocious accomplices, like savage dragons, also charged towards Du-hyuk. They swarmed him, a sea of bodies pressing in from all sides. Du-hyuk instantly opened a spatial gate. From his observation, including those in hiding, there were 13 enemies in total. In the blink of an eye, Du-hyuk vanished before their eyes. All of them vanished without a trace. The one who just attacked Du-hyuk never expected him to appear right behind him. Now, Du-hyuk was returning the blows. Du-hyuk gripped his neck tightly, casting the dispersion spell. The system immediately announced its activation. Dispersion spell, rank 6, cast. Designate a target for dispersion. As soon as Du-hyuk locked onto his target, the enemy in his grasp disintegrated into dust. The remaining enemies watched as their leader was obliterated at Du-hyuk's hands. Frozen in terror, they were utterly horrified. This was the power of a spell. Suddenly, a man behind him yelled, "Don't be careless. He can't cast that kind of spell. He's trying to sow chaos among us." Du Huiyak immediately recognized the familiar voice. It was Kim Hun, the cunning and devious one, the very same man who had vanished from Du Huiyak's grasp just as he was about to cast his spell. He ripped off the ice mask. It was Kim Hun indeed. He was filled with resentment towards Du Huiyak. "You bastard! Du Huiyak! Do you know how humiliating my life has been?" Du Huiyak had promised to spare his life, on the condition that he retreat from the Jangwu and live a quiet life. Yet now, Kim Hun brazenly appeared before Du Huiyak, openly provoking him to finish him off. "It seems like you really want to die." Kim Hun roared that it was Du Huiyak who had turned him into a criminal, a wanted man forced to live a life in hell. That's why he felt so lucky to see Du Huiyak leisurely enjoying the auction. One of Kim Hun's closest subordinates stepped forward, respectfully presenting him with a sword. He gripped the hilt tightly, eyes blazing with fury, his voice dripping with menace. "I will finish you, you who dare to sabotage our great undertaking." Kim Hun drew his sword from its sheath and immediately signaled to his subordinates, who stood in formation, awaiting the command to attack. Du Huiyak spoke coldly. "In the midst of a dangerous global pandemic, you dare to plot against us behind our backs. You have brought this upon yourselves." Du Huiyak let out a loud yell, and a mystical warhead missile suddenly materialized in his hand. The system immediately announced, "Unsong Transcendence activating." Du Huiyak launched a volley of missiles, each one burning fiercely, hurtling towards Kim Hun's subordinates. Each missile packed the force of a bomb. Not stopping there, Du Huiyak continued, unleashing mirror image, creating countless illusory clones, making himself incredibly elusive. Witnessing this, Kim Hun, on the other side of the battlefield, was seething, as the thick smoke from the missile explosions obscured his vision. But Yu Hyuk utilized his extraordinary eyesight, piercing through the dense smoke, pinpointing the location of each enemy and charging forward. A flash of light zipped past Kim Hun, catching him completely off guard. When Kim Hun turned to look, he suddenly realized Yu Hyuk hadn't jumped as he initially thought. From the very beginning, Yu Hyuk had known the positions of the awakened ones in the distance. Kim Hun's subordinates started to panic. "He knows where we all are," one of them shouted. "Attack! Protect those around you," Kim Hun commanded. Yu Hyuk noticed something strange about their movements. A cryptic smile crept across his face. "Perfect timing. Binding spell, Ho person," Yu Hyuk chanted. A gigantic blue curtain descended from the sky, enveloping the awakened ones. Everyone within a 5-meter radius was completely bound for 20 seconds. Du Hyuk immediately charged towards them. "He's closing in." The awakened, seeing Du Hyuk rushing at them, hastily set up a defensive formation. But he was too agile, long since having secured victory, easily able to crush them. In a blink of an eye, he froze each of them in terror. Immediately after, he cast the firewall spell, turned around, and reduced them to ashes. Du Hyuk swung his hand towards them, unleashing a wall of fire. The powerful firewall followed his hand, advancing straight towards them. 4th tier spell, Firewall. A massive wall of fire suddenly erupted from the ground. 2 of them quickly circled behind, attempting to ambush Du Hyuk. However, he had already sensed them and summoned a defensive shield. The sturdy shield protected him from the 2 sharp blades slashing at him from both sides. Not stopping there, Kim Hun rushed forward, enveloping himself in a ring of fire for defense. He then swung his sword to attack. Kim Hun smirked, believing he had defeated Du Hyuk. Du Hyuk silently chanted the reverse spell. 7th tier spell, Reverse, countering every attack from his opponent by absorbing the magical energy. The fierce counterattack went straight towards Kim Hun. The flames erupted violently, throwing Kim Hun back. Though collapsed on the ground, he still managed to weakly ask Yu Hyuk, "You think if I die, everything will be over?" "Yu Hyuk, don't be so naive. There will be many others who will come after you. No matter how many friends you have, there will always be those who hate you." Kim Hun growled, "This is just the beginning. Yu Hyuk, I'll be waiting for you in hell." Yu Hyuk slowly walked towards Kim Hun, and then Kim Hun truly breathed his last. Yu Hyuk remained silent, not saying a word. He turned around and coldly asked, "Anyone else want to try?" Yu Hyuk looked at the remaining men. It seemed they still intended to attack him. They looked at each other, then nodded in unison. But immediately after, they all threw their weapons to the ground and shouted, "We surrender!" Lee Yunxian ran to Yu Haiyuke's side, calling out, "Yu Haiyuke Appa!" As soon as Yu Haiyuke saw her, he asked for her help, entrusting her with all the cleaning. The next day, this is all the information we gathered on yesterday's skirmish. Jo Jilmi asked, "Koideo, are you talking about Kim Hun and his dead underlings?" "Precisely. And the two who surrendered are currently being held by the gang." Choida Ho reviewed the surveillance footage and found that A-rank awakened. Kim Hun couldn't even lift a finger. Currently, Zhou Jiangmi is also reviewing the camera footage. Zhou Jiangmi found that it seems Hyuk neutralized Kim Hun's sword attack. Choi Da-ho shares the same opinion. At first glance, Kim Hun's attack seemed about to succeed, but in the next moment, it was completely countered. Zhou Jiangmi's expression suddenly turned serious. Deo, Zhou Jiangmi instructed. Keep the information about you, Haiyu case, spell a secret. Curiosity killed the cat, as they say. Choi Da-ho, though complying, questioned the captain with a dubious look. Are you sure about this plan? If Yu Haiyuke escapes overseas, he'll have all the information we've provided and disappear completely, Captain. Choi Da-ho turned to Zhou Jiangmi, probing. Are you holding something back? Or are you deliberately keeping me in the dark? Zhou Jiangmi looked sternly at Choi Da-ho and countered. Da-ho, do you trust me? If so, focus on the bakery and Ho's most wanted criminals, especially Mu Kan. Leave Yu Haiyuke to me. Leave Yu Haiyuke to me. Choi Da-ho didn't press further. Understood. Zhou Jiangmi silently watched the ruby monitor, a thoughtful expression in her eyes. At the NIS headquarters, Director Lee Jae-in was at a large-scale amusement park. Yu Haiyuke stood amidst the bustling crowd, scanning his surroundings. He hadn't expected such a bold proposition from Sungmi. Yu Haiyuke suddenly recalled a moment at the hospital when Sungmi shyly asked him, "Appa, are you free this weekend?" "What's up, Songmi?" Yu Haiyuke replied. Songmi's face flushed slightly. "Oh, it's nothing. Well, if you're free this weekend, would you like to go out with me?" Yu Haiyuke was still surprised by the unexpected invitation when Songmi appeared right in front of him. "Yu Haiyuke, you're here." Yu Haiyuke couldn't hide his surprise when he saw Songmi in a simple outfit, yet incredibly adorable. Songmi shyly asked, "Do I look okay?" "It suits you very well." Yu Haiyuke complimented sincerely. "If I had known you would look this beautiful, I would have dressed up a bit more." "It's okay. Songmi smiled. "You always look great anyway. Let's go in." Songmi said, then called out in a loud voice, "Appa." Songmi hesitated, then suddenly took Yu Huiyek's hand. "Can I hold your hand?" Yu Huiyek was a little flustered by this adorable action. Songmi's face flushed crimson as she shyly asked, "Hold hands. Is it okay?" Yu Huiyek smiled gently, squeezing her hand in his. They walked into the park together, hand in hand. Yu Huiyek shared, "Our schedule is going to be very busy soon, so let's just enjoy ourselves today." Songmi obediently nodded. "Okay." Together, they experienced countless exciting rides at the amusement park, from the thrilling roller coaster to the dizzying spinning spaceship. After enjoying a refreshing drink, Yu Huiyek turned to Songmi and asked, "What do you think?" "Having fun," Songmi excitedly replied. "I'm having a lot of fun. It's so nice to just relax like this." She gave a bright smile. Yu Huiyek suddenly realized, "It seems like we've only been doing things I like so far." He then asked, "Songmi, is there anything you want to do?" Songmi looked around. "Well, I want to go on that." She pointed towards the giant Ferris wheel, sparkling with lights. And so, they stepped onto the romantic Ferris wheel together. Songmi and Yu Huiyek sat facing each other in the cabin, their eyes locking in a tender gaze. Her gaze drifted towards the outside. Then she glanced back at Yu Haiyuke. He felt the atmosphere was truly magical. Songmi seemed a little anxious, suddenly remembering something. "All right, I'm actually really surprised." Songmi's eyes widened as the Ferris wheel abruptly stopped. They both curiously looked around, trying to figure out what was happening. The entire park was plunged into darkness. Songmi thought that perhaps the whole park had lost power. Yu Haiyuke told her to just sit still and wait until the Ferris wheel started moving again. Seeing Songmi holding her face, Yu Haiyuke asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Songmi replied, "It's nothing." Songmi turned away. She didn't understand why the power went out at this moment. Talk about perfect timing. Songmi felt a pang of disappointment. The chance she had worked so hard for. Suddenly, a light appeared. Songmi's eyes followed it. A soft light emanated from Du Hui Yuke's hand, sparkling like snowflakes on a winter night. Du Hui Uk asked gently. Sungmi, are you feeling any better? Sungmi looked confused, unsure what Hong-an was talking about. When the power went out, you were holding your head. So, I thought you were afraid of the dark. Sungmi shook her head in denial. That's not it. Du Hui Uk then asked. Then what are you worried about? Just then, before Sungmi could answer, the lights suddenly came back on. An announcement came over the loudspeaker. We apologize for the recent inconvenience, which briefly interrupted your ride. We hope you enjoy the rest of your time. The Ferris wheel started moving again. Seeing Sungmi still silent, Du Hui Uk spoke up. Sungmi simply replied, It's nothing. Nothing. After the previous assassin attack, to help Du He and Du Hui Uk further their training, they were moved to a safer location under much heavier guard. Stepping into a spacious training room, Du Hui Uk wondered if He was still diligently training at this hour. He, a pristine white cat, immediately dashed towards him. It jumped up, nuzzling its head against his face. Du Hui Uk asked, What's going on, Sammy? Sammy seemed to be trying to communicate something, persistently pointing ahead. It turned out He was lying unconscious on the floor, having fallen asleep at some point. He gently approached her, covering her with a blanket. Noticing the machinists were at a suitable level, Du Hui Uk decided he should take this opportunity to repair and upgrade them. He also planned to use the remaining materials. Shortly after, Iron appeared with Aegeon. Du Hui Uk thought he should begin the repairs immediately. Numerous holographic screens appeared. Let's begin. Aegeon is undergoing repairs. Completion level, 40%. Golem upgraded to combat golem. He also decided to upgrade the drone. Drone upgraded to combat drone. A bright light emanated fro. A faint light stirred He awake. She slowly opened her eyes. Sitting up, He looked towards the source of the light emanating from Hyuk Appa. He approached him. Appa, you're still awake? He asked, puzzled. You're awake? Hyuk replied, explaining Dorstaihai. This artifact allows me to stay awake without needing sleep. So what have you been doing all night? He asked curiously. Before he could answer, a figure appeared behind Hyuk. It's been fixed. It was Akron, the combat golem. Akron took flight, hovering in midair. Hey, what do you think of this? Hyuk asked. Hi, Doshit Akron. They look much more robust and cool than before, compared to the last time she saw them. Hyuk noticed that He had been training diligently as well. Her magical powers must have grown tremendously. As long as she could get her revenge, He vowed not to allow herself to rest. Ever since the last battle, including Ganjian and Deadman B, some areas have been restored. He'll be leaving soon. So, Du Hui Uk reminds He to be ready for the journey. Du Hui Uk carefully instructs He, emphasizing that they can't anticipate every situation and whether they might encounter similar events, as in Danjin Deadman B. He listens to Du Hui Uk's advice and promises to focus on training. Suddenly, a ringing phone interrupts their conversation. Du Hui Uk quickly answers. It's Yoon Seo on the other end. He asks why she's calling at this hour. Yoon Seo's words leave Du Hui Uk utterly astonished. After hanging up, Du Hui Uk's face is a mask of shock and disbelief. She wants to confirm what she just heard. Really? She asks incredulously. Then he continues, Oh, impossible? So that means I only have a choice, right? Du Hui Uk hesitates. She turns to look at He, standing behind her. He continues the phone conversation. I'll call you back when I decide. On the other end, He noticed his subtle action, curiosity evident on her face. She asked Du Hyuk directly. Du Hyuk, is something the matter? Du Hyuk hesitated, stammering his reply. The KBI just assigned me a mission in the dungeon. Du Hyuk avoided as gaz, continuing. Then, he looked directly at He, gauging her reaction. If you're available, would you like to come with me? Hei's face lit up, and she immediately replied. Yes, going with you would be amazing. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, but why would they request someone with high-level skills? Like you, Du Hyuk? This mission must be really difficult, right? Du Hui Uk just replied, It's the Strange Fate quest on the mystical Jeju Island. He seemed a bit apprehensive at the suggestive name. Strange Fate. Right. It's not like ordinary dungeons. This is a special dungeon with extremely strict requirements. It's considered the first irregular dungeon. The number of participants is strictly limited. Secondly, there's a rank requirement for participants. Thirdly, the participants level is also restricted to a certain range. This dungeon only allows a maximum of 5 people to participate, and they must have reached officer rank or higher. Hearing this, the two guys excitedly exclaimed, Got it, I understand. I'll start preparing right away. Yu Hyuk glanced at the clock on his phone and reminded. So we have 1 week to prepare. Yes, Yu Hyuk continued. Until then, whenever we have free time, we should practice together, especially focusing on teamwork and coordination. Hey, with increased determination, replied. Yes, I'll give my all. In a quiet room, Song-mi listened quietly to the voice on the other end of the line. Yes, this is me, Song-mi, she answered softly. A hint of surprise tinged the voice on the other end. Song-mi? The caller seemed to remember something, speaking quickly. It must be very late in Korea right now. I thought you'd be fast asleep. But why are you still awake? Song-mi calmly replied. Yes, I couldn't sleep yet. That's why I'm still up. The voice on the other end continued. So, seeing as you're not resting, I'm guessing tonight's date didn't go as planned? Song-mi simply replied, ah yes. Shin Yu-hui paused for a moment and said, I see. Then continued. She was currently in London, England. Outside the window, night had also fallen. Song-mi. Shin Yu-hui hesitated. Hearing this, Song-mi softly replied, yes. Shin Yu-hui gently encouraged her, advising her not to be too sad. The atmosphere or the location doesn't matter. Don't bother overthinking it. Instead, just do it in the simplest and most concise way, as long as you feel comfortable. Song-mi hesitated for a moment, then replied, yes, I understand. Shin Yu-hui continued to offer kind words of advice. This isn't your only chance, so be confident. I have a mission, so I have to hang up now, Shin Yu-hui said. I'll be waiting for good news from you next time we talk. Mi-jong smiled and replied, yes. Mi-jong smiled and replied, yes. Thank you for calling. Mi-jong then ended the call. Mi-jong then ended the call. Mi-jong thought to herself, Annie was right. Mi-jong thought to herself, Annie was right. I shouldn't overcomplicate things. Just then, a message popped up on her phone that had been sent at 7 a.m. from Do-hyuk Appa. Mi-jong, are you free now? Mi-jong, are you free now? Song-mi witnessed the scene, her face suddenly flushing crimson. She thought to herself, it must be because of Hyuk Appa. A week later, Hei's eyes lit up with excitement. The helicopter was gliding towards a beautiful island. Hei gazed at the surrounding scenery, then exclaimed with enthusiasm. It's the ocean, Hei said to Yu Ji-hyuk, her voice filled with joy. I've only ever seen the ocean in pictures. I never imagined it would be this magnificent in person. But then Hei suddenly fell silent. Her face flushed, she stammered, I'm sorry. Back in Dead Man, I never got to travel. So I got a little carried away. Seeing this, Yu Ji-hyuk gently comforted her. It's okay, Hei. You don't have to apologize. Yu Ji-hyuk added with a smile. If it weren't for Danjian's attack, I would have wanted to go sightseeing too. Just then, an announcement came from above. Yu Ji-hyuk, hey, we're almost there. Yu Ji-hyuk replied excitedly. Really? Are we there already? So this is the Jeju branch of the National Intelligence Service, NIS. The plane quickly entered the airspace under the jurisdiction of the Jeju branch. The headquarters was secluded amidst a remote mountainous forest region. The plane touched down on the landing strip. Yu Hyuk and Kong Hae-jin disembarked. Just then, a woman approached to greet them. Welcome. She introduced herself. I'm Lee Ji-ho from the Jeju branch of the Korean Intelligence Bureau, KIB. I'll be in charge of guiding you both today. Lee Ji-ho continued. Your senior and everyone else have already arrived. Hearing that, Yu Hyuk apologetically replied, we're late. Lee Ji-ho smiled and said, not at all. The meeting is still 30 minutes away. Yu Hyuk politely responded. That's fortunate. Yes, I'll escort you there. Meanwhile, at another location, after finishing the conversation, she replied, all right, thank you. Lee Hyun-seo said to Sung-mi, who was standing beside her. They said Dr. Do-hyuk will be here soon. Hearing this, Sung-mi softly replied, yes. A blush crept onto her face, which didn't go unnoticed by Lee Hyun-seo. Lee Hyun-seo approached, her face curious as she asked Sung-mi, are you feeling all right? Sung-mi stammered, yes, I'm fine. Lee Hyun-seo continued. Since Daniel's surgery is much more complex, your health is crucial. If you're not feeling well, we can start tomorrow. Sung-mi firmly refused. No, I'm really fine. But just then, from behind them, a figure approached. Lee Ji-hee was leading Do-hyuk over. As soon as he entered, he kindly greeted Hyun-seo. Sung-mi, have you two been waiting long? Sung-mi was momentarily stunned. Do-hyuk approached Sung-mi and asked, you look different than last time. Sung-mi blushed slightly, replying, I did my own makeup and hair. Witnessing their reactions, Lee Hyun-seo suddenly had an idea. Lee Hyun-seo spoke up. Now that everyone's here, why don't we all get to know each other a little better? Lee Yuncio then introduced a new member to everyone. This is John Ison, who will be fighting alongside us. Just then, a tall figure appeared. The young man introduced himself. I'm John Ison. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Yu Hayek replied with a smile. I'm Yu Hayek. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Yu Hayek glanced at John Ison, a strange feeling rising within him. Yu Hayek had to exclaim, "You're really tall." Hearing that, John Ison revealed his height. I'm over 2 meters tall. Lee Yuncio, standing behind them, added. John Ison, a 39-year-old man, chose 2 massive battle axes as his weapons. She also clarified this for me, just like I'm explaining now. He's capable of facing both types of attacks simultaneously, both magical and physical. Park Du-hyuk politely spoke up. It seems you're older than me, so please speak comfortably. John Ison replied amicably. Is that so? Then I won't stand on ceremony. The group slowly moved through the thick fog. Park Du-hyuk led the way, followed by John Ison. Park Du-hyuk's brows furrowed. He thought this is an unusual dungeon. A gloomy, desolate landscape suddenly unfolded before them. John Ison observed and assessed the scene thoughtfully. This is the first time I've witnessed a dungeon of this magnitude. Park Du-hyuk also seemed intrigued and said, both the size and terrain of a dungeon vary depending on its level. Immediately, 2 mythical treasures materialized behind Yu Hyuk. They shot towards the dungeon at breakneck speed. Witnessing this, Johnson couldn't help but exclaim in awe. If I had just one of those, attacking would be so much easier. Who knows how much longer this body of mine can withstand these kinds of attacks. Park Du-hyuk turned, laughing heartily as he teased him. Don't worry, Hyung. You're still plenty strong. The magical treasure, a drone, quickly began to scout the dungeon area. Park Du-hyuk frowned, speaking up. Based on the drone's reconnaissance, we can't rest inside the canyon. A sudden bright light enveloped the entire team. Johnson cautiously warned. So, let's prepare ourselves thoroughly here before we set off. Suddenly, Lee Yuncio froze, exclaiming worriedly, I have a bad feeling. She planned the team's formation herself. Since Hei is a talented summoner, she'll be in charge of guarding the rear and providing support and protection for me throughout the journey. Hearing this, Hei nodded in agreement, showing she understood the task. All right, let's get going. The group proceeded one by one into the dark dungeon entrance. Each step was taken cautiously, carefully observing their surroundings. Park Du-hui carefully spoke up with another reminder. Yuncio continuously scanned the dungeon ceiling, while Hei used her summoned spirit beast to scout the rear. A strange scent wafted past Park Du-hui's keen sense of smell. He immediately stopped and signaled for everyone else to halt. Hold on, stop. John Ison also noticed the anomaly and added, I smell something strange. Something doesn't feel right. Du-hui frowned in thought. This scent, he felt like he had smelled it somewhere before. The group immediately heightened their vigilance, prepared for danger that could strike at any moment. Suddenly, Sung Mai noticed something unusual. A horde of grotesque, monstrous creatures suddenly charged forward. The girl screamed in alarm, her voice filled with terror. They're coming from the front. These ferocious monsters were identified as A-rank Eros renegades, notorious for their brutality. A call of Appa made Yu Hyuk turn his head. Lee Hei urgently reported. They're closing in from behind too. Yu Hyuk immediately formulated a plan. He yelled, his voice booming. We'll take care of the ones in the rear. In Sang-hyung and Song-mi, hold them off for a moment. Understanding, the other 2 immediately took fighting stances, ready to engage. Song-mi gripped her shield tightly, bravely facing the ferocious monster. The monsters relentlessly attacked, pounding against her shield. Song-mi used all her strength to resist, resolutely holding the line. Suddenly, John Ison leaped into the air, shouting, Here I come. As he finished speaking, John Ison gripped his axe tightly and swung it down on the monsters with terrifying force. A brilliant, blinding flash of golden light suddenly struck down from above. The surrounding landscape violently shook, demonstrating the earth-shattering power of the light beam. John Ison gritted his teeth. A horde of monsters was still swarming towards him. John Ison couldn't help but be wary. Their sheer numbers were terrifying. Immediately, he brandished his weapon. Razor-sharp azure blue sword strokes ripped through the air, slashing into the monsters. John Ison sheathed his sword, but the monsters seemed to have undergone a mutation. John Eisen's eyes widened in astonishment, silently wondering, what's happening? The monsters had now merged into one colossal beast, immense and terrifyingly ferocious. Its razor-sharp fangs bared. Disgusting, viscous fluids slowly dripped down. From within that ooze, strange objects began to emerge. John Eisen tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes warily fixed on the monster. Confusion began to rise within him. Faced with the monstrous creature's brutal attack, John swiftly dodged. He thought to himself, how can I stop this beast? Just when all hope seemed lost, Yuhayuke's golem suddenly appeared. The golem instantly channeled power into both its hands, its eyes blazing with fiery intensity. The golem unleashed a ferocious blaze, incinerating a vast area. Not stopping there, the golem launched a rocket. A blood-red streak of light flashed before the horrified monster. Irene arrived, a figure of majestic power. A chilling glint flashed in Irene's sharp eyes. Suddenly, countless lasers materialized out of thin air. The deadly lasers rapidly converged on the monster, giving it no chance to escape. Attack! A vast area around the monster was engulfed in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Countless brilliant lights appeared in the sky, taking aim at the monsters raging below. In an instant, destructive beams rained down, annihilating the vicious monsters. John, believing his fate was sealed, closed his eyes and braced for the fatal blow, causing the colossal monster to inch closer. John pondered silently. It should have been completely obliterated. Suddenly, a brilliant ring of light appeared beneath his feet. Johnson's eyes widened, astonished by the sight before him. The monster remained standing, its body undergoing a bizarre transformation. He thought to himself, it's unharmed after that fatal attack. His gaze fixed on the glowing red object within the monster. John Isaac speculated, could that crimson object be its energy core, its true form? Its regenerative abilities are astounding. Jumbai spoke up from behind. I think that red object is its critical weakness. John Isaac nodded in agreement. I think so too, but it seems to be protected by a powerful magical barrier. Jumbai quickly proposed a plan. Golem and I will distract the renegades and clear a path for you. Meanwhile, you seize the opportunity to destroy that red object. As soon as he finished speaking, Sami rushed forward, warning, when I use provoke, attack immediately. Akron and Irene, tasked with protecting Songmi, responded instantly, right? The horde of grotesque monsters surged towards Songmi, attacking ferociously. Suddenly, a mysterious, invisible force lifted them off the ground. A powerful punch landed squarely on the lead monster's face. Golem, the stone giant, was secretly supporting Songmi from behind. Songmi gritted her teeth, a thought flashing through her mind. Now's the time. She immediately unleashed the mana surging within her. A brilliant red light erupted, radiating outwards. The monster shadows were clearly outlined against the crimson glow. Songmi yelled now. John Eisen, without hesitation, charged to the front lines. He stomped his foot, creating a powerful tremor. John Eisen struggled against the filth clinging to his legs, holding him back. John Eisen gritted his teeth, thinking, my arm's pinned. I can't move. Just as John Eisen was trapped, unable to move, Irene suddenly appeared behind him, flying to his rescue. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. Instantly, a brilliant flash of green light obliterated the hideous creatures. John Eisen frowned, exclaiming, just in time, now throw me up. Irene understood, replying curtly, understood. Then, Irene immediately propelled John Eisen high into the air. His eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant aura. The two Geo NX axes in his hands clashed together, emitting a sharp clang. A blinding surge of energy erupted. John Eisen, with his mighty axe, charged straight towards the monster's core, unleashing a critical attack. He roared, his voice booming, shatter. The sharp axe blade, carrying terrifying power, reached the monster's core. John Eisen struck with a decisive blow, cleaving the colossal monster in two. In a blink of an eye, the monster was split into two. Blinding golden light from John Eisen's axe ripped through the air. The surrounding space began to tremble violently. He gritted his teeth, focusing all his strength. Meanwhile, in a dark, cold place, right in the middle of space, a ghostly green flame flickered. The raging inferno continued to burn. A mysterious figure, cloaked in black from head to toe, slowly approached the center of the blazing sea. Gloomy blue smoke billowed relentlessly, blanketing the area. The once vibrant red core had now shattered into countless fragments. The mysterious figure witnessed the scene, a flicker of regret in his eyes. My plaything. Has it been destroyed? He thought to himself. Suddenly, another person rushed in from outside. He frantically reported, Lord Odium, we have a serious problem. His brow furrowed with worry as he continued. There's been a breach. The renegades of the canyon. They've been completely wiped out. Before his subordinate could finish, the mysterious figure spoke. Odium coldly commanded, silence. I already know, he continued calmly. Moreover, you alone are no match for them. The identity of the mysterious figure was finally revealed. He was Odium, the infamous mastermind. Hearing this, his subordinate hesitantly replied, Indeed, with our strength alone, I fear we cannot stop them. A jet-black hand slowly reached out, its shadow falling across his face. Odium gripped him tightly, his voice a furious growl. Aren't you afraid? Odium looked at him with contempt, his words dripping with sarcasm. I have no need for weak and pathetic servants like you. I will grant you the mercy of reincarnation now. With those words, Odium drained the life force from his body. A moment later, Odium casually released his grip, letting the lifeless body fall to the ground. Odium commanded coldly, Arise! A wave of dark energy suddenly enveloped the surrounding space. Tendrils of dark energy coalesced. From the shadows, grotesque monsters began to rise. Odium immediately ordered them. Seal all exits, eliminate all intruders. I will deal with them myself. The rain outside intensified. Inside the dark cave, a fire crackled. Yu observed his surroundings, thinking to himself, Strange, it's raining inside this dungeon, but there's not much food here. So, be very careful before you act. Suddenly, the AI girl, Songmi, approached and sat close beside Yu. Song. Mi then took out a towel and gently dried Yu's soaking wet hair. She looked shyly towards Yu and said in a hesitant voice, Appa, can we talk for a bit? As she finished speaking, her cheeks flushed, making her even more beautiful. Songmi and Yu sat by the crackling fire. Yu asked her, Aren't you asleep yet? Songmi replied, I can't sleep. The main character gently advised her. You worked the hardest today, so you should get some rest. Songmi silently shook her head in refusal. I can't seem to fall asleep. Not because I'm tired. She inched a little closer to Yu and lowered her voice, whispering in his ear. At that time, I was going to say, at the carousel. She nervously intertwined her fingers, stammering. Yu softly replied, Yes, go on. Songmi mustered all her courage and spoke from the bottom of her heart. I want you to be my boyfriend. Please, accept my confession, okay? She boldly confessed her feelings to him, her pretty face blushing crimson with embarrassment. However, her gaze remained fixed on him. Du Huiyuke silently watched her, speechless. Songmi was about to speak again when someone suddenly interrupted. Du Huiyuke, we're back. It's our turn to switch shifts. Li Yunsu entered and reported. She was surprised to find Du Huiyuke and Songmi alone together, and paused momentarily. The next morning arrived quickly. Dawn broke, and the sun began to rise. The sudden rain stopped, and the wind calmed down. Thanks to our strengthened teamwork, our attack speed improved significantly. On the way, we were suddenly ambushed by the Awakened One zombies. Has anyone ever set foot in this dungeon before? We encountered a few obstacles, but we handled them calmly and efficiently. Finally, before them lay the entrance to the ancient temple on the mountaintop. A massive stone gate, sealed shut, stood in their path. The path was blocked by a jet-black stream of water filled with deadly toxins. Sensing the presence of intruders, a deathly aura suddenly filled the air. From the poisonous water, grotesque zombies abruptly rose and lunged forward aggressively. We cannot let them reach Lord Odium. They mumbled, their mouths gaping open, emitting horrifying sounds. John Eisen and Songmi both turned to look at the protagonist, their eyes filled with suspicion. What did it just say? It seems like this time will be completely different from before. I think so too. The name kept echoing in Yu Hyuke's mind. Odium, who participated in the D-rank promotion attack. He was the high priest of this temple before its collapse. Now he's become Vindela's right-hand man, the final boss of this dungeon. The zombies seemed to recognize him. They whispered, "Dohyuk Appa." Dohyuk Appa looked at them and spoke coldly. "A renegade survivor is a rare sight indeed, but I doubt he has any useful information for us. Kill him." The order was given, and their faces hardened. Despite the casualties, the renegades kept coming, wave after wave. Zombie and John Ethan charged forward, initiating the fierce battle. The renegades were slow to react. Zombie and the wolf unleashed a series of powerful attacks. John Ethan bravely wielded his weapon, pushing back the surging horde. The protagonist and Yun Su provided cover from the rear. The battle raged, creating earth-shattering explosions of immense power. Odium lurked within the ancient temple. As the protagonist stepped inside, he spoke. "Can't you stop them? These creatures from another world. Have you all come here to destroy me?" Odium rose into the air, his eyes glowing blood red. "Until now, those who dare to challenge me paid with their lives and were banished to hell. No one can escape my wrath." Dohyuk furrowed his brow, his retort sharp. "This time will be completely different." Odium turned his gaze towards the protagonist, sensing the powerful energy radiating from him. "You are different from anyone I've encountered before. You killed Isaac." The protagonist replied, "That's right." He continued, "So you're the one who's been intruding, slipping through the cracks in space. Who has been helping you? You couldn't have done this alone." A murderous aura emanated from Dohyuk, growing stronger. His eyes fixed on Odium, his response ice cold. "I'm trying to stop the insidious plot of a despicable being like you." Odium suddenly said to him, "You know, we are just pawns in the hands of those creatures. Let me tell you, once we are no longer useful, they won't hesitate to discard us, to offer us to the enemy." Dohyuk asked him, "After being abandoned alone in this world, I used to think this was just a test, because I once doubted the power of Lord Vindel." A terrifying energy is constantly gathering around him, growing denser and denser. Therefore, power from other dimensional gates is surging into his body. "If I eliminate insignificant beings like you, who have become vessels of power, I will have a chance to return to my true world." He raised his hand, magic converging at his will, releasing eerie green mists into the sky. Tears of despair, gloomy clouds formed from that magic, condensed into pitch-black droplets of rain. The protagonist's body was enveloped in a special dispelling barrier, so he was unaffected by the magic. He immediately yelled to his teammates, "Execute the plan. Songmi, break off and run." Odium watched them, thinking to himself, "I don't know what you're planning." Odium suddenly vanished from the sky. He appeared right in front of Songmi. "But you won't escape from here." He roared furiously, immediately launching an attack towards Songmi. Caught off guard, she was momentarily unable to react. Odium focused dark energy into his hand, condensing it into a massive column of magic, then launched it straight ahead. The ground was scarred with a deep, terrifying corrosive mark. Songmi jolted awake at Dohyuk's frantic cry. "Songmi! Songmi! Wake up!" The echoing call snapped Songmi awake. She realized with horror the danger lurking behind her. "Look out!" she screamed in warning. A terrifying wave of killing intent was rushing towards them with breakneck speed. Songmi jumped up, running desperately. Dodge! Jet-black magical vines ensnared Dohyuk. Odium hovered in the air, calmly controlling the deadly vines. Songmi screamed in terror. Trapped within the vines, Dohyuk roared, "Don't worry about me. Run." Songmi obeyed him, tears streaming down her face. She gripped her weapon and ran for her life. Odium obviously wasn't going to let that happen. He instantly conjured a barrage of sharp, arrow-shaped vines. "You think you can escape me?" His magic immediately gave chase to Songmi, as the vines were about to ensnare her. Yu-Hook's sound absorption ability suddenly resonated, small but powerful. The vines were instantly yanked backward, and Songmi escaped their grasp. Odium was stunned. Yu-Hook was using his ability to absorb all those menacing vines. He had completely devoured them. Odium's voice dripped with rage. "You're always in my way, Yu-Hook," he snarled, turning to face him. "I won't let you hurt anyone else." Minutes before the boss battle, at the entrance of the ancient temple, the hero and his two companions cautiously stepped inside. Before them lay a dark path leading deeper into the temple. Yu-Hook warned everyone, "Hold on, everyone. I need to fill you in before we face this boss. Right now, I'm going to clarify the Odium attack." John E. Sanders, Odium. Is he the final boss we have to face? I know you have a lot of questions, but I'll answer them later. First, there are 4 gates inside the temple. We need to destroy the magic stones at 3 gates surrounding the boss. That's the only way we can defeat him. First, Hayes and Yunseo, you two will take a different path. Lee Yun-soo and Hei will go separately. Just follow the path I've shown you. And when you get there, you'll see it. There will be a magic stone absorbing magical energy. It's guarded by stone statues. Those stone statues have everyone possesses a unique cellular archetype. In Hei and Yoon's case, it's a blazing inferno of rage. For Sumi, it's the speed of light. John Eisen, with his absolute defense, will be his next opponent. Finally, if the magic stone becomes saturated with energy, overflowing with magical power, every living being within the temple will completely vanish. That's why we must remove the magic stone before it's filled with magical power. Back in the present, Odium continues to unleash his terrifying power. He conjures countless magical threads, forming a barrier, blocking the hero's advance. But with incredible agility, the young man dodges them all while chanting a summoning spell. Missile Fortress. The hero immediately launches a powerful counterattack. However, his sharp projectiles are easily blocked by Odium's dense magical threads. How long do you plan to run? Odium asks with disdain. The stigma's mark will never fade. The protagonist channeled his energy, creating a protective shield around himself. He also paid attention to his previous wound. Now, a strange mark had appeared on his face. Odium suddenly vanished into thin air, then instantly reappeared beside Yuhai and questioned, "How does the pain in your shoulder feel?" A sickening thud echoed, followed by a spray of blood. He had stabbed Yuhai directly in the shoulder. Yuhai gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain in his shoulder. Odium's hand gripped Yuhai's body tightly. "You're feeling pain, aren't you? Because your human body is so weak." In an instant, he unleashed countless magical threads towards Yuhai. Yuhai intensified the energy around his body, blocking the attack. The protagonist glared at him, fury burning in his eyes. Odium continued his relentless assault, bombarding him with attacks. "Let's see how long you can last," he taunted. Meanwhile, the protagonist patiently waited for an opportunity. "Hurry, destroy those stone statues. Quickly." Odium suddenly froze, cracks suddenly appearing in the magic circle behind his back. Their power was weakening and showing signs of disappearing. Why? Why are they disappearing like this? He gasped in horror. "My stone statues cannot be defeated so easily." He roared in disbelief. The protagonist's hand suddenly grabbed him. A bright green light flashed. What are you doing? How long have I attacked and imprisoned you in here? What are you talking about?" He stammered with a confused expression. "From the moment your mark started to weaken. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." His eyes were filled with rage as he looked at him. Solar flare, a blazing inferno erupted, incinerating everything around. As for Hei and Lee Yun-soo, they were surrounded by countless floating stone spheres. They're clustering together. Because we've separated so many of the stone statues, they've lost almost all of their defensive power. We can easily reach the magic stone. I'll go first. You cover my back. With that, Lee Yun-soo dashed forward. The spheres immediately glowed crimson, signaling the intrusion. They quickly surrounded Lee Yun-soo, constantly rushing to block her path. But Lee Yun-soo effortlessly dodged and countered, continuing forward. Her eyes were fixed ahead, where a colossal sphere, many times larger than the others, awaited. It blazed brilliantly, charging straight towards Lee Yun-soo. Behind her, Lucchini instantly cast a support spell, creating a defensive shield. A solid barrier shielded Lee Yun-soo from the sphere's powerful impact. The sphere was flung back against the wall, while Lee Yun-soo nimbly leaped high, escaping the thick cloud of dust. She launched herself across the walls, moving with agility, to find the most accurate direction, to destroy the demonic stone. Lee Yun-soo focused his energy into his arrow of light, quickly firing it straight down. The arrow pierced the ground and erupted in a fierce blaze, creating a terrifying explosion. The demonic stone instantly shattered into fragments. As for Songmi, the stone statues continued to move around her unpredictably, without revealing any openings. Songmi immediately activated her defensive abilities. She recalled the previous advice. Songmi, the stone statues have incredibly fast attack speeds, but their endurance is very weak. However, they have a critical weakness. Their attack patterns are predetermined. If you can grasp that pattern and counterattack, then with a single blow, you can take them down instantly, even if they're as tough as a tank. Somi stood motionless, patiently observing each movement of the stone statues surrounding her. Just then, a stone statue suddenly lunged at Somi from behind. She remained motionless, allowing the stone creature to draw closer. Everything was unfolding according to her plan. Sumi spun around, her sword flashing out, blocking the stone statue's path. Her teeth clenched tight. She poured all her strength into a fatal blow. The sharp blade cleaved the colossal stone statue in two, felling it in an instant. The stone creature split apart, then exploded into fragments behind her. Sumi stood up straight, her expression remaining cold, and continued her task of destroying the magic stones. John Eisen was also engaged in his own battle. His blade swung with extraordinary power, repeatedly striking the stubborn stone statue. The stone statue Eisen faced possessed incredible endurance, making it an extremely formidable opponent. After a series of relentless attacks, the stone statue only suffered minor scratches on its outer layer. It moved slowly, but if John Eisen combined his physical strength with magic in his attacks, he could definitely destroy it. Geo Eisen focused his energy, channeling power into his body. He slammed his foot down, creating a thunderous boom. With a perfect launch, Geo Eisen propelled himself forward. His target, the fissure in the colossal stone statue. Two swift slashes, executed with lightning speed. Magic finished the job, engulfing the stone statue in a swirling vortex of energy. Johnson had successfully defeated the stone statue. He turned back towards the protagonist. Odium and the protagonist were still surrounded by a sea of flames. He spoke. "Why do you continue to resist so hopelessly?" The protagonist retorted. "You just wait and see if this resistance is truly futile." Cognitive enhancement, spectral intensity, blazing red magic surged, enveloping both spells. Magical energy poured into his wounded arm. Thanks to the spectral intensity effect, his arm could move again. He pushed harder, making spectral intensity stronger than ever. The moment his arm could move, he immediately raised it high. The fireball exploded violently, unleashing a searing wave of heat that threw him back. Odium was flung away like a dry leaf, crashing hard into a pile of rubble. The protagonist's body continued to radiate intense magical energy, enveloping his surroundings. Meanwhile, Odium lay gasping in the deep crater he had created. However, he was not yet completely defeated. "You damn bastard, you dare!" he roared with fury. He raised both hands to the sky, gathering ultimate magical energy. A devastating blow crashed down upon the earth, shattering the rubble into tiny fragments. His dark magical energy spread across the ground, blackening the entire area. "We have to finish him before he can counterattack." Yu Hayuke didn't hesitate, launching his next attack. Missile Fortress. Fireball. A gigantic fireball hurtled towards Odium at breakneck speed. Odium hastily erected a solid stone wall to block the attack. From beneath the earth, he summoned a colossal stone arm. "But now, I will send you to hell with this." Sharp thorns erupted from the ground, obeying Odium's command. He laughed maniacally, his voice dripping with malice. "I was going to let you die slowly, painfully, but now I've changed my mind." He let out a mocking laugh, as sharp, menacing thorns suddenly erupted across his body, slowly rising from the ground, forming a colossal stone barrier in front of Dokyo. It resembled the renegades he had encountered in Danjin before. The protagonist focused on the monstrous creature, not only because of the grotesque human skulls embedded in its body, but also because of its numerous, sprawling, deformed limbs. This creature was clearly on a whole different level. Odium had transformed into a terrifying stone monster, immense power radiating from him as he raised a fist. "Die!" Odium roared furiously, slamming his fist into the ground. The ground violently trembled, erupting with a deafening boom. Elsewhere, walls cracked and buckled from the force of the impact. Hei and Li Yun-su were urgently making their way towards the protagonist. What was that tremor? It must be a massive surge of magical energy from the center. "We have to hurry." Sumi was also rushing away. John Eisen immediately turned back to follow them. The smoke and dust gradually cleared. Odium looked down at the empty ground, not a soul in sight. He raised his hand. Even the main character vanished without a trace. Even while trying to hide in the thick smoke, he could still see the faint figure of Yu Hyuk. Odium opened his mouth wide, launching sharp thorns from his back. "You can't possibly escape my attack," he roared. "You deserve a humiliating death for daring to anger me." He screamed as he chased after Yu Hyuk through the dense smoke. But most of his razor-sharp thorns only hit the illusions created by the main character, while the real Yu Hyuk had opened a spatial portal and suddenly appeared behind him. He gathered mana energy in both hands, forming a dazzling arrow of light and gripping it tightly. Yu Hyuk focused all his strength, launching the arrow down towards Odium. The light of the arrow gradually faded. However, Odium remained unharmed thanks to his protective shield, but his grotesque hands reached out, aiming directly for him. With such insignificant magic, you can't hope to break through my impenetrable defenses. Those hands seized Yu Hyuk, slamming him into the ground with a powerful blow. "I will crush you like an ant." He was pinned to the ground, his body racked with pain from the brutal, bleeding wounds. I can't move." Just when all hope seemed lost, John Isaac suddenly appeared. "Get your filthy hands off him." He swung his sword, severing the hands that bound the protagonist. Odium was shocked. "I didn't expect you back so soon." Zombie shrieked, pouring out from the gate behind him. She immediately channeled her magic, creating a massive energy shield and launching it at Odium's legs. He stumbled, collapsing as one of his legs was completely destroyed. Songmi screamed in terror. "Yu Hyuk Appa." The protagonist quickly recognized the signal being emitted. His eyes remained calm, focused on him. With incredible speed, he launched himself onto Odium's massive arm. He moved upwards, following that path. Along the way, countless grotesque creatures relentlessly pursued him, but all were completely obliterated by sharp arrows. Yu Hyuk looked back in astonishment. Li Yinsu was riding on the back of a ferocious wolf. She continued to channel her magic, preparing to fire another arrow. Yu Hyuk leaped high into the air. Odium still showed disdain as he approached. "No matter how hard you try, you will never break through my shield," he taunted. From below, Sungmi immediately threw her sword towards him. "Yu Hyuk, Appa!" Yu Hyuk firmly caught the sword. He enhanced the sword, making it larger than its original size. "Ascension weapon!" he shouted and swung the sword down with force. The blade collided violently with Odium's solid shield. Finally, his shield shattered into pieces. Yu Hyuk seized the opportunity. He decisively threw the broken sword towards Odium's head. "It's over," he yelled, then immediately pulled the trigger. The massive bullet pierced through Odium's head, ending the fight. Yu Hyuk strode out of the fading white smoke. "That was really close," he breathed a sigh of relief. "Due to excessive blood loss, your stamina has dropped below 5%. John Ison praised him. "Yu Hyuk, you did a great job. If you had arrived even a moment later, John Ison, the consequences would have been dire. Then we were lucky. I rushed here immediately after destroying the stone statue. I didn't expect you guys to arrive so early. Unbelievable. It's all thanks to you for showing us how to destroy those stone statues. And just now, you said you would tell us how. You knew the method to kill them. Yu Hyuk, you've worked hard. Me too. Luckily, I managed to throw you the sword in time, after you restored it. And now it's turned into this. I just acted on instinct. Because I remember the monsters in the Grand Canyon were incredibly ferocious and powerful. With Ju Hyuk Appa's magic. Why hasn't the mark on your face disappeared yet? Sumi said you just realized it was there. It's still etched on your face. It's still there on my face. Healing death. The mark. The death mark won't fade until Odium is destroyed. The target's health restoration effect will be converted into a life-draining effect. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked open. Sumi saw it, screamed, "Look out!" and shoved him aside with all her might. And then, her body was pierced by sharp thorns. The horrific sight made his heart clench. Sumi, he could only stand there, frozen, helplessly watching Sumi, impaled by the razor-sharp thorns. Sumi, weak, her eyes fluttering open and closed, whispered, "Ju Hyuk, Appa." Then she closed her eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. Witnessing the scene, everyone frantically rushed Songmi to the hospital. In the hospital room, brilliant morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the petite form of a young woman lying on the bed, recovering. Somi slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually returning. Is this a hospital? How long have I been here? Exactly 3 days. Hui was sitting beside Song-mi in the hospital room, carefully peeling an apple for her. Oh, right, Daniel. How is he? You just woke up, don't rush. Rest and recover first. That attack was the villain's ultimate move. But after unleashing it, he was immediately destroyed. We collected the spoils and retreated right away. So don't worry about anything. Just focus on healing. We offered a slice of the sweet, fragrant apple to Song-mi's lips. Song-mi reached out and took it, her heart filled with gratitude. Thank you. Suddenly, Huey's expression turned serious. Song-mi, at that time, when you collapsed and had to be hospitalized, and that time you protected me from that gang leader in Danjia. I feel like I've only ever caused you trouble, haven't I? Can you answer my question from before? My question from before? Oh. Seeing Hyok remain silent, Song-mi spoke up. I'm sorry. I really wasn't aware of your feelings for me. Hyok took Song-mi's hand, confessing his feelings. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Hyok's serious expression made Song-mi blush and feel flustered. At Mokpo's gate, architect Ma, the renowned boat couple, finally arrived in Korea after days of anticipation. Suddenly, a raspy voice echoed. If you weren't a wanted criminal, I could have walked in freely. How does it feel to return to your homeland? Min seeing you. Hyok sat in a room, more specifically in his office. His hands flew across the keyboard with incredible speed, as if searching for something. The items displayed on the screen were all luxury goods of immense value. Why are these things so expensive? I thought it was impossible, but I never expected there to be so many materials for crafting, low-level equipment. After the raid on the Odium dungeon, I was lucky enough to obtain the superior grade dimensional stone, the blueprint for the common drone, and a legendary Odium ring. This legendary Odium ring adds 400 points to charm, increasing irresistible attraction, 300 points to magic power, significantly enhancing intellect, plus another 300 points to divine recovery. It can restore the recipient's health in proportion to the magical energy consumed. However, the ring's owner doesn't necessarily have to be the one healed. The allure it exudes, its area of influence, and provocation capabilities are amplified by 300%. Passive skill, Heresy Judgment. Examine the Dark Mage's Black Cross. Is Vendela in disguise? You can sense within a 500-meter radius. Heal wounds. The opponent's energy recovery rate will now be the rate at which they lose energy. Zeus touched the ring on his finger. But most importantly, the space fragments I possess have turned into space cards. Space cards. Right after Song-mi fainted, you announced the merging of the fragments. But I was too busy trying to escape to notice. The 20 space fragments you possess have merged into a single space. Because dark energy accumulated in the tower, magic was neutralized. A dark spatial gate has closed. Orochi, the final seal, has finally been released. I'm not sure if crafting a device of that level is even permitted. The biggest problem right now lies with one of the core ingredients, which is Akazila's heart, an absolutely crucial component. Because the prerequisite to obtaining it is defeating the final boss. And I managed to take it down. I need to get to Danzig, Alaska. It's currently under the control of the American Freedom Association. I honestly don't know what to do now. First, let's try contacting them. Hyukwoo immediately takes out his phone and calls Gojiri at the American Freedom Association headquarters. The phone rings, and after a brief conversation, Hyukwoo clearly explains the situation. We could temporarily let him take command under Daniel Park for now, or let him join one of our attack squads. Brox, the president of the Freedom Association, listens thoughtfully. We've already deployed all our elite forces to Danzig because of our Sela. Furthermore, the facilities, they're already overloaded. In a desolate place like this, why would you Hayuke be interested? He said he needed Arcella's heart. Arcella's heart? That's what makes this whole thing so strange. Arcella's heart is rumored to increase the owner's physical strength 1,000-fold. But Hayuke is just a sorcerer, isn't he? If he only uses spells instead of Akazila, why wouldn't he be interested in Azura's Dantian in China? Right, he's been pretty tight-lipped, hasn't revealed anything else. He didn't tell me anything more. The captain pondered thoughtfully. Let's use this opportunity to observe his abilities. That's not a bad idea. It's not surprising that I find him interesting. Not as a potential team member, but as an awakened. Guild leader, what should we do now? Assemble an elite strike team with him. But with two conditions, sir. First, the commission for the journey to Danzig. Arcila will pay 300 billion won per member. Second, before launching the attack, each team member will undergo a thorough vetting process and receive unanimous approval. If he accepts these terms, I guarantee and assure you that Arcila's full support will be given to him. However, make it clear to him that I have no intention of dealing with the aftermath once he completes the mission. What do you mean, sir? He will be on his own to survive. Understood, Chairman. I will relay everything to him. Very well. With that, the captain smirked smugly, a look of pure delight on his face. This will be interesting. Hearing those words, he couldn't help but worry. They said they will make their final decision tomorrow. Well then, I'll get some rest. Translation complete. The recent translations haven't been great, but I'm used to it. The translation is finished. Do you want to check it? Let me see what it looks like first. The book opens. Its size magnifies. This book is a tool used to amplify spatial energy. Used to amplify spatial energy by 4 times. This book contains secret formulas in a divine language that humans cannot understand. If the energy sealed within this book is released at the designated location and the proper sequence is followed, you will be able to use the power of this book to achieve your original goal. The language of the gods. I don't understand any of it. Proceed to the top of the diagram tower. Find the nearest tower and open the first page. If the rewards within each dungeon are increased, then the growth rate of each awakened, the individuals targeted by the awakening system, will also be significantly enhanced. Bring this book to the designated location to prepare for the imminent arrival of a spatial rift. Prepare for a spatial rift? Does that mean it'll be like the Ibina incident before? Another battle is about to break out? The book mentioned the nearest tower, so that's the place. At the Busan branch office, a secretary walks out. I didn't expect Mr. Dusik would want to go to the top of Tower Do. It's just a personal matter. Although we're on Mr. Dusik's side, to reach the top of Tower Do, you need the branch manager's permission. Korean branch, Ruby. I see. Coincidentally today, the director is at the Seoul branch. I've arranged a meeting for you. A meeting today? Exactly. But this meeting could also be considered an interrogation. They both approach a door. We're here. The director is waiting for you inside. Yohai UK. Cooperate with him, but don't reveal anything to him. Of course, I have no intention of doing that. I'll only provide him with the necessary information. Director, I brought you Yohai UK as requested. Kamire, good work. This is the branch director for Korea. I've heard a lot about you. Yohai UK, I'm Ruby, Korean branch director, Lee Jin. Please have a seat. The three of them sit down at a desk and begin their conversation. Now, tell me about the book you acquired. All Awakened can significantly increase their growth efficiency and rewards from dungeons. It's not just me who feels this way, but all Awakened ones share this feeling. I'm compelled to reach the highest floor of the Tower of Trials. Hey, Du Hoyik, don't you find it strange? Why do these things keep happening to you? That's exactly what I'm trying to say. I know, I found out while appraising the book that I received from Daniel. Appraisal truly is an extraordinary ability. If I had that skill, I'd be highly sought after. Everyone says that. Come on, enough chit-chat. Let's get back to the Tower of Trials. You can't reach the top of the Tower of Trials without the S-rank code. In Korea, only 5 people can enter. Kami and I are 2 of them. Listen, if you anger the trials, you'll lose your life. So, I'll take care of the book you're talking about. Because you're a vital asset to the nation right now. I'll prevent any potential future threats. The young director reached for the book, but the young man quickly pulled it back. Well then, would you please hand that book over to me? I'm sorry, but this book can only be used by those it recognizes. Only those who are compatible can use it. This is the first time I've heard of this, because this has truly never happened before. Not long ago, super-grade space stones suddenly appeared, right before Albrecht's 20th anniversary celebration. Your work must be very busy, right? All right, based on the capabilities of that spatial amplifier, the rewards for those who awaken will be significantly increased. Then there's no reason to refuse. Now, proceed to the tower. Inside the massive tower, the three of them slowly walked forward. This is the entrance to the tower's highest floor. Go on, calm me, and I will wait down here. Okay, thanks. He ventured alone into the silent expanse of space, as dark as an endless night. In the absolute darkness, a sphere suddenly emitted an ethereal light. Curiosity urged him closer. Unleashed the first seal of the spatial amplifier. He meticulously turned the pages of the ancient book. The mysterious book suddenly erupted in brilliant golden rays, shooting towards the sky. The seal of the spatial amplifier has been broken. Only 5 minutes remain before the spatial amplifier's energy is fully charged. Please wait patiently. Do you possess the hidden key? I am the Alpha and the Omega, master of the biological awakening system, the one summoned to restart all of creation. You humans call me the Creator. I shall grant you the right to ask one question as a worthy reward for finding the hidden key. Ask me anything. Is the path I am walking the righteous one? It's safe to say you're on the right path and far surpassing others. Far surpassing others on this righteous path. I need to become even stronger. There's still a long road ahead. The energy from the spatial amplifier has been fully unleashed. The spatial amplifier's power has spread to every corner of the world. The building shines brilliantly, emitting dazzling rays of light. The book begins to disintegrate, crumbling into pieces. A spatial amplifier has transformed into an incredibly rare Level 8 divine beast book. Extraordinary. Unexpectedly, it has become a powerful book of divine spells. You have earned the title Pathbreaker for breaking the seal of the spatial amplifier. Player Du Hui Wu will receive the Pathbreaker's vision. Player Du Hui Wu has been bestowed with the Pathbreaker's blessing. Pathbreaker's blessing, a truly special grace, a blessing upon all allies. They shall be graced by the guide's favor. Each will recover 10 health points per second. However, all must remain within a 10-meter radius. If this 10-meter range is exceeded, the blessing will instantly vanish. The Golden Gate has appeared atop the tower of each nation. Information regarding the Golden Gate will be transmitted to all awakened within the next 5 days. The Golden Gate is currently sealed. Time remaining 119 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds until the seal is broken. Late at night, he returned home since his house was close to the office. I'll grab some of the books Taepong found. If I'm lucky, I might find a high-level spell book. That would be amazing. Entering the room, he found it empty, furniture overturned. Is someone there? Who are you? Miss Min Xian-yun. The imposing woman seated in the chair suddenly spoke. Yu Hui's extraordinary abilities instantly recognized the mysterious woman's true identity. Miss Min Xian-yun. Yu Hui had definitely heard the rumors about her, that she had taken a flight to China. But just then, she abruptly stood up. Yu Hui immediately questioned, "What are you doing here?" Without a word in response, she immediately launched an attack, relentlessly firing at Yu Hui. However, he managed to deploy a defensive shield just in time. The fierce attacks were all blocked, unable to penetrate his protective barrier. Suddenly, Yu Hui gritted his teeth. Immediately after the previous attack, a tremendous explosion occurred precisely where Yu Hui was standing. With a lightning-fast attack, Min Xian-su took down Bakrian, seizing his S-rank trump card. Min Xian-su surrounded him, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Yu Hui told himself, in this precarious situation, he absolutely couldn't afford to be careless or lose his guard. A volley of projectiles, like a furious storm, simultaneously assaulted Yu Hui's protective shield. Under the immense pressure of the continuous bombardment, the final layer of the shield shattered, exploding into fragments. In that instant, Min Xian-su seized the opportunity. She lunged forward, simultaneously summoning a mysterious weapon. The moment his shield was destroyed, Yu Hui immediately fled, desperately seeking an escape route. Min Xian-su pursued relentlessly, not letting Yu Hui get even a half step away. Yu Hui utilized monkey movement, but Min Xian-su was equally matched. The weapon she summoned was a powerful cannon. This move was completely unexpected by Yu Hui. Her speed and power were truly terrifying. Min Xian-su's face was ice cold, devoid of any emotion. She immediately opened fire, unleashing a hail of bullets upon Yu Hui. The bullets, carrying devastating force, followed Yu Hui like a shadow. Yu Hui could clearly sense that these were no ordinary bullets. It's a fusion of mystical sorcery and profound physics, a deadly combination from nature itself. If hit, the consequences would be catastrophic. I'm afraid he won't make it. Yu Hyuk swiftly opened a spatial portal and immediately rushed inside. The bullet impacted with ferocious force, triggering a devastating explosion. A massive hole appeared in the room's wall, nearly demolishing a large section entirely. Another spatial portal connected. Yu Hyuk emerged from it, escaping the earth-shattering explosion caused by Min Su. He dove down from the flying building, hovering in midair, turning his head to look back at Min Su. How many more bullets does she have left? Is she determined to turn me to ashes? Countless bullets rained down on Yu Hyuk's position. He created a sturdy shield to withstand the fierce attack, as expected of a deputy chief S rank. Her power is truly formidable, forcing Yu Hyuk to be cautious and stay on high alert. Taking advantage of the moment when Yu Hyuk was focused on defending, Min Su quickly leaped into the air, circling behind Yu Hyuk. With a cannon in each hand, she simultaneously fired both, launching a relentless attack. But Yu Hyuk managed to erect a defensive shield just in time. Yu Hyuk was truly astonished by this tremendous power. He immediately prepared for a counterattack. Min Su's missile fortress was no less formidable, its twin cannons continuously unleashing a barrage of fire towards Yu Hyuk without pause. Both sides were relentlessly attacking. Yu Hyuk felt the current situation was extremely difficult. He didn't concern himself with Min Su's attacks directed at him. Yu Hyuk thought, "Last time, I lost myself when I attacked that person. Therefore, the only thing Yu Hyuk could do now was to stop them from moving." Yu Hyuk continued to use the Blizzard Missile Fortress. Yu Hyuk gritted her teeth, simultaneously casting two powerful spells. A furious blizzard descended, quickly encasing Min Su in a vortex of freezing air. Moments later, he was frozen solid, trapped within a massive ice pillar that towered into the air. Yu Hyuk had succeeded in stopping Min Su, at least for the moment. Yu Hyuk found no pleasure in battling creatures that no longer held human form like herself. Yu Hyuk decided to entrust the task of handling Min Su to Gyu. The massive ice pillar towering over the building created a truly terrifying sight. Ant King watched the enormous ice pillar created by Yu Hyuk, unable to contain his astonishment. He realized Yu Hyuk had expended a considerable amount of energy to create it, but it was too weak to truly imprison Min Su. Inside the ice, Kotoda was thrashing relentlessly, shattering the thick layers, desperately seeking an escape. Yu Hyuk couldn't believe they were trying to stop the former S rank, whom they themselves had once reformed. Min Su quickly shattered the ice, breaking free, and continued to charge towards Yu Hyuk, launching his next attack. She summoned a massive cannon, ready to fire. The gun barrel began to charge with energy, a high-energy bullet about to be fired. Jianma noticed the smug arrogance that always made Du Hyuk delusional about his own power, believing himself superior to his opponent. Min Su aimed the gun directly at Du Hyuk's chest, determined to send him to his grave. This was a clear intent to kill, leaving no room for error. This action would certainly lead to his death. A gunshot rang out. Du Hyuk suddenly appeared right in front of Ian, coldly asking, "Do you want to test your skills against me?" Ian replied, "Better safe than sorry." Ian scoffed, but suddenly his teammate spoke up. "Ian, wait." Ian turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" The other person continued, "Even though this is just a test, letting a C rank and a B rank directly confront each other is too risky. Why don't you test Du Hyuk's support skills with that thing?" Just then, they all pointed at the mysterious purple stone. "Are you also drawn to his support abilities?" one of them asked. Hearing this, Ian replied, "All right, I get what you're saying." Brooke turned to Yu Hyuk, his tone suggestive. "Can you buff him?" Ian quickly interjected, "Hold on, let me try first." With that, Ian extended his hand and launched an attack towards the stone. A fierce burst of flames erupted, incinerating the surrounding air. He felt the immense power of his own flames, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Yet, the stone remained unyielding, showing no signs of damage. Brooke continued, a challenging glint in his eyes. "Does Ian think he can actually break it?" Prompted by Brook, Yuhayuke prepared to act. He calmly replied, "Okay, I'm ready." The weapon in his hand was empowered, its strength multiplied. His eyes widened, his sharp gaze fixed on Ian, where the stone lay. Enhancement complete. Increasing area of effect to 10 meters and boosting. Combat power by 250% for all allies. In 2 minutes, if your heart rate doesn't drop below 1, you won't feel pain anymore. Ian felt a surge of power coursing through his body, leaving him in awe. With lightning speed, Ian lunged forward, unleashing his power with ferocious intensity. The energy explosion caused others in the building to feel a violent tremor. The building felt like it was about to collapse. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire erupted. 2 people in the room witnessed the scene, their eyes wide with shock, frozen in place. Ian gave a weak smile, his body stiff. The 2 girls couldn't hide their astonishment either, staring at the gaping hole in the wall. Even Ian himself, the source of this terrifying power, was surprised. His hands still outstretched, his eyes fixated on the destruction he had caused. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoed. Brooke spoke up. "I can't believe it pierced through a reinforced wall like that," he added. Not knowing what to do, Ian instinctively blurted out an apology. Suddenly, they rushed to reassure Yuhayuke, insisting he had nothing to feel guilty about. The entire blame rested on the other guy, the one who had succumbed to the intoxicating allure of power and lost all self-control, unable to contain the immense energy within himself. Afterward, the group headed towards the large gate. The man placed his hand on the fingerprint scanner for identity verification. The massive door immediately swung open. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "The security system here is incredibly tight." The person beside him explained, "Well, once we're inside, an AI will accompany us for support. It will be with us the entire way." Brooks spoke up, his tone turning serious. Everyone listened carefully. Brooks' expression was visibly tense. "Remember, Yuhayuke, you have to unleash Ikazila's final attack." The group confidently stepped through the doorway. "All right, let's go." Beyond the door lay a space shrouded in a thick, hazy fog. In the sky above, countless vehicles and machines floated languidly. Pressing forward, Yuhayuke's team finally arrived at the mysterious location. A thick fog blanketed the forest, limiting visibility and creating an eerie atmosphere. Yuhayuke immediately warned everyone to be on high alert. "This is the officer-level dungeon," she said gravely. "We can't anticipate the dangers that lie ahead." Just then, a pack of cobra monsters with powerful, muscular bodies suddenly appeared. Each one wielded a sharp spear. "You pathetic insects, you dare trespass on this sacred ground?" One monster roared furiously. Rage burned in their eyes. Without hesitation, Brooke threw a punch directly into the face of the monster who had just spoken and coldly said, "Cut the crap." The powerful blow sent the monster flying several meters. Brooke followed up with a devastating kick. She relentlessly attacked the unfortunate monster. Her blows rained down upon the enemy like a storm. Just as Brooke was charging forward, another monster's massive arms suddenly swung towards her with lightning speed. But in a split second, miraculous spiderwebs appeared, just in time to block the deadly attack. The masked figure announced, "Force completion." Witnessing this, Brooke erupted in anger, shouting, "What the hell are you doing, slowpoke?" Force conversion on this scale naturally takes some time. Suddenly, Jiang appeared. Clutching a silken thread, he coldly declared, "It's over." Instantly, the thread erupted in flames like brilliant fireworks. The fire spread rapidly, gradually consuming the entire thread that bound the ferocious monsters. They were engulfed in flames, burning relentlessly. The blaze intensified, creating a magnificent spectacle. Witnessing this, One-Eye exclaimed in astonishment. "This is the special ability of an S-rank awakened, the flow control." Looking at the 3 of them, a surge of complex emotions welled up within him. After a moment, he said, "Let's move on." On the second day, within the perilous Ikazola dungeon, the sorceress suddenly yelled, "They're coming again!" The ferocious monsters charged once more. For the first time, They seamlessly combined their skills, creating a formidable force. Suddenly, a monster with ferocious, glowing red eyes lunged at her. However, the girl swiftly and effortlessly swung her sword, slicing through the monster's body. The sharp blade sent a spray of blood erupting, staining the air crimson. Her eyes blazed with determination as she faced the remaining serpentine creatures. The serpent creatures simultaneously opened their mouths, gathering energy to form orbs of power within their jaws. Surprise flickered across the girl's face, wondering when these monsters had learned to coordinate their attacks. "I need to dodge first," she thought to herself. She quickly turned and ran. But in an instant, the tail of one of the serpent creatures wrapped around her, holding her tight. "How are you still alive?" A voice boomed, filled with rage. Looking at the monster struggling on the ground, a surge of anger coursed through her. The group on the other side cried out in alarm. We're coming to help." Another voice rang out. At that moment, the monsters simultaneously unleashed 3 orbs of emerald green energy towards her. Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed through the air, shattering the tense atmosphere. Immediately, He-Wook appeared, simultaneously conjuring 3 solid barriers, blocking the serpent spirit's terrifying power. Witnessing this, she gasped in astonishment. "You, He-Wook, I will remember this kindness." At that moment, the young man stood defiantly amidst the battlefield, facing 3 surges of violent energy without flinching. His eyes were resolute, radiating a chilling, killing intent. The scene abruptly shifted, transporting viewers to a luxurious hotel in China. "I can't forgive you. I will never forgive you." Inside the room, a young woman muttered relentlessly, her voice filled with resentment. A dark, terrifying aura emanated from her body. In her fury, she nearly lost all reason, screaming, "I will never forgive you, He-Wook. He's the one who drove me to this." The girl was Jujula, completely out of control. Before her stood another person, their expression pensive as they observed Jujula's rage. "This woman is Kang Seoyan." She quickly picked up Rhea and carried her to her master. "Master, she's badly injured." The silver-haired man stood with his back to them, motionless. Kang Seoyan asked, "Sir, aren't you going to heal Rhea?" The man turned around and coldly replied, "No, with her current abilities, she can never defeat Yu Hayek. Therefore, until she unleashes her full potential, we just need to let her rage ignite and be directed towards Yu Hayek. No intervention is necessary. That disgusting face will be the strongest motivation to push her forward. John, fuel her resentment." Back to the present. Kang Seoyan looked at her dying comrade with eyes filled with sorrow. Rhea had completely lost her mind, unconsciously calling out the other girl's name. She raged, her voice a low growl. "You didn't protect me. That was a battlefield. You think I could fight him and protect you at the same time?" The girl calmly replied, "It's just that I was too weak. If I had been stronger then." "Not so pathetic." Then choosing to give up and run wouldn't have been a bad decision. Hearing that, she laughed maniacally, screaming, "Don't you dare mock me." She unleashed all her power, bathing the room in blinding light. "You think I'll stop? This time, I'll tear him apart myself." 3 days had passed since they entered the dungeon. Ikazila and his companions moved cautiously, on high alert. Suddenly, Group spoke, "Stop. Are we in a dangerous area again?" The man beside him sighed heavily. Yu Hayuke quickly turned to Brooke and asked, "What is this place?" Brooke replied, "If this is your first time, moving through here will be faster." Suddenly, a crimson fog appeared, engulfing the area. A massive figure emerged, wielding a sharp weapon in one hand and heavy chains in the other. He was the infamous Dan Akatina. This was his territory, the land he ruled. It looked like a small village, but it was desolate and in ruins. Not a soul was in sight. Only a terrifying silence remained. There weren't this many monsters before. But so much time has passed, this change was inevitable. I agree. So we just go straight in, right? Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Doohyu quickly asked, "Just go straight in?" Brooke then said, "Are you planning on taking them all on?" Onshin smiled and replied, "Is everyone confident enough not to scream or make any noise when near the monsters?" The group responded, "Of course." The young man spoke up. "Then there's a solution." A confident smile spread across his lips as he announced. I can make us all permanently invisible. Without hesitation, the young man quickly deployed a mystical formation. This is the 5th level invisibility spell, Eternal Variant 9, he chanted while explaining. This spell can maintain the invisibility effect indefinitely, with a continuous energy consumption of 100 megabytes. Immediately after, the entire group vanished without a trace. Everyone was astonished. Permanently invisible? That's incredible. This is the power of the invisibility spell, the young man said proudly. He smiled and replied, "Exactly. This spell will keep us safe. However, I hope we don't encounter any monsters with detection abilities," he added with a serious expression. "Otherwise, we'll be in danger." The group cautiously proceeded deeper, moving silently. They tried not to make a sound. Of the 2 girls in the group, one appeared confident, while the other was a bit apprehensive, constantly scanning their surroundings. Countless monsters surrounded them, but they seemed completely unaware of the group's presence. Everyone remained silent, on high alert. Honestly, if it weren't for his quick thinking, we would have been in serious trouble. Group spoke up. The cloaked man beside him agreed. "You're right, UK. At first I thought your spell was just a trivial display. But now, it's truly beyond my imagination." He turned back to the group, smiling. "I'm glad you all liked it." The group then continued their journey forward. Group announced, "We've passed the dangerous area, so let's pick up the pace." Hearing that, the group accelerated, rushing forward. "We don't have much time left until we reach the boss area, so we'll rest here and continue our journey tomorrow." As night fell, group built a fire to warm the group. Doohy being with you UK made recruiting more people difficult. Group pondered silently. Brooke's skill is really useful for provoking opponents. I should at least visit the Freedom Guild after leaving this guild district. Inside Mr. UK's car, an unexpected figure appeared. Quick as a flash, the figure sprang up, shooting off like an arrow. "Thanks to the power of the Infinity Ring, I don't feel the slightest bit tired or sleepy." That person was none other than Doohy UK. After activating stealth mode, he cautiously moved forward, observing his surroundings. "Ikazila, the commander-level boss monster. We will launch our attack tomorrow. But first, I need to scout the area for any potential dangers." He soared in the air, then suddenly stopped. "Is this a monster?" "No, this is a temple. I really don't understand. To them, this is a sanctuary." He gazed intently at the massive structure before him. He pulled out a spatial card. Instantly, the card floated up, emitting a brilliant light. "This space now belongs to player Doohy UK. It's creating a source of power and resonance." Feeling the resonance completely, inside the sanctuary of disappointment and despair, he quickly moved the player, Doohy, to the resonance point, teleporting him to the designated resonance location. A feeling of astonishment washed over him. Instantly, the space around him completely transformed. "Is this a trap?" he wondered, glancing back behind him. The system suddenly announced, "Resonance commencing." The powerful resonance energy caused Ikazila's transcendent body to temporarily shut down. At that moment, a colossal machine suddenly materialized behind him. Ikazila's transcendent body received a system notification releasing Ikazila. Witnessing the scene before him, he was stunned into silence. "Is this something everyone knows about?" he asked himself. Suddenly, his gaze shifted towards the center of the machine. He saw a heart suspended in midair. Immediately after, a blue energy began to form and gradually solidify, taking the shape of a human. The creature possessed a fully formed face. It spoke, its voice echoing as if from ancient times. "I have waited for a very long time. My name is Ikazila." Just then, a being with 2 massive horns on its head materialized. It continued the story, wandering through countless dimensions. "The false god granted me resurrection in this place, with a mission to protect it. And now, I have awaited you for so long. The system has also foretold your presence." Ikazila's entire form gradually revealed itself, possessing the shape of a human, yet exuding the ferocity of a monster. The young man couldn't help but worry, wondering, "Can I quietly leave this place without being detected?" At that moment, Ikazila began to gather a terrifying dark energy in its palm. "I lost my eyes in the battle of long ago, but in return, I was granted the eyes of Abid, allowing me to see through all things." The creature slightly opened its eyes. Light from the sword shone directly towards you, UK. "So stop hiding and come out," it spoke. At that moment, Yu Hayuke realized that his opponent could see him. You can see me, he exclaimed in astonishment. Good, human. Now let's fight, the creature said immediately. It gave a provocative and excited grin. If you win, you can take everything I have. What do you say? It asked. The creature extended its palm as a firm affirmation that if it lost, it would offer its entire being to Yu Hayuke. Yu Hayuke couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Why did you say you've been waiting for me? He wondered. With the resonance of your power, it replied, your strength will free me from this place. Hearing this, Yu Hayuke became even more confused. Did your god say so? He asked back. Yes, I have been waiting for this day, it affirmed. Stop that nonsense. It immediately swung its sword, taking a fighting stance. The young man nimbly jumped back. The creature roared excitedly. Come on. In an instant, it swung its sword, slashing at the young man. The young man lunged forward, his killing intent palpable, showing no mercy. Witnessing this, the young man was startled, quickly flying up to evade the attack. I need to carefully observe its techniques, the young man thought to himself. The young man focused his energy, forming a fireball in his palm. Then, quick as lightning, struck down. The fireball erupted violently, creating a massive blaze. Raging intensely, forming a wall of fire. The creature roared, then swung its sword straight ahead. Show me your full strength, human. The sword pierced through the wall of fire, cutting into Yu Hayuke. Ugh! Yu Hayuke groaned in pain. That Ikazila. He appeared suddenly before Yu Hayuke, his sword gripped tight. Ikazila swung his sword down from above, unleashing a massive wave of energy that slammed Yu Hayuke into the ground. The dust and smoke slowly cleared, revealing Yu Hayuke, who had blocked the attack with Iron Serpent in time. Ikazila's sharp blade stopped just above his shoulder. Yu Hayuke immediately threw Ikazila back. I was such a fool to entrust a mission to the top-ranked S-Class boss. His hands glowed brightly, a powerful energy surging forth, the situation spiraling out of control. Ikazila stared in astonishment at the mystical blue light. A furious blizzard was summoned, swirling around Ikazila and pulling him into its vortex. Ikazila was momentarily trapped within the thick layer of ice, but he only let out an annoyed growl. A terrifying energy erupted, piercing the icy prison. His sword shattered the remaining fragments of ice. He easily broke free, a look of excitement on his face as he exclaimed, I've been waiting for a battle like this. Ikazila charged towards Yu Hayuke with blinding speed. He's using a healing chant to restore his arm. Pushing past his limits, he creates an energy sphere shaped like a missile warhead. Thousands of energy arrows materialize, painting the sky crimson. He unleashes them in an instant. A torrential rain of arrows hurtles towards Ikazila. He swings his sword, creating a sharp, crescent-shaped sword beam, intercepting the incoming arrows. Yu Hayuke swiftly dodges the deadly sword beam, having already anticipated its range. His hands expertly manipulate the energy missiles. They instantly change direction, relentlessly pursuing Ikazila. Ikazila glances back at the pursuing projectiles. The energy missiles strike, creating a chain of explosions that overlap and intensify. Yu Hayuke can't see clearly through the thick smoke and flying sparks. After the ferocious attack, Ikazila's body remains completely intact. Only scorched marks from the flames remain around him. He collapses to his knees, gasping for breath. The consecutive attacks of immense power in such a short time have taken their toll. Yu Hayuke continues to charge forward. He multiplies into several copies of himself, rapidly closing in on Ikazila, combined with the full force of all types of magic. However, Ikazila stood defiantly, his hand gripping his sword tightly. As we mentioned before, he swiftly pulled the sword impaled in the ground, and at that moment, the protagonist appeared right behind him. Possessing the Abyss Eye, the protagonist reacted in time, stopping Ikazila's blade mere inches from his head. Spatial Gate. Hayek quickly used a spatial gate, teleporting Ikazila's sword in front of him, causing him to impale himself. Ugh! Ikazila groaned in pain. A searing pain spread throughout his body. The protagonist stepped back, aiming directly at the wound he had just inflicted. In his hand, surging lightning energy gathered. Thunder Serpent. He unleashed a ferocious bolt of lightning. The powerful lightning strike sent Ikazila flying, crashing him into the ice pillar. Ju Hyo-woo cautiously approached him. But Ikazila wasn't unconscious. He spoke to him. I've never witnessed magic so brilliant and swift. He looked at the protagonist, exclaiming with delight. Then suddenly a sinister smile spread across his face. Now, I'll show you the power I've painstakingly accumulated here. His eyes suddenly flashed. A surge of magical energy radiated from within him, blanketing the surrounding space in a terrifying blood-red color. Magic dyed the entire sky crimson. He was absorbing everything. Surging magical energy enveloped Ikazila's entire body. A massive pillar of magic descended as his form materialized once more. The crack across his body widened further. A large tail sprouted, extending behind him. His feet also transformed into sharp claws. His entire body had completely transformed, becoming far more powerful than before. Facing the enemy before him, magic overflowing the sky converged into his body. Could this be his true power? Witnessing the monstrous creature before him, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. But it seemed its grotesque body couldn't withstand the magical power and was slowly disintegrating. The system suddenly issued a notification. Warning, target is enraged with you. Target has entered stage 2, Fury. Target's HP is decreasing by 30% per second. Immediately, the monster roared furiously, swinging its massive sword, radiating a suffocating, killing intent. Hundreds of slashes came as fast as a storm, hurtling towards Yu Hayek. Yu Hayek quickly activated his energy shield, simultaneously teleporting to a different location. However, the monster had anticipated his movements, its sharp blade lying in wait. A critical attack landed with terrifying force. Yu Hayek's defenses shattered. He couldn't help but be astonished. His eyes were fixed on the monster. The ground around them began to shake violently, energy pillars erupting from the earth. Yu Hayek continuously leaped to dodge. Where he stood transformed into a chaotic battlefield, explosions echoing endlessly. Suddenly, the entire forest violently shook. Those on the other side couldn't help but wonder, what kind of magic is this? Brooke looked towards the tremor, questioned. The other teammates rushed to Brooke's side. Brooke quickly asked what happened. A panicked girl exclaimed, Yu Hayek has disappeared. I hope he didn't leave ahead of us. Hearing this, Brooke became incredibly worried. What does he plan to do, facing an S-rank monster alone? The top ranker by himself? Hearing that, the girl hesitated. Just then, something unexpected happened. Golden, Yu Hayek's spirit beast, suddenly appeared and announced to everyone, Master has moved to the temple. Master has arrived at the temple. I will protect him as per Master's orders. But Brooke still didn't know what was happening inside. Could Yu Hayek be risking his life in that dungeon? What's happening to me? Brooke wondered, anxiety flooding his thoughts. What is he planning to do? The girl spoke up. Aaron, tell me, where is Yu Hayek right now? Aaron immediately replied, my mission is to ensure the safety of Master's members, keeping them away from all danger. I can't lead everyone to the dangerous place where Master is. Hearing this, he exclaimed, is there no other way, Yu Hai? She immediately responded, all right. Immediately after, he commanded, everyone, prepare yourselves as quickly as possible and follow me. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward. Aaron rushed to stop him, but it was too late. It's too dangerous, Aaron said worriedly. Arena took flight, her voice ringing out, obeying Master's orders. Go protect the members. Meanwhile, Brooke continued to race ahead. He was risking his life. Meanwhile, Yu Hayek was still locked in a fierce battle, each strike carrying devastating power. It spoke with a cryptic tone. If you look at everything I've accumulated, up until this very moment, you'll understand that even limitless power has its limits, won't you? He instantly unleashed a devastating attack called Missile Fortress, its destructive force shaking the very earth. In that very moment, the opponent retaliated with lightning-fast blades, lunging straight towards Yu Hayek. Their ultimate techniques collided, creating a cataclysmic explosion. He looked towards it, placing his hand on the ground, and in a flash, a magic circle appeared. Drawing power from the stone, he shot forward like an arrow. Yu Hayek dashed toward the ferocious boss, but the moment it detected him, the monster immediately launched its next attack. Without hesitation, he activated the dimensional gate and teleported instantly. Death Mark. He reappeared in a different location, facing the colossal monster. Step by step, he constantly moved, relentlessly searching for an opening in his opponent's defenses. In a flash, was behind him, unleashing the death mark, landing a critical blow on his opponent's back. He looked up in astonishment, never expecting him to possess this power as well. Memories of a figure from the past suddenly flooded back. He grabbed his arm fiercely, growling, "I will have my revenge." Immediately, he unleashed a flurry of sharp sword strikes, leaving him no chance to react, his body covered in wounds. Despite the bleeding wounds, he calmly said, "You're wasting your time." He extended his hand, softly chanting Pangu's healing. He asked in confusion, "What kind of trickery is this?" Before he could understand what was happening, the system suddenly announced, "Death mark restored. Target's HP converted to a debuff effect." He screamed in agony, feeling as if his entire body was burning. He wrapped his tail tightly around his arm, struggling to break free, but to no avail. Immediately after, he activated his skill. Quickly dodging aside, he flung open the cross-shaped blades, charging straight towards the ferocious monster. It glared at him and witnessed mysterious circles appearing in his palms. He shouted, chanting a binding incantation. All those circles suddenly converged from the surrounding space, forming a gigantic iron chain, tightly constricting the monster. Beneath those circles was a mystical array. The monster was instantly imprisoned. In his hands was the chain that bound its fate. The monster thrashed violently, roaring savagely, then fell silent, staring at him intently. Suddenly, a stone fell from the sky. Hovering in the air, he looked down at the monster. His hand gripped his gun tightly. He knew it wasn't over yet. Cracks suddenly appeared on the stone. Then it exploded into countless fragments. A powerful surge of energy shot directly towards him. That's the terrifying monster. The two faced each other in a breathtaking encounter. He fought back bravely, his gaze fixed on the monster's crimson eyes. Instantly, it unleashed a barrage of ferocious attacks, using its supernatural powers. The monster overpowered him, trapping him in a deadly energy field. He quickly assessed the situation. And then, mystical spatial vortexes suddenly opened before his eyes. Strange objects emerged from the vortexes, forming a solid defensive barrier to block the next attack. These objects quickly combined, transforming into a massive energy shield. Witnessing this, the monster was stunned, its face filled with surprise. "What the hell is this?" it exclaimed in bewilderment. He laughed confidently. "This is the power of science." He glanced back, his expression grave, but it won't hold for long. Alarming cracks began to appear in the surrounding formations. He nimbly jumped back, escaping the monster's encirclement. Immediately, he rushed out of the collapsing formation. Blazing red energy beams, carrying the monster's destructive power, relentlessly pursued him. He looked towards the monster and yelled, "Fireball!" Instantly, fiery orbs hurtled towards the colossal monster. Instantly, a earth-shattering explosion erupted, shaking the very air. He looked down at the ravaged battlefield, sighing heavily. "If this continues, I fear this battle will never end," he thought to himself. Now the two of them stood face to face, murderous intent radiating off them. A thought flashed through his mind. "I have to put all my strength into one decisive blow." Without hesitation, he unleashed the destructive energy dormant within him. On the other side of the battlefield, the final boss was no less formidable. He began to unleash his ultimate technique. He frantically absorbed the surrounding energy, gathering it into a massive energy sphere. On his side, the Eternal Missile Fortress No. 9 was ready to fire. At the same time, the boss created a sharp energy arrow, aiming it directly at him and launching it with incredible speed. Quick as lightning, he unleashed his final move. A terrifying surge of energy shot straight towards his opponent. The two energy spheres collided, creating a cataclysmic explosion. He roared with power, his hand gripping his weapon tightly. A deafening blast echoed, accompanied by a blinding light that engulfed the entire area. Two raging torrents of energy clashed, determined to decide the victor, creating countless violent whirlwinds, causing the entire surrounding area to tremble violently. Terrifying cracks began to appear in the ground. Amidst the chaos, the young man collapsed to the ground, sitting beside the colossal beast and murmuring, "Incredible. You actually defeated me." But across the massive creature's body, cracks were spreading, signaling its imminent collapse. The young man looked at it and said, I had to work very hard to make you utter those words of praise. The beast replied, the moment you marked me with the seal of death earlier, I knew my companion had also perished by your hand. I intended to absorb your and his power, to escape this prison, but I have failed. A melancholic sadness filled the air. It continued, now, I am dying by your hand, just like him. The young man silently nodded, not denying it. The monster continued, there are still many beings struggling in countless different dimensions. Just like you, a sphere of light suddenly appeared in its hand. But compared to them, you are still too weak. Instantly, it created an energy sphere at that spot. He glanced over, and in a blink, a colossal war machine materialized. So, take this transcendent body and be on your way. He continued, its size is different from when I first saw it. The great boss replied, it transforms to adapt to my power, magic, and soul. But if another with a transcendent body appears, it will adjust its size to match them. He smiled and then retracted it. I will put it to good use. Then it raised its sword again and said to him, now, end me with this sword. I wish to find peace and warmth before my body grows cold. Go ahead. It closed its eyes. He took the sword and replied, all right. Before losing consciousness, the great boss weakly asked, my enemy, what is your name? He stood up and said, UK. It responded with a defiant roar. My final battle will be against you. The honor is all mine. In a flash, the sword pierced its body. It dissolved into ash. The system announced, dungeon clear complete. He stood there silently for a long moment, lost in thought. Soon, his teammates arrived. The team members helped him out of the dark dungeon. After escaping the dungeon, he received special care. He woke up in the medical room. He was lying in bed, recovering. Now, let's see what spoils I've earned. First, from that dungeon battle, my level has increased by 3 ranks to level 74. The spell book and special token I acquired will automatically promote me to rank A. Currently, my mana limit is around 3,000, enough to deal with even fiercer monsters, though it'll drain 75% of my HP. We need to utilize the transcendent magic of a high-level master. To accomplish this incantation is the key to doubling your current mana, along with the final boss's artifacts. Specifically, his enchanted sword and soul-binding anklet. And there's more, his earrings. All the final boss's accessories form a complete set, boosting attack power by a staggering 400%. Furthermore, the sword grants its wielder absolute physical defense, and the protective sword provides incredible magic resistance. Finally, the most crucial component is the final boss's heart. You fulfilled all the requirements to craft the ring. The essence of space itself makes up the final boss's heart. The required index has reached its maximum, 200/200. Do you wish to craft this new ring? I've poured my heart and soul into this. This smile is the clearest answer. Of course, it's a yes. Initiating the crafting process. The system announces crafting high-level ring. Will everything goes smoothly, I wonder? Immediately after, countless lightning bolts erupted from its center, followed by a violent explosion. The system's voice echoed again, announcing, to create a high-level artifact, the user needs to utilize energy from spatial rifts. Spatial energy began to be absorbed at a dizzying speed. His eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the scene unfold. A massive black vortex gradually formed. Countless question marks materialized, filling the surrounding space. Flanos had successfully pinpointed the origin of the rift. It was located within a region of spatial instability. He still couldn't comprehend what was happening. The system continued its announcement. This is a message from space. Just now, Flanos sent a message through the spatial rift. We have found the source of the destruction. It is dragging us into the abyss of annihilation. Please investigate for us. Choose Earth as your destination. The signal abruptly vanished, leaving him in silence. What's going on? By now, the crafting process on the other side was nearing completion. A blinding light emanated outwards. It seemed she sensed something strange from afar. I think I just felt a surge of magic power, she thought to herself. She lifted her head, got out of bed, quickly threw on some clothes, and prepared to go outside. At the same time, UK had just finished crafting. The system suddenly spoke. Player UK has received a ring. The client is satisfied with player UK's work and has granted a new status to player UK. He couldn't help but wonder, what was this new status? The system immediately answered his question. The new status is Enlightenment Level F. The automatic English subtitles disappeared. Once you reach level S, you will be eligible to level up the status. He scratched his head, a confused expression on his face. "This is like an addendum to the terms and conditions," he muttered. Just then, a gleaming gold ring appeared, floating in midair. "This is the Earth Ring, increased by 20% and continuously exploding with countless other stats." A young man picked up the ring with a stunned expression. "Oh my God, how many effects are there?" Just then, a knock came at the door. Who could be coming at this hour? A young woman entered and asked worriedly, "Go Hoyik, are you all right?" I sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from this room. The woman cautiously stepped inside. The man replied, "You must have felt the magic from the experiment I just conducted." The woman looked at the ring and realized, "It must be from that." "Indeed, it's quite surprising," he exclaimed. The ring glowed with a blinding crimson light, then sprouted enormous pincers, transforming into a monstrous creature. The man stood frozen before the monster. The monster hovered in midair and spoke. "Target confirmation in progress." The woman immediately became alert. "Get away from it," she shouted. She gently reached out, preparing to unsheath her sword. He quickly spoke up. "Ms. Johi, please stop." The monster continued in its emotionless voice. "Commence search." His mind raced with thoughts. How could something like a machine appear out of thin air? Facing him, within the monster's vacant eyes, reflected images flickered, as if performing a facial recognition scan. The images changed, one after another, meticulously identifying each individual. First, Du Hui UK, no threat detected. Next, the girl. Scanning, no threat detected. Finally, it turned towards the sword in the girl's hand. In an instant, the results appeared. Detected immense magical energy. Threat confirmed. Immediately, the monster shifted into attack mode. The girl simultaneously drew her sword, ready to face the bizarre creature before her. A sudden announcement blared from a system. Spatial energy anomaly detected. Commencing spatial rift repair. The monstrous creature seemed to sense something. It suddenly became confused and bewildered. Soon after, the monster transformed back into the ring. The ring emitted a blinding light, then restored itself to its original form. The spatial rift was completely sealed. Both of them stood frozen, astonished by the scene that had just unfolded. They were transported to another dimension. The mighty Mao Empire of Athenia. At the heart of the empire stood a towering magic tower, reaching high into the azure sky. The tower resembled the legendary Tower of Babel. This was the symbol of the majestic magic empire, and also the symbol of the supreme dark sorcerer. Inside the magnificent tower at this moment, a tall figure, their face obscured by a mysterious black veil, appeared. A person behind respectfully approached, bowing before Lord Bendella. The person replied, "Lord Bendella has gone to hear what he has to say." Hearing this, the other person immediately asked, "Has something happened?" The masked figure replied, "I summoned you, and you arrived right on time." He responded with a puzzled expression, "What do you mean?" The other person continued, "The guardian of the outer altar is Mo." Upon hearing this, Mo asked, "And the specific location?" "It is the lair of the Black Cross Society." The masked figure continued, "It's located on Mount Moscow, in the remote border region of the empire." Hearing this, he sighed, "What a hassle." The masked figure continued, "Mo, don't forget that. Protecting the altar is our mission, our most sacred duty." He retorted irritably, "What are you talking about? You are the ones who have forgotten about humanity's survival, who have abandoned the responsibility of protecting the altar. I've warned you countless times, but you always ignored me." The masked figure began to gather energy, threatening, "This is Lord Bendella's decree. Don't tell me you're refusing." He clicked his tongue in annoyance, turned, and walked away. "I'll go to the designated location." He had arrived at the designated altar. He looked around. Countless followers were devoutly praying toward the Holy Cross. Their life force seemed to be draining away. Suddenly, someone collapsed. The man beside him exclaimed, "Another one has fainted? We're running out of slaves. How much has the magic stone absorbed?" The other man, startled at the newcomer's arrival, Mo hastily reported, "It has absorbed 70%. The man frowned in displeasure. "Only that much? Actually, we're draining the magical energy from these slaves, but half of them are already dead." He sighed in frustration. "There's no other way." The other man hadn't yet understood. When he suddenly raised his hand, a massive energy sphere formed, aimed directly at the slaves kneeling below. Instantly, All the slaves were reduced to withered husks, collapsing onto the ground. The warden, witnessing the horrific scene, stammered in terror, My lord, what have you done?" He looked at the energy sphere in his hand and said coldly, "Your attack is about to begin. If we continue to monitor the condition of these slaves and absorb their magic power, it will never end. We need to accumulate more magic power so that this stone becomes the perfect nourishment for the nobles." He transferred all the absorbed magic power into the stone. "Bring all the remaining slaves here. I will drain every last drop of their magic from all who remain. If there aren't enough slaves, I will take care of it myself. Do you have any objections?" The warden could only tremble and obey. "Yes, my lord. I will bring all the remaining slaves here immediately. We can't delay any longer, but we cannot predict the exact moment when humanity will resurface to ruin our plans. If there's still time, we will end it all." His eyes turned cold and sharp. What is this strange energy? After their respite in Alaska, they returned to Korea. Meanwhile, Hay was honing her skills. With the support of the In-Carriage Guild, she started the car, and soon after a brief moment of peace, a spatial gate suddenly materialized before them, as if awaiting her and my arrival. The spatial gate opened once more. They exchanged glances, then decided to enter. She turned and stepped inside. An announcement rang out. "You have entered a B-rank dungeon. Only players Park, Do-Hyuk, and Hay are permitted entry. Warning, other players attempted to intrude. The system immediately denied unauthorized access. The entrance has been sealed." Both of them quickly stepped inside. I can't believe it. A dimensional gate suddenly opened the moment we got home. Moreover, I'm not sure what kind of entity would want to enter this place. However, regardless, we need to assess the current situation. That's the most important thing right now. Hearing this, she nodded in agreement. Just then, the system suddenly issued an alert. "You have encountered the dark digital monster number 10. His face darkened, a thoughtful expression quickly turning to alarm. He spun around, anxiously asking Hey. She also looked surprised. Suddenly, a terrifying sphere of dark energy hurtled towards them. They both immediately dodged. Where they had just been standing, a massive crater now existed. In that moment, he lifted her into the air. Evading is better than trying to block it. She anxiously asked Baekdu, what is that thing?" He quickly replied, "I'm afraid we've inadvertently trespassed on his territory." "You mean that Saifiak guy?" "Yes, but he doesn't know our exact location. I suspect he's planning a wide-scale attack, a full frontal assault. What should we do?" She looked worried, anxious. He smiled reassuringly and said, "Let's take a shortcut to the altar." Immediately, he activated a cloaking device, scooped her up, and sped away. "Are we flying? Will this be all right?" He replied, "Don't worry, it's fine. I'm sure that bastard is meticulously preparing for a ground assault, but he won't expect us to fly over there." Ahead, a strange space suddenly appeared. She looked down below, noticing an encampment of some sort. Inside cages, a group of people were held captive. Suddenly, she recognized a familiar face among them and gasped in surprise. She gasped, "Park Do-Hyuk, look. Teach those are undead, an evil priest, and enslaves." Her face was etched with shock. "It can't be. It looks like they're going to sacrifice those poor slaves." He frowned, his expression hardening. "Those two, I'll take care of them. I'll handle the Black Cross Order's Dark Sorcerer. Meanwhile, you go and help those people in danger." She nodded in agreement. She climbed up, and he gently set her down. "I'll let you off here." "Yes, all right." Immediately, she jumped down. "You be careful, too." She called out, "Rita, assist me." The majestic eagle, Rita, appeared. It bestowed upon her a magnificent pair of wings. She spread her wings and soared downwards. The group below instantly felt a surge of powerful energy. They quickly dodged and shouted, "Intruder, who's there?" She smiled confidently. "Let's go, let's rescue those people." Immediately, her spirit beasts charged forward. I must act quickly as well. Park Do-Sik, worried, rushed off to assess the situation. "I can't believe they knew the exact location of this sacred altar." He looked down below, suspicion in his eyes. They evaded the fatal blow from the immense power of the sacred stone. Immediately after, they vanished mysteriously. Now, they've suddenly reappeared right in front of those poor slaves. They have the ability to conceal their own magical energy. He slammed his foot on the ground in fury. A terrifying wave of dark energy erupted from his body. "Come out, coward!" He roared in rage. "If you don't show yourself, your friend, and those slaves will be burned alive." Just then, the young man uttered a magic spell. He was stunned, amazed by the sight before his eyes. The majestic missile fortress, a series of Park Du-Six's powerful attacks, suddenly appeared like a raging storm. Even though he couldn't see him anywhere, he immediately landed on the ground. "Did you really want to see me?" S-rank monster boss, Moss G. He gave a slight smile, looking towards him in the distance. She was still continuously battling the horde of monsters. They relentlessly charged at her, like a disturbed beehive. The priests, watching this scene, were convinced of their success, hastily shouting, "Don't let your guard down." His comrade, next to him, chimed in, "We're currently attacking from above." A giant dark magic circle appeared and struck directly at Hayes' position. But immediately after, they were knocked back. She stood amidst the monsters completely unharmed, enveloped by a strong defensive circle. "You two did a great job." She gave a bright smile. Two small foxes nestled on her shoulders. Suddenly, she cried out, "Go!" Immediately, a mysterious force hurtled towards the group of priests. Witnessing the chaotic scene before her, she glanced back. A sudden voice called out, "Princess." Meanwhile, at the distant altar, the boss lay collapsed on the ground. She couldn't help but be astonished. "You, how do you know my title?" But the young man didn't answer, continuing to charge forward in attack. He also charged straight towards the young man. A fierce battle erupted. He glared at the young man, raised his staff high, and roared, "Shadow arrow." Countless black arrows immediately shot towards the young man, but he easily dodged them. Next came Black Lightning Arrow. It was like a giant spear hurtling towards Park Du-Hyuk. He's completely different from any boss I've faced before. This guy seems to be a master of magic, which means he smiled knowingly. On the other side of the battlefield, he paused after unleashing an attack. He won't go down that easily. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. And suddenly, countless bolts of lightning erupted beneath his feet. Big Dipper's hidden force, transcendent lightning chain, a powerful voice boom. On the other side of the field, he hovered in midair, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. "I'll show you the difference between me and those ordinary mages. Do you know on the other side?" The boss hastily activated his chaos shield, trying to block the ferocious onslaught. But his defenses were quickly shattered. He gasped in astonishment. "Impossible!" He broke through my shield. In the next moment, a powerful bolt of lightning streaked towards him, forcing him to leap back to evade it. I can't believe his skills have such a long range. Is this his full power? Right in front of the boss, Park Du-Hyuk suddenly darted in the opposite direction. Why did he suddenly change direction like that? His actions were perplexing. Park Du-Hyuk continued to rush forward without slowing down. Could his target be the stone? The boss panicked. He hastily chased after Park Du-Hyuk and yelled, "Stop!" But while he was distracted, the unexpected happened. Park Du-Hyuk somehow spun around and landed a critical blow straight to his face. The boss gritted his teeth, his face filled with astonishment. I've never seen magic like this. His eyes slowly closed, lost in thought. Like the previous altar, this altar must also have a magic stone that absorbs all magical power. This altar is also closely related to the Black Ten Society, and obviously, I have no choice but to find it. The guy was sent flying by your attack. In desperation, he frantically activated the chain, hoping to bind him. Instantly, the chains twisted together, forming a solid sphere. "You cannot escape my dark magic," he roared. But in that very moment, as he lunged forward, he swung his arm, severing the chain with ease. His eyes widened in astonishment as he watched him effortlessly break free from the shackles. Our video ends here. Don't forget to like so Gao has the motivation to make more exciting videos. See you again.